in the wizarding world a century hence, besieged by the Muggle realm. The few remaining wizards resolve to traverse back to the past. The narrative centers on the essence of living. Life is a vast wilderness rather than a mere track. Greetings, I am Rila, an ordinary 11-year-old girl from the 21st century, yet an extraordinary journey has rendered my existence anything but mundane. Presently, I reside in an orphanage, and one fateful day, a striking young boy arrives. Mrs. Cole informs me that his name is Tom Riddle. Ah, that Billy Stubbs, upon seeing him, I instinctively know he will bully Riddle. Observe as I transform into a valiant knight, safeguarding the adorable young lad. Calculating and self-serving, he embodies the essence of Slytherin, disregarding love and rules, and holding contempt for innocence and conscience. He is Tom Riddle. The entire wizarding community resembles a murky pool of filth, quietly decaying, while its inhabitants delude themselves into believing they are clear and transparent. I merely wish to grasp the last remnants before this world meets its demise. The human heart is akin to a venomous scorpion, with selfishness reigning as the greatest virtue. Magic is power. Rayla, this world is utterly corrupted. Why not sit down and share this supreme glory with me? Chapter 1. The Handsome One. Dear little toad, do you also find yourself friendless? I crouched down, prodding the corner-dwelling toad with a stick. The toad offered no reply, merely lazily leaping once, and I followed suit. Oh, what a coincidence! I too am without friends. Were the other children at the orphanage to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think I had lost my mind. Indeed, madness. In their eyes, I'm a lunatic, yet I care not. Having traversed into this wretched world, insanity was inevitable. Rayla is my name, and 11 is my true age. 3 months ago, I found myself transported to this orphanage located in the English countryside. Currently, my soul inhabits the body of a 7-year-old child. The difference between 7 and 11 is scarcely significant. My transmigration was an unforeseen event, devoid of prior notice or any forewarning. I was thrust into this existence against my will. Should the opportunity arise, I would seek out the scoundrel responsible for my journey and exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon him or her. Little toad, you appear rather frail. Do you, like me, go to bed hungry each night? Why do you remain silent, little toad? I am but a toad. My apologies, I did not hear your words. I mimicked, adjusting my voice to reply to my earlier self. Very well, I shall reluctantly forgive you. I reverted to my own voice. For an entire morning, I found unending delight in engaging in this whimsical game of conversing with myself. How I long for a friend, akin to how a little bird yearns to soar and a small fish aspires to embrace the vast ocean. I desire a companion with whom I can share laughter, play, and secrets. Even if we do nothing more than converse, it would suffice. At the very least, do not allow me to feel like a madman any longer. Perhaps the heavens have heard my silent plea, for this afternoon, a new orphan has arrived. Oh, divine providence, how I adore you. Through the weathered glass of the window, I beheld the boy. He donned the standardized, gray, corseted robe of the orphanage. His complexion so pallid it seemed almost translucent, with delicate bluish veins faintly visible beneath his skin, and his features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a little celestial being. Most striking were the eyes beneath those thick, dark lashes. They were unlike any eyes I had ever encountered, profound and mysterious, akin to a bottomless abyss exuding an aura of chill. Within them resided neither the typical fear nor shyness of a child confronting a new environment. Rather, they exuded a calmness that bordered on the eerie. It was as if he had never possessed a genuine interest in anything this world has to offer. A man clad in work attire explained to Mrs. Cole that the boy was 7 years of age, previously residing in an orphanage that had been besieged by a band of marauders. He was among the few survivors who had been transferred to our care. Oh, I remember him. I was the one who delivered him, Mrs. Cole remarked, pinching the boy's cheek. Do you remember me? Little Tom. I observed that the boy offered no response, prompting Mrs. Cole to laugh heartily and pinch him a few more times until the boy's cold demeanor elicited no reaction, after which she turned and followed the man to complete the boy's admission process. The orphanage's conditions were limited, typically accommodating several dirty, frail children crammed onto a decrepit wooden bed. With more girls than boys in the orphanage, a few girls were invariably compelled to squeeze among the boys, Indeed, that unfortunate soul was none other than myself. Due to my illustrious reputation, coupled with my recent arrival in this world, my heart remained perpetually anxious, leading to a restless slumber. The slightest rustle would rouse me from my dreams, rendering me unbearable to others. Thus, I claimed a bed all to myself. Now, with beds in short supply, my bed was the only unoccupied one. Thus, it is needless to say where the handsome young boy would be sleeping tonight. To extend a gesture of goodwill to my new bedmate, I laid my cherished blue floral bedspread upon the thin mattress. He did not join us for dinner, and I was unaware of his whereabouts. It was only as the lights were about to be extinguished that I saw him again. He followed Mrs. Cole with decorum, and I eagerly leapt from my bed, pretending to be busy, bustling about in front of Mrs. Cole. Upon noticing me, Mrs. Cole tapped her forehead, her expression one of sudden realization. "Oh, right, you have an empty bed beside you. Let him sleep there." Mrs. Cole brought him to my bedside, exchanged a few hurried words with him, and then departed in haste. The other children were peering at us, and I cast them a disdainful glance, as if to assert my claim. Now, the next step was to extend an olive branch of friendship to him. I leaned closer, delivering the opening lines that I had rehearsed countless times in my mind, ensuring the pronunciation of each word was impeccable. "Hello, I am Rila Eastward. What is your name?" I extended my hand, yet he merely regarded me with a distant glance, uttering not a single word, and ignored me entirely as he climbed in a bed, covered himself with a blanket, and turned away. Well, perhaps he was simply too weary. Regardless, at least he is a living being and not a toad or something of that sort. I consoled myself with this thought. Tomorrow, I shall inform him that beneath him lies my most beloved blue floral bedspread, one of the few treasured belongings this little girl possesses. Throughout the night, sporadic cries of children or bizarre, garbled sounds would pierce the air, unsettling the mind. Yet this night proved to be the best night's sleep I have experienced since my arrival in this world. During breakfast, I volunteered to guide him and took a seat beside him at the table. He did not dismiss me. This was certainly a cause for celebration. I discovered that he was half a head shorter than I, barely reaching my neck, and I could see the 2 whirls of hair atop his head without even having to stand on tiptoe. Since our encounter yesterday, he had yet to utter a word to me, leading me to wonder if he might be mute. Alternatively, he could have been rendered speechless by the harrowing experience of a bombardment at the welfare institution where he previously resided. Upon this thought, a surge of compassion flooded my heart toward him. I attempted to engage him in conversation once more, and this time, he finally acknowledged me. "Hi, I'm Rila. What's your name?" He lifted his gaze and glanced at me, replying, "Tom Riddle." His voice was clear and melodious, devoid of the chilling aura one might expect from its owner. After speaking, he resumed his focus on the bowl of exceedingly bland porridge, consuming it in small mouthfuls. "Then I shall call you Riddle from now on." "Why not, Tom?" I possessed sufficient discernment for that. I feigned a friendly demeanor and gently nudged his shoulder to express my amicability. He did not flinch, which seemed a promising beginning. A few children nearby were observing us intently, one of whom was Jenny Jenner. She was the type who always believed herself to be in the right amidst the crowd. I noticed her approaching, adorned in a stunning blue gown that contrasted sharply with my own comically rigid sweater. It fit her like a glove, and the sequins embedded in the hem sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. A wave of self-doubt began to surface within me once more. I must admit, I seemed to have been successfully tamed by this environment. "The newcomer, I kindly advise you not to associate with this oddball," she proclaimed, and then she and the girl beside her erupted into giggles, as if exchanging a coded message that only they could comprehend. My cheeks flushed with heat, my throat felt parched, and my heart shrank into a tight knot. Fidgeting with a wooden spoon in my bowl, I stirred aimlessly, pretending to be engrossed in my meal, utterly indifferent to her scornful exclusion. "You likely don't know about this oddball's previous glorious deeds here, being new and all, but I think it's necessary to warn you, lest you fall victim to misfortune." Jenny Jenner stood with her hands on her hips, her head held high, backlit by the sunlight streaming through the window, which cast radiant halos around her. Chapter 2. I want to touch his head. "Tom, tell me about your previous orphanage," I implored. The moment the words left my lips, I realized I had thrust myself into an exceedingly precarious situation, yet it was too late. All I wished for was to escape. To my astonishment, Riddle responded, "Nothing special." At this utterance, I instinctively straightened my back, as though I had found some form of validation. The abandoned social outcast had finally discovered her sense of belonging. I cast a somewhat smug glance at Ginny Jenner, thinking there must be something noteworthy. I lowered my tone, feigning nonchalance as I endeavored to suppress my excitement. Riddle did not engage with me, nor did he with Ginny Jenner. Instead, he stood up, intending to place his empty wooden bowl into a communal iron container. I rose, clutching my own bowl, and followed closely behind him. The makeshift barrier we formed successfully rendered Ginny Jenner invisible, a feat I had accomplished alone many times before. With victories that were often dismal, yet this time felt resplendent. Ginny Jenner appeared incensed. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Then, with a resounding crash, she callously knocked Riddle's bowl to the floor. My temper flared, blood surged through my veins, and fury filled my chest as I hurled my bowl at her face. "Ah!" The shriek quickly drew the attention of others, and the previously raucous hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on me. The remnants of glutinous oatmeal clung to Ginny Jenner's golden hair. It was hardly disastrous, yet in the next moment, she began to wail pitifully. Her cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as if I had taken the lives of her parents. Mrs. Cole, wielding a long-handled wooden spoon, hurried over from the other end of the hall, prompting me to swiftly dive beneath the table. Yet, I was a moment too late. A sharp pain struck my back as she delivered a forceful blow to my spine, nearly causing me to faint. "Rila, what on earth are you doing?" Mrs. Cole bellowed. I had managed to crawl under the table and then through a long passage into the abandoned, narrow fireplace. At that moment, my priority should have been my own safety. Yet my thoughts lingered on the impending demise of my hard-won social triumph. After what felt like an eternity, at least several hours, I timidly emerged. Having assumed everyone had forgotten about this corner of the vast room, I had overestimated my judgment. The orphanage children, with little to occupy their time, often clung to any form of entertainment, and now, I had become their amusement. Lo and behold, what did I see? A scruffy little mouse emerging from the fireplace, followed by Billy Stubbs, who cheerfully crawled out from beneath the dining table, loudly exclaiming, "Look here." In no time, the area was teeming with children. I furiously brandished my fists, preparing to pounce on the boys, but they nimbly dodged my advance, laughing all the while. "Oh look, the mouse has come to life. And it wants to fight. How terrifying. Get lost." "Scram," I shouted back, the strain on my throat causing a sharp pain, rendering my voice comical, which only provoked more laughter. She is angry. She is angry," Billy Stubbs taunted, prancing about the hall. I lifted a stool and attempted to hurl it at him, but it was of little effect, only inciting further merriment. Seizing the chaos, I made my escape, ignoring the vile remarks from Billy Stubbs behind me, running faster than ever. Now, I found refuge in a secluded alley behind the church, flanked by two moss-covered walls, with a pile of discarded threshing machines at the other end, creating a closed-off secret space. I relished this solitude, feeling secure, and cast aside the humiliation of earlier. I had held back my tears, but now, I could finally let them flow freely, though silently, for I did not wish for any bothersome children to trace my sobs back to me. A lesson I was well aware of. In a daze, I curled up in the corner with plans for my future revenge, eventually drifting into slumber. When I awoke, the sun hung high in the sky, indicating it was around noon, mealtime. I rubbed my face vigorously, wiping away the remnants of tears that had left salt stains, and took a deep breath, ensuring I appeared as proud and defiant as a rooster before casually making my way to the filthy, odorous hall to claim my sustenance. The hall buzzed with noise, everyone discussing the incident of Ginny Jenner having fallen into the well beside the church entrance. Fortunately, it was an abandoned well, containing only rainwater collected from the previous night. Nonetheless, I remembered that children frequently urinated in it. Regardless, it served her right. Within the chatter, there were those delighting in her misfortune, others expressing concern, but most merely indulging in idle gossip. I scanned the hall for Riddle, but found no trace of him. It was not until most of the crowd had dispersed, and even Grandma Martha and Mrs. Cole had exited with their empty iron basins, that I realized the orphanage's life was tedious, a monotony that could drown you. Thus, I often sought ways to occupy myself, whether digging a hole, weeding, or attempting to recite scripture from the wall. Now, I feigned searching for Riddle to stave off my boredom. After a prolonged search, I climbed the eucalyptus tree in the yard and spotted him on the second-floor platform, curled up in a corner, seemingly asleep. Like a treasure discovered. I felt a surge of excitement, cautiously climbing up to his side, gazing at his exceptionally serene countenance, suddenly reluctant to disturb him. His skin was pale, and the fine, dense lashes fluttered gently with his breath, resembling a black butterfly flitting beneath his eyelids. Exquisite and enchanting. What captivated me most were his dark, somewhat disheveled locks, full and inviting. I longed to touch them, but ultimately settled for brushing my own head, which felt hard and prickly. I must not leave a rude impression on the new boy. As I continued to observe him, my thoughts drifted far away to my own world, my backpack, my room, my classmates, my teachers, my father. Suddenly, Riddle awoke. "What are you doing?" "Just watching you," I replied, immediately feeling I had overstepped. I regarded him cautiously. He seemed weary and ignored me. "Don't listen to what Jenny Jenner says. She and her friends don't like me or anyone getting close to me, which is why they say such things." I offered. "I would gladly share my food with you in the future. Will you be my friend?" The words felt forced, as if taken from a fairy tale script. Why did I always say the wrong thing? He did not respond, which was, of course, the expected norm. "This morning, when Jenny Jenner bullied you, I helped you. Next time you're in trouble, I'll be there again. If I'm bullied, it's fine if you don't stand up for me. I can handle it myself." Seeing Riddle rise to head downstairs, I hurriedly followed him. "Your silence means you agree." How insistent I was. Perhaps I should have turned and departed gracefully. Being alone wasn't so terrible. Yet, my body deceived me. For nearly an entire day, I remained excitedly glued to Riddle's side, chattering incessantly about the orphanage and everything that encompassed it. I recounted the charred marks on the towering birch tree in front of the orphanage, spoke of the toad I had spotted in a certain corner, and rambled on about how Sister Martha had stumbled at the iron gate, which resulted in our lunch being lost that day. Riddle, however, exhibited little reaction, occasionally casting his gaze toward the distance. Excessive enthusiasm often drives others to flee or feel repulsed, yet I found no trace of such sentiments in him. I felt a profound sense of fulfillment, even joy, as my fervent desire for social interaction was satiated today. Yet, apart from a few words exchanged in the morning, Riddle had not spoken a single word afterward. When I pressed him, he merely nodded or shook his head, but did it truly matter? Who could comprehend the sensation of my mouth brimming with unexpressed words, nearly drowning in silence after such a long period of solitude? Perhaps only I could. At lunchtime, we were served a hard, brittle waffle, and that was the extent of our meal. After lying down for a brief nap, I awoke to find the sun setting in the west, and Riddle had mysteriously vanished once more. It would be a lie to say I wasn't disheartened, yet in the next moment, I found myself searching for him again. Chapter 3. A Frightening Encounter. I searched for quite a while, not expecting Riddle to be so diminutive, capable of climbing to such heights. At least, it was impressive for him. From a distance, I spotted a small figure hiding beneath the ash tree by the wall. If it weren't for the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, revealing the hint of his clothing, I might never have found him. My heart filled with delight as I stealthily approached the tree, preparing my voice with the excitement akin to finding a friend in a game of hide-and-seek, and I suddenly shouted, "Tom Riddle, I see you." With a crash, the figure tumbled from the tree. My reflexes kicked in, and I instinctively reached out to catch him. However, the envisioned Princess Carrie was thwarted as I slipped, landing face first into the ground. The sequence of events unfolded too rapidly, as my body lay sprawled on the earth. The sudden weight on my back nearly caused me to choke on my own breath. I had the honor of serving as a cushion for Riddle, who, I noted, had a remarkably solid physique. My bones felt as though they were being crushed beneath him. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, still reeling from the pain and confusion, I turned my gaze to Riddle, who had already risen and stood beside me, visibly furious. Beneath his beautiful black eyelashes was an unmistakable fury, a stark contrast to his previously docile demeanor, resembling a creature that had just clawed its way out of the gates of hell, radiating menace. "You are so annoying." Caught off guard by his sudden transformation, I found myself at a loss, frozen on the ground, hesitant to move, even though I was 4 years his senior. Above me, the vast sky blazed with fiery clouds, a tumult of scorching hues and sunlight painting Riddle's face, which usually bore a pallid complexion now adorned with a semblance of health. Though his words were likely laced with venom, my mind, muddled by the sun's glare, began to drift into erratic thoughts. I recalled the sensation of our collision. He was indeed remarkably thin, almost as if composed solely of hard, brittle bones. After his outburst, Riddle noticed that I remained staring at him like an imbecile, and his anger intensified, prompting him to turn and flee. I remained on the ground, my shadow elongated by the slanting sun, staring at Riddle as he walked away. I struggled to formulate a coherent plea to retain him. I reflected on my own behavior. He was right. I had indeed been too loud. In the monotony of our world, the sudden appearance of a lively spirit had made me forget to temper my social exuberance. Like many children who err, I dared not approach Riddle again, fearing his ire, and could only watch him from a distance, longing to connect with someone after so long. I pondered how to bridge the gap between us once more. He couldn't have grown too weary of me just yet. Surely, it was merely a slight annoyance, leaving room for redemption. If given time and opportunities to interact, he would come to see me, Rila, as a person of intriguing character, a rich soul, and a wellspring of knowledge, someone truly worth befriending. I stealthily followed Riddle, who sat beneath the grand tree in the courtyard for an extended period. engrossed in a small statue carved from stone that I surmised he had sculpted himself. Although it bore semblance, it was still somewhat crude and juvenile. I feigned disinterest, glancing around, and noticed Billis Stab, accompanied by his entourage, engaging in hushed conversation not far from Riddle. Their glances frequently flickered in Riddle's direction, raising my alarm. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Billis Stab and his gang approached Riddle, with one eye missing and the other resembling a small green bean. He presented a grotesque figure, his nostrils perpetually dripping with a viscous green mucus that swayed with his breath. He was somewhat stocky, bearing an ugly and menacing demeanor. Having quickly established himself as a bully since his arrival at the orphanage, Riddle continued to tenderly polish his statue, while I grew anxious. Disregarding the potential consequences of confronting Billis Stab, I leaped from the nearby bushes, attempting to grasp Riddle's arm. He seemed oblivious to the peril, or perhaps still fuming. Shaking off my hand. In that moment of distraction, Billis Stab had already encircled us. "What's the name of the new little brat?" he sneered, his tone far from friendly. More of a taunt. I stepped protectively in front of Riddle, glancing around furtively. There were few others present, let alone Mrs. Cole or Grandma Martha, making the situation more precarious. "His name is Tom Riddle," I answered on his behalf. "Get lost. I didn't ask you, you disgusting witch." Before I could react, Billis Stab shoved me roughly, sending me tumbling onto the grass, the impact stinging my backside and nearly bringing tears to my eyes. Oh, this wretched, fragile body of mine. I was unable to prevent the onslaught of Billis Stab and his gang, as they descended upon us in droves. Riddle received a beating, and I bore my share of the assault as well, likely due to my more vulnerable appearance, drawing most of their ire. It was only when a large grapefruit suddenly fell from the tree and struck Billis Stab on the head that he appeared to be bewitched. Muttering strange words before retreating with his minions, I hurriedly scrambled to my feet, rushing to aid the sullen Riddle. But he shrugged off my hand and stood up on his own, rejecting my offer of assistance. I surmised he must think I was the cause of the trouble, which was not entirely unfounded, as anyone who associated closely with me often found themselves on the receiving end of Billis Stab's wrath. Yet, I was so engulfed in loneliness. Having gone nearly 3 months without speaking to anyone, constantly on guard against the malice of others, my yearning for friendship was overwhelming. Thus, I chose not to share these thoughts with him. I once again seized Riddle. This time, having learned from experience, I refrained from grasping his arm, opting instead to clutch the sleeve of his garment. Employing what I believed to be the most benevolent tone, I informed him that his face was soiled and offered to take him to wash it. He made a slight attempt to break free, though his efforts were feeble, and upon realizing he could not escape, he relented. The prolonged Cold War between Riddle and me, which had lasted for several hours, came to an end in this moment. Or at least, that was my unilateral perception. Grasping his delicate, claw-like hand, we made our way to the faucet, where I dampened my small cloth and gently wiped the smudges from his face. He flinched briefly but did not succeed in evading me, ultimately allowing my ministrations, though he persistently avoided my gaze. His visage was truly exquisite. Although I had already expressed this sentiment yesterday and earlier today, I felt compelled to reiterate it. However, after my compliments, a twinge of concern arose within me, for beauty in this orphanage would only invite greater jealousy. If he resembled me, with my unremarkable appearance, he might find himself safer. Why help me? Riddle's previously evasive gaze now fixed upon me, unblinking, imbued with a mixture of defiance and confusion. There seemed to be no multitude of reasons. I certainly could not divulge that I considered him my friend and would not permit others to torment him, for I was certain such a declaration would elicit nothing but his disdainful silence. Thus, I feigned a nonchalant demeanor, suggesting that cool individuals act without reason. I guided his hand beneath the faucet for a cleansing as well, and Riddle fell silent thereafter. Soon, it was time for dinner, and Riddle accompanied me to the dining hall. Mindful of Riddle's preference for tranquility, I refrained from chattering, speaking only when absolutely necessary. The restaurant was dimly lit, the floor murky, and a faint odor lingered in the air. Each mealtime, this cramped room erupted into cacophony, intermingled with Grandma Martha's scolding tirades. Billis Stab, holding his tray, shot me a glare from a distance before sycophantically approaching Jenny Jenner, placing several pieces of carrot from his soup into her bowl, followed by what seemed to be some idle chatter. As we settled at the table, I lowered my gaze to the grayish porridge when Riddle suddenly broke the silence. "Why do they call you a witch?" This was his first proactive inquiry of the day, and I felt a flicker of joy. However, I was reluctant to address the topic. I recalled a lesson from long ago when a teacher recounted the tale of a maid in Europe who was falsely accused of witchcraft and met a fiery demise. Throughout history, witches and sorcerers have been subjected to persecution, their eradication fervently pursued. After a moment of hesitation, I replied, "Because they fear me and cannot overpower me. So they label me a witch." "Surely, It wasn't due to the bizarre actions I had undertaken upon my arrival in this world in a desperate bid to return home. Riddle glanced at me, seemingly satisfied with my explanation, and chose not to press further. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the day passed joyfully. And soon it was time to retire for the night. I yearned to converse a bit more with Riddle, but he had already closed his eyes, turning away from me. Chapter 4. The Secret Base. The following day, Bilastabus's beloved plush dog had vanished. Such occurrences were commonplace in the orphanage, where personal belongings often disappeared without a trace. Grandma Martha dismissively suggested that a mouse or a kitten had taken it, yet I was aware that some among us had pilfered it, Bilastabus included. Now, it was his own possession that had gone missing, and his wailing was akin to a tsunami, piercing our eardrums and causing us considerable distress. Everyone else remained engrossed in their own affairs, offering him little sympathy. Grandma Martha appeared to be in good spirits today. She rarely picked up Bilastabus. Yet she did so now, reciting her usual platitudes, though this time it was not a mouse or a kitten, but a bat. Goodness! I was astonished to learn that such large bats existed, capable of carrying away a plush dog of that size. Bilastabus continued to weep, and Grandma Martha grew irritable, scolding him further, which only intensified his sobs. Eventually, she abandoned him to head to the kitchen as lunchtime approached. Bilastabus cursed and cried, vowing to unearth the culprit, his genuine sorrow and anger evident. I scanned the room, but could not find Riddle. It struck me as peculiar. I hadn't seen him since breakfast. I searched the bedroom thoroughly, knowing that many new orphans often sought refuge under beds or in cupboards. I even checked beneath the beds and inside the cupboards, but found nothing. Where could he possibly be? The orphanage's layout was quite simple. Having been converted from an abandoned church, Mrs. Cole had designated 3 medium-sized rooms as our dormitories, the largest for dining, and a smaller one for her and Mrs. Martha's living quarters, with the remainder serving as storage. I circled the perimeter of the building, inadvertently stepping into a puddle and soaking my shoes. Yet still, Riddle was nowhere to be seen. However, beneath a large tree at the back of the building, I discovered a patch of disturbed earth, covered by a layer of fallen leaves. Had I not often come here to escape their pranks, I might never have noticed. Curiosity compelled me to uncover the dirt, revealing Bilastabus's once pristine plush dog, now utterly filthy. I was startled and nearly buried it again to feign ignorance when Riddle suddenly appeared. He stood before me, emerging as if from thin air, his dark pupils brimming with wariness. Startled, I lost my balance and fell to the ground. In that instant, I understood that he was likely responsible for the plush dog's condition. Yet, I still asked, "You did this to Bilastabus's plush dog, didn't you?" Riddle remained silent. Picking up some leaves to cover the filthy toy, I took this as a tacit admission and, pulling the plush dog from the earth, hurled it onto the rooftop platform with surprising accuracy. Fortune favored me this time. The platform, rarely visited, seemed the safest place for it. This way, it was thoroughly secure. I flashed him a smile of trustworthiness, secretly commending myself for my thoughtful consideration. Riddle's expression conveyed surprise, bewilderment, and a myriad of other emotions I could not decipher. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. "I need a friend," I replied. "I don't need friends," he retorted, his face a mask of icy disdain. "I have always believed that, fundamentally, all people share the same essence. They are flesh and blood, yearning for beauty and connection. Who in this world truly does not need friends? Such a notion contradicts the essence of humanity. If someone claims they do not require companionship, there is a likelihood they are either posturing or harboring deep-seated wounds, with countless reasons yet to be uncovered." I could not help but feel that Riddle's assertion was not genuine. He merely feigned indifference to shield himself from potential hurt. Contemplating the underlying reasons, a wave of empathy stirred within me, awakening a sense of compassion for him. Poor Riddle. Masquerading is a strenuous endeavor, akin to a taut string that, over time, may inevitably snap. The mealtime is fast approaching, and tardiness guarantees an empty stomach. Upon our arrival in the hall, Bilista Tubbs had already settled down. His nose flushed as he consumed his porridge, with glistening mucus trickling into his bowl, seemingly oblivious to it. With an open mouth, he greedily finished his bowl in mere moments. Afterward, his avaricious gaze lingered on the massive copper pot before Grandmother Martha, yet he could only wish. For each child was entitled to but a single bowl, and no more. Riddle and I took our bowls and joined the queue for food. Today's porridge was a watery concoction of bone fragments, consisting of chicken thigh bones with scarcely a morsel of meat. Upon closer inspection, a foul odor wafted from it. Each time I consumed it, I meticulously picked out the splintered bones, lest they should catch on my teeth, but even if I avoided the chicken bones, I would inevitably encounter the pebbles hidden within. In my previous life, my family feasted 5 times a day. However, in this orphanage, perhaps a peculiarity of British customs, there are only 2 meals, breakfast and dinner. The food here is truly dismal. When I first arrived, It was an adjustment that left my face gaunt. Riddle, expressionless and without a furrow in his brow, finished his meal, unlike me, who picked at my food for an eternity, wearing a countenance of resignation. No matter how many times I encountered it, I could never grow accustomed to such fare. Amidst my conflicted gaze, I finally consumed the last remnants of the murky porridge, yet my stomach still felt hollow, unsated. Riddle's portion was slightly less than mine, and I suspected he too had not been filled. I glanced around, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Riddle, would you like something else to eat?" Riddle regarded me with a faint expression, offering no rebuttal. By my own blind yet confident assessment, I interpreted this as an agreement. I tugged at Riddle's sleeve, pulling him along. Initially, he feigned indifference, but ultimately succumbed to my persistence and followed me out of the hall. I led him to a discreet section of the orphanage's wall. Parting the weeds revealed a dog-sized hole in the wall, and I squeezed through it with my small frame. Standing on the other side, I urged him to hurry, and though he appeared hesitant, he eventually followed my lead and crawled through the opening. The orphanage is situated far from the suburbs, and before us lay a desolate forest seldom trodden by human feet. Somewhere within, countless deceased orphans lie buried. How do I know this? Because I nearly became one of them. Despite the sweltering heat, a chilling aura permeated the air, faintly laced with the stench of decay, indistinguishable between the scent of animal carcasses and decomposing leaves. To deter us younger children from wandering too far and discovering anything, Mrs. Cole and grandmother Martha spun tales of a witch residing in the forest behind the orphanage who feasted on children. Whenever the witch was mentioned, the other children would invariably cast their eyes upon me, hurling insults and, on occasion, spitting in my direction. Each time they did so, I wished fervently for the sealing light to fall upon them, yet it remained steadfast, never yielding. Oh, I digress. At this moment, Riddle and I were foraging for wild vegetables and other edible plants. I imparted to Riddle the rudimentary characteristics of our find and handed him a stick for digging. Riddle eyed me skeptically, a small figure reminiscent of a porcelain doll, so adorable that I nearly succumbed to the urge to kiss him. However, I restrained myself, fearing he might retaliate. Instead, I silently added that desire to my small wish list. Once we had gathered enough for both of us, I washed the vegetables by the river and led Riddle to my secret hideout. It was a small cave, discreetly concealed by low shrubs, which I had chosen not to clear, believing they lent an additional layer of safety and secrecy to my sanctuary. Inside, I had cleared the scattered stones, and in the center of the flat ground lay a pile of dry wood, with a battered little iron pot resting atop it, filled with various greens and plant roots. Seeing Riddle's eyes light up, I felt a surge of pride. "My dear brother, today you are in for a treat." I then retrieved a slender stick from a pile of branches in the corner, along with a thicker stick that had been hollowed out. The ancient technique of friction fire making was what I intended to employ. I had learned it during a Girl Scout camping trip, where the instructors had taught us various survival skills. You know Girl Scouts, don't you? A group of children clad in uniforms and hats, learning crafts and wilderness survival. I even learned how to pitch tents, carve wood, bake cookies, and make rice cakes. I positioned myself, placing one foot upon the thicker stick to secure it, while my palm gripped the thinner stick, inserting it vertically into the hole of the thicker one. Rapidly rubbing my hands together to make the stick spin. Today would surely be a success. I had mastered the technique, and had it not been for the darkness of the previous night, I would have kindled a flame then. The blister on my palm had yet to heal. Despite the excruciating pain, my pace did not falter, and I even worked harder than the day before. Meanwhile, Riddle, in the prolonged wait, visibly shifted from eager anticipation to boredom, showing signs of wanting to leave. I cast an embarrassed glance at Riddle, attempting to explain that perhaps the wood was too damp for the fire to ignite, but I was certain it would work if I persevered. Riddle did not look at me. He remained focused on the pile of firewood with an unsettling intensity. My scalp prickled, and following his gaze, I stiffly turned to look at the firewood. Suddenly, from the center of the still pile, a faint flicker of flame emerged out of nowhere, trembling and wavering, soon igniting the dried grass, and a blaze erupted before us. The firelight illuminated my face, my eyes widening in astonishment, my jaw dropping as if a chicken egg could fit within. As I gazed at the flame, realization dawned upon me, astonished by Riddle's unexpected prowess. How remarkable! Wait, have I traversed into a world of magic? Perhaps so. Aside from my initial shock, I quickly accepted the fact that Riddle possessed magical abilities, for the events occurring in my life were far more absurd. How did you do that? It's incredible. Teach me, please. I clung to his arm, shaking it while playfully pleading, reminiscent of how I would ask my father for a small cake. Riddle awkwardly withdrew his hand, a smug expression on his face as he replied, "Just think about the fire." I was skeptical. On the spot, I found a piece of wood, fixated my gaze upon it, and concentrated on conjuring flames. However, my eyes grew weary, and yet there was no sign of ignition. Riddle had taken a seat, his pretty little face quietly observing my foolish antics. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of rage and humiliation, I tossed the wood aside. Perhaps this was a matter of innate talent, one that I might lack, or perhaps it had yet to awaken. I rambled on, my hands not idle as I placed the pot over the fire and prepared the wild vegetables for cooking. With a stick, I stirred the mixture, and the distinct fragrance of mouse-ear herb wafted through the air. I sprinkled a pinch of salt for seasoning. Taking a bite, the taste was rather ordinary, and I handed the pot to him. Here, enjoy it, it's quite delicious. Riddle hesitated before accepting the worn-out little pot, clumsily wielding the makeshift wooden chopsticks I had crafted, mimicking my earlier actions to grasp a piece of mouse-ear herb and consume it. I noticed a flicker of delight in his eyes. Ha ha ha, isn't it quite good? I remained confident in my culinary skills. After all, he was still a child. When hunger struck, he devoured the contents of the pot in no time. I then boiled the remaining wild vegetables for myself, grateful that I had gathered an ample supply this time. In the ensuing years, we foraged for bird eggs, fished, and cultivated various plants, spending countless joyful days together in our little world until the orphanage relocated once more. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 5. The other side. Your accent is rather peculiar. At times, I can scarcely comprehend what you are saying. Riddle sat on the grass, amusing himself by prodding an ant with a stick. A few strands of spider's silk clung to his hair. He must have spent the entire morning hidden in some corner, perhaps beneath a cabinet or sofa. I understood his meaning. He was unlike others, devoid of malice, simply expressing his honest thoughts. After all, I was not a native Londoner, and English was not my mother tongue. Ahem, it is as such. One must be courageous enough to acknowledge their shortcomings. Later, he confided in me that my English resembled a dying fish gasping for air, each syllable heavy and exaggerated, with a prolonged pause between words, utterly lifeless. I could only admit to him that it was indeed the case. My English was a work in progress, but I could at least write, unlike him, who could only speak. I could still manage to write the 24 letters of the English alphabet. I hoped that when I held the regulations on religious affairs in my left hand, the errors in my English writing would not be too egregious. Had I known to study diligently during my English composition classes, I would not be so entangled in a trivial issue of tense. Ah, so what tense is this sentence? I mused, vexed, pinching the meager fat on my thigh. I had no choice but to tell him that every field has its expertise, and I could teach him Burmese instead. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last for years. When the orphanage moved to a new address, the government arranged literacy classes for the children, though few took their studies seriously. My English writing skills improved significantly during this time, and poor Riddle was finally free from my relentless inquiries about the English pronunciation of stone. We were like a blind man and a deaf man. Many of the erroneous knowledge I had imparted to him were corrected during this period. I had assumed Riddle would take the opportunity to mock or scorn me, or perhaps look down upon me, but he did none of that. On the desolate mountain, there was a small creek, shallow enough that its deepest point barely reached my knees. I conceived the idea of constructing a dam to halt the flow of water. There was no particular reason for this endeavor, merely a whim to pass the time, perhaps also to keep the frog I had captured in a makeshift enclosure. The frog, affectionately named Ugly, was caught on a rainy afternoon a few days prior. I had tucked it into my pocket, and when Billistapis had irrationally pursued me, intending to strike, I had revealed Ugly. Its long, awkward legs kicked in the air, and its terrifying mouth gaped wide, instantly frightening Billistapis away. Now, Ugly's right leg was bound with a thin string, the other end held by Riddle, who dangled it playfully, its rotund body swaying as it struggled with its stubby limbs. Riddle tugged at its tongue, chuckling with delight. "Don't do that," I quickly intervened. "It will suffer terribly, and its tongue is quite delicate, you know. Your fingernails could injure it, and then it wouldn't be able to eat. Remember the last time you were scratched by a bone in your throat? It would feel the same way." Riddle let out a light laugh, dismissively tossing Ugly aside before running off. I picked up the struggling frog, which lay on its back, and placed it gently in a half-broken clay pot filled with earthworms I had dug up. Ugly relished the worms, and yes, it also enjoyed crickets and grasshoppers. Though named Ugly, after a while, I found it rather endearing. I was unsure of its species, but it was distinctly different from the common frogs. Its eyes gleamed an amber hue, its back devoid of the dreaded bumps, and its skin was not the texture of concrete, but rather smooth, adorned with varying shades of yellow spots against a deep brown backdrop, its head large and its mouth endearingly wide. It did not belong here, I thought. Its spirit seemed noticeably dimmer than the day before. My affection for it had waned, transforming from fondness to viewing it as a burden. In any case, my fondness had dwindled significantly, and I decided to release it. In the afternoon, Riddle provocatively inquired, "What happened to your frog?" I set it free. If it stayed with me too long, it would die. With Ugly no longer around to play with, I now stood in the creek behind the church, seeking other amusements. Riddle glanced at me, raising his chin. So what are you doing now? I plan to build a dam to block the water and create a small lake. I stood in the center of the creek, gesturing with my arms as the water splashed against my trousers above the knees, threatening to pull them down. I used my wet hands to tuck my shirt into my pants while hoisting my belt as high as possible. First, I'll dig a trench across the riverbed. Then insert branches on either side and fill it with fine sand and stones, much like constructing walls for a basement. I believe my method was quite feasible. Every day after school in my past life, I would pass by a construction site and observe the workers doing just that. Speaking of which, I suddenly envisioned building a house, a makeshift one using branches, covered with large banana leaves to shield against rain, though there were no banana leaves here. Would you like to join me? I asked, secretly scolding myself for my audacity. The water will wash it away, especially on rainy days, Riddle replied unexpectedly. I had anticipated disdain for such a game, but a peculiar warmth spread within me, soothing my toes, and I felt a sudden wave of emotion. In my previous life, I had dug a tunnel in my garden leading to the road, replicating scenes from movies. And I had disassembled toy parts in my father's newly purchased robotic vacuum to assemble a new robotic dog, but it was all done alone. Doing such things alone felt entirely different from having someone accompany you. Alone, it was merely a way to kill time, the joy fleeting. But with someone else, even the most childish activities elicited a genuine, heartwarming joy, more authentic and reassuring. Those memories became all the more poignant. So, here you can only engage in futile endeavors. I truly cannot comprehend what is enjoyable about this, Riddle remarked, demonstrating through his actions that he was a man of his word, standing on the bank, observing me toil away for an entire afternoon without any inclination to join in. Very well, I declare my moment of sentimentality concluded. No, do not call me Rila. Refer to me as the deathly baboon, and you may call yourself the soul-stealing gorilla. Why were Riddle's hands so encrusted with mud? The sunlight spilled forth approximately 3 feet away from him, illuminating his flushed face, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, creating an oddly captivating beauty. We were excavating the foundation for a small house with sticks, and indeed, my emotions had returned once more. A code name, a moniker, can serve as a means for others to address you. Within that appellation, you need not be your true self, akin to donning a mask, allowing it to shield you from the peculiar gazes of others. I desire no such title. Riddle unearthed a stubborn stone and tossed it away with disdain. Then what do you wish for? A wild cobra, perhaps? But you must understand, in the presence of a gorilla, a cobra is utterly insignificant. Do you comprehend how a gorilla would deal with a cobra? Like soldiers in a film, crawling through grass in combat, I maneuvered beside him, one hand resting on his knee while the other gestured theatrically in the air. I pinched its head with 2 fingers and swung it violently, as I do now, until the cobra, disoriented and no longer resisting, would be consumed by the gorilla as one would snack on a treat. But you stated earlier that the cobra, Riddle could no longer restrain himself. Indeed, the cobra is among the most venomous snakes in the world. A single bite's venom potent enough to claim the lives of several adults. Yet, a gorilla is not an adult. It is heavier, stronger. The cobra's venom cannot kill it. It merely induces slumber. This I deduced from my past life when, as a child, I accidentally swallowed an entire apple seed while eating an apple, convinced I was doomed. I wept in bed, recalling a documentary that warned of the toxicity of apple seeds. Even when my father called me for dinner, I remained in my room, penning a farewell letter and contemplating the distribution of my meager inheritance. Upon discovering my plight, my father chuckled and explained that a minuscule dose of poison could not harm me. It would take several refrigerators worth of apple seeds to do so. You can play by yourself. Riddle suddenly stood, dusting off his clothes, and walked away with indifference. Had I spoken too much again? Oh, how I tend to ramble when I am joyful. Damn it, why can I never restrain myself? Chapter 6, The Black Snake. I lay comfortably on the grass, gazing up at the overcast sky, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. To be honest, these days have been the most pleasant I have experienced since my arrival here. Largely due to Riddle, one might even say entirely because of him. Riddle is taciturn, not fond of conversation, yet unlike other children who are unable to communicate, his silence stems from a desire for self-protection and caution. I could chatter endlessly without eliciting a response from him, yet he would never interrupt my flow of words. Would he? Although, if I spoke excessively, he would express his annoyance in his own manner. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Despite his perpetual gloom and less than warm demeanor towards me, he undeniably alleviated my solitude, which surpassed all else. Prolonged isolation had woven a barbed wire within my chest, brain, and mouth, leading me to doubt that this world was anything but an immense virtual reality. For an extended period, I struggled to accept that I was no longer in my original world, fantasizing daily that a fall or a deep slumber might return me there. Yet, With greater expectations came greater disappointments. I languished in a state of ennui, increasingly loathing this reality. Once, the sky would inspire a sense of elation, and the sight of beautiful flowers would affirm the joy of existence. Now, however, everything seemed shrouded in a dreary haze. Before Riddle's arrival, I often found myself sitting alone on stones, beneath trees, or even lying beneath beds or in cupboards, engaging in solitary dialogues within my mind. Occasionally, I would speak my thoughts aloud, questioning and answering myself, yet always felt a twinge of embarrassment and discomfort. I would ponder various matters, unsure of their correctness, spiraling into extremes without anyone to correct or interrupt my thoughts, often leaving me in a state of profound sadness and hysteria. Riddle's presence became a release for my overflowing loneliness. It was akin to a ball that, when struck, would bounce back. Do you understand that sensation? It was the feeling of being acknowledged, and how marvelous it was. Over these days, I have overheard others discussing Riddle, labeling him as dangerous, a freak, perhaps even a practitioner of sorcery. I said nothing, merely slipping fresh, dead mice into their garments. This morning, it seemed yet another 2-year-old child had perished. What was her name? I have forgotten. Regardless, as the weather grew colder, the death toll in the orphanage always surged, the causes typically being freezing, starvation, or illness. With so many deaths, I began to doubt whether those children even had names. At noon, while carrying my bowl, despite my utmost caution, the porridge was knocked to the ground by someone passing by. In the afternoon, Mrs. Kolf's elderly cat took advantage of my slumber to urinate profusely upon me, thoroughly soaking my clothes. I was utterly exasperated. It was now autumn, and my damp attire clung to me, mingling with the foul odor of cat urine that nearly made me retch. Starving, I spent considerable time and effort cleaning myself, changing into my only other set of clothing, and washing the soiled garments. I hung my clothes on a branch, yet even as the wind blew, I could still detect that nauseating odor in the air. When I finally finished my tasks and arrived at the dining hall, I was met with merely a small bowl of boiled lettuce leaves for dinner. Tonight felt particularly chilly, and I was both cold and hungry. My little blanket was scarcely sufficient to ward off the autumn chill. A cluster of children huddled together for warmth, soundly asleep, while Riddle and I maintained our respective spaces. In my drowsiness, I unconsciously leaned closer to Riddle, fumbling to pull him into my embrace. He appeared to remain asleep, and his tiny body offered only a token resistance before yielding to me. Little Riddle was quite uncomfortable to hold. His temperature was somewhat low, and it took a while for me to warm him. By morning, Riddle was no longer in my arms, and his absence was notable. Really, he could have called me when he arose. However, I was too ravenous to dwell on this, my legs feeling like limp noodles, hardly my own. As I crawled to the dining hall, breakfast consisted once again of boiled lettuce leaves. Sigh. Today, a middle-aged man clad in a suit arrived at the orphanage. Without a doubt, he was there to adopt a child that suited his fancy. However, allow me to state a brutal truth. Genuine adopters seldom visit the orphanage throughout the year. Rather, they likely seek cheap labor. Mrs. Kolf summoned us, gathering us in the open space. She whispered to the man, who surveyed the timid faces of the children with the eyes of a rat, as if appraising a heap of goods. I had long since hidden away when Mrs. Kolf called us. The man continued to be selective, measuring the children with a cloth tape or lifting them briefly to gauge their weight, nodding occasionally in judgment. This was merely a transaction disguised as adoption. A sudden pang of bitterness surged within me, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping my being, as a thick, murky breath lodged itself in my chest. Riddle was nowhere to be found in the crowd, and I felt a fleeting relief. Had I seen him treated in such a manner, I would surely have wept. I searched several times, yet Riddle eluded me. Growing somewhat bored, I retreated to my secret haven, adorning my cave with withered branches, thus passing the entire afternoon. By the time I returned, that man had already departed. It seemed that 2 children were missing from the throng. I scoured the orphanage, ultimately discovering Riddle behind the church, leaning against a white birch, seated on the ground. Relief washed over me. He was still there, yet I chastised myself for my selfishness. I could not demonize the notion of adoption simply because I wished for Riddle to remain. Undoubtedly, there were benevolent adopters among them. With a light-hearted stride, I approached Riddle, only to be startled by what lay before him, a thick black snake, as wide as a thumb. It hissed ominously at Riddle. In a flash, I darted in front of him, delivering a forceful kick that struck the serpent squarely, causing it to spiral through the air before landing a short distance away in a thicket. Riddle's expression darkened as he stood, glancing at me and then at the underbrush, where the snake had vanished without a trace. You were frightened, weren't you? It's all right. I'm here, I reassured him as I moved closer, opening my arms in an attempt to embrace him, offering comfort, though my body trembled uncontrollably from fear, my voice wavering. I wondered if the snake was venomous. He stepped back, avoiding my embrace. Riddle then turned past me towards the thicket, emitting a peculiar sound that was unsettlingly reminiscent of the snake's hissing. The snake reemerged, its head peeking out from beneath a decaying piece of wood, hissing as if responding to Riddle. It cautiously slithered past me, coiling at his feet. "I can converse with it," Riddle proclaimed, his voice brimming with pride, his eyes gleaming with a hint of crimson. He could not contain his excitement over this extraordinary ability, asserting, "They cannot. Only I, unique among them, can." This realization astonished me. The premise felt strikingly familiar, akin to a Disney fairy tale where a princess, with a tragic past and enchanting beauty, converses with woodland creatures and possesses a sprinkling of magic. The only missing element was her spinning and singing melodiously. The image of Riddle, in a flowing pink gown, joyfully singing, "Oh, I am Riddle, born in an orphanage, where I am always hungry and cold," made me chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" His voice jolted me from my whimsical reverie. "Ha ha ha ha, I just thought of a princess," I replied, unable to contain my mirth, and explained to him that those princesses could speak with animals and wield magic. Suddenly, a dark mass lunged towards me, a slick sensation brushing against my face, and I screamed as Riddle hurled the snake at me. In a flurry, the snake, seemingly more terrified than I was, tumbled away and quickly retreated into the thicket. Riddle stormed off in a fury. I found myself increasingly bewildered by this world. I had once believed it to be ordinary, yet Riddle's presence deepened my confusion. Some possessed peculiar abilities, while others were utterly mundane. Yet, ultimately, this world seemed devoid of goodness, with no refuge in sight. I could not discern a way back to where I belonged. Since that day of my arrival, there had been no rain as torrential as that which accompanied my journey here. As the afternoon wore on, my idle thoughts, muddled by the reflections of earlier, left me feeling rather discontented. I fixated on a stone before me for several minutes, hoping for a miracle, my gaze nearly entranced. I mused that if this were a book, Riddle, being so exceptional, must surely be the protagonist. Thus, as his companion, I too must possess some unique quality, perhaps a hint of magic. Yet, the stone remained obstinately inert. Enough of this, I resolved. I shall seek out Riddle and see what he is up to. Finding Riddle had become one of my small pleasures. He was not in the council hall, nor in the sleeping quarters, and not in the storeroom either. Where could he be? I pushed open the basement door, and in the shadows, I saw two boys pinning someone against a trash-laden wooden table. Seizing the moment, the restrained individual bit the hand of one boy holding him, only to be swiftly subdued again. It was then that I realized it was Riddle, and I fought against the urge to flee. "Blasted fool, if I don't deal with you today, you'd best skedaddle," the taller boy, who was leading the assault on Riddle, growled at me. I stood frozen, like a statue, at the door, forcing myself to remain calm, one hand hidden behind the door, trembling uncontrollably. "Mrs. Cole," I managed, my mouth suddenly dry, my throat parched, my nerves tingling. "Mrs. Cole said she saw you and sent me to warn you." The boys hesitated momentarily, but then the leader scoffed. "You think I believe you? You're always with this freak. You're trying to save him, aren't you? Thinking you're a hero? How laughable." The other two boys erupted into raucous laughter, and I suspected they might laugh themselves into fits. The leader spat on Riddle's face in a show of dominance, glaring at me as if hoping to provoke fear. "Get lost, or you'll get it too." I felt cold sweat on my forehead, my eyes darting around for anything that could serve as a weapon, while I retorted, "You're merely relying on your own strength." Suddenly, scattered wooden stools on the floor trembled and levitated, poised as if to strike the back of the boy's head. Oh, while the stools lacked force, the inexplicable phenomenon was enough to incite their terror. Ah, demons! I was shoved to the ground, watching as they fled in panic, and I exhaled a weary sigh of relief. After lingering at the door for a moment, I hesitated before stepping inside. Riddle had his back to me, his face obscured, but I could see the flush in his temples and ears. I turned away, feigning interest in the moss-covered earthen wall, my face burning with heat, and spoke in a feigned casual tone. "I won't tell anyone. I didn't see anything. It's of no consequence. They've done this to other boys. It's a trivial matter, a mere random occurrence. The best course of action is to let it pass." "Shut up, shut up, shut up," Riddle shouted, turning towards me. And in that moment, I caught sight of the tears glistening on his cheeks. He grabbed an old bottle from the table and hurled it at me in a fit of rage. I stumbled out in a rather disheveled manner. Clearly, what Riddle needed was not comfort, but merely solitude. As for me, it seems I have consistently failed to grasp this painfully obvious fact. I pondered that perhaps I should have pretended not to notice from the very beginning, preserving his fragile sense of pride. Which is the more humane approach, to endure complete humiliation or to let others witness his vulnerable and humiliating side? It appears that our friendship may have truly come to an end. From his perspective, I would also be reluctant to allow others to see my own moments of disgrace. Sigh. Riddle's voice interrupted my reverie from behind. Why are you still here? I shuddered, immediately standing up and turning to face him. His expression had returned to its usual demeanor. Chapter 7. The Fight. They might come back, and I am here to prevent that. I buried my face in my arms and muttered. The chill of the October winds swept through the surroundings. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, I sensed his stillness beside me and couldn't help but glance over. He was standing on the stone steps, hands in his pockets, the wind tousling his hair, revealing his smooth forehead. He neither looked at me nor anything else, lost in his own thoughts. What are you thinking about? I finally couldn't resist asking. Are you wondering if I will spill your secret? I won't, I assured him. Or are you concerned about potential retaliation? I conceded that such a possibility did indeed exist. Riddle remained silent. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to my occasional verbosity, yet I wished he would be a bit more loquacious. Let's not discuss that matter any further. Riddle said, you do talk a lot. All right, I will refrain from mentioning it, I replied, guessing that he had already devised his plan for revenge. It seems my tendency to ramble is not a recent development. This was the first time he explicitly pointed it out. Riddle sat beside me, stating, no one here is quite like you. I understood that he was implying I spoke too much, while the other children in the orphanage could hardly muster a word. Nevertheless, I felt the need to defend myself. I sometimes find myself lost in thought, or rather, it's not so much a preference as it is an uncontrollable urge to ponder. However, I am not one to indulge in self-destruction. Once I think of something, I express it. By voicing these thoughts, they dissipate from my mind, creating space for clarity. I was not attempting to vex Riddle, who appeared to be troubled as he ruffled his hair. I noted a peculiar flush on his face, reminiscent of ripe persimmons in late autumn. After a moment, he turned his head away, his voice as soft as a feather. Thank you. My eyes widened. And though I spoke softly, I definitely heard him. Experience taught me to remain silent, to avoid disrupting this rare moment of tenderness. As it turned out, I was indeed correct. A silence enveloped us, as if he were contemplating whether to open the door of his heart a fraction wider. Why do you not feel fear? Do you not consider me a freak? How could I? In fact, I too have been labeled a freak. I jumped up, responding almost instantaneously. They are the true freaks. Bullying others for reasons they themselves cannot articulate, arbitrarily defining others. Is it an attempt to assert dominance and highlight their superiority through the oppression of others? Is it a means of masking their own insecurities and cowardice? Or perhaps to ensure they are not ostracized or isolated? Regardless of the reason, they are simply a group of underdeveloped minds. Is this how you comfort yourself? Riddle blinked, stating, though we are clad in human attire, we still abide by the law of the jungle. The strong prevail, and being bullied has but one cause, your weakness. What you say is merely a fragment of the truth. Once we reach adulthood, we can leave the orphanage for other places. You will discover that there are environments where being a weakling does not equate to being bullied. I asserted. The world does not entirely adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. Riddle offered an enigmatic smile, perhaps in agreement. He gazed at me, his eyes harboring an insight I could not contest. In places where oppression seems absent, it is merely because humility and gentleness serve as the best strategies, maximizing benefits without provoking resistance. Riddle observed me quietly, seemingly awaiting my response. I found myself at a loss to counter his assertions. They were grounded in reality, undeniable facts we could not overlook. You are right, and I am not mistaken either. The world is vast and exceedingly intricate. Survival of the fittest is but one component of it. In essence, it is all essentially the same. Riddle lowered his gaze to his shoes, evidently disinclined to continue debating this topic. I placed my hand on his shoulder. Hey, let us not dwell on this matter. Instead, allow me to share a secret about myself. What secret? The reason others call you an idiot? Riddle's words were sharply unkind. No. They label me an idiot for a singular reason, their lack of refinement. What I wish to convey is something different. I leaned closer to him, speaking earnestly. I am not from this time and space. Riddle's expression grew complex. He furrowed his brow, turning to scrutinize my face, searching for evidence of deception or jest. Just like your magic, there exist many incredible phenomena in this world. Once I opened my mouth, the words flowed freely. I began to recount how I was thrust into this world during a torrential downpour, how I transformed into this girl on the brink of death. Riddle remained silent throughout, not even posing a single question. He simply stared at me intently, his gaze deeper than usual, as if a swirling black universe lay hidden in the depths of his eyes, ready to consume me entirely. The eerie sensation I felt upon first meeting him resurfaced. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. So, this is why they call you a monster? There is no need to fabricate such nonsense to draw closer to me. Riddle's voice bore a hint of indignation. All right. I am certain that Riddle absorbed none of my words, nor did he believe a single one. I sheepishly rubbed my nose. To expect him to accept such an unprovable tale would indeed be absurd. However, I did not feel particularly defeated or emotional about it. I had harbored this secret within for far too long, so long that it seemed shrouded in dust, causing me to almost forget my own memories, leading me to believe I was indeed this girl, and that the experiences belonging to me were merely what they described as the devil's memories. After confiding this secret to Riddle, I felt a sense of relief and clarity wash over me, accompanied by a hint of comfort. In this unfamiliar world, I now had someone to help me remember my secret. I was no longer alone, guarding a secret that resembled mere nonsense. Riddle shot me a disapproving glance and stood up to leave. I reached for his arm, but he deftly evaded me. I meant no mockery. If you believe my words to be mere nonsense, then consider them unspoken, all right? Riddle scoffed softly, casting me a fleeting glance. Suddenly, my arm stung sharply, and I reflexively released my grasp on him, watching helplessly as Riddle's small figure vanished from my sight. That night, as I lay in bed, Riddle continued to ignore me. I rubbed my head in frustration. How irritating, truly irritating. However, the advantages of sharing this matter with him were unmistakable. In his presence, I no longer felt the tension that once accompanied my every utterance of contemporary vocabulary, desperately scrambling to justify or obscure my words. From that moment on, I felt free to proclaim, hey, cars a century from now will emit far less smoke, and engines will not roar as loudly. He understood, he truly did. In fact, there were many terms that required no further explanation on my part. This alleviated much of the sense of alienation I had previously experienced. Additionally, I was quite curious about how he would retaliate, for I was certain he would. That day arrived swiftly. A week later, on Halloween, the orphanage organized an outdoor excursion to a coastal area not far away. I wondered whose brilliant idea that was. The coastline in November was grim, the sky overcast, clouds dense, and the biting wind howled as it whipped up waves that crashed violently against the shore, producing a dull roar. Seagulls shivered, no longer soaring, but instead taking refuge behind a solitary rock, emitting mournful cries. I hugged my body tightly, crouching behind a rock. At that moment, I spotted Riddle and the two boys who had once bullied him, straying beyond Mrs. Cole's prescribed limits, heading towards the far side of the coast. I followed cautiously, not daring to draw too close for fear of being detected. I suspected Riddle had noticed me, yet he did not shoo me away, perhaps for the sake of his own scheme, and I wisely chose not to approach. After they entered a cave, I hesitated for a moment before trailing after them. Hey, where's the treasure you mentioned? The taller boy shoved him, causing him to stumble and fall against the hard rock, slowly rising afterward. You're not deceiving us, are you? You claim to have obtained that artifact, granting you your peculiar abilities. Of course, I am not deceiving you. The treasure lies deep within the cave, Riddle replied languidly, his voice curling like a wisp of smoke, lulling his companions into a trance, unknowingly stepping into his trap. The two boys fell silent, merely trailing behind Riddle into the dim, cold cave, which was eerily quiet, instilling a sense of dread within me. Not long after, I beheld a vast, concealed gray lake at the cave's depths. The lake's surface mirrored the surrounding darkness, deep and chilling, as if it were a resting place for some ancient power. The atmosphere was shadowy and foreboding, evoking a profound unease. I gradually sensed that something was amiss. The two boys appeared as if they had lost their very souls, standing motionless by the lake's edge like wooden figures. Come out, Riddle's voice echoed, sending a shiver down my spine. Wearing a facade of forced cheerfulness, I reluctantly emerged from my hiding place, my curiosity drawn to the two boys. What have you done to them? I whispered, passing by the boys to stand beside Riddle. Chapter 8. The Cellar. The events that transpired in the cave remained a secret known only to Riddle and me. Those two boys, no matter how Mrs. Cole interrogated them, could only muster a feeble response. We were just playing. Yet, it was evident to anyone paying attention that they were not the same as before. Yet, pinpointing the exact change eluded articulation, leaving Mrs. Cole to dismiss the matter, muttering about sending them to a mental institution. It was only much later that I realized she was not referring to those boys, but rather to Riddle and me. Regardless, that was a matter for another time. Riddle and I continued to reside in the orphanage without fear, for he asserted that as long as others feared him, no one would dare bully him. I lowered my gaze, unable to counter his claim, for in recent days, the tormentors who once mocked me had clearly vanished. I understood that this was all due to his protective aura. One particular day at the end of November felt distinct. Early in the morning, Mrs. Cole and Granny Martha were organizing older children for a thorough cleaning, top to bottom, inside and out, scrubbing floors and dusting chandeliers until every corner sparkled. Although the room remained shabby, it was considerably cleaner. Afterward, Granny Martha procured fresh clothing for us to wear. One could surmise that such elaborate preparations signaled the arrival of the board. Thus, when they arrived, the room would be immaculate, and we would appear so neat and tidy that one might be led to believe we were genuinely well cared for. Each time the board visited, they would ramble on about gratitude to God and the bishop. I hardly absorbed a word. Beside me, Riddle bobbed his adorable head in a drowsy haze. I suspected he felt the same. I tugged at the hem of Riddle's shirt, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, and led him to a patch of overgrown woods behind the chapel. A few days prior, I had discovered a beehive nestled within a rocky crevice, about the size of a baby's head. Now, in winter, the hive was brimming with honey, and after such a long absence from sweetness, my mouth watered in anticipation. As we walked, I shared with Riddle the intricate process of how bees gather pollen to create honey, assuring him of my special beekeeping skills that would keep us safe from stings. However, it was entirely unforeseen that both Riddle and I would end up stung, resulting in swollen welts. According to my plan, if we ran fast enough, we would evade any stings. Riddle was furious, claiming he should not have trusted me. But how could I have predicted that I would stumble and land on him, causing him to topple as well? Nonetheless, all grievances vanished when I brought the honey to his lips. He watched in silence as I processed the honey, which, once filtered, yielded only a small bowl. Riddle gazed longingly, and I mirrored his anticipation as we scooped a spoonful, boiling it with water to drink, resolving to save the remainder for the following day. Yet, after dinner, I succumbed to temptation. Stealthily, I transported the honey from our secret haven, and it was evident that Riddle shared the same intent. We each held our wooden bowls, diluting the precious liquid beneath the tap, and retreated to an unnoticed corner, leaning against the stone wall, savoring the honey water in small sips as though it were an elixir of life, relishing each precious drop. That night, the moon shone brightly, and countless stars hung overhead, creating a vast tapestry of celestial bodies against the immense black canvas of the night sky. In that fleeting moment, I felt as if I were teetering on the brink of a great void, as insignificant as a speck of dust, helplessly drawn in by the gravitational pull of solitude. Much like countless times before, when solitude tormented me to the point of desperation, I would always reach out, attempting to grasp something, a dream perhaps, so that I might anchor myself amidst the sea of loneliness. Riddle, have you ever contemplated what you wish to pursue in the future? Riddle remained his usual reticent self, offering no reply. The distortion within me compelled me to continue speaking. I yearn for a life of unbridled freedom, unrestrained by the loneliness that drives one to act against their own desires, nor shrinking behind a mask of pretense due to the judgments of others. Riddle remained silent. I sensed that during these recent days, I had been the sole voice in our dialogue while he donned his facade. I was unfazed by the mask he wore. I feigned ignorance of his masquerade, and I was even willing to uphold it for a lifetime without ever unmasking him. I understood that he was far more complex than he appeared, much like a mysterious black hole that enticed me to unravel its secrets. It was nighttime. I was still enveloped in sweet slumber when I was abruptly awakened. Through the sparse twinkling of starlight outside my window, I discerned it was Riddle, half kneeling beside me, his large eyes blinking at me in earnestness. My stomach hurts. His voice was scarcely audible, barely rising above a whisper. In a daze, I took a moment to comprehend. And then it dawned on me. It was the honey water that had caused this discomfort. A wave of guilt surged within me. After all, I was no longer a child. How could I have forgotten such a trivial matter? Riddle, so slight of frame, had suffered from spoiled honey, and I had compounded the issue by diluting it with cold water, adding poison to poison. The only explanation for my lack of immediate reaction was that my constitution was sturdier than his. I rose and, fumbling in the dimness, gathered him into my embrace, brushing my fingers against his forehead, only to find it slick with cold sweat. Do you need to use the restroom? I recalled that spoiled food often leads to diarrhea. He shook his head, his soft hair brushing against my chin, tickling me slightly. That's good, I thought, relieved that it didn't seem too grave. I rubbed my hands together to warm them before placing my heated palms on his belly, feeling the warmth of his small stomach, which was flat and taut, and I could sense the outline of his bones beneath my fingers. I gently massaged his abdomen, while my other hand wiped away the beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead and neck. When one hand tired, I would switch to the other, fervently hoping for him to recover swiftly. Feeling better? I inquired, but soon realized he had drifted off to sleep in my arms. Exhaustion overcame me as well, and I eventually succumbed to slumber, still holding him close. When I awoke the following morning, Riddle was no longer nestled in my embrace, such an awkward fellow. Bilestrabs had been restless in recent days, never forgetting his lost plush dog. He was adamant that someone had stolen it, and eventually, this belief morphed into a pretext for violence, as numerous children found themselves on the receiving end of his accusations, suffering from his unfounded claim. I suspect you stole my plush dog. He had even come to suspect that it was the two of us who had pilfered it, and despite my adamant denials, proclaiming he was merely speaking nonsense, a confrontation was unavoidable. And so, we clashed after dinner that very day. The specifics elude my memory. But I recall standing in line with Riddle, each of us holding our small wooden bowls, waiting to rinse them beneath the faucet. Bilestrabs charged in from behind, abruptly kicking Riddle in the back, causing him to stumble and fall, his bowl spinning and crashing to the dusty ground. A surge of fury filled me instantaneously. I swung my bowl at Bilestrabs, but my grip faltered, and I missed. In a fit of rage, I lunged at him, grappling fiercely. His entourage of followers soon descended upon us like a swarm. I was the first to strike, biting and kicking at those who rushed me. I sustained a gash on my forehead, blood streaming down and smearing my face, and lost a tooth in the fray. I was pinned down by another child, while Riddle was subdued on the ground by Bilestrabs, unable to move. In a moment of desperation, I felt a dark wind sweep past me, and when I regained my senses, they lay sprawled on the ground. Ultimately, this vicious brawl was discovered by Mrs. Kolf, and the children scrambled away, colliding with her as they fled. In the end, those of us involved in the fight were confined to prevent any further altercations, separated into different cellars. That peculiar dark wind must have been Riddle's doing, yet I did not inquire further, nor did he elaborate. Pain coursed through my face, my flesh clammy with cold sweat, and my muscles trembled uncontrollably. However, when I glimpsed Bilestrabs and his cohorts, their injuries were far worse than mine, and a swell of pride surged within me, as I held my head high like a victor, despite the inevitable scolding from Mrs. Kolf. Most importantly, I had managed to protect Riddle well. He bore only a few bruises. In that moment, the physical pain I endured seemed trivial. As Mrs. Kolf dragged us into the cellar, the sky had begun to darken ominously. She did not specify how long we would be confined. It all depended on her mood and whether she remembered who she had punished, for she was quite prone to forget. I recalled the last child confined in this cellar, a 6-year-old boy who had been locked away for a week and was found lifeless upon discovery. The thought of that boy sent a shiver down my spine, and I feared the next moment would bring me face to face with his restless spirit. The cellar was devoid of light, dark and damp, with only the locked iron door serving as our sole exit. Chapter 9. The Rabbit. Riddle found a corner piled high with straw and curled up within it, while I searched for any possible means of escape. Unfortunately, the gloom was overwhelming, and I had to abandon my quest. Riddle, I called softly, settling beside him and giving him a gentle nudge. The faint light filtering through the door crevice cast little illumination, leaving us shrouded in darkness. Riddle responded with a languid murmur, offering no further reply. My worry deepened, fearing he might have sustained an injury during the scuffle. After all, he had seemed fine when Mrs. Kolf brought us in. Are you hurt? Let me see. I urgently tried to lift him, his small frame yielding effortlessly to my movements. No, I'm dizzy. Don't move me, came his feeble voice, strained against discomfort. It took me a moment to recall that during the brawl, I had seen him being held down while they struck at his head, likely causing a swelling. I ceased my movements, allowing him to lean against me, one hand resting on his small head, probing in the darkness to assess his condition. Indeed, I discovered a large, swollen area on the back of his skull, hot to the touch. Once I located it, I dared not prod further. Night had fully enveloped us, and the surrounding darkness felt as though it could consume us at any moment. My thoughts were in disarray. I longed for the clarity of my former world, where I would know precisely what to do. Riddle's shallow breaths brushed against my abdomen, and soon I felt the warmth of moisture from his breathing. To ensure he could breathe easily, I adjusted his position, straightening my legs and deliberately avoiding the swollen part of his head, letting him rest on my thighs, face up, his injured head suspended in the air. Regrettably, it wasn't long before my legs began to tingle with numbness, compelling me to carefully shift Riddle aside. In the dark, I rearranged the straw pile to spread it out, then lay beside him, draping some straw over both of us. I cautiously positioned Riddle's head against my chest, ensuring it did not touch the swollen area, and wrapped one arm around his neck, pulling him close. This was an easy feat, especially since I towered over him. After my various adjustments, the surroundings finally fell silent. Riddle stirred slightly in my embrace, his soft voice tinged with nasal congestion, murmuring, "I feel unwell." The emotions I had been tightly suppressing surged forth at Riddle's words, a wave of bittersweet sorrow overwhelming me, and tears streamed down my face, mingling with the blood from the wound on my forehead, imparting a metallic tang to my mouth. It took me quite some time to regain my composure. "Do not worry. I am here for you," I uttered, only to realize my voice trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it would have been better left unspoken. The silence enveloped the air, devoid of any response from Riddle. I took his small, delicate hands, which were cool and slightly rough, into my palms. They were so small and lacked any warmth that soon my hands too felt chilled. I pressed his icy hands against my gently warming neck, the frigid sensation sending a shiver down my spine. "It's all right, Riddle. I will always be by your side." Yet, despite my reassuring words, my mind could not help but recall the ghost stories I had heard before, along with the boy who had perished in this very cellar. Shifting uncomfortably on the prickly straw beneath me, I grimaced in pain. After a considerable time, Riddle's breathing gradually steadied, suggesting he had fallen asleep. However, I remained awake, the blood on my forehead having coagulated, leaving the skin feeling parched and taut. The wind occasionally slipped through the cracks of the door, producing a tearing sound that set my nerves on edge, making me wonder if the deceased boy was laughing. The intermittent squeaks of mice echoed throughout the desolate cellar, sending chills down my spine. As I began to drift into slumber, I could even feel something crawling on my feet, my hands, and the wound on my forehead. The mere realization of this sent a jolt through me, banishing any semblance of sleep, and a cold shiver coursed through me as the mice, nibbling at my shoes, scurried away in fright. The image of the boy's pale, rigid corpse haunted me, much like those bothersome, persistent mice, always resurfacing in my thoughts just as I was about to succumb to sleep. I fell asleep in a state of unsettling anxiety, waking several times in a haze, my slumber far from restful. In the morning, the soft orange sunlight streamed through the cracks of the door, casting a warm glow on the floor before us. I remained in the same position as yesterday, tightly holding Riddle, who was still asleep in my arms. One side of my body had gone numb, losing all sensation, and I gently nudged him with my still functioning arm. After several attempts, he finally stirred awake. "Could you please sit up for a moment? My arm has gone numb." I had overestimated myself. I noticed his small face flush slightly as he quickly scrambled to his feet, creating distance between us. "How are you, Riddle?" "Let me see," I said, shaking my arm, but he evaded my gaze, as if yesterday's vulnerability had been but an illusion. Riddle scrutinized my face for a moment, hesitating as he seemed to recall the blood smeared across my skin. "It's merely a scratch, nothing serious, just looks frightening." Riddle appeared to contemplate something, then kicked the iron door beside him, the dull thud echoing in my mind. "Once we get out, I shall ensure they suffer." His fierce declaration suggested he had recovered from whatever ailment had plagued him. "They have suffered greatly at our hands, have they not? Perhaps even double the torment." Riddle turned his head, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as he venomously declared, "What is that? I will make them suffer tenfold, but they will surely retaliate, causing us even greater misery." I attempted to reason with him. "That is only because we did not inflict enough pain. If we terrify them, they will never dare to bully us again." Riddle's voice lowered, a flush creeping from his neck to his pale cheeks, his tone growing increasingly fervent. His demeanor frightened me, and I could not help but recall the events in the seaside cave when he bore a similar expression. Those two boys moving towards the depths of the lake like puppets obeying a command. "Riddle, calm down. I do not oppose your sentiments. I merely feel there is no need for everyone to fear us. After all, you are scared, aren't you? Such a coward." "Am I afraid? Riddle, are you speaking with your eyes wide open?" I felt aggrieved, having taken the brunt of the blows, only to be chastised for lacking courage. He seemed to realize his words had misstepped, falling silent and turning his head away, unable to meet my gaze. "Do as you wish. If you seek revenge, then retaliate. Be it tenfold or 100-fold, it matters not. I am not significantly older than you, nor am I more intelligent. Do as you please. I shall not interfere." Just as I did that day in the cave, I had no desire for further conversation. The gnawing hunger in my stomach was making me dizzy. It was time to devise a plan for our escape. It was already morning, and breakfast had not yet arrived. Mrs. Cole must have genuinely forgotten about us. Idleness was no longer an option. I swept my straw-like hair from my eyes and peered through the crack of the iron door, glancing outside. It was eerily quiet, devoid of life. The entrance to our cellar was situated at the back of the church, surrounded by dense trees, low shrubs, and sprawling thickets. A place seldom visited by anyone throughout the year. "Hello, is anyone there? Help, please." I cried out repeatedly, yet no one appeared. Initially, I felt no hunger, but now the gnawing sensation was driving me to the brink of madness. I called out through the crack until my strength waned, collapsing onto the ground. Riddle, appearing equally unwell, slumped against the wall, devoid of the will to argue with me. I could not tell if it was my relentless shouting that finally drew attention, but as the sun began to dip in the afternoon sky, a small figure appeared. I immediately recognized her as Candy, the girl who had attempted to speak to me at the start, but had been chastised by Jenna. My heart soared with joy, and I began to shout, "Candy, over here." Candy was truly a good child. After a moment's hesitation, she rushed toward us. In the end, Candy summoned Grandma Martha, who opened the door. Riddle, now too weak from hunger to walk, needed my support to reach the hall. Grandma Martha generously provided us each with a small slice of bread, a rare treat, for I had only been given such a luxury once during my time here. As I bit into the somewhat stale bread, I felt tears of joy welling up in my eyes. It was not until the next morning that I informed Grandma Martha that Billis Tabbs and the others were still in another cellar. Riddle was furious at this revelation, believing I should have kept it to myself. Heavens, I waited all night to tell Grandma Martha precisely to spare your feelings. If I hadn't who knows what might have happened? Billis Tabbs learned it was I who had informed Grandma Martha, preventing them from remaining in the cellar for an entire week. When he faced me, he seemed somewhat awkward, and after that, Billis Tabbs and his friends ceased to harass us. At that moment, I genuinely thought our grievances with Billis Tabbs had come to an end, but I had not accounted for Riddle's feelings on the matter. A few months later, Billis Tabbs acquired a small rabbit. The creature was pure white, soft and fluffy, with beady red eyes that cautiously surveyed its surroundings, utterly adorable. All the children longed to touch it, yet none dared to make the request due to Billis Tabbs' domineering presence. I too wished to pet such a lovely creature. Who wouldn't want to? That day, I was in the desolate woods behind the orphanage, preparing a birthday gift for Riddle's upcoming celebration. One day, a ball inadvertently rolled into the room of Mrs. Cole and Grandma Martha. On Mrs. Cole's desk, I stumbled upon our dossier, and my curiosity was piqued by the information regarding Riddle. I reached out and opened the aged, thin booklet and found Riddle's details without much difficulty. Tom Marvolo Riddle, born on the night of December 31st, 1926, at the Wolves Orphanage. His mother died from complications 1 hour post-delivery. What a splendid day that was. Unlike my own, which fell on February 29th, a rather unfortunate date. A succinct line inscribed on yellowed paper, accompanied by several names, all sharing the moniker Tom. This line offered no insight into the identity of his father, nor did it reveal his mother's name. The only useful information I could extract was his date of birth, December 31st, 1 month hence. Chapter 10, Qualification. Sally was on the brink of death. Mrs. Cole attributed it to the winter, claiming the flu had developed into tuberculosis. She lay in the bed of the westernmost room in the church, coughing incessantly day and night. And Mrs. Cole forbade us from approaching. Yet, it was unnecessary for her to say so. No one dared to come near. Her body was covered in phlegm and vomit. Her clothes damp and foul-smelling, draped in a thin blanket that was as dark and grimy as the floor. I rarely spoke to her, but once, while passing by that room, I heard a raspy voice calling for water, water. Summoning my courage, I poured a large cup of water and placed it beside her bedside. Her pallid face bore dark circles beneath her eyes, and she was too weak to lift a hand. I felt fear. For despite having lingered here for so long and having experienced my own death, I could never grow numb to the confrontation with mortality. That very night, Sally succumbed. I knew not if she had sipped the water I had poured for her. Riddle once asked me, what happens when one dies? Such a naive question. One that adults never ponder. You feel nothing at all. That is simply the end. I replied, when a person dies, the body is placed in a small box. Sometimes a coffin. Their relatives or friends conduct a funeral. If there are none, they are wrapped in a sack and discarded with the refuse to be cremated. His beautiful black pupils reflected an inscrutable thought, his expression slightly awkward as he hesitated before asking, does everyone die? Indeed. Yet, do not despair. I carelessly stuffed leaves into my mouth and spat them out, casually suggesting, before we die, we can envision our own funerals. Hey, Riddle, you could be the officiant at my funeral, pen a poem for me, or I could compose one beforehand for you to recite. Riddle regarded me with a peculiar expression, as if it were our first acquaintance. Nothing is eternal. All things elude the grasp of time. Even the cosmos, ancient as it may be, shall face its demise. Death is, perhaps, one of the simplest occurrences in the universe. The simplest things are often imbued with profound meanings. I said, lying on a grassy slope on a rare fine day, drowsiness overtakes me. I was uncertain if Riddle comprehended. Death is merely death, devoid of ascension to heaven or descent to hell, and not like the animated tales where one continues to exist in the realm of the dead. What a poetic and romantic notion, that true death is when no one remembers you. What does a 7-year-old child understand of death, with so many disappointments yet to come? He may interpret death in his own way. After much contemplation, I devised a gift for Riddle, a dream catcher fashioned from assorted scraps of fabric, twigs, and feathers. Riddle had always suffered from poor sleep. He frequently endured nightmares, exacerbated by his peculiar ability, which had caused dust from the ceiling to rain down upon me. And on several occasions, his bed had levitated. Perfection in a bedmate is a rarity, is it not? Yet, he was unwilling to discuss it with me. When I pointed out that he screamed and sweated profusely in his dreams, he angrily retorted that I should refrain from mentioning it again. At that moment, I gazed at the somewhat peculiar dream catcher in my hands, turning it over repeatedly. After a while, I adorned it with a few more feathers. This small trinket, from the gathering of materials to near completion, while concealing it from Riddle, consumed nearly a month of my time. Tomorrow marks Riddle's birthday. I can finally present it to him, hoping it will bring him sweet dreams and banish his nightmares. As I returned, I noticed Riddle embroiled in a quarrel with Billy Stubbs from a distance. By the time I rushed over, they had already separated. Riddle's lips were pressed tightly together. His eyes still bearing a hint of the ferocity that had not yet dissipated, his shoulders slightly hunched as if he were a beast poised to strike. This sight unnerved me. I suppressed my fear and inquired repeatedly about the altercation, but he turned away and fled, ignoring me entirely. His expression cold and dismissive as if we had never shared laughter or friendship. I wrapped myself in a small blanket, resolved to disregard it. After all, I was not anyone significant to him, and I need not worry incessantly. Yet, my heart hung heavy with concern. I feared retaliation from Billy Stubbs, and was equally apprehensive about Riddle's potential for further recklessness. In the dim light of dawn, I awoke groggily and instinctively glanced to the side, only to find Riddle's spot empty. He was gone. I jolted awake, scrambling to my feet. His bedding still radiated warmth, indicating he had not been gone long. I donned my clothes and descended from the bed, slipping the dreamcatcher into my pocket. After circling the area several times, I finally located him in the storeroom. However, the scene before me left me utterly shocked. Billy Stubbs's rabbit dangled precariously from a rope high above, thrashing in midair, its legs kicking wildly as it struggled, emitting bizarre cries born of anguish. Riddle stood nearby, his face pale and utterly bewildered, clearly unprepared for my unexpected arrival. At that moment, I cast aside my reservations, swiftly stacking chairs to climb onto the cupboard. Thank heavens, my small limbs proved agile enough to reach the topmost shelf. Stretching out my hand, I realized the rabbit was still a distance away. Watching its struggles weaken, I bit down hard and leaped, seizing the rope. The fragile cord could not withstand my weight. It snapped, and I fell heavily to the unforgiving stone floor. Agonizing pain shot through my left arm, and tears welled in my eyes. The rabbit lay lifeless, convulsing once before falling utterly still. A fragile life extinguished that night in this orphanage, where a child dies all too frequently, so insignificant and trivial, scarcely worth mentioning. I trembled as I cradled the rabbit. Its head drooped lifelessly, devoid of any signs of life. Beneath my palm, its fur was as I had imagined, soft, silky, still holding a trace of warmth, as though it had not truly perished. Yet its once vibrant red eyes were now devoid of color, wide open and marred by ghastly blood vessels. My mind was momentarily paralyzed, taking an eternity to accept this reality. I raised my gaze to Riddle, whose body was rigid, his complexion ashen, and his eyes betraying a sense of unease and trepidation. His voice was hoarse, the words he longed to utter caught in his throat, ultimately left unspoken. You wish for me to confess, do you? Who do you think you are? I refuse. I warn you, you had best keep this to yourself, or else. He shouted, feigning ferocity, yet his voice trembled. Reminiscent of a blusterous cat, his threats were so feeble they could be easily seen through. A tumult of emotions brewed within me, complex enough to simmer a pot of porridge, rendering coherent thought nearly impossible. In that moment, my body instinctively took charge of my mind. I embraced him tightly. Riddle's words were interrupted by my embrace, abruptly halting mid-sentence. He froze for a second, startled by my action, before beginning to struggle desperately within my grasp. Do not be afraid. I will not reveal that it was you. You can trust me. I felt the pressure of his teeth on my arm lessen, gradually releasing, as he buried his head into my embrace before pushing me away. Let me help you, I implored. Perhaps in the future, I would weep in regret for my missteps. But for now, allow me to stand by his side. Riddle stared at the floor, glanced up at me, then returned his gaze downward. His tone utterly uncharacteristic of a 7-year-old, frigid and cruel. I wanted him to see. My temples throbbed as I endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm. Yet I could not let him know it was you, could I? To let his fury find no outlet. Yes. I gently stroked the rabbit's fur, my voice unnaturally composed. On your first day at the orphanage, it was you who cast Jenny Janis into the well, wasn't he it? Riddle neither denied nor affirmed it, thus confirming my suspicions. Did you ever consider that she might die? No, that well is shallow. Jenny Janis, Billy Stubbs, and those 2 boys, they provoked you, and you retaliated, which is understandable. However, Dick, Colin, and others did not wrong you. Why did you steal from them? I stated, the hesitation and turmoil I had endured gnawing at my nerves, rendering them fragile. Riddle, by nature proud, recognizing his errors meant losing him, something I desperately wished to avoid. This is wrong, Riddle. My voice took on a pleading tone. I am deeply concerned about what transpired in the cave. You claimed you understood boundaries, and I believed you. Indeed, you have not harmed them further, yet. Has the line of retribution now blurred? Riddle's countenance darkened suddenly. He took a step back, an elusive emotion flickering in his gaze, his voice now hoarse. Who do you think you are, and what right do you have to criticize me? I certainly have no right. The moisture in my eyes was forcefully suppressed once more. As I caressed the rabbit, its blood seemed to flow anew, drawn by some unseen magic, and I continued to stroke its fur with gentle motions. Gradually, I could genuinely feel its heartbeat returning, like a faint rhythm. As time passed, the rabbit struggled to rise, its limbs no longer slack by its sides but straightening instead. Its eyes opened, pupils shimmering with vitality, its delicate nose inhaling the surrounding air. The rabbit was reborn. Chapter 11. Do not overthink. What is happening? I lowered my head, my mind blank, gazing at my hands, feeling the chill creeping up my arm and into my very core. A chilling dread pierced my brain, and amidst the dizziness, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. When I awoke once more, I found myself lying in bed, with Riddle keeping vigil by my side. I thought you were dead. You have been lying here all morning. Riddle rested his arms, his head held high. I chuckled dryly, though it was hardly amusing. This was not the time for bravado. Riddle, comfort me. Say something kind, and I will feel much better. How is the rabbit? I still felt quite weak. It's strange that it hasn't died. Did you have a hand in it? I don't believe so. When a person briefly asphyxiates, they may enter a state of shock, I replied. Perhaps that rabbit simply wasn't dead after all. I shrugged, took a sip of water, and lay back down, feeling the small, uncomfortable object in my arms. Which reminded me that today was its birthday. Riddle, this is for you. It's a dream catcher. Native Americans hang it above their beds, as it is said to capture good dreams and dispel nightmares. Riddle held it for a long moment, his expression inscrutable. Why are you giving this to me? Shouldn't you first express gratitude? Happy birthday. Because it's your birthday, this is your birthday gift. Birthday? Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face, as if pondering the very concept of a birthday. Just as I was about to explain, he tucked the dream catcher into his chest pocket, his movements cautious, as if afraid of damaging it. Yet when he looked up, his face bore an air of indifference, as if to say, your gift, I shall begrudgingly accept. When is your birthday? February 29th, I replied, a dull ache in my head, my eyelids heavy, yearning for more sleep. Yet I persevered, grasping Riddle's hand. Please, let go of thoughts of revenge. Initially, you intended to repay in kind. But then the boundaries of vengeance became obscured. Riddle remained silent, his gaze evasive, slowly withdrawing his hand from mine. In the final moment, my other hand rested on his. Yet he swiftly pulled away. I preferred to believe that his inner turmoil had yet to find release rather than that he derived pleasure from wrongdoing. If you still wish for that rabbit to perish, I can make it happen right now. I observed the calmness of my own demeanor reflected in Riddle's astonished eyes. Or, should you ever desire that rabbit to die, you may seek me out at any time. Really? Riddle regarded me cautiously, his eyes lowering, as if contemplating my sudden shift. Why? If this is your true desire, why not act upon it? I said, weary, closing my eyes. I pondered whether I had grown so lonely that I no longer cared how Riddle might act. During those days lying in bed, I awaited Riddle's response. Until a week later, Billy Stubbs's rabbit, due to his own negligence, was crushed in its sleep. It was not me. I know it was not you. Winter was particularly arduous. Many children contracted influenza, and some even tuberculosis. They were confined to another room, their coughs staining the sheets with blood, neglected, receiving no effective treatment. At night, their moans and cries echoed through the darkness. Now, in this bed, which once held 3 children, only Riddle and I remained, leaving an unsettling emptiness. I held a smooth wooden board in my hands, using charcoal to depict a small figure wielding a sword and shield, facing a dragon with outstretched wings. Riddle sat beside me, his eyes fixed on the wooden board, listening to my rhythmical narration. The valiant knight, wielding his sword, bravely faced the peril of being crushed by the malevolent dragon's mighty blow or incinerated by its fiery breath. Despite the trepidation coursing through his heart, he resolutely chose to engage in a fierce battle against the dragon for the sake of his beloved princess. As the knight collapsed into a pool of his own blood, his breath fading, he found himself in a daze, momentarily envisioning the princess. Even in his final moments, he fervently prayed for her happiness. At that moment, the prince arrived, delivering a decisive blow to the weakened dragon, and ultimately, the prince and princess lived a life filled with joy and bliss. I found myself deeply immersed in the tale I was recounting, feeling as though I were one of the characters. Is anyone truly so foolish? Riddle questioned, his tone laced with disdain. His cruel mockery ignited a spark of anger within me, swiftly followed by a wave of sorrow. My voice trembled with emotion as I responded. This is not foolishness. What else could it be? Memories of my father flooded my mind, his unwavering devotion that bordered on the absurd. Yet here I was, in a place he could never reach, and the mere thought of him brought forth tears. In a fit of frustration, I hurled a wooden plank to the ground and fled outside. I made my way to the back mountains of the orphanage, the only place where my tears would go unnoticed. It felt as though I wandered for ages, yet I was merely spiraling in place. I was oblivious to my surroundings. All I knew was an incessant urge to move forward, allowing my feet to take me anywhere but back to the orphanage. I longed to escape this world, to return to my original home. Even a single second spent in that cold orphanage felt suffocating. I had thought that the 4 or 5 months I spent adapting to this new reality were sufficient, yet I was mistaken. The moment a memory from my original timeline flickered in my mind, a wave of sorrow would overwhelm me. The day before my crossing, my father had just completed a small ship model, which still rested on my desk. We had even made plans for our next holiday. Should we visit Zurich or San Francisco? How I missed him. The longing that had long been suppressed in my heart consumed me, day by day, as I numbed myself to the reality of my own helplessness. My self-loathing reached its zenith, and I dared not to think, deliberately avoiding the thought that I was now in another world. All I could do was reminisce. It felt as though I had fallen into a vortex, countless black threads pulling at me, gradually eroding my very being. The threads constricted around my mouth and nose, making breathing an arduous task, while my heart felt as though it were being torn apart with each beat. Tears burned my cheeks, and I was left in a daze, rolling about as if fried in hot oil. I was ensnared in darkness until I lost consciousness. Chapter 12. Somnambulism. Upon awakening, I found myself lying in a desolate forest at the back of the church, the ground blanketed in white snow, the dim sky shrouded in gloom. And beside me stood Riddle, his expression even darker than the overcast sky. What had happened? How did I end up here? I surveyed my surroundings, noticing several stout trees had been broken, leaning haphazardly, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. The pristine snow mingled with fallen leaves, creating a chaotic scene. Do you not remember? Riddle inquired, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized me. Am I supposed to remember? Was I sleepwalking? I recalled crying myself to sleep. Riddle's gaze traversed my face, and just as I feared he might utter something horrifying, he hesitated before speaking. Yes, you were sleepwalking. I couldn't catch up to you. I rose to my feet, and Riddle trailed behind me as we retraced our steps. A shared silence enveloped us. Did something strange happen? I halted, standing solemnly before Riddle, my intuition suggesting that something was amiss. A fleeting look of unease and fear crossed Riddle's face, perhaps exacerbated by the dimming light, which cast a grayish pall over everything. His gaze drifted far into the distance behind me, where chaos reigned. When I came looking for you, I couldn't find you. As I ventured toward the back mountains, I saw a thick, grayish mist swirling through the trees. When I got closer, I found you lying on the ground. Grayish, thick mist? Yes. An answer began to take shape in my mind, yet instinctively, I recoiled from the truth. The mere thought brought me anguish. It felt as though someone had erected a barrier in my mind, desperately obstructing my understanding of the correct answer. I speculated that this force was an innate fear possessed by the original girl, a fear that may have even led to her demise. Having inherited her physical form, I also inherited her will in this regard. We settled in our secret hideout, a fire crackling before us. The flames illuminated Riddle's face, making his deep-set eyes glimmer. Will you leave this place? He asked, his tone heavy with contemplation. I do not know. I confessed. I don't even understand how I arrived in this world. Nor do I wish to be here. The atmosphere grew tense as the fire crackled and popped, its light dancing upon his pallid face, now shadowed with melancholy. I sensed his profound sadness. My heart ached in response. But I will find a way to return. Since I have come to your side, I will surely be able to return to you. I will always be by your side. What if the conditions for crossing back are exceedingly harsh? What if it takes 100 years to traverse again? What if, by the time I return, everyone has moved on with their lives? I seldom made promises lightly, especially not uncertain ones. Yet, in that moment, gazing at his sorrowful visage, I felt that nothing was more significant than this instant. At least right now, my feelings were genuine. Those who practice witchcraft cannot be allowed to survive. I lifted my gaze from Exodus 22, verse 18, furrowing my brow as I contemplated how to explain this statement to Riddle, who sat beside me. It means that those who practice witchcraft should not live, correct? Riddle remarked. That is the implication. What are your thoughts? I had my own interpretations, but before sharing them, I wanted to hear Riddle's perspective. What do I think? Riddle scoffed lightly. That is merely someone else's opinion. What does it have to do with me? Excluding the other, at its core, is still rooted in fear. I paused, contemplating a response, when Riddle suddenly chuckled, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Fear, coupled with authority, compels people to cease their thoughts. Thus, for countless years, no one has contemplated the validity of that statement, have they? You are quite peculiar. And you are not? I laughed lightly, embracing my oddity, which I had never perceived as strange. It seemed that Riddle, too, took a liking to his own uniqueness. Riddle chuckled again, and in the blink of an eye, the cherries in my hand had vanished, snatched away by his claws. I was so caught up in my laughter that I failed to react. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. I shouted in exasperation, chasing after Riddle, but I could not catch up. I could only watch helplessly as he laughed heartily, stuffing the cherries into his mouth. Miraculously, Even after consuming 3 cherries, he did not choke. I was so irked that I struggled to eat my lunch that day. In the afternoon, when hunger made my head spin and my vision blur, I recalled with increasing ire that I had been robbed of 3 cherries, which left me unable to enjoy my meal. London, often shrouded in rain, has seen particularly dreary months of late, with misty downpours enveloping the earth, sometimes lasting an entire day. Mrs. Cole and Grandma Martha busily swept away the accumulating water, rendering the room reminiscent of a palace behind a curtain of rain, with droplets leaking from various corners. Is it not rather romantic? Oh, if only my attire were not damp and clinging to my skin. I might have felt such a sentiment. Allow me to regale you with a story, one I have just conceived, that promises to be absolutely splendid. I said. I do not wish to hear it, Riddle retorted, turning his head away to present me with a cold, indifferent profile, a clear sign of his disapproval. No, you do want to hear it, I insisted, forcibly turning his head back. I really do not wish to hear it. Riddle's face contorted as my hand pressed against him. And in that moment, he attempted to pry me away. In a swift motion, I flipped over, pinning him beneath me. Now, say you want to hear it. Get off me. I've already said I do not wish to hear it. Chapter 13, The Perspective of Rila's Childhood, comes to a close. Perhaps life would continue this way. I would accompany Riddle through future birthdays, just as the great tree in the orphanage would grow ever taller. And everything would proceed along its predetermined path, free of unexpected turns. Yet life is invariably replete with unforeseen events. During winter, a blanket of snow cloaked everything. And with the dawn, the world transformed into a pristine expanse of white. The window panes were frosted over, the biting wind howled. But curiously, I found this winter less frigid, perhaps due to Riddle's presence. A carriage halted at the entrance of the orphanage. This was not particularly unusual, for despite the advent of the automobile era, horse-drawn carriages still frequented the streets of London. However, this carriage was exceptional, extraordinarily opulent. Its body shimmered with golden embellishments, the silver exterior gleamed radiantly, and the vibrant painted patterns exuded an air of refinement and nobility, distinctly different from other carriages, yet I could not quite articulate how. A few tall children craned their necks, standing on tiptoe to peer curiously over the wall, only to be reprimanded by Mrs. Cole and sent scattering, though their eyes could not help but linger on the gentleman approaching the entrance. From a distance, I could see a gentleman descending from the carriage, clad in a gray suit, a top hat adorning his head, and leaning upon a cane reminiscent of those used by the British aristocracy of the last century. His demeanor was gracious and polite as he offered Mrs. Cole a gentle smile, and my intuition told me that he hailed from a family of considerable wealth. Mrs. Cole appeared somewhat anxious, bending slightly to craft a pleasing smile as she led the stranger into the house. We were summoned by Aunt Martha to wait in the hall, and this time, Mrs. Cole even brought a register, calling my name personally, leaving me no chance to escape. A little girl, veiled in a delicate fabric, was carefully guided by the gentleman into the hall. She whispered something in his ear before returning to the luxurious carriage. Every child in the hall endeavored to present their very best selves, hoping to be chosen. Their eyes were fixed on the gentleman, filled with both yearning and caution. However, when he slowly shook his head, the expressions of all the children simultaneously morphed into disappointment and sorrow, their eyes brimming with an abyss of loss and helplessness, as if they had once again been cruelly rejected by the world. I noticed Riddle's gaze, unsure how to respond, only feeling a dull ache in my chest. Neither joy nor complete sorrow. I wished for him to lead a good life, undoubtedly more than anyone else. Yet I was also the one who wished him to stay more than anyone else in the world. Perhaps fate was aware of my ill intentions. By noon, Riddle had vanished. He had been adopted by the visitor from the morning. Mrs. Cole reclined in her armchair, taking a sip of tea, which swirled in her mouth before she spat the brown dregs onto the earth before her. I turned away, tears streaming down my face and falling to the ground, trembling, as I felt the world suddenly darken. This winter had never felt so bitterly cold. Do not be sad. The outside world can provide him with what he desires. I whispered to myself. The world seemed to fall into a profound silence, as if I could hear nothing at all. I pondered how one could be so desolate. Memories of that time grew hazy, as if I existed in another atmosphere, deprived of fresh air, my lungs emptied, leaving an unfillable void. A spoonful of porridge was brought to my lips, but I found no desire to consume it. I opened my mouth to receive it, yet I lacked the strength to chew. The hunger that once tormented me seemed to have vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow, as if it had materialized and filled my stomach, nourishing me as I led a lifeless existence. My door had shut once more, lacking the strength to open again. With no one left to hear my words. Who would remember me? This peculiar girl. Would he still remember me? Why was there no farewell? Was he afraid I would feel envious? Or, as Mrs. Cole suggested, was he concerned that I, his former impoverished relative, would cling to him like a wretched toad? If, Years hence, I were to find him. Would he feign ignorance or shy away? I recalled a line from a book. In the world of adults, farewells are often silent. Yet, I was not an adult, nor was he. What did this signify? I had thought myself sufficiently resilient, impervious to hurt. Yet why? When faced with these trials once more, did I feel no growth, still vulnerable to pain? They were mere trifles, I reminded myself. Understanding that these were just small matters, common in an orphanage. A week will suffice. I shall not be sad anymore. 2 weeks will be enough. I certainly will not be sad. A month will do. Another month will be fine. Perhaps it would never get better. I resolved to make peace with my pain. The great tree outside, even with its scars, did not hinder its growth. It never attempted to forcefully heal. Healing should occur naturally, and if it cannot heal, then let it remain unhealed. Spring arrived, and he returned. From that moment on, spring became my favorite season. Gazing upon that familiar face, I suddenly understood that all my attempts at letting go and forgetting were mere self-deception. The time lost without him taught me one profound truth. I cannot lose him. Chapter 14, The Perspective of Tom Riddle, begins. In 1931, the third year of the economic crisis in Britain, the economy remained stagnant, and the lives of the populace grew increasingly arduous, leading to widespread anger. Countless dissatisfied citizens poured from their homes, and protests often escalated into violent confrontations. On the afternoon of August 4, 1931, hundreds of protesters marched through Hackney Street in London, banners in hand. A small disturbance ignited, and the situation rapidly deteriorated. As the throng turned its wrath upon innocent shops and passers-by, with the Woos orphanage on this street also suffering the consequences, a group of individuals burst forth. The dilapidated door proving utterly incapable of restraining the frenzied crowd that surged into this once sacred refuge for countless orphans. They indiscriminately smashed and set ablaze all that lay within the orphanage's confines. It appeared as though they had forgotten that this was merely an orphanage, though government-funded. It was nothing more than a sanctuary for the lost, not the architect of their plight. Yet, the enraged mob remained deaf to reason. Their singular focus was to amplify their chaos, consumed by the need for emotional release. In the blink of an eye, this modest orphanage transformed into a veritable hell on earth, the acrid stench of charred remnants intertwining with the metallic tang of blood, casting a suffocating pall over the once hallowed halls. The desperate cries of the nuns were drowned out, as the throng jostled and scattered in every direction. Young Tom Riddle, isolated and forlorn, had been perched atop an unremarkable tree just moments before the pandemonium erupted. Before him lay an assortment of stones, each unique in shape, a meager collection that constituted his sole toys. Within the confines of his imagination, he bestowed upon each stone a distinct identity, crafting elaborate narratives and endings for them. Day after day, he found solace in their company, requiring no one else. The other children at the orphanage despised him, yet they were too timid to confront him directly, resorting instead to spitting and hurling stones from a distance while hurling insults behind his back. He remained unperturbed by their taunts, yet he disliked the sensation of their disdain, opting to retreat to a secluded corner where he could shield himself from their scorn. From afar, he sensed the rising tide of unrest. As the frenzied mob threatened to breach the rickety wooden door, he glimpsed their reckless faces. The air crackled with danger, compelling him to flee into the cellar and seek refuge within a dilapidated wardrobe. There, he curled into a tight ball, the cacophony outside amplifying his fear. It felt as if an eternity had passed before the clamor finally subsided, prompting him to cautiously emerge. In the courtyard, a group of uniformed individuals brandishing firearms had congregated, surveying the remnants of a building ravaged by gunpowder. Amidst the debris, lifeless bodies of several rioters lay strewn across the scorched earth. Most were destitute vagrants from rural Ireland. Alongside a few Union members, a police officer, his belt adorned with a hefty baton, murmured to a colleague about the devastation. For dormitories had been obliterated, and the staff would undoubtedly be insufficient in the immediate future. Sister Treya, Sister Jacqueline, and several others would likely be incapacitated for an extended period. This presents a dilemma, pondered a bespectacled man clutching a briefcase. Perhaps we should transfer some orphans to other facilities. The journey was not excessively arduous, and so it was that he and a handful of orphans crammed into a narrow, dilapidated shed, spending a week before being dispatched to various other orphanages. Tom stood quietly behind the individual escorting him, listening to the mundane pleasantries exchanged with the matron of the new orphanage. His attention was soon drawn to a window, where a girl was peering in, observing him with keen interest. Unlike the other grimy children, she stood out. Though her clothing was tattered, it was impeccably clean, unmarred by the telltale signs of childhood mischief. Her sun-kissed skin radiated a vitality that sharply contrasted with the listlessness of her peers, lending a certain charm to her otherwise unremarkable features. Her short, Chestnut hair bristled defiantly, reminiscent of a hedgehog. A practical choice shared by many girls in the orphanage who favored ease of maintenance over the chaos of longer locks. Tom remained behind the elderly nun for what felt like an eternity, the old woman intoning her prayers with unwavering devotion. At last, the lengthy and tedious litany drew to a close, and while Tom could hardly suppress his eye-rolling, he maintained the facade of dutiful obedience. When evening finally arrived, under the guidance of Mrs. Cole, Tom found himself in the dormitory once more, where the girl reappeared. To his surprise, she eagerly introduced herself, inquiring about his name. Undeterred by his aloofness, she persisted, chattering incessantly the following day. Growing increasingly irked, Tom begrudgingly divulged his name, only to be met with the illumination of her brown eyes, akin to the moon rising over the sea, casting a warm glow upon the room. Regrettably, he realized he should not have divulged that information. He was already regretting it. The girl possessed a stubborn innocence, her mere sharing of a name enabling her to extend a level of openness and enthusiasm that felt almost desperate. It was as if she were a lonely soul clinging to a lifeline, and he was that lifeline. Within every group, there exists an oddity or two, individuals who stand apart from the rest. He could instantly discern that the girl occupied a peculiar position within the orphanage, an outsider, a perennial outcast. Tom found her presence exasperating. He deemed it a waste of time to even glance in her direction. He had no need for the affections of someone he considered ineffectual. He was formidable, none dared to bully him. Whoever provoked his ire would find themselves in dire straits, for he possessed the power to inflict harm if he so desired. On his first day at the new orphanage, during mealtime, another oblivious girl approached him, prompting his incredulity. Seizing the opportunity while her attention wavered, he employed a minor stratagem, causing her to tumble into a refuse-filled pit. What became of the girl, presumably named Rila, was of no concern to him. She had sought attention, and he was under no obligation to reciprocate. He relished the solitude of his corner, where he could rest in peace. Yet, the girl persisted in her pursuit, her tenacity irritating him further. He hurled bricks from the wall toward Rila, only to be surprised when she instinctively shielded him, throwing herself upon him. A flicker of guilt flared within him, but it was quickly extinguished by the relentless noise of her chatter. Unable to contain his irritation, he gazed up at the branches above and snapped one off, only to find the outcome mirrored his previous attempts. At long last, seizing a moment to escape her clutches, Tom climbed the tree. Perplexed by her lack of fear toward him, and baffled as to why his punishment seemed ineffectual against her, just as he began to savor the rare tranquility, the girl's voice startled him, sending him tumbling down, but rather than the anticipated pain, he landed atop a soft, yielding form. This girl truly was foolish. Tom's vexation at her persistence grew, and he muttered a curse in her direction, only to find her blissfully oblivious to his disdain. Her expression still vacant, as if she were unaware of the insults hurled at her. His irritation deepened. She was an utter fool. Seated beneath the tree, he fiddled with a small wooden carving, an object he had pilfered, indeed. The crude figure lost its allure after a few moments of handling, as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He merely feigned interest in such childish trinkets to appear more ordinary. The girl, with her clumsy attempts at stealth, was a sight to behold, her frizzy hair bobbing through the underbrush as if she feared he might overlook her presence. In another corner, the one-eyed leader approached him, and little Tom was acutely aware of what that group intended. He seized the opportunity to teach them a lesson, to instill in them a sense of his formidable power, so they would cease their provocations. However, before he could act, the girl unexpectedly rushed forward, anxiously pulling at him. Tom was taken aback. This group was clearly stronger and larger than the girl. Curiosity piqued, he refrained from employing his peculiar abilities, allowing events to unfold naturally. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, the girl consistently shielded him with her presence, which struck him as peculiar. Why was she so intent on protecting him? She simply replied, "What is there to question?" In the orphanage, when children fought, the caregivers typically turned a blind eye, intervening only when matters escalated to a symbolic halt, while the observing children often played the role of cheerleaders, clapping and squealing in excitement at the spectacle. For the first time, Tom experienced the sensation of being protected. It felt strange, almost shameful to articulate, yet it enveloped him in a warmth that bordered on euphoric distortion. But then he admonished himself. This could merely be a ruse on the girl's part. Just as before, when Nigel Nevin had professed friendship only to lead him into a pitfall, where Nigel, hands on hips, mocked him alongside the very children who had bullied him. He had spent a day and night in that pit, cold and famished, shouting for help to no avail. He swore he would never forget that lesson nor trust anyone again. He shook off the girl's hand once more. Yet he had grossly underestimated the profound yearning for normal social interaction in one who had long dwelled in solitude. Chapter 15. The Perspective of Tom Riddle. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for the girl named Rila. He abhorred her innocence, kindness, and sincerity. He detested everything about her. Mrs. Cole of the Woosley orphanage had once told him that his mother was a young woman who had perished less than an hour after giving birth to him, and she had refused to divulge her name. He felt cast aside. Every child yearns to know everything about their mother. Yet his mother had denied him the chance to comprehend her. What could be more cruel than that? Perhaps such a weak and ineffectual woman was not worth his understanding. He lived with such hardship and exertion, while she had so easily succumbed to death. Why couldn't his mother have been stronger, persevering for his sake? If she was incapable of raising him, why bring him into the world at all? He despised her, and he was certain of his hatred. His mother was irrevocably gone. Yet his father remained. He began to project more fantasies onto the paternal figure. He conjured countless faces for his father, searching for him in every adult man he encountered in his narrow existence. The grumpy old man who delivered coal weekly. The hurried figure who walked his hunting dog by the wall. Sometimes, he would gaze into a shard of broken glass, scrutinizing his own reflection, attempting to piece together what his father might look like. Perhaps his father was also irascible, punishing him when he misbehaved, yet would take him hunting in the woods with the hound. He sought every man who could fit the mold of a father. Whenever the girl spoke of her father, he listened intently, and she seemed to notice this, kindly inviting him to play the game she had enjoyed with her father. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards her, envy so profound that it was almost palpable. This was the first time he had come to understand someone else's father so concretely. Unlike the scattered, tearful lamentations of the abandoned children in the orphanage, this was vivid and real. That night, he dreamt a beautiful dream about his father. The once vague silhouette gradually became clearer. His father embraced him, kissing his cheek, the prickly beard causing an amusing itch, lifting him above his head, allowing him to perch atop, taking him fishing in the forest streams, exploring the mountains, and playing chess, granting him an extra move when he lost. Even though he didn't quite understand the game, yet the girl had promised to teach him. She generously shared everything with him, including the love imparted by her father. And he found himself no longer harboring jealousy. As he matured, these fantasies gradually diminished, the dreams of his parents becoming fewer, yet they never entirely vanished. He believed that his father simply did not know of his existence, that he had been forgotten, and one day, he would find him. His father might feel proud of such an exceptional son, regretting not having sought him out sooner. That was his thought, though he hesitated to fully embrace it. What if his parents had intentionally abandoned him? The girl, Rila, sometimes cried at night. How strange it was. She appeared so fearless, her actions confirming her audacity. Throughout her weeping, she remained quiet, cautious, careful, suppressing any sound, her eyes tightly shut, tears slowly cascading down her cheeks. If not for the moonlight illuminating her face, reflecting the fleeting cold white of her tears, he would not have realized it until nearly a month later. In hindsight, he recalled how she would check her eyes in the glass window each morning, slightly swollen, yet she insisted it was merely due to drinking too much water before bed. Even after a night of heavy crying, she would greet the next day with a cheerful demeanor. This was the conclusion he reached after days of observation. He felt restless, as if an ant were crawling and gnawing within him, non-lethal but impossible to ignore. He knew someone intended to bully him, and he could retaliate, teaching them an extra lesson. Yet, he was at a loss on how to confront the situation. When children in the orphanage cried, no one paid them any mind. Most of the time, the nuns chose to ignore it. Occasionally, a nun would slap you, warning you to cease your weeping. He told himself to disregard it, to pretend he had never seen it. Hey, you're bothering me. Stop crying. Yet she wasn't bothering him at all. Keep crying, and I'll give you a beating. But still, he hesitated. What are you sad about? Were words she had once uttered to him. Just as he felt his words were finally perfect, she stopped crying altogether. Thanks to her, his stomach was aching terribly from drinking the tap water. How could she sleep so soundly without a care? No, he had to wake her. For the sake of her comforting him through his troubles, he ought to forgive her. He resisted the girl's concern and warmth, responding with silence and indifference. He was constantly on guard, filled with unease and speculation towards the unexpected kindness he received. People may fall in love with the perfect facade someone presents, yet when that person reveals their true self, people can turn in an instant. He feared that once the girl discovered his true nature, she would recoil in disgust, treating him like a foreign species, shunning him, abandoning him. He feigned indifference, revealing his abilities to her. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged, and he continued to feel unrest, attributing it to the belief that he had not yet revealed enough of himself. During his respite today, a serpent emerged from the thicket, aware that the girl was approaching him. He wished to showcase his ability to converse with the snake. Yet when Rila, with a swift kick, sent the creature flying, it expressed its terror of her. Upon learning of his capacity to communicate with snakes, the The girl exhibited little reaction. Nevertheless, the sense of fear lingered. He was uncertain of his true nature, which was certainly not what it presently appeared to be. Nor was it anything beautiful. He grappled with how to instill fear in the girl, as she seemed fundamentally different from his expectations. After consuming the last remnants of his porridge, he recollected how, upon the snake's arrival, Rila had anxiously stroked her chest, revealing her own fear. Yet, she assured him not to be afraid, claiming she would protect him with sweet words, veiled intentions, and deceptive charm, words he chose to ignore. Having cared for himself in his own world for so long, he found it peculiar and amusing that someone would wish to protect him. Protection? Only the weak require such safeguards. Did she not see how he commanded the snake's obedience? Clearly, she did not take him seriously, mistaking him for one of those foolish infants who merely babble. It was only much later that he comprehended the futility of proving his strength before her. Her concern was never about his power. She was unlike those from the orphanage who feared him. Nor was she akin to the sycophants at Hogwarts who feigned closeness to him. Chapter 16. Tom Riddle's Perspective 3. She claimed she did not belong to this world, which implied she would leave, correct? Subconsciously, he suspected she was deceiving him, yet her sense of alienation gradually made him realize the truth of her words. An inexplicable anger welled within him. If that were the case, then leave. Who cared? He had witnessed her single-handedly suffocate several mice and stuff them into the shoes of a few children. The following day, true to form, those children appeared ashen-faced with fright. He too was startled. Her method of dispatching the mice was unnaturally skilled and effortless. Subsequently, anyone who crossed him could expect to find a few fresh, dead mice shortly thereafter. That day, the snake had indeed shown restraint. Unlike most children, she did not fear confrontation. On the contrary, she charged headlong into danger, and he regretted for a long time having called her a coward. One day, he stumbled upon a book and felt she resembled the Amazonian warriors described within its pages. Yet, that comparison felt overly simplistic. He discovered that it was remarkably challenging to find a word that encapsulated her essence. She possessed an unremarkable appearance, save for her captivating eyes. Her speech bore a heavy accent from an unknown origin, yet she had a penchant for incessant chatter. Socially awkward, she had few friends. Yet that did not hinder her humor or the multitude of ideas swirling in her mind. If one were to look closely, not allowing Rila's outward vivacity to deceive them, they would discern within her other qualities, fragility, sensitivity, yet also strength and openness. She truly did not belong to any group, nor did she resemble anyone. She was a paradox. After pilfering Billistab's stuffed dog, he had an inkling Billistab would confront him, but Billistab would never know it was him who stole it. Nor would he discover the fate of the stuffed animal. He had overestimated himself. When Billistab pummeled him into the ground, delivering blow after blow to his head, he was so dazed he could hardly find his bearings, let alone utilize his abilities. He swore he would teach Billistab a lesson afterward. Those two boys, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, cornered him in the basement. What could possibly be going through their twisted minds? Excrement. Ha! I have a brilliant idea. Let us strip him, bind him, and toss him in front of Mrs. Cole's door. Ha! Sounds excellent. But I think we should also throw his clothes in the toilet, so he has nothing to wear. Just look at that pretty, haughty little face. It would be delightful to carve a few marks into it. He was terrified, his mind blank, and in countless subsequent moments, he loathed his earlier display of panic. Wishing he had been more composed, rational, and brave. How had he allowed himself to be so easily frightened? He was driven into a dark corner, surrounded by two towering boys. Seizing the moment, he attempted to escape, but one boy caught him around the waist, and they effortlessly pinned him to a rickety, wobbling table. Hey, go find a knife or something. At that moment, he heard a commotion outside, and he caught a glimpse of Rila. Mrs. Cole, she said. Suddenly, he felt no fear, only an unprecedented sense of calm. Strangely, he had an instinctive belief that Rila would not abandon him. She would not allow him to be bullied under her watchful gaze. However, afterward, her incessant noise made him feel as though he had suffered some great humiliation, and reflecting on it, he felt his face flush with anger. Chapter 17. Tom Riddle's Perspective 4. While in the cave, he did not truly wish to harm those two boys. In other words, he did not intend to go to extremes. Rather than delivering a harsh lesson, he was more inclined to test his own abilities using them as subjects. Rila followed him, but he pretended not to notice. He sought to gauge Rila's reactions. Would she intervene when he controlled the two boys toward the deep lake? Was she not supposed to be virtuous? Yet he was mistaken. As the water level rose to the boys' knees, Rila merely observed them, saying nothing, her demeanor calm and unperturbed. Conversely, he began to panic. Hurry, stop me. Stand up high and admonish me. Please, stop me. Even as the water reached the boys' waists, she remained unflappable, frustrated and humiliated. He had no choice but to relent. He had sought to test Rila, only to find himself being tested in return. when he witnessed the swirling, color-shifting mist annihilating the trees on the back mountain. Her power instilled in him a sense of dread. She was remarkably composed upon realizing the full extent of it, devoid of surprise, excitement, or any sense of superiority or disdain. On another day, she tearfully expressed her disdain for her own abilities. He was bewildered. She should have felt elated, proud even. Was she also repulsed by his own unique powers? Yet he soon understood he was overthinking. She merely despised her inability to control her powers, proclaiming that without control, one becomes a slave to their strength. She confessed to envying his mastery over his abilities. After wiping away her tears, she declared that since he could control his powers, she could too. She was always like that, after a bout of sadness. She would swiftly regain her composure, leaving him perplexed by her emotional transitions. He promised to assist her. Gradually, she began to master her abilities, though she never employed them. She refrained from using her powers for trivial matters, capable of enacting revenge or playing pranks, yet she chose not to. She practiced repeatedly, solely to gain control and restraint. The sense of constraint she exuded regarding herself and her power filled me with a peculiar shame. Perhaps in the past, I would have regarded it with disdain, but now, I undeniably felt that shame. Yes, shame. In contrast to her, I resembled a wild beast, untamed and reckless in my own display of power. While indulging in my true nature may have brought joy, it felt as though something essential was amiss. It was almost unfathomable that the first to depart was he. He had certainly contemplated the future, yet he had not anticipated its unfolding in such a manner. Neither Lady Cole nor the other party had consulted him before whisking him away. He had not even bid farewell to Rila. It was not that he needed to. But there lingered a fleeting melancholy, nothing more. He finally comprehended the essence of the so-called special ability that resided within him. The other party revealed it to be magic. Magic? It was a realm steeped in enchantment, yet it did not belong to him. Nothing truly belonged to him. For the first time, he profoundly felt the insignificance of his existence, a mere speck of dust, so inconsequential that his demise would elicit no notice. With but a flick of a finger, the other could cast him into the depths of despair. He found himself back at the orphanage, where Rila still remained. It was as though they had never been separated. Those 3 months were merely a splendid dream he had conjured. Chapter 18, from Tom Riddle's perspective. A year passed, and the orphanage relocated back to the original Woosley orphanage. Rila inquired, "You've returned to your old place. Are you happy? Happy? Happy to be curled up alone in a corner? Happy to be mocked and ridiculed by others? Happy to be bullied? Happy about the harrowing events that transpired at Woosley?" They were confined within the orphanage, longing to gaze beyond the bars at the world outside. What lay beyond those bars? They wished to approach, yet were gripped by fear. When they finally stood on the bustling street, filled with passers-by, he had to admit that there was a moment when he felt a desperate urge to flee. It seemed as though everyone on the street was casting glances at his drab robe, whispering and pointing in disdain. Then Rila emerged, standing before him as if to shield him from all those prying eyes. Her confidence was such that no one would suspect she had come from the orphanage. They navigated the intricate streets of London, passing through the bustling market strewn with horse dung, traversing the commercial district lined with shops, and even crossing into the pristine neighborhoods filled with parked cars. They fed pigeons in Trafalgar Square with grains they had collected. They ventured to the deserted coast to catch hermit crabs and selected shells to craft wind chimes. They gazed at the cream cakes in shop windows, listening to her describe their flavors. Teasing her was delightful, for it yielded the most entertaining results. She babbled once more, gazing at him with that sticky-eyed look, calling him sweetheart, little pumpkin, and sugar plum. How utterly revolting. He shuddered at her words, losing his appetite for dinner. To make matters worse, he dreamt of Rila that night. In this dream, however, Rila had grown considerably taller, her features transformed, clad in a white dress, resembling a girl of 15 or 16. She held a bouquet of flowers, shouting at him, "Hey, you're like my sweet chocolate." As she yelled, she lifted her skirt and ran towards him. Terrified, he ran recklessly. But the crimson carpet seemed interminable. He ran and ran, afraid to look back, fearing that a mere glance would lead to his undoing. Yet as he dashed, Rila's voice echoed from above. When he looked up, her head loomed like a mountain, and the carpet transformed into a wet tongue leading to the depths of Rila's throat. Riddle was paralyzed with fear, stumbling and weeping uncontrollably, soon forming a small lake of tears at his feet. Peering into this lake, he saw Rila pouting at him, and he screamed, only to find himself transformed into a chocolate filling, desperately trying to escape. To this day, he could not fathom why he dreamt such a bizarre dream about Rila. After that day, he deliberately distanced himself from her, relishing the anxious, sorrowful expression that adorned her face due to his indifference. Feeling an inexplicable joy and a hint of pride. It was akin to discovering a beautiful mica stone amidst a pile of rubble. feeling embarrassed to boast about its worth due to its commonality, yet nervously fearing someone might snatch it away, while dreading discovery. After all, it was merely a mundane mica stone, yet it was treated as a treasure. Does love have a hierarchy? If it does, then the love between Rila and him is the most worthless of all. Yet still, he found that this inexpensive mica stone was indeed stunning. It lacked the crystalline transparency of more precious stones, marked instead by chaotic fissures and an array of indescribable impurities. Yet it remained beautiful. Voices proclaiming diamonds as the world's most exquisite mineral rang out in his mind. He pondered, perhaps mica was indeed not as beautiful as diamonds. He ought to choose diamonds instead. Moreover, to hold a mica stone as a treasure would invite ridicule, while clasping a diamond would reflect its brilliance upon him, illuminating him in moments of glory. Chapter 19, Perspective Shift. August 1937. Rila is 11 years old. Riddle is just months shy of his 11th birthday. 3 more years remain until he can leave the orphanage and fend for himself. Over the past few years, much has transpired. For instance, the original small orphanage, after Rila's 2-year absence, merged into a larger institution in London, the Woolsey Orphanage, which he had once attended and is now finally rebuilt. The new orphanage offers significantly better conditions than the previous one. No longer do several children huddle together on a single wooden bed. Each now has their own bed, and the space is divided into sections, one for boys, one for girls, and one for sick children. There is even a special care area for children with unique needs. And Rila and Riddle are fortunate enough to be included. Riddle is genuinely pleased about this. His sleep quality has improved dramatically. However, his joy is short-lived as he soon discovers Rila sleeping beneath his bed, and just days later, finds her curled up in his cabinet. He was so exasperated that he nearly lost his breath, ignoring Rila for an entire month before things settled. The meals have improved considerably. They are no longer solely boiled cabbage leaves. Mondays feature baked potatoes with carrots, Tuesdays bring egg and cabbage, and so forth, ensuring that at least one day each month includes meat, though the meat itself often carries an unpalatable taste. Outside the Woolsey Orphanage lies a bustling road, alive with foot traffic, a stark contrast to the desolate outskirts they once inhabited. One afternoon, Rila crouched in the corner by the flower shop diagonally across from the orphanage. This shop discards a batch of wilting flowers every afternoon, and she hoped to collect some to place on her desk, believing Riddle could somehow restore their vibrancy. Suddenly, a peculiar tall middle-aged man caught her attention, dressed in an indescribably garish purple velvet suit, resembling someone freshly emerged from a circus. Yet that was not the most significant detail. What truly mattered was the direction he was headed, towards the Woolsey Orphanage. Driven by an intense curiosity, Rila followed closely behind. After a brief wait at the entrance, Mrs. Cole ushered him into the office, while Rila concealed herself outside the window, eavesdropping. The curtains were drawn halfway, allowing her to observe the interior while remaining hidden. She faintly discerned the mention of Tom Riddle, her attention piqued, and she silently rejoiced at having followed. Those with experience in eavesdropping would understand that due to the deep timbre of male voices, men's speech is generally more challenging to decipher than that of women, especially when separated by a distance and a pane of glass. When the man's voice reached her, it buzzed like a bee, with many syllables only partially intelligible, while Mrs. Cole's sharp, high-pitched utterances were crystal clear. The man appeared to be inviting someone to attend their school. How peculiar. When did Riddle apply? However, Rila could scarcely make out the subsequent conversation. She pressed her ear against the glass, desperate to hear more. She wished she could just crawl beneath the table. Inside the room, the two individuals began to drink. More accurately, only Mrs. Cole was imbibing. How strange. Rila knew for certain that Mrs. Cole's office held no liquor. Mrs. Cole began discussing Riddle's mother, recounting his experience of being adopted for 3 months only to be returned, which aligned closely with what she had previously learned, including the assessments that echoed her own thoughts, peculiarities, and unwillingness to display emotions easily, and unremarkable judgments. However, she was taken aback to learn that Mrs. Cole had been present at Riddle's birth, only to later be assigned to that remote orphanage. The sound of a glass being set down on the table echoed within the room as Mrs. Cole unapologetically took a large gulp of her drink. There was an indescribable sensation. Tom had a way of unsettling people, instilling fear in some children. Previously, I, along with other nuns, had considered sending him and another girl to Rosmadorsha. Chapter 20. Rosmadorsha? The Rosmadorsha Mental Health Facility, located in Colchester, England. We believed it would be beneficial for children like him. A mental health facility? Yes, those individuals understand the works of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, specializing in treating patients with delusional schizophrenia, autism, and similar anomalies. Such mental illnesses require early intervention to be effective, you see. Rila listened intently to the familiar rhetoric. Suspecting that Mrs. Cole had absorbed the words of a government employee who had previously come to conduct psychological evaluations of the orphans. Carl Gustav Jung, early onset dementia, stereotypical behavior. Tremulous delirium. Rila mused that Mrs. Cole might believe these sophisticated terms would inadvertently aid her career advancement. Or perhaps, a sudden thought flitted through Rila's mind. Mrs. Cole genuinely sought to comprehend those orphans in her care through such knowledge. As the conversation progressed, noticing that the man had not responded for some time, Mrs. Cole faltered awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed, unsure if it was from the alcohol or her previous statements, which might have come across as a display of her superficial learning. The other child, is it Rila H. Eastad? Yes, that child is indeed her. The man's calm voice broke through, seemingly unfazed by Mrs. Cole's rambling dialogue. Oh, then our conversation can be much briefer. These two children are inseparable. Mrs. Cole took another sip of her drink, blinking as her tone became animated once more. Goodness. Her name. Rila nearly held her breath, pressing her ear against the glass, disregarding the potential conspicuousness of her actions, fully focused on listening. She was brought in by an elderly couple when she was still an infant. It is said that her biological parents, a young couple, committed suicide due to bankruptcy. You know, back in 1926 when the situation in all of Britain was dire, and the orphanages suffered as a consequence. Our salaries were affected for over a year. Mrs. Cole spoke rapidly, as though trying to expel that unpleasant chapter from her mind through her confessions. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, the man attempted to console her. Exhibiting remarkable patience. Encouraged by his empathy, Mrs. Cole divulged more unrelated details, perhaps thoughts she had long wished to articulate, but had found no suitable occasion to express. At that time, my sister, my dear sister, her name was Natasha, was laid off from the textile factory, and she happened to be pregnant. Due to a lack of proper nutrition, her child was stillborn. She couldn't bear it and followed suit. That is indeed a heartbreaking revelation, the man replied. If Rila Eastad were to gain admission to Hogwarts, I believe her life would present her with far more options. The man skillfully redirected the conversation back on track. Yes, we were initially discussing her. There was a brief pause, and Mrs. Cole took another drink, her expression momentarily lucid before becoming complex and bewildered, seemingly unsure of where to resume. Chapter 21. After listening to me for so long, you must be feeling impatient. The transparent glass bottle was empty, and Mrs. Cole set her cup aside. My eyes have seen all sorts of people. No one can escape my scrutiny. You are a good man. I can sense it. The man quickly shook his head. Mrs. Cole chuckled softly, not feeling the need to explain herself just yet. To be honest, Mrs. Cole scratched her head, pressing her fist against her temple in a futile attempt to regain clarity. In truth, Tom Riddle, well, children like him are not uncommon in the orphanage. If you look closely, you can find a few similar to him. The effects of alcohol gradually blurred Mrs. Cole's mind as she gazed vacantly at the stained, moldy ceiling, squinting her eyes as her words became ethereal. Sometimes, I feel a profound sense of guilt towards them. How can one feel that way? Mrs. Cole rested her elbows on the table, forehead against the surface, dismissing the man with a wave of her hand. I don't mean towards the church or the government, but towards them, those children who have lost their parents. Mrs. Cole closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Sometimes, I wish to be good to them, sir. You are a teacher, perhaps you understand that sentiment. The furrows on Mrs. Cole's brow deepened. They need clean clothes, nourishing meals, and an abundance of love. Yet we cannot provide any of that. I think, at the very least, I can strive to do what I am capable of, be kinder, more patient, and more attentive to them. Yet, it is challenging. In the face of incessant cries from children, changing diapers, and the ceaseless burdens of care, I find it difficult to maintain my composure and patience, often unwittingly becoming irritable, even losing my temper. I have not cared for them adequately. After a long pause, the man spoke slowly, his voice calm. Sometimes, we wish to accomplish so much, yet we achieve so little, especially when we feel overwhelmed by the inability to express love. You have done remarkably well, Mrs. Cole. The warm yellow light of the afternoon sun shifted from the floor to the wooden table, casting upon Mrs. Cole's cracked, aged hands. Outside, Rila listened, her heart heavy, yet she too was ensnared in this harsh existence, unable to voice more. Once again, I have digressed. Mrs. Cole wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Rila H. Eastwood, I shall now recount the events that transpired concerning her. The occurrences surrounding this child are indeed more peculiar, yet I trust you would not deny her entry into your esteemed school because of it. Mrs. Cole straightened her posture and cleared her throat. Before the age of 7, Rila H. Eastwood was merely an ordinary girl, somewhat slow to react, her intellect not particularly sharp. However, upon turning 7, she fell gravely ill. At that time, we all believed she had passed away. Indeed, she had. as I personally confirmed. There was no heartbeat, no pulse. Her body cold and already displaying signs of rigor mortis. Yet, who could have predicted what would follow? She astonishingly returned to life, and though I cannot articulate it precisely, it was as if her essence had been exchanged for that of another, most bizarrely so. Upon awakening, she screamed for her father, weeping and pleading for us to release her. With great trepidation, I inquired about her father's name, and to our astonishment, she answered each question with alarming clarity, detailing his appearance, age, occupation, and even their family address as if they were vividly real. Good heavens, you cannot fathom how terrifying this was. Mrs. Cole shuddered and continued. However, she had grown up in an orphanage, and we were all horrified, fearing she was possessed by a demon. We confined her in the cellar, intending to send her to a nearby church for prayers and holy water. Fortunately, she eventually recovered, claiming that what she had said was merely information she had overheard from another child. No one could comprehend the events that transpired better than Rila herself, who had listened from outside the window. Chapter 22. That memory instinctively repulsed Rila. No matter how many times she recalled it, it brought her anguish. They denied her food and shackled her in the cellar, and she overheard the nuns discussing plans to burn her or send her to an asylum. It was amid these extreme fears that she was compelled to accept the reality of her transference. She could understand their actions, yet she was still unable to completely forgive them. The man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before saying, "Reincarnation? A rather peculiar phenomenon. Were there any other remarkable occurrences nearby at that time?" "I cannot recall distinctly." Mrs. Cole leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. "It is said that this place was once the burial site of a general who interred his fallen commanders. You must know that sometimes inexplicable events transpire." After sharing this secret, Mrs. Cole settled back into her seat. "I have shared so much in hopes that they may receive kindness at Hogwarts, wherever that may be." "Indeed," the man replied, "Hogwarts is a splendid institution where they can acquire much beyond mere textbooks, such as understanding and love." Mrs. Cole smiled, rising to shake the man's hand. "I imagine you would like to meet them, yes?" "Indeed, I would," the man responded, standing as he followed Mrs. Cole toward the door. Their relationship, Rila and Tom, was marked by her persistent attachment to him, though I mused that Tom might also welcome it. As they walked, Mrs. Cole's voice gradually faded. Rila hastily made her way to the water pipe outside Riddle's window, puffing as she began to climb. This pipe led directly to Riddle's window. She and Riddle often returned late to the orphanage, fearing capture by the caretaker in the corridor, so they would ascend through this route. Of course, Riddle did not need to climb. He would float, while it was Rila who did the climbing. This time, her ascent went relatively smoothly. Riddle appeared to be reading when she knocked on the window. He looked at her with a mixture of surprise and disdain before opening the window. "How many times must I tell you not to climb through my window? Do you think you're a monkey?" Ignoring his reprimands, she continued to climb, exclaiming, "Someone is coming. It seems to be a teacher, specifically to invite us to attend his school. Have you applied to any other schools?" Riddle's deep-set eyes betrayed no emotion, calm as if he had anticipated this all along. Before Rila could engage him further, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. She hurried to enter, but in her haste, her clothing snagged on the window's edge. The well-worn linen, washed countless times, tore open, exposing skin at her waist. Riddle, visibly uncomfortable, handed her a jacket. Rila wrapped it around her waist as Riddle opened the door. "Tom." "Oh, Rila, you're here too. Perfect timing. This is Mr. Dumbledore." "No, Mr. Dumbledore. He has come to inform you that you are." The rest of his words trailed off as Mrs. Cole closed the door behind them. Rila stepped forward to greet the man, extending her hand. After her lengthy tenure in the orphanage, she had learned what gestures would endear her to adults. Chapter 23. "Good day," Rila said, her face adorned with an appropriate smile. "I overheard your conversation with Mrs. Cole while downstairs. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" "I apologize. I was simply too curious. After all, sir, your attire naturally incites a sense of inquiry." Rila was certain her eavesdropping had not gone unnoticed. Dumbledore smiled gently, shrugging as if genuinely unperturbed, self-deprecatingly remarking, "It seems the proprietor of that clothing store will sleep soundly tonight." Yet his gray-blue eyes, imbued with a wisdom that seemed to have seen through everything, gazed steadily at her. Rila gestured toward the nearby chair, inviting Dumbledore to sit. She and Riddle perched on the edge of the bed, facing him. "I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Professor Dumbledore, teaching at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to extend an invitation for you both to join us at your new school, should you wish to." Rila pondered for a moment before cautiously voicing her question. "Hogwarts? I have never heard of such a school, and if I recall correctly, I have not applied for admission." "Nor have you, Riddle?" She glanced at Riddle, who nodded in agreement, seemingly content to let her take the lead in this conversation. Hogwarts is an institution established specifically for individuals with extraordinary talents. From the moment of your birth, we recorded your names. There is no need for an application. Professor Dumbledore explained with utmost grace, his voice as rich as fine coffee, both charming and possessing a hypnotic allure. Extraordinary talents? Rila's eyelids fluttered, her curiosity piqued. You mean magic, the kind that belongs solely to true wizards? Magic? Rila echoed the word, surprisingly quick to accept this astonishing revelation. Instinctively, she turned her head to gauge Riddle's reaction, but he remained inscrutable, betraying no emotion. She recalled how he had reacted with such unusual calmness when she had previously informed him of this news, and suddenly wondered whether the events of his 3 months of being adopted were connected to the magical world. Perhaps he had known all along, hence his lack of surprise. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts drifted, as she had never actively sought to inquire about Riddle's guardedness towards her, yet that did not imply she was oblivious to it. Rila managed to force a smile, casting aside the melancholic speculations that had plagued her thoughts. It seems you too are a wizard, she remarked, narrowing her eyes, her grin deepening as it met Dumbledore's inquisitive gaze. No wonder I sense that you are unlike others. Indeed, I am a wizard, Dumbledore replied, his smile unwavering. Your intuition is remarkably astute. I trust it extends to other matters as well. And what of your companion? Dumbledore turned to Tom Riddle, who appeared somewhat overly quiet. Riddle, feeling the weight of Dumbledore's scrutiny, raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. I simply prefer to ponder and observe a bit more. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow in response, smiling as he said, a rare trait among one's peers. So, how fares your contemplation and observation? Riddle shrugged. Not so well. I see nothing remarkable in you. Quite right. I am, after all, a person of no significance, Dumbledore replied, and there is little worth knowing about me. Now, do you have any further inquiries? Perhaps regarding your magic, Hogwarts, or other matters? Chapter 24. Professor Dumbledore, Rila began, contemplating whether to inquire about time-traveling magic, but after a moment's thought, she abandoned the idea. Is the magic you speak of inherent in everyone? Riddle abruptly interrupted her. The manifestation of strength and weakness varies among individuals. I wish to pose that question to you as well, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore regarded Riddle briefly before responding. In the wizarding world, many believe the potency of magic is determined by one's lineage and innate talent. This is a common belief. However, it does not imply that one group is entirely superior to another, nor that one is wholly inferior. In truth, true strength arises from the love within our hearts. Dumbledore cast a profound glance at Riddle and Rila. Perhaps these words come to you too early, yet it is not amiss to listen. Sounds quite profound. When does your esteemed school commence? Riddle inquired, seemingly unfazed by such lofty rhetoric. Dumbledore cast Riddle another look, choosing not to elaborate further. He then retrieved 2 envelopes from his suit pocket. All the pertinent details were inscribed on the second parchment inside the envelopes. Departing from King's Cross Station on September 1st. Inside the envelope was also a train ticket. Rila accepted one from Dumbledore, passing the other to Riddle. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, and she delicately traced her fingertip over the gilded design for a moment before setting it down on the table alongside a scattered array of goose feathers. Riddle tossed the envelope casually onto his pillow, neither of them in a hurry to open it. Rila looked up, her cheeks flushed, and sheepishly addressed Dumbledore. But we currently have no money. Is there a possibility for a loan? The term loan evidently perplexed Professor Dumbledore, but Rila pressed on. It must require a substantial amount, right? Dumbledore gently shook his head. It is not a significant matter. It can be easily resolved. Hogwarts has a dedicated fund that assists those in need of financial support for purchasing textbooks and robes. As he spoke, he produced 2 coin pouches from his pocket, handing one each to Rila and Riddle. Thank you, Riddle, and I will make good use of this money, Rila smiled. Dumbledore returned her smile, continuing. The list of school supplies and books is detailed on the second parchment within your envelopes. Before your enrollment, I can assist you in procuring the necessary items. Rila was naturally pleased, as it would alleviate considerable hassle, but Riddle evidently did not share her sentiment. Sir, I believe we can manage such matters on our own. There is no need to trouble you, he stated. Rila shot Riddle a puzzled glance, unsure of his reasoning. Yet, at that moment, how could she possibly abandon him to follow Dumbledore alone? I am just like him, Rila asserted. She assumed Dumbledore would insist otherwise, but to her surprise, he readily acquiesced, swiftly informing her and Riddle of the route to Diagon Alley for purchasing magical supplies. Enter through the leaky cauldron. Once inside, you will find Diagon Alley. It is invisible to the unmagical, but those with magic can see it. Upon entering, you may converse with the pub's proprietor. Oh, yes, he is also named Tom. Riddle raised an eyebrow and shrugged, seemingly expressing his exasperation with the coincidence. Rila recalled that in the orphanage alone, there were 3 individuals named Tom, one of whom was a girl. Dumbledore paused. It seems you are not fond of that name. Well, It is simply that there are too many Toms, which can sometimes lead to confusion, Riddle replied. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly seemed to recall something, asking, they told me my father is also named Tom Riddle. Do you know him? I'm afraid I do not, Dumbledore answered, his voice as gentle and calm as ever. The air seemed to still momentarily. Chapter 25. After closing the door, Rila turned to Riddle with a puzzled expression. My so-called magic is clearly different from yours. Why did you not allow me to inquire further? Riddle had already removed his shoes and reclined on the bed, playing with the parchment envelope in his hands, the contents rattling within. He was a mystery. This so-called Hogwarts might very well be a sinister institution. Even if it were genuine, the abilities he possessed were undeniably fraught with danger. She could not shake the feeling that it was unnatural. They should conduct their own research before entering this school. Rila had to admire Riddle's caution and foresight. He was indeed astute, thinking far ahead. Had she blurted out her thoughts, they might have found themselves under close surveillance before even stepping foot in the school, or worse, imprisoned. Just remember, Riddle cautioned. His distrust of Professor Dumbledore was understandable. Thus his reluctance to have Dumbledore accompany them was reasonable. Yet Rila's intuition suggested that Dumbledore was, in fact, trustworthy. Riddle had opened his envelope, and Rila followed suit. Comparing the contents of their letters, aside from their names, everything else was identical. When shall we go? There is an entire month before the school year begins. Rila held the parchment to her nose, inhaling deeply. It bore no scent, though the dark green ink still retained a faint fragrance, rather pleasant. Tomorrow. I believe that place is not far from here, Riddle decided, rising to pour out all the gold galleons from his pouch, meticulously counting them on the table. The next day, the two of them took a tram to the designated location. The exterior was indeed shabby, worn and dirty, and just as Rila stood at the entrance, scanning the area, Riddle had already stepped inside. She hurriedly retrieved the parchment from her envelope and followed him. It read that they must pass through the bar, and then, hey, Riddle, wait for me. Very well, following Riddle seemed the best course of action. After some effort, they found themselves standing on a bustling cobblestone street. The thoroughfare was teeming with people of all shapes and sizes, men and women, young and old, most clad in an array of cloaks and pointed hats. The shops lining the street offered an array of peculiar wares, a veritable treasure trove of wonders. At the entrances of certain shops, bats and various owls hung, enticing Rila to peek inside, where an array of toads and lizards were on sale. Each dimly lit store was imbued with indescribable, peculiar aromas, with their windows displaying an assortment of bewildering animal entrails, eel eyes, and snake skins. Meanwhile, from some shops wafted an alluring fragrance, a delightful melange of chocolate, cheese, and fruity scents. Riddle, however, seemed not the least bit curious, maintaining a steady gaze ahead as he walked briskly, with Rila trailing closely behind, only able to catch fleeting glimpses of the myriad wonders around them. Suddenly, Riddle halted and turned, declaring, I shall go in first to purchase a wand. Rila's curious eyes remained fixed on a nearby scene, where a wizard, tightly gripping a hemp rope, cursed as he walked. The other end of the rope tethered to the battered neck of a small humanoid creature with slate-gray skin, large ears, and oversized eyes. Quick as a flash, Riddle raised his hand to shield them from the view, creating distance between the two. Chapter 26. It was only then that Rila regained her composure. Realizing they had arrived before a quaint shop. Though small, the sign above its entrance was grand. Ollivander, the legendary purveyor of fine wands since 382 BC. Through the transparent glass window, one could glimpse a purple cushion upon which lay an exquisitely polished branch. Riddle turned, pushing open the door to Ollivander's. Rila blinked and promptly followed him inside. Good afternoon, a gentle voice emanated from the counter. Following the sound, a tall, slender man clad in a gray robe appeared. Evidently Mr. Ollivander himself. Behind him, thousands of wooden boxes ascended to the ceiling, filling the room, creating a cramped and overwhelming atmosphere. Good day, sir. We are here to purchase wands, Riddle announced. The honor is mine. Now, let me measure what length wand would suit you best, Mr. Ollivander replied. Emerging from behind the counter, he extracted a measuring tape from his robe, which moved of its own accord, measuring Riddle before leaping into the air to measure Rila. Mr. Ollivander was already weaving between the shelves, carefully retrieving some long wooden boxes, while proudly proclaiming, Oh, I am not exaggerating. The wands in my shop are truly the creme de la creme. In my youth, I rigorously scrutinized the materials and craftsmanship of wand making. Today, Ollivander's only employs unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings as wand cores. My extensive research has revealed these materials to be the most stable, capable of maximizing the magical potential of the wand's holder. Of course, perhaps in the future, even better wand core materials will emerge. Providing exceptional wands for wizards has always been the mission of this shop. Every wizard who enters will find a wand to their satisfaction and leave with no empty hands. He emerged from behind the shelves, placing a long box on the counter. Here, sir, try this one. Crafted from hawthorn and featuring a unicorn feather core, measuring 10 inches in length. You may give it a go. Riddle accepted the wand, waved it, and only a few dim sparks flickered in the air. Mr. Ollivander swiftly replaced it with another. After several exchanges, each yielding similar results, Riddle's brow began to furrow. While Mr. Ollivander muttered, let me think, as he dove back into the shelves. Rila was drawn to a weathered wooden box in the corner, filled with various scattered wands. Some were partially wrapped in cloth bags, others tumbled out of broken boxes, and some lay there without any packaging at all. To the untrained eye, one might mistake them for mere sticks. Rila approached and looked up at Mr. Ollivander, who was still navigating the shelves. Mr. Ollivander, are those wands as well? He glanced up. Oh, those are intended for the basement. They are indeed wands, but not well crafted and no longer usable, destined for disposal. Mr. Ollivander emerged, cradling several long boxes, and handed one to Riddle. Try this one. It will suit you perfectly. Made of you, with a phoenix feather core. 13.5 inches long, with excellent flexibility. Riddle took the wand, and his expression visibly shifted. He lifted it, and, with a downward flick, the air seemed to shatter, erupting into a blinding beam of green light. Rila's eyes took a moment to adjust. The entire room was enveloped in a green glow, which soon exploded, scattering like a grand finale of fireworks. Chapter 27. Oh, splendid. Marvelous. Truly delightful. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his joy unabashedly evident. Riddle displayed a satisfied demeanor, waving the wand a few more times. This wand suits me perfectly. I shall take it. Observing Riddle pay 9 galleons. Rila felt a pang of unease. Schooling was indeed a costly endeavor, even if it wasn't their money. Mr. Ollivander glanced at Rila, seemingly struck by a thought, nodded, and turned back toward the shelves. Rila's gaze inadvertently returned to the open, dilapidated wooden box. She raised a hand gently, and a plume of grayish-white smoke detached from her body, coalescing into a cloud that playfully danced in the air, wrapping around the bundle of sticks and delivering them to her arms before retracting back into her palm. Riddle stood quietly beside her, observing her actions with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Once you enter Hogwarts, refrain from such displays, at least avoid making it so overt. Rila looked at him in confusion. Isn't this the magical world? Why can't I still use it? Riddle frowned slightly, a barely perceptible sigh escaping him as he spoke softly. In the entire wizarding realm, a wizard's magic that is as unique as yours draws attention. Your abilities are insufficient to ensure your own protection. Rila bit her lip, feeling a touch of irritation at the veiled mockery. Surely, I can at least protect myself. There can't be that many malevolent beings in the magical world. Huh, Riddle scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. I am uncertain whether you refer to your ability to flit about like a cloud of smoke or your talent for manipulating smoke to create puppets. Yet either capability is woefully inadequate. Being openly belittled was an uncomfortable sensation for Rila, yet she held her tongue, for Riddle's words rang true. Her prowess appeared formidable at first glance, but she and Riddle both believed that the chaotic forest was her handiwork, when in reality, a fierce blizzard had swept through the night prior. Rila's silence conveyed her acknowledgement. Mr. Ollivander approached, bearing several wooden boxes, and frowned at the subpar wand in Rila's hand. Oh, my dear, allow me to say, I have far better wands. That one is not fit for casting spells, he said, stepping forward to take the flawed wand from her grasp. Now, try this one, crafted from vine wood, with a unicorn feather core, 11.5 inches long. A favorite among female wizards. Rila held her wand aloft, under the watchful gaze of Riddle and Mr. Ollivander, feeling somewhat foolish as the wand exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What should I do? Rila inquired, as Mr. Ollivander swiftly withdrew the wand from her grasp and replaced it with another. You needn't do anything, my dear. Simply hold it, and it will choose its rightful master. You must wait to be chosen, and you will know when it happens. The wand in her hand felt rather heavy, and emulating Riddle, Rila waved it through the air a few times. However, no sparks or lights materialized. Let us try this one. Still, no response. Perhaps this one, with the heartstring of a fire dragon. No reaction. Mr. Ollivander delved back into the shelves, emerging shortly thereafter with a wooden box. This one. Well, perhaps it will respond. Let me search a bit more. Yet, there was still no reaction. Beads of perspiration had begun to form on Mr. Ollivander's forehead. Chapter 28. After having tried nearly every wand in the shop, it was expected that a wizard should have found their wand by now. Mr. Ollivander wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, massaging his temples, exhausted as he sank into a chair. Even wands that are unsuitable should exhibit some form of response, albeit less pronounced. Rila stood awkwardly to the side, her throat parched. Is a wand necessary for a wizard to cast spells? Indeed, a wand is a wizard's right arm, Mr. Ollivander replied. A wandless wizard is nearly akin to a muggle. Is it my fault? Why does the wand feel like a mere stick in my hand? Rila murmured softly, momentarily at a loss. Riddle had been silently observing for a considerable time, and at that moment, he rose. Extracting a somewhat damaged wand from a pile of defective ones on the counter, and approached Rila, offering it to her. Rila frowned, glancing at Riddle, attempting to decline. Surely a defective wand could not produce any reaction when fine wands had failed. Give it a try, Riddle calmly urged again. Reluctantly, Rila accepted the wand. And at that moment, something extraordinary occurred. A warm sensation began to flow from the palm of her hand, coursing upward, as she waved it. The wand's tip erupted in a woven cascade of warm, orange-yellow light, akin to the glow of flames, tracing arcs in the air before quietly dissipating. While it paled in comparison to Riddle's wand's performance, this was more than enough to astonish Rila. Mr. Ollivander, too, breathed a sigh of relief. His shop's reputation had been preserved. I'll take this one, Rila said, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Made of spruce wood with a giant's hair core. Measuring 12 inches. This wand was crafted by my grandfather in his youth. Mr. Ollivander assisted Rila in placing the wand into a wooden box, remarking that since it was intended for disposal, he would not charge her for it. Rila expressed her gratitude promptly. After departing from Ollivander's wand shop, the two proceeded to purchase the items listed on their inventory, a second-hand cauldron, a second-hand wizard's robe, and a second-hand telescope, opting for pre-owned items whenever possible. Their final stop was Flourish and Blots. Aside from the required textbooks, Riddle acquired several second-hand books. During Riddle's continued search for literature, Rila noticed a bundle of newspapers stacked in a corner, their black and white photographs animated. Intrigued, she crouched down and picked up one of the papers. The Minister of Magic in Spain sternly rebuts accusations of ineptitude against the ministry. Grindelwald, a sinner or the hope of the wizarding world. Why does he garner the allegiance of numerous elites? An exclusive analysis by wizarding experts. Ilvermorny School to welcome its first werewolf student this year. Headmaster Jim's statement hopes this will aid the passage of the Equality for All Creatures Act. Dominating the center of the page was a dynamic photograph of an approximately 11-year-old girl with shoulder-length hair, beaming radiantly at the camera. Beside her stood a tall, gentle-looking middle-aged man. The small black text in the lower right corner revealed the identities of those in the image. The incoming werewolf student and Headmaster Jim Terror of Ilvermorny. Boss, I'll take this stack of newspapers, Rila said, looking up at a wizard organizing the shelves. The wizard lifted his gaze, 10 sickles for the lot. So expensive? Rila pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and decided to purchase them all. Chapter 29. On the return journey, seated on the tram, Riddle leaned against the glass window, feigning sleep, while Rila sat beside him, inadvertently recalling the phrase, "Your abilities are insufficient to protect yourself." Although the memory was disheartening, it yielded a crucial realization. Riddle was well-versed in the magical realm, confirming that his 3-month absence was indeed spent in the magical world. Yet prior to this, he had revealed nothing. Rila took a deep breath. It was of little consequence. There would be time ahead. Upon arriving at the orphanage, dusk was approaching. Rila checked the mailbox at the entrance, but found no letters for her. Once back in their respective rooms, Rila retrieved her wand from the wooden box and waved it through the air, yet the enchanting sensation had vanished. As anticipated, it seemed Riddle had played a trick on her. According to Professor Dumbledore's assertions, the potency of magic was determined by lineage and talent. That final assertion regarding love being the most potent force was evidently a mere platitude and could be disregarded. Rila surmised that her own capabilities were, rounded to the nearest whole number, non-existent. Lineage and talent were innate gifts, seemingly signaling to her that effort would be futile. Overwhelmed by ennui, Rila tossed her wand aside, letting it fall to the ground, and flopped onto her bed, rolling around for several moments before sitting up again. Pulling out a stack of old newspapers from the magical world she had purchased in recent months, and resumed her reading. Though the pile of newspapers appeared substantial, much of the information was repetitive, and Rila completed her reading within a few days. Now, seated on her bed in her room, she contemplated. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts had undoubtedly marked a turning point in her future, substantially disrupting her original life plans. Rila recalled her previous discussions with Riddle regarding her aspirations. She believed that the war would undoubtedly persist for a considerable time, but would ultimately cease, at which point, nations would be in urgent need of various talents. Regardless, there were ample opportunities for her to develop. Riddle, however, remained silent, never sharing his own future intentions. This thought caused Rila's temper to rise. What had he been thinking when she spoke of her seemingly absurd plans for the future? Did he assume she would certainly attend Hogwarts? Rila flipped through her thoughts repeatedly, ultimately emitting a heavy sigh as she stared at the ceiling. Well, most likely, he truly cares for nothing but himself. To be frank, even after her excursion into the magical world, its allure had diminished significantly. The initial novelty had waned, leaving her with a simple sentiment. Well, it's just like that, I suppose. After all, she hailed from a century later, aware of the glorious advancements of the Muggle world. Were not those magical feats merely the technology of the Muggle realm? Wizards possess magic, while Muggles are endowed with technology. There is little to envy in this dichotomy. Moreover, after several days of contemplation, she has come to realize that the wizarding world offers scant opportunities for a witch of Muggle descent, one without kin or connections. Thus, the scales in her heart tip towards indecision. To refrain from venturing forth seems a lamentable choice, for few are granted such an opportunity. Let alone the allure of another realm brimming with enchanting magic and diverse flora and fauna. How could one not feel a spark of curiosity? Yet, to embark on this journey means she would forfeit her chance to participate in the British government's special vocational program for girls in secondary education, a prospect she has diligently prepared for by purchasing books and studying diligently. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over Rila as she tossed the newspaper aside, sweeping her belongings, clothes, books, onto the floor in a haphazard manner. She flopped onto her bed, kicked her legs out, and covered herself with a thin blanket, casting aside all thoughts of the future and the enigma of Riddle. Each time she pondered these matters, she felt herself morph into an anxious old woman, aging decades in an instant. Yet, when freed from such burdensome thoughts, she reverted to the essence of an 11-year-old girl, or even younger than her actual 15 years. Rila emitted a sound reminiscent of a piglet, wriggling comfortably within her warm cocoon, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 30. A month passed swiftly. During this time, Riddle sequestered himself in his room, hardly venturing outside, wholly absorbed in tomes of magic. Rila, however, was not as enamored. She merely glanced at the table of contents of those magical books before returning them to their places, for her ambitions lay elsewhere. With only 2 days remaining before their departure for Hogwarts, Rila harbored a grudge and refrained from informing Riddle that she had no intention of attending Hogwarts. Dismissing any notion of an acceptance letter, Rila sauntered through the corridor with a laundry basket overflowing with foul-smelling sheets and pillowcases, a chore that typically fell to Grandma Martha. Though occasionally, the older children were called upon to assist. She rapped on Riddle's door with her knuckles. When he opened it, his youthful face remained as strikingly handsome as ever, yet it appeared pallid, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river. "What do you want?" Riddle inquired impatiently. Rila pointed to the laundry basket behind her. "Good day, sir. It's time for the guest room laundry service." Riddle narrowed his eyes, regarding her with the suspicion of a thief. "I handle my own laundry. You should attend to the other rooms. You are not permitted in mine." With swift reflexes, Rila propped her foot against the door as he attempted to close it. "Sir, the last unwashed room is yours. I must hurry to deliver these to Grandma Martha. As you know, the laundry cart waits for no one." Riddle turned away, extracting his wand. In mere seconds, the sheets and pillowcases were neatly folded in his hands. He cast a fleeting glance at Rila before depositing the items into the laundry basket, ensuring to mix his own linens with the others so as to conceal their origin before confidently shutting the door behind him. His action stung Rila deeply. She clenched her fists and lingered in the corridor for a while. Was she truly that peculiar? Perhaps it was for the best that she wouldn't attend that Hogwarts school, sparing herself the annoyance of his presence. She had grown weary of his capricious moods and the manner in which he treated her. He was likely reveling in his freedom. September 1st. As was her custom, Rila returned to her room after lunch, though the entire morning had been fraught with distraction as she leaned against the window. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted the familiar figure of Riddle. Today, he donned a tidy, clean outfit and carried an old-fashioned suitcase as he approached the grand banyan tree outside the orphanage. Mrs. Colf called out to him, approaching with an incredulous warmth, enveloping him in a massive hug. He seemed to struggle, only to be gently pressed down by her hand on his head as she bestowed a tender kiss upon his forehead. Clearly, this unusual and overly affectionate display nearly terrified him. Even from a distance, Rila could sense his trepidation and discomfort. She stifled a laugh, nearly fainting from the hilarity of the moment, as her laughter dulled the pang of sadness and disappointment stemming from her own decisions. After a while, she wiped the tears from her eyes, watching as Riddle's figure vanished through the gates of the orphanage. September 2nd. Rila departed the orphanage for another part of London to sit for the examination for the special vocational program for girls in secondary education. September 3rd. After completing the exam, she meandered about for several days. September 28th. Riddle, with a brooding expression, kicked open the door to Rila's room. Chapter 31. Riddle felt utterly foolish. An indescribable kind of foolishness. The moment he stepped into Hogwarts, he became the center of attention among both students and faculty, showered with accolades as an unprecedented magical prodigy. And he feigned surprise at the adulation. When they inquired about his lineage with veiled curiosity, he deftly sidestepped the topic, hinting at a remarkable heritage in Parseltongue. When pressed further, he deliberately obfuscated, adopting an air of inscrutable mystery. Overall, Hogwarts proved to be splendid. Here, he received unprecedented attention, a stark contrast to his previous anonymity in the Muggle world. Moreover, the only person privy to his sordid past, Rila, had yet to arrive at Hogwarts, and it seemed unlikely she would ever grace the school with her presence. How delightful, for encountering her would invariably remind him of the pitiful little boy from the orphanage, a past he was loath to confront. Truth be told, Riddle held a certain disdain for individuals like Rila. She belonged to those ensnared by solitude. Her aspiration to become a nurse stemmed from a fear of being unwanted, a means of proving her existence through the need of others. How absurd. He was acutely aware that he was merely a vessel for her to alleviate her loneliness, as long as there was someone willing to lend her an ear. It could be anyone. It need not be him, Tom Riddle. This year, only one new student had yet to report. If a new student did not arrive within 30 days, they would forfeit their enrollment eligibility. Riddle adapted to life at Hogwarts more swiftly than his peers, attending classes, visiting the library, returning to the common room, and forging friendships befitting his status. Everything appeared to unfold perfectly. He would be the Tom Riddle untouched by any circumstance, destined for a brilliant future. Yet, each night, as he lay alone in his dormitory bed, an inexplicable restlessness lingered within him, refusing to dissipate. He sought to explore this feeling, but always returned empty-handed. He attempted to distract himself through studying, reading, and engaging in social activities. But the gnawing sense of unease trailed him relentlessly. This feeling intensified particularly when surrounded by teachers and classmates praising his talents. Gradually, it evolved into an unnameable emptiness. Reflecting on the attention and admiration he had once yearned for, now possessed, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He could not shake the feeling that someone should be there to witness his brilliance, to acknowledge all he had achieved, and that person, apart from Rila, eluded his thoughts. She truly should come to witness how far he had come. So why had she not arrived at Hogwarts? Did she not realize that this is an opportunity coveted by countless individuals? Yet, she dismissively turned away, plunging herself into the midst of that mundane and foolish crowd of muggles. He observed a group of first-year girls pass by, and once again, his thoughts drifted to her. If she were to attend Hogwarts, to which house would she be assigned? Perhaps she would be placed in Hufflepuff. She relished making friends, but struggled to truly connect. For years, he had failed to comprehend why she seemed utterly indifferent to her own extraordinary abilities, as though she did not consider herself remarkable in any way. Tom, how did you end up here? Professor Slughorn, with a characteristic look of fondness reserved for promising students, regarded the handsome boy before him. Professor. Riddle quickly covered the pile of quills he had ruined with his arm, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. I was contemplating whether the thickening agent for the draft of living death could be substituted with flobberworm mucus. An exquisite idea. Professor Slughorn raised an eyebrow. But the use of basilisk slime as a thickening agent for the draft has been established for quite some time. You know, this formula has a history of 4 centuries. However, basilisk slime is no longer as affordable and accessible as it was 400 years ago. Its scarcity has driven up its price. And I believe it is imperative to consider an alternative. Tom, many have proposed using flobberworm mucus in place of basilisk slime, yet thus far, the results have been less than satisfactory. Professor, basilisk slime has milder properties compared to flobberworm mucus. I believe that by diluting the flobberworm mucus with water and alcohol during the potion's preparation, we could achieve a thickening agent that rivals that of basilisk slime. Professor Slughorn stroked his ample chin thoughtfully. I believe this may indeed be feasible. No wizard has attempted this before you. Then, Professor Slughorn, may I have the opportunity to conduct some research on this matter in the basement classroom this Saturday? I trust both you and I are eager to uncover the answer. Oh, certainly, my dear Tom. Professor Slughorn narrowed his eyes, his admiration for the boy intensifying. After Professor Slughorn departed, Riddle stared at the barren quills in his hand, a familiar wave of irritation washing over him once more. He was uncertain of what he truly desired. His thoughts were a chaotic tangle. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing at her door, sensing her presence within the room. He swore he merely sought an answer. Chapter 32. A continued effort. Rila lay half reclined on her small bed, a report card in her hands bearing the disheartening news of her failure, accompanied by the phrase "try again next time," which plunged her into a deep melancholy. What a miscalculation, truly, what a miscalculation. Lacking the means to purchase supplementary study materials, she could only shamelessly loiter at the bookstore, her learning conditions far too limited. Yet, she had optimistically believed that her meager knowledge from her past life would suffice to tackle this examination. However, reality proved otherwise. The ongoing economic downturn had resulted in an unprecedented number of candidates taking the exam, with individuals far more intelligent, diligent, and capable than herself overwhelming her. She simply could not compete, truly could not. So what now? Preparing for next year's exam seemed feasible, as she was only a score or two shy of the passing mark, though the passing line varied each year. Alternatively, she could attend Hogwarts, a school that required no examination and provided meals and lodging. However, the term had already begun nearly a month ago. Would she even be allowed to enroll at this juncture? Had she known earlier, she would have reported to Hogwarts immediately after the exams. Although the wizarding world offered little promise, Hogwarts provided sustenance and shelter. In the Muggle world, as an orphan with no connections, no capital, no ambition, no capability, and no backing, and with the looming specter of World War II, how could she survive amid the chaos and scarcity of resources? In contrast, her research indicated that the wizarding world remained entirely unaffected by the tumult of the Muggle realm. Despite its lack of prospects, the wizarding community was stable. Moreover, eventually, one would still end up working for capitalists. The location hardly mattered. Tears welled in Rila's eyes as her thoughts spiraled into sorrow, filled with regret for her past decisions. She pounded the hard bed frame in frustration, causing it to tremble beneath her strikes. At that moment, with a resounding bang, her door was kicked open. Rila stared blankly at Riddle, standing in the doorway. Why? What do you mean, why? Rila furrowed her brow in response. Riddle inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the anger bubbling within him. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the fury had vanished, his dark eyes returning to a serene stillness akin to a placid pool. You know what I am referring to. I do not. She truly did not. Surely he was not imploring her to attend Hogwarts? Surely not. Was he really descending the steps so quickly? The small voice in Rila's mind erupted in laughter, and she forced herself to maintain composure. What are you back for? Why did you not go to Hogwarts? Riddle inquired. Though Rila now wished to attend Hogwarts, she still wanted to maintain her facade. I have no desire to go. Rila turned her face away, replying coolly to Riddle. Meanwhile, she subtly shifted her body, tucking the report card of her failure beneath the covers. There is no reason. Riddle regarded Rila silently, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Riddle stepped forward, grasping Rila's shoulders. His fingers dug into her flesh, causing her eyes to well with tears. Rila vehemently slapped his hand away, yet Riddle held firm, compelling her to meet his gaze. An all-too-familiar wave of dizziness and nausea washed over her. Stop. Do not use the Cruciatus curse on me. Rila emitted a piercing scream, her leg, resting atop the covers, kicked forcefully against Riddle's chest. Stumbling back, Riddle said nothing, his expression now cloaked in a chilling frost. Why did you not go to Hogwarts? He repeated. Rila rubbed her shoulder, scoffing softly. Do you think I am unaware that the wand is your doing? A person like me would only face discrimination there. Why would I subject myself to such torment? Furthermore, why does it concern you whether I go or not? Riddle narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Rila as he spoke slowly. If you have never been to Hogwarts, how can you be so certain that you are the worst? Rila looked at Riddle in confusion. Otherwise what? She believed every wizard at Hogwarts must be like Riddle himself. The wizarding world may very well conceal a means for you to traverse back, he continued. Upon hearing this, Rila raised an eyebrow. That. She crossed her legs and rested her hands behind her head. I've considered it. My father was born in 1990. If I exert myself, I can live to that age. Even if I do not reach that age, I can have my descendants inform him that his future daughter is thriving. So he need not worry. Riddle's eyes darkened slightly, and a mocking smile crept across his face. So, your feelings for your father are rather superficial. Rila was not one to be provoked by such words. She cast a casual glance at the other party, shrugged her shoulders, and wore a look that suggested she was indifferent to their opinions. Aren't you curious about the unique abilities you possess? Riddle launched another attack. Rila shook her head, feigning a demeanor of maturity and indifference as she replied, not curious at all. Such innate gifts are hardly worth pondering. It's akin to having a natural talent for mathematics or mechanics. Would you find yourself agonizing over the origins of that talent? And yet, Riddle nearly exclaimed, do you not feel ashamed to squander your magical prowess? You possess abilities that set you apart from others, yet you. Riddle fell silent. His teeth clenched in frustration. One of the reasons he despised Rila was that she dismissed the abilities he cherished as if they were worthless. A contempt that nearly drove him to uncontrollable rage. So what? Rila retorted, my abilities do not dictate who I am destined to become. Must one with magic necessarily become a wizard? Is it not the same as having an impressive degree and feeling compelled to secure a prestigious job? I refuse to be constrained by so-called talents. Yet, as she spoke these words, Rila could not help but inwardly chuckle, relishing the opportunity to flaunt her indifference. Seeing Riddle's handsome face darken into silence, she straightened her posture, crossed her legs on the bed, and reached for her notebook, a compilation of her research on the wizarding world derived from a plethora of newspapers. Many people commonly believe that relocating to a better place will elevate their lives. For instance, those living in rural areas often yearn for the city, while individuals from developing nations aspire to reach developed countries. However, the truth is that without sufficient personal ability, one's circumstances will remain unchanged, or perhaps worsen. Moreover, Rila continued, gazing at Riddle, my analysis suggests that the wizarding world resembles a half-feudal, half-slavery system. With a snap, Rila's notebook closed abruptly. Chapter 33. Rila sat upright in the enchanted carriage en route to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Her hands pressed against the ornate glass window as she gazed at the ever-shifting clouds outside. Opposite her sat Tom Riddle. Rila's neck stiffened, and she dared not turn to look at him. In truth, the clouds were not particularly captivating. Rila recalled an hour earlier. A mere 2 words echoed in her mind, mortifying. I suddenly regret this. I wish to attend Hogwarts. Is it too late? Such contradictory sentiments were quintessentially her. No loss of composure, nor any medication misstep. It was simply her words. In the aftermath, she concocted an array of justifications for her sudden reversal. I believe that the universe granted me this extraordinary chance to transcend time and space, not for me to lead a life akin to that of the majority. Riddle. I once proclaimed that the essence of life lies in experiencing it. Yet now it is I who has betrayed this creed. I am merely 11 years old, and I have squandered the chance to embrace a plethora of new experiences, cowering in fear and resisting change. It was truly unfathomable that such a stubborn, antiquated version of herself could exist. She wore a heart-wrenching expression while her eyes darted around, sensing Riddle's tumultuous emotions, which eventually settled into a cold calm, urging her to hasten her preparations for the afternoon arrival at Hogwarts. Aside from obligatory exchanges, Riddle maintained a stoic demeanor, remaining silent throughout. Rila exhaled in relief. It was indeed challenging for her to elucidate the irrationality of her sudden shift. For days, she had been apprehensive that Riddle might unexpectedly reach out to her. Each time she checked her mailbox, her heart raced with trepidation, fearing he would question her absence. Yet, there was no message, and while she felt relieved, a deeper sense of profound disappointment enveloped her, as if she had plummeted into an abyss. She could not ascertain Riddle's fluctuating demeanor. His indifference was stark, akin to a formidable wall that had pushed her away only to sever their connection entirely. For years, she had struggled to gauge the proximity of that wall in relation to herself. Had Riddle, on the day of his departure, knocked on her door and called for her, she suspected that all her future plans and mental preparations would have crumbled before him, leading her to joyfully follow him to Hogwarts. She recognized her own lack of ambition. Much like a scrappy dog that feels elated when its master is in a good mood, believing the skies have cleared and the winds have ceased. She loathed this undignified, desperate side of herself, even more so for knowing that Riddle abhorred her, yet she could not help but flit around his presence. The moment she laid eyes on Riddle, she realized she had reverted to that same scrappy dog. But having experienced a brush with death, why could she not live according to her own heart? Moreover, he had personally come to fetch her, a testament that she still held a place in his thoughts. As the saying goes, a fool does not descend when offered a staircase. With this thought, Rila's spirits soared, and with a cheerful smile, she turned to break the silence. This carriage is quite exquisite. What are those 2 magnificent creatures with horns and large wings up front? Unicorns, Riddle replied without lifting his gaze. Engrossed in the book he was perusing. Their blood possesses life-sustaining properties. When they arrived, Riddle disembarked first. Rila attempted to follow suit, but the driver halted her. Miss, the fare is 6 gold galleons. Please settle the payment. Why so expensive? Rila exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pointing to the figure of Riddle, who was already striding away. You ought to request payment from him. Rila looked up again, only to realize Riddle had vanished. Why is it so costly? Can it be a bit cheaper? Miss, this is a carriage pulled by unicorns. Not to mention you are being transported from the Muggle world to the wizarding realm. How could it be less expensive? The driver's towering stature loomed over Rila within the cramped carriage. With no recourse, she resigned herself to parting with her meager savings of 4 gold galleons. Tears welling in her eyes. This is all I have. I truly have no more money. Chapter 34. Why are you only reporting now? Headmaster Albus Dumbledore frowned as he emerged from behind his enormous desk, his frail hands clasped behind his back. I had chickenpox, Rila murmured. Her gaze cast downwards, and I arrived late to avoid infecting the other students. Dumbledore's eyes scrutinized Rila as he took his time, and after a long pause, a gentle sigh escaped him from above her head. Had you arrived a mere 2 or 3 days later, you would have lost the chance to enter Hogwarts. With that, he retrieved an old, tattered sorting hat from a shelf, seemingly on the verge of disintegrating. Let us commence with the sorting, Once that is done, you may seek out your house head, who will assist you with everything that follows. Rila obediently perched on the high stool before Dumbledore, feeling a twinge of guilt for the additional work she had inadvertently caused others. Come now, Sorting Hat. Tell this child to which house she belongs as she embarks on her journey at Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat, roused from slumber, appeared irked, loudly complaining to vent its displeasure. Is it already September 1st? Oh, but it isn't tea time yet. Why awaken me? Enough of the fuss. Let us get this over with so you can return to your slumber, Dumbledore declared as he placed the Sorting Hat atop Rila's head and stepped aside. The Sorting Hat, visibly displeased, puffed up its tattered fabric cheeks and muttered to itself for a while before attending to its duties, closing its eyes earnestly. However, moments later, it furrowed its brow, unable to grasp the thoughts and feelings of the girl before it. How could an 11-year-old possess such a formidable mental blockade? Rila anxiously twisted her fingers, waiting with bated breath for the outcome, softly murmuring to herself, Slytherin, Slytherin. After all, Riddle was from that very house. She had informed herself prior to her arrival that the courses offered at all 4 houses were identical, leaving Rila perplexed as to why a sorting was even necessary. Slytherin? The Hat's grotesque face contorted in dismay as it recalled the unusually high number of Slytherins this year, nearly rivaling that of Hufflepuff. A surplus of Slytherins was hardly a favorable situation. Oh, you do not seem suited for there. You might find their ways disagreeable. Rila raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance upward. Very well then, if I cannot be placed in Slytherin, anywhere else will suffice. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the Sorting Hat remained mute. Professor Albus Dumbledore, who stood nearby, could not suppress his curiosity and pressed, what seems to be the issue? Is there a problem? No, not at all. What is your desire? The Sorting Hat's body squirmed uneasily, seemingly attempting to ascertain which house would align with her aspirations. What kind of person do you wish to become? Rila gripped the edge of her stool, her feet anxiously shifting upon the footrest. Having not eaten all day, her low blood sugar had begun to render her irritable. I don't know, Rila replied. I am only 11. How could I possibly know who I wish to become? Just place me in a house where I can have enough to eat. I may be uncertain about my future desires, but I am well aware of my present needs. Thus, she was unceremoniously dispatched to Hufflepuff House. Rila H. Isted, a short, rotund, balding middle-aged wizard greeted her with a smile, inquiring about her late arrival to Hogwarts before escorting her to the Great Hall for a meal. You may call me Professor Billory. I am responsible for teaching herbology at Hogwarts and also serve as the head of Hufflepuff House. On their way to meet the Hufflepuff prefect, Professor Billory handed her 2 bread rolls wrapped in paper. The kitchen is just beside the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, he said playfully, winking at her. The house elves are always sympathetic to hungry Hufflepuff students. Rila paused, recalling her recent voracious consumption of food, akin to a ravenous creature. A flush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. Well, she had been exceedingly hungry, and with so many delectable options, who could resist? Chapter 35, Hufflepuff. Meals were served every morning from 8 to 9 o'clock, with lunch available throughout the entire midday break, and dinner commencing after 6 in the evening. However, I am certain you will not miss a meal. Those who lack enthusiasm for dining do not belong in Hufflepuff. Curfew in the dormitory was set for 11 o'clock. And should you find yourself lost in the castle, you may seek assistance from the Fat Friar, a kind and patient ghost. The long-haired Hufflepuff prefect led Rila, carrying her suitcase, as they walked along. Many greeted her, casting curious glances at Rila. A new face, I see. A tall red-haired boy paused to inquire. Yes. Just arrived today, the prefect replied, while Rila gazed at the hanging plants on the wall. The prefect's warm hand rested on her shoulder. Professor Billory asked me to assist her with accommodation. Why is she only now arriving at school? The boy asked, tilting his head slightly. Rila pondered whether she should say something. Having been ignored for so long in the orphanage, being observed by others made her feel uneasy. Chickenpox, the prefect answered for her. What is chickenpox? He asked. A disease peculiar to the Muggle world, I suppose. But it hardly matters, the prefect shrugged. Regardless, young witch, welcome to Hufflepuff, the finest house at Hogwarts. If you need anything. He offered an exaggerated display of friendliness, only to be playfully interrupted by the prefect. All right, enough of that. Chimo, you'll frighten her away. Off you go. I must take her to her dormitory. All right, I'll be on my way. As she watched him depart, Rila couldn't help but marvel at everyone's warmth. Indeed, Hufflepuff boasts the most amiable atmosphere of all 4 houses, the prefect remarked. By the way, I am Lena Heidi. In my 7th year, you can reach out to me for anything. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lena opened the door, revealing a cozy, warmly decorated little room. The interior was tidy, adorned with charming wall art, with 4 comfortable single beds set on either side of the room. In the center, there was a delightful fabric sofa and a small coffee table. Soft yellow light streamed in through a window located near the ceiling, casting a gentle glow on the clean brown plush carpet. There, that bed by the window is yours, Lena indicated, placing Rila's luggage upon it. I must be off now. Thank you so much. No trouble at all. Lena closed the door behind her. Rila was quite taken with her little haven, standing by the window, gazing contentedly at the room. Though it was in the basement, it lacked the cold, eerie atmosphere of the orphanage's basement. It wasn't until several days later, when she was awakened multiple times by the sounds of moles burrowing, that she understood why the other girls had not chosen this bed. In the afternoon, she met her 3 roommates. The first was Mizuna Vikril, who sported a thick black braid and possessed lively blue eyes that seemed to shimmer like a lake. Who are you? She asked. I'm Rila Ested, the witch who was late due to chickenpox and spent a month recovering at home. She kicked her suitcase under the bed. Did you not attend classes today? Mizuna inquired, placing her books on her desk. No, Rila replied. Are there classes today? Yes. There are 2 astronomy classes tonight, along with Slytherin. The classroom is on the castle's rooftop and can be rather hard to find, but you can accompany me, Mizuna said, pulling her chair closer to Rila's. The other 2 roommates will be back shortly. Do you want me to tell you their names now? Why not? What are they like? They are both wonderful people, Mizuna replied. Myrtle Warren and Teska Kieran. When all 4 had finally gathered, Mizuna proposed they hold a welcome party to celebrate their new roommate's arrival. Rila's eyes widened in surprise, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed, as she repeatedly waved her hands in protest. No need for that. Teska, tugging at her arm, whispered in her ear, she just wants an excuse to indulge. Do her a favor. Chapter 36, Astronomy Class. After a delightful feast, the 4 found themselves lost on their way to the classroom. Rila rubbed her slightly distended belly, clutching her books as she observed the other 3 anxiously deliberating which direction to take. Last time, we went down this right path, didn't we? Sweat beaded on Myrtilla's forehead, her cumbersome, ebony-framed glasses perched precariously on her acne-dotted nose, rising and falling slightly with her frown. Trust me. My sister brought me here last time, Mizuna declared, hands on her hips. Isn't there a chubby monk? Rila ventured cautiously. The chubby monk should be guiding other lost Hufflepuff wizards now. Teskaji's voice drifted from behind Rila. The 4 girls exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Fortunately, they did not dwell on it for long. A familiar figure, clutching books and a case containing a telescope, descended slowly from the adjacent staircase. Upon spotting Rila, a fleeting moment of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his steps faltered, as if contemplating whether to alter his course. Rila's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and she dashed towards him, eager to greet him. However, Riddle's impenetrable visage remained as tranquil as a deep well. He merely cast a detached glance at Rila, the cool indifference in his dark eyes creating an insurmountable chasm between them, as if he were not the same person who had barged into her room at the orphanage that morning. Rila stood frozen, her eyelids fluttering. Unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her, her words swallowed back down. It's Tom. Mizuna laughed, stepping forward to address Riddle in a familiar tone. Surely, Tom. You know the way. We 4 are hopelessly lost. Would you mind if we followed you? Riddle shook his head lightly, a casual smile gracing his lips. Not at all. He replied, casting a barely perceptible glance at Rila. Let us move quickly. We'll be late for astronomy class. Rila trailed behind her roommates, observing Riddle's retreating figure in silence until they finally reached the rooftop observatory of the astronomy classroom just before the instructor's arrival. Riddle nodded at them and joined a group of Slytherins nearby. Rila opened the case, retrieving the telescope and placing it on the platform beside Mizuna. Her thoughts whirled, and she could no longer contain herself. She lowered her voice to ask Mizuna, "Do you know him?" The him clearly referred to Riddle. As Mizuna adjusted the telescope, she replied, "Everyone knows him. It's hard not to remember him. I tell you, at Hogwarts, more than one teacher has praised Tom Riddle as the most exceptional wizard they have encountered in their teaching careers." I certainly agree. Rila blinked. Is he truly that remarkable? Mizuna paused her actions, her gaze drifting towards Riddle, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and added, he is not only exceedingly polite, but also remarkably humble and kind. A stark contrast to those arrogant and conceited Slytherins. Mizuna regarded Rila with an expression that seemed to say, you think Tom is a good person too, don't you? Rila met her gaze, suppressing the tempest within her, and forced a stiff nod of agreement. Huh. This place has changed him drastically, hasn't he? He wasn't like this at the orphanage. Polite, humble, kind. What nonsense. That guy could never be. In Rila's mind, a carousel of Riddle's misdeeds flashed before her eyes. The food she hid and could never bear to eat always mysteriously vanished, and she knew he was the culprit without needing to guess. He had tricked her into showing him her poems under the pretense of admiration, only to mock her mercilessly for an entire summer afterward. Once, when she had punctured a tire, He had swiftly fled the scene, leaving her, the innocent intruder, bewildered and stranded. And another time, in the dead of night, he had sneaked up and butchered her meticulously styled bangs. On any occasion, he would seize the chance to ridicule or torment her, never missing an opportunity. You seem to know him, Mizuno ventured tentatively. I heard he also comes from the Muggle world. No, Rila frowned, recalling Riddle's cold, distant gaze. I don't really know him. I just happened to share a carriage with him to Hogwarts today. Mizuna nodded in understanding, pulling out her notebook and casually asking. The train only runs on the first day of school, so how did you arrive at Hogwarts? In a unicorn-drawn carriage. Mizuna looked at her in astonishment. You must be quite wealthy. Not at all. Rila hurriedly raised her hand in explanation. I have no money. Look at me. All my things are secondhand. And my robe has patches on the elbows. That was Tom's kindness in letting you share his carriage. Rila was momentarily taken aback. Tom truly is a good person. Mizuna remarked, her admiration for him growing. Rila's face fell, her words caught in her throat, never to escape. She had unwittingly created a rumor. And each time she thought of it, she felt both pained over her lost money and resentful of having been tricked by Riddle once more. When this news reached Riddle, he wore that enigmatic smile of his, shaking his head, neither confirming nor denying it, which only deepened everyone's convictions. Chapter 37, Empty Pockets. In our last lesson, we discussed the characteristics of Venus's orbit. Did everyone see that? Venus, also known as the morning star, will be our focus over the coming weeks, as we will observe its trajectory, which will also serve as our homework. Throughout the lesson, Rila's enthusiasm waned, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Riddle's distant position. Surrounded by a cluster of Slytherin wizards, she absent-mindedly fiddled with the telescope's cover, jotting down half-hearted observations in her notebook. Most of Hufflepuff's classes were conducted alongside Ravenclaw, with astronomy being the only subject shared with Slytherin, occurring merely twice a month. After astronomy class, Rila's encounters with Riddle dwindled to a mere trickle. Occasionally, they would spot each other from a distance, merely nodding in acknowledgement before he would continue on with his companions. Back at the orphanage, it was small enough that one could traverse its perimeter in under 3 minutes, ensuring that faces were always familiar. The orphanage felt like a cage, binding individuals from different worlds together. In contrast, Hogwarts was vast, so much so that even after some time, she still got lost on her way to class. The intermingling of different houses made it rare to cross paths unless one was intentional about it. Rila felt a pang of disappointment, as if she were returning Riddle to the stream, and after graduation, to the sea. Yet, a person like him could thrive anywhere. Hogwarts merely laid bare the disparities that had been hidden at the orphanage. Focus on your studies. Don't dwell on those fleeting thoughts, Rila sighed, burying herself in her work, continuing to grapple with her transfiguration homework. They were tasked with writing a 4-foot-long essay on the 3 fundamental theories of transfiguration. But after half a day of contemplation, all she had managed to produce were a few words, consumed by thoughts of Riddle. Study, study, she mused, sensing a divine calling. Traversing time and space. Was this where she was meant to learn? Where was the script for saving the world? She wanted to be the savior. She too wanted to rise above. Rila scribbled fervently on a scrap of paper, her pencil tip breaking under the pressure of her thoughts. Oh. This is one of the few remaining pencils from the orphanage. It must not be squandered. Woe is me. Rila recalled her wallet, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow. Her heart and liver ablaze, as poverty tightened its grip around her fate. Before contemplating the salvation of the world, she ought to first consider the salvation of her own wallet. With this thought in mind, Rila embarked on her quest for redemption. Hello. Is the library still in need of assistance? Rila inquired, her cheeks flushed as she circled the borrowing desk several times, finally addressing Mrs. Mitchell, the librarian. Which grade are you in? Mrs. Mitchell lifted her gaze from the Daily Prophet, squinting as she scrutinized her. First year, Hufflepuff, Rila replied, catching a glimpse of the day's headline. A massive uprising of house elves at a private mine in Austria. The cause is still under investigation. Absolutely not, Mrs. Mitchell dismissed her without a second thought, shaking her head impatiently. You lot only cause trouble. Rila wished to speak further, but Mrs. Mitchell had already risen from her chair behind the desk. Rila, crestfallen, touched her nose and returned empty-handed. Chapter 38, Fish, Fish, Fish. When the number of people increases, it inevitably leads to various forms of clustering. Having arrived at school a full month late, Rila missed the opportune moment for forming new groups, and her roommates had already established their own circles. Yet, she no longer felt the same sense of helplessness, panic, and emptiness that she had experienced in the orphanage when confronted with exclusion. If she learned anything from Riddle, it was that one should not derive their worth from social interactions. Occasionally, her roommates would keep her company, sitting beside her, but most of the time, Rila found herself alone, using the restroom, sitting at a desk in class, dining in the Great Hall, and then drifting back to the dormitory like a specter. In the past, Rila could scarcely have fathomed this. Like many, she felt uncomfortable and awkward while floating alone on the periphery of the social universe, consumed by anxiety to fit in, yet believing that whatever she did was wrong or laughable, perpetually fearing the ridicule of others. Although this feeling would still occasionally assail her unexpectedly, she had learned to reconcile with it and no longer regarded her inability to make friends as a mark of shameful failure. Making friends should be the most natural thing in the world, Rila mused, as she speared another carrot with her fork and chewed. Like-minded individuals would naturally gravitate towards one another. What is she doing? It seemed she had swallowed an entire carrot in one go. How can she eat so much? Ha ha. Does she have worms in her stomach? What did I tell you before? Hufflepuff is just a bunch of gluttons. Rila furrowed her brow, displeasure washing over her, as her gaze fell upon two girls whispering and giggling, believing their words to be unheard. Taking a deep breath, she buried her head and hastened her eating. With her other hand, she quietly placed her palm face down over the wooden cup beside her, then flipped it over onto the table. Once her plate was cleared, Rila stood gracefully, her gaze lingering provocatively on the two girls before she picked up her empty plate, leaving the overturned cup on the table, and strolled towards the door at a leisurely pace. It was not until she heard their terrified exclamations behind her that she allowed herself a satisfied smile as she exited the great hall, leaving a trail of astonishment in her wake. The two girls stared in horror at the floating cup, clutching their foreheads, while nearby wizards erupted in laughter. In a panic, they fled the hall, yet the cup, as if possessed, followed closely behind them, hauntingly persistent. While taking a solitary stroll by the Black Lake, Rila fortuitously encountered Senior Heidi, who, upon spotting her, waved joyfully for her to come over. Seeing no one else around, and confirming she was being summoned, Rila approached Heidi. Senior, Rila greeted, and Heidi presented her with a tin box. This contains mackerel roe. Rila looked at her in confusion. Many potions require it, Heidi explained. My thesis is about this, but inadvertently, the fish laid too many eggs. Initially, I intended to release the excess roe into the Black Lake, but considering its dangers, I realized that such a fate would only lead to their demise. Rather than allow them to perish, I thought it better to make them more valuable. Rila's eyes sparkled with understanding as she eagerly accepted the box. Thank you, Senior Heidi. I believe I will find it incredibly useful. After bidding farewell to Senior Heidi, Rila could hardly contain her excitement to return to the common room. However, her thoughts were not on which potions required mackerel roe, but rather on her grand plan to save her wallet. The roe would hatch into small fish, the small fish would grow into larger fish, and the large fish would spawn more small fish. Selling the large fish would surely lead to her fortune. Aha, she truly had a vision. Chapter 39, I can't do that kind of magic. Within a month, Rila had come to accept the unsettling truth that she was, in fact, utterly devoid of magical ability, a realization she had long anticipated, now confirmed with undeniable evidence. For instance, during Transfiguration class, Professor Dumbledore instructed the students to transform a needle into a hair. She was unable to do so. In Charms class, Professor Nigel Nevin required everyone to levitate a feather. She failed. In Flying class, Miss Harriet asked each young witch to soar around Hogwarts on their broomsticks. She could not. The first to lose hope in her was Professor Dumbledore, Rila mused, perhaps because he understood that magical ability stems from talent and lineage, attributes that cannot be cultivated through effort. How cruel it is. Ultimately, the last to abandon hope was Miss Harriet. Had she not expressed extreme reluctance to fly, clinging desperately to the beechwood shaft, Rila would have suspected that Miss Harriet might have tossed her off the 7th-floor platform, just as she had done to another Gryffindor who still could not fly. It was said that he had broken his arm and still could not ride a broom, walking around with his head bowed in shame from the incessant mockery. Rila was surprisingly accepting of her lack of magical prowess, a mindset largely fostered by her time in Hufflepuff, the most accepting house for those who struggle. If one were to ask what the spirit of Hufflepuff is, the answer would undoubtedly be more diverse than any other house. Integrity, kindness, friendliness, diligence, sincerity, altruism, and resilience. Yet no one would question Hufflepuff's inclusivity. What to do if one's incantation and gestures are always incorrect? What if one cannot distinguish between belladonna and daffodil powder? What if one forgets whether to stir potions clockwise or counterclockwise? No matter, have a meal, get some rest, and we shall endeavor again tomorrow. What if tomorrow proves futile? Then there's always the day after. Hufflepuff never succumbs to adversity. What if one can never manage it in a lifetime? Then, well, that's just how it is. Life still holds many wonders to anticipate and strive for, and besides, in Hufflepuff, friendships are never contingent upon academic performance. To exist in such an environment is indeed a stroke of fortune, and Rila is acutely aware of the rarity of this blessing. Yet at times, She finds herself pondering whether the Sorting Hat's division of naive young wizards into 4 distinct houses is truly justified. During breaks, one typically observes students from the same house congregating, rather than mingling with their counterparts from other houses. Occasionally, Slytherins might engage in conversation with Ravenclaws or discuss matters with Gryffindors, but encounters with Hufflepuffs are rather infrequent. The same holds true for other houses. Moreover, one might overhear students from one house debating which house is superior, at times resorting to physical altercations over their rivalries. Rila feels akin to a creature submerged at the bottom of a pond, with only her eyes visible above the surface, quietly observing the school as she did during her time in the orphanage. In History of Magic class, Rila doodles in her textbook. Before the term commenced, she had perused a history of magic and has now grown intimately familiar with its contents. Authored by Bathilda Bagshot, this tome is the thickest of all the textbooks. Many young wizards furrow their brows upon their first encounter with it. However, one must understand that throughout the 7 years at Hogwarts, this is the sole textbook dedicated to the study of magical history, and it contains a plethora of repetitive material, which renders it less daunting. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, drones on, verbatim reciting the text, making it entirely unnecessary to pay rapt attention. What is she reading? Metamorphosis? It seems the bespectacled one is quite the scholar, Rayla mused, stifling a chuckle. Sitting beside Rayla is Olive Hornby, a fellow Ravenclaw of the same year, who shares a laugh with the girl next to her. Rayla discreetly glances at their target of ridicule, a short, chubby girl with heavy black glasses, one of Rayla's roommates, who, like Rayla, prefers solitude but possesses a slightly neurotic disposition that renders her less likable. Myrtle fidgets restlessly, her knees pressed tightly together beneath her desk, hastily concealing the cover of her other magical textbooks. Rayla recognizes that the book in Myrtle's possession is not the version of Metamorphosis that Professor Dumbledore mentioned in class the previous week. That edition discusses how to transform a teacup into a raven or vice versa. Its content somewhat esoteric. Rayla believes it to be unnecessarily convoluted. Hey, Franz Kafka, right? After class, Rayla gently taps Myrtle's shoulder and whispers, I can't help but wonder whose loss it is that wizards may never grasp this book. Myrtle's eyes widen in surprise, masking her excitement. You know him? Rayla raises an eyebrow, nodding with pride. I happen to have read the book, so I'm familiar with him. Oh, I thought I was the only one in all of Hogwarts who knew about him. Myrtle adjusts her glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, her cheeks flushing with excitement. I just recently read this book. Do you think it's good? Rayla rubs her chin, contemplating for a moment before honestly replying. I actually didn't understand it, so I can't say. Myrtle turns fully towards Rayla, eagerly seizing the conversation. I wish I could understand it. I've read many reviews about it. The protagonist turns into a bug, symbolizing how contemporary society reduces individuals to mere insects. The two discuss the matter for quite some time, with most of the dialogue coming from Myrtle while Rayla echoes her sentiments, until the next class begins. And their conversation continues until both are summoned by Professor Binns to stand in the aisle. Shall we grab a bite together after class? Myrtle inquires. Sure, Rayla replies, standing with her back against the wall, hands clasped, gazing ahead. Myrtle, still brimming with excitement, remarks, Do you like Fitzgerald? You know, the author of The Great Gatsby and Tinder is the Knight, the voice of the lost generation. Rayla furrows her brow and quickly articulates her thoughts, only for Myrtle to become momentarily tongue-tied, blinking awkwardly in silence. Rayla comprehends why others may find Myrtle unappealing. Her incessant chatter revolves around mundane topics, and she tends to recount particular scenes from books in excruciating detail, interspersed with remarks lifted from magazines or other sources. It seems she is eager to demonstrate the brilliance of her intellect, yet this approach often backfires, bordering on pretentiousness. Rayla recalls her own experiences at the orphanage, where she would cling to Riddle's attention. Although she considers herself slightly better than Myrtle, never repeating the same thing twice and believing her words to be less tedious and ostentatious, she recognizes that at their core, both seek the same validation, yearning for the attention of others. With this realization, Rayla finds herself admiring Riddle anew, as patience returns to her when faced with Myrtle's incessant prattle. Hey, I don't really know much about him either, Myrtle. Why don't you tell me what you think of him? Rayla suggests kindly. Every reader has their own interpretation of Hamlet. Share yours. For nearly an hour, Rayla feels her soul drifting outside the window, soaring in the pristine blue sky alongside birds. Myrtle's words gradually lose their vigor and strength until Rayla is certain that Myrtle has exhausted her repertoire. After all, having spoken for over 2 hours, it seems she has little left to say. Finally, Rayla seizes the opportunity to express her own thoughts. Do you think we should head to the kitchen for some pumpkin juice, or maybe corn juice? I've recently developed a fondness for corn juice. Do you know the spell that makes food sweet? Myrtle asks. I remember its incantation, I think we could practice it on the corn juice. Actually, I've never been to the kitchen, Myrtle admits, her tone now calm, devoid of her previous neurotic exuberance. Oh, no worries. I'll take you, Rila says, leading the way toward the classroom. Professor Binns glances their way, and in a hushed tone, Rila places a hand on Myrtle's rounded shoulder. In fact, we can go right now. Myrtle's eyes widen, yet the look in them is not one of fear or trepidation, but rather of excitement and anticipation for the forthcoming adventure. Some mischief may be daunting alone, but with a companion, it becomes exhilarating, such as skipping class to venture to the kitchen. Chapter 40. Slytherin welcomes you. In the Great Hall, Riddle glances at the distant Hufflepuff table, where Rila leans on the shoulder of a girl with black glasses, both of them giggling merrily. A flicker of annoyance stirs within him, though the reason eludes him. Riddle stabs a small potato on his plate with a forceful jab. Perhaps it is the sight of certain individuals reveling in joy that irks him. He muses, after all, she is so insufferable. Yes, she is utterly insufferable. Tom. Riddle turns to the source of the voice, Abraxas Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blood families, a pampered fool of wealth. Would you like a cup of coffee? Abraxas spoke, his tone imbued with an unrecognized eagerness to please, requesting a few additional sugar cubes for his coffee. No, thank you. Riddle replied gracefully, dabbing at his mouth with a folded napkin. I think I shall take my leave now. Why? You hardly ate anything. I am already quite full. Riddle declared, rising from his seat. He said, bestowing a gentle smile. I'll be off now. I'll see you again during evening study. All right, see you at evening study. Abraxas responded, feeling somewhat elated by Riddle's use of the name as if he had received a form of acknowledgement, instantly surrounded by a halo of approval. It was certain that among the Slytherin students, nearly everyone revered Tom Riddle. What made Tom so special? The first reason was blatantly apparent. He was extraordinarily intelligent. A paragon among his peers, exhibiting an air of elegance and nobility in all his actions, as if nothing truly warranted his concern. Yet, while many accomplished individuals carried themselves with grace, few could inspire universal admiration and affection. This leads us to the second point. His demeanor towards everyone was nearly impeccable. He treated teachers with utmost courtesy and humility, exhibited patience and concern towards his classmates, and maintained an equal regard for upperclassmen and other pure-blood aristocrats. Moreover, although the boys would tacitly overlook it, it was undeniable that Tom Riddle was the most strikingly handsome boy in all of Hogwarts. Though he was merely 11 years old, one could easily believe that he would only grow more handsome with time. Such perfection was almost surreal, and this flawless individual generously shared a fragment of his brilliance, making it difficult not to admire him. After evening study, Abraxas and Riddle strolled along the cobblestone path leading back to the Slytherin common room. Have you noticed, Tom? Professor Marathot seemed somewhat unwell today, Abraxas remarked, recalling that evening study was supervised by the aforementioned professor. Professor Marathot has been teaching defense against the dark arts for over 80 years. Good heavens, she must be weary of Hogwarts by now. Imagine being confined to such a small space, facing the same things day in and day out. What vitality could remain? When I submitted my homework to her today, her dark circles resembled ominous black holes, but today seemed particularly alarming. Riddle remained silent, casting a glance at the dim, overcast sky. He was well aware of the reason. It was evident that Professor Marathot was nearing a state of near blindness, likely due to her dark arts experiments. They might appoint a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Riddle said, sounding somewhat distracted. Abraxas shifted the conversation to current events, discussing the close relationship between Grindelwald and the third heir of the Lestrange family, Gawain Lestrange. The Lestrange family is the foremost pure-blood family in all of Northern Europe. What does that imply? It implies that pure-blood wizards, under Grindelwald's ideology, could unite to uphold the honor of pure-bloods. Abraxas grew increasingly animated as he spoke. It's about time. The first step must be to expel all Muggle-born wizards from the magical community. Otherwise, should a conflict arise between wizards and Muggles, they would be the first to betray us. These individuals are unreliable. They harbor no concept of pure-blood honor. How can we place our trust in them? Riddle subtly furrowed his brow, a flicker of derision flashing across his icy gaze before he regained his composure and raised an eyebrow. Who could argue otherwise? Sometimes I ponder how the wizarding world, painstakingly established by pure-bloods, is being divided by a host of outsiders. They resemble relentless takers, encroaching upon the meager resources available to pure-blood wizards. Furthermore, many Muggle-born wizards do not adhere to the rules of the wizarding world. Their existence poses a threat to our community. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Abraxas affectionately patted Riddle's shoulder. I wonder when Dumbledore and his lot will comprehend this. A faint smile lingered on Riddle's face, yet his eyes remained cold. The two stood before the stone door of the Slytherin common room, and Abraxas addressed the massive serpent's head, uttering the words, "Pure blood." The serpent slowly receded along the stone door's track, swinging open to allow their entrance. As they stepped into the corridor on the second floor, a cacophony of noise alerted them to some commotion, certainly not a pleasant one. A throng of children surrounded a dormitory door, tightly packed, each face alight with excitement. Shortly thereafter, a tall boy cast an unlocking charm on the door. Then, several boys kicked the door open, emerging with a struggling first-year Slytherin boy, Bailey Pyman, who was flailing helplessly, innocuous in appearance and gentle in nature, yet friendless. "He's just a mudblood. He doesn't deserve to be in Slytherin," a voice from the crowd proclaimed. "No, my mother is a witch," Bailey Pyman shouted in humiliation, only to have a foul sock shoved into his mouth moments later. Gradually, as he realized no one would come to his aid, despair filled his eyes, and his struggles weakened. "Strip him of his clothes and cast the Tarantaligra curse on him. Let's try that slug spell first. I want to see what it looks like when slugs crawl out of his mouth." Enthusiasm surged among the crowd as they swiftly stripped Bailey of his remaining garments. One boy grabbed one of Bailey's legs, another seized the other, while yet another bound his hands. They hoisted him towards the boys' lavatory, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. "Such vitality," Abraxas remarked, glancing at Riddle, who remained unperturbed, completely indifferent to the unfolding scene. Chapter 41, Transfiguration Class. In Transfiguration Class, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw shared a spacious lecture hall. Professor Dumbledore instructed everyone to transform a white handkerchief into a patterned one. Any design would suffice. For Syra, this was yet another excruciating session. Unable to contain himself, a boy from Ravenclaw leaned closer, whispering in what he believed to be a hushed tone. "Are you truly a witch?" Syra shot him an irritated glance, but suddenly, a spell shimmering with blue light struck her head. The commotion drew the attention of her classmates, and the classroom erupted in thunderous laughter, as if the very roof might be lifted from its hinges. Supporting her head, Syra could tell from the astonished expression of Myrtle that this spell was far from pleasant. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her skin gradually transforming into goosebumps, every pore swelling. Her face was likely in a similar state. "Why your hair?" Myrtle exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she handed Syra a small round mirror. In the reflection, Syra beheld white hair and white eyes, resembling someone who had just emerged from a vat of white paint. Rila felt her ears flush crimson as she returned the mirror to Myrtle, casting a glance at the instigator, a Ravenclaw boy adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. At that moment, she wished fervently to crush his skull. However, she restrained herself until Professor Albus Dumbledore arrived just in time. The boy, flustered and anxious, approached Dumbledore, his demeanor betraying a desire to come closer to Rila yet hesitating to do so, thus yielding space for the professor. Rila took a seat on the stool. "Do not panic, Miss Eastwood," Dumbledore said gently as he crouched beside her. "How are you feeling now?" "Not too bad," Rila replied, rubbing her temples. "I'm still alive. Just a bit dizzy." It seemed the situation was not as dire as it appeared. Amused by her dry humor, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and, with a flick of his wand, cast several spells upon her. Yet, at best, they merely dulled the brilliance of her shimmering silver hair. Dumbledore then turned to inquire a few things of the Ravenclaw boy, his brow furrowing deeper. He presented Rila with a black pointed wizard's hat. "Put this on. It will at least make you less conspicuous in the crowd. As far as I know, Hufflepuff has no classes this afternoon. Why don't you come to my office at noon? I'll see if there is a way to help you revert back." With no other option, Rila complied and donned the hat, albeit her mind was far from the lesson at hand. Other young wizards occasionally turned to steal glances at her, and the scrutiny made her want to kick them. "I'm sorry," the Ravenclaw boy cautiously approached her. "Uh-huh," Rila mumbled, fiddling with the hat atop her head, attempting to conceal her oddly shaped ears. "It's my fault. I thought of a spell," the boy stammered, his face reddening as he earnestly sought to explain. "Okay, I understand," Rila interrupted, waving her hand dismissively to halt his attempts at further explanation. "Let us just focus on the lesson. It can't be that catastrophic." During lunch, even though Myrtle had managed to tie her hair up and hide it under the hat, the unusual gazes of her fellow students felt reminiscent of her days in the orphanage, where she was scorned and deemed an outcast. However, she did spot Riddle, who was heading toward the Slytherin table with a blonde boy. Her strong sense of pride made her wish she had never set foot in this world upon seeing him from afar. "Rila, wait. Don't leave me," Myrtle called out in a panic. "I'm not eating." Rila had already sprinted off, so fast that as she rounded the corner, the hat slipped from her head, revealing her dazzling silver locks, which caught the attention of many in the hall. "Ha! That Hufflepuff girl's hair. Does she think she is imitating a vampire? It's so blinding. It nearly burned my eyes. She looks utterly ridiculous. Ha ha. I wonder which poor soul had a mishap in Transfiguration." Abracadabra Malfoy wanted to laugh too. But he noticed Tom Riddle intently observing the Hufflepuff girl, his dark expression starkly contrasting with the laughter of the Slytherins around him. The group continued to chuckle, seemingly enchanted by the spectacle. Suddenly, a pitch-black serpent darted from the golden fruit bowl in front of the Slytherin boys, causing several of them to blanch with terror. They shrieked and recoiled from their seats, some even toppling to the ground, while the snakes swiftly vanished into the shadows of the wall. The boys, shaken, lamented their fright while searching for the culprit behind the prank. Abracadabra Malfoy caught sight of Tom Riddle discreetly stowing his wand beneath the table. Had he not been vigilant, he would have missed such a covert action. In the girls' lavatory, Rila anxiously scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. To her dismay, she noticed fine white hairs sprouting on her forehead, prickly to the touch, accompanied by sparse silver whiskers emerging from her cheeks. Hearing voices of girls approaching the door, Rila quickly sought refuge in a stall, shutting the door behind her and sitting restlessly atop the toilet lid. Once the voices faded into the distance, Rila lingered for a while before exiting the restroom. The wizard hat lay discarded on the floor. She had no time to retrieve it, and instead donned the hood of her robe to conceal her luminous hair. After cautiously peering around to ensure no one was watching, she stepped out of the girls' lavatory. However, as she turned the corner, she was startled by a figure before her, instinctively covering her face and preparing to flee, only to be called out. "Where are you running off to?" Riddle emerged from the shadows, his pallid face framed by thick lashes that veiled his mysterious dark eyes. Rila decided to abandon her pretense and met him with an unguarded demeanor. "What do you want? If you're here to mock me, go ahead and laugh. I've got things to attend to." Chapter 42. Will we spend Christmas together? Riddle remained silent, merely extracting his wand from the folds of his robe. What are you doing? That spell is quite powerful. Even Professor Dumbledore couldn't resolve it." Rila exclaimed in alarm. "He told me to meet him in his office shortly. Don't complicate things further." Riddle paused, demonstrating rare patience as he explained, laced with a hint of exasperation. "You do intend to visit his office, correct?" As soon as he finished speaking, a broad black scarf materialized around her neck, enveloping her face completely. Rila was momentarily taken aback, running her fingers along the soft fabric, its warmth reassuring her of its reality. She gazed at Riddle in puzzlement. "This isn't like you. What did you take today?" Riddle regarded her as though she were a fool, rolling his eyes dramatically before turning to leave, only to be halted by her frantic call. "Riddle, will you be going home for Christmas?" With only 2 weeks until Christmas, the following week would see everyone departing Hogwarts to celebrate the holiday with their families. Their next encounter would not be until early January. "Are you going home?" Riddle countered. "Me?" Rila grimaced at the thought of the orphanage's winter, lacking warm blankets and cozy fires, each corner suffused with biting cold, and frowned slightly. "I'm not going back. If you're not returning, why would I?" Riddle scoffed. Rila recognized her question as foolish, pursing her lips before excitedly asking, "Then shall we spend Christmas together?" "My roommates will all be going home, as you know. I arrived at Hogwarts a whole month late, and hardly know anyone in Hufflepuff." Riddle tilted his head slightly, his brows knitting together handsomely. "Hufflepuff is the friendliest house. If you were thrown in there, how did you end up in such a predicament, seeking companionship for Christmas?" Eager to retort, Rila found herself cut off as Riddle snorted in amusement. "It's just one Christmas. Can't you manage to spend it on your own? Friendship lies not in numbers." Rila insisted earnestly. "Moreover, aren't you my friend? You're the one who keep me company for Christmas, right? I must insist, do not pester me about Christmas." Riddle retreated a step, his wand raised defensively between them. "I have noticed that with each act of kindness I extend towards you, you become increasingly audacious." It must be said, Riddle had discerned the truth. Rila descended the stairs, her anger boiling at the thought of Riddle perceiving the prospect of spending Christmas with her as a monumental grievance. Nevertheless, it mattered not. "Today, you may disregard me, but tomorrow, I shall ensure you regret this decision." Determinedly, she resolved to make him rue his choice. Rila's thoughts drifted back to her previous endeavor of rescuing her wallet by nurturing fish. Not only had all the little fish perished overnight, but the entire dormitory had become a foul-smelling disaster. Every passerby held their noses, and she narrowly avoided being reported for polluting the common air. Rila rubbed her cheeks, fretting once more, and found herself unconsciously standing at Professor Dumbledore's door. From a distance, she spotted the very person responsible for her current predicament. Upon seeing her, he immediately stood up, his posture stiff, and cautiously inquired, Are you all right?" Rila lifted her hat, gesturing to her head, now adorned with a shock of white hair and a furry brow. "You may observe for yourself. I initially believed it to be an ordinary hair color-changing charm. Yet it has resulted in white hair and a beard. Upon gazing into the mirror, even my eyes have transformed." The boy's pale skin flushed crimson, his tone laden with remorse. I apologize. I did not properly apologize during class. and I had no idea this would happen. I am truly sorry. Rila cast a glance at him and settled onto the steps before the office door. Oh, spare me the apologies. The deed is done. We can discuss it further when Professor Dumbledore arrives. I simply hope to revert to my former self. She propped her elbows on her knees, resting her face in her palms, idly toying with the stiff hair on her skin, while her gaze drifted to the tapestry on the opposite wall. He, too, recognized the need for distance and took a seat on a step a few paces away. Your magic is truly remarkable, Rila remarked suddenly. You are only in your first year, yet you have already mastered spells capable of altering one's appearance, even the color of their eyes. Few in the wizarding world can achieve such feats. Even the most esteemed wizard, Professor Dumbledore, was confounded by it, she continued. The boy remained silent, lowering his gaze, until he finally murmured, "The curse upon you is merely fortuitously powerful." Fortuitously? Look at me, Rila replied. My magical abilities are consistently mediocre, devoid of any semblance of fortune. This was an undeniable truth. It had become common knowledge that Rila Eastiad from Hufflepuff was rather inept at magic, a fact she openly acknowledged. I recognize my own shortcomings. Comparing myself to you offers little satisfaction. However, I wish to convey that you are indeed quite impressive, Rila stated. She had observed the boy before, noting his similar predicament. He seemed equally devoid of magical prowess, though he had improved somewhat over time. The boy smiled faintly, weariness etched on his face. His gray-blue eyes resembling a moon submerged beneath the ocean, distant and unreachable, warding off all who sought to explore. When did you arrive? Rila shifted the topic. I have been here for a while, he replied, visibly relieved by the change in conversation. Have you eaten? Rila inquired, her question directed more at herself, subtly hinting that she was hungry. I have, he replied. Realizing he had missed her implication, Rila decided to be forthright. Well, in my current state, I find it difficult to dine in the hall, so I haven't eaten much. I am rather hungry now, and if you, hypothetically, could bring me something to eat, I would be immensely grateful. In an instant, the boy sprang to his feet. I have some food. I shall fetch it. He dashed downstairs. By the time Rila finished the dainty macarons and red bean bread he had brought her, Professor Dumbledore finally arrived. I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters. It seems you have been waiting for quite some time. The professor opened his office door, an air of mild regret about him. His office was simple yet elegant, with a few coats casually draped over a nearby rack and shelves lined with books behind him. A spacious desk bore a minimalistic lamp, several tomes, and a cup of coffee long gone cold. Rila sat on a sturdy wooden chair while the boy occupied another. Professor Dumbledore examined Rila's wrist, finding nothing amiss, though he then retrieved several indistinguishable objects from his cabinet to polish his wand before casting a spell on her. In the boy's astonished gaze, Rila felt a sudden brilliance before her. Visibly, her skin began to transform. Have I reverted? Rila asked eagerly, unable to believe the process had been so swift and effortless. Professor Dumbledore handed her a mirror, and upon seeing her restored reflection, Rila's frown vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. The boy exhaled in relief. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I feared I would have to endure this ghastly appearance for quite some time. There should be no further issues now, correct? You have returned to normal. There are no problems, Albus Dumbledore replied, settling into his chair behind the mahogany desk, his right hand gently massaging his temple, as though fatigued. Rila hesitated, recalling a question she had long wished to ask. Professor Dumbledore, Miss Eastiad, do you have further inquiries? Dumbledore, appearing weary, looked at her with a hoarse voice. Rila carefully considered her words. Professor, they say you are the most knowledgeable person at Hogwarts. I have some questions to which I do not know the answers and would like to seek your guidance. Proceed, he encouraged. Rila met Dumbledore's deep gray-blue eyes with determination. I wish to know if there exists any magic capable of bending time and space, transporting a person far from their current temporal existence, say, 100 years into the future. Chapter 43, Joshua Gringlass. Albus Dumbledore lowered his gaze in contemplation, seemingly sifting through the vast reservoir of knowledge in his mind. Rila watched intently, hoping to glean some hint of an answer from his expression. After a lengthy pause, Professor Dumbledore finally raised his head and spoke slowly. I regret to inform you, Miss Eastiad, that any magic concerning time is profoundly intricate, immensely powerful, and exceedingly perilous, difficult to master, and inherently unstable. Even the slightest alteration in the past may precipitate catastrophic repercussions in the future. The consequences could range from altering an individual's life trajectory to rendering a previously existing person utterly non-existent. Even the most powerful wizards dare not experiment with such magic. The Ministry of Magic possesses a time-altering device known as the Time Turner, yet its use is laden with restrictions, allowing only for travel to a few hours prior. As for what you described, a century into the future, It is utterly inconceivable that such a formidable energy could exist, if such magic were indeed real. I shudder to think of the devastation it could wreak, surpassing even the limits of a wizard's capabilities. I dare say that even Merlin, were he alive, would be incapable of conjuring such sorcery. Rila's eyes dimmed. Dumbledore's words struck her like a bucket of cold water, urging her to contemplate how to live a long life. Perhaps even to 100 years. Dumbledore gazed at the despondent girl before him, feeling a pang of sympathy as he recalled the words of Mrs. Cole from the orphanage. At the tender age of 7, she had endured a grave illness and was convinced that she was not truly herself. In the wizarding world, there exists a wondrous creature known as the Memory Eater. These beings inhabit the bodies of muggles, feasting upon their memories. Notably, they tend to choose elderly muggles as their hosts, which explains why many gradually forget their past as they age. When the lifespan of a host nears its conclusion, the Memory Eater releases the memories it has consumed, causing them to dissipate. However, this process can affect those nearby, potentially disrupting their own memories with the released remnants. Rila understood the implication of Professor Dumbledore's words, yet her hands, resting on her knees, trembled uncontrollably. She exerted considerable effort to still them. She had never doubted the authenticity of her memories. Initially, she had contemplated broaching the subject of her peculiar magic indirectly, but the thought swiftly evaporated. With a forced smile, perhaps somewhat unappealing, she decided she simply wished to leave, to retreat to her small bed and lie down. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I truly appreciate your assistance. Now that the curse upon me has been lifted, I shall not trouble you further. We will take our leave. Dumbledore nodded, exchanging a few polite remarks before Rila exited with the boy. Once outside Dumbledore's office, the typically silent boy walked alongside Rila through the corridor, where the cold winter sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a patterned glow upon the neatly laid stone floor. What is your name? Rila inquired, once she had composed herself. She had never encountered such a bashful and reserved boy. Aside from the few words she had initiated, he remained largely enveloped in silence. Joshua Gringlass. I am Rila Eastward. Ah, I know. Oh, well, now you know again. A silence ensued, devoid of laughter or any other response. It was a joke that lacked humor. They continued walking in quietude, while Rila's mind began to ponder other means of earning money. Selling newspapers? She had no capital to invest in them. Working as a child laborer in a munitions factory? The Christmas holiday only lasted from late December to early January, and she had no connections. Serving in a restaurant? Would adults really hire a minor like her? After much deliberation, she concluded the Muggle world was not an option, leaving only the wizarding realm. Perhaps she could brew potions, but she considered her meager skills to be inferior to those of established wizards. Moreover, the raw materials were costly, even if she sourced them herself. She doubted anyone would choose her concoctions. It was akin to a small workshop competing against a large factory. Product quality, market demand, and penetration were all critical factors. The potion market was notoriously treacherous, best to avoid it. Sigh, I should inquire with Riddle, hoping he isn't as broke as I am. I'm truly sorry for ruining your lunch. Huh. Rila, as if awakening from a dream, turned to him and quickly replied. But you did give me something to eat later. I've never tasted such delicious macarons before. Let us not dwell on it. Isn't it all perfectly resolved? Before Joshua Gringlass could respond again, Rila had already knocked on the wooden barrel at the entrance of Hufflepuff's common room, entering the cozy lounge. Chapter 44. The opportunity for revenge against Riddle has arrived. In the emptiness of her dormitory, Rila washed her hair and sifted through her clothing, ultimately selecting a rather unattractive black men's sports hoodie paired with a gray knitted sweater, completing the ensemble with a pair of worn brown corduroy pants. Once dressed, she stood before the mirror, inspecting her reflection from various angles, feeling a sense of discontent as the hoodie was faded and oversized, nearly reaching her knees, while the pants were inappropriately long with severely frayed hems. In short, utterly hideous. Rila dove back into her wardrobe, seeking a fashion item that could salvage her entire outfit. Had she known to borrow a set of clothes from Myrtle, whose garments were donations accepted by the orphanage, she would have been better off. All she had were outdated and worn pieces. On ordinary days, the voluminous wizarding robes concealed any unsightly attire beneath, but today was Christmas, and no wizard remaining at Hogwarts would wear robes to a festive dinner. After struggling with her outfit for a good half hour, Rila ultimately conceded defeat. How laughable. She couldn't even muster a few odd pieces of clothing. Torn between leaving her hair down or tying it up as usual, she quickly opted for the latter. The wind was too strong today for loose hair. In the mirror, Rila gazed at her unremarkable face, a shade of melancholy washing over her as she persistently twisted her head to find a few angles that could be deemed somewhat attractive. Finally nodding in satisfaction when a few suitable views emerged, she set the mirror down and exited her dormitory. During the Christmas holiday, Few young witches and wizards remained at Hogwarts, and the once bustling campus had taken on a desolate air. As Rila traversed the corridor, she encountered the fat friar. "Merry Christmas. And to you as well, Merry Christmas." The great hall resounded with joyful Christmas carols, adorned in a dazzling array of colors. A magnificent Christmas tree stood at the center, bedecked with twinkling lights, sweets, and ornaments. The long tables of the 4 houses had been arranged in a single row, filled with the small wizards who remained, and the table overflowed with a sumptuous feast: roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, pumpkin pie, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, boiled pea shoots, stewed carrots with pig's trotters, cabbage leaves in gravy, and tomato salad. Rila scanned the room, but did not see Riddle. How could he possibly refrain from attending? Was there perhaps special food reserved in the Slytherin common room? Regardless, Rila, her eyes wide with excitement, squeezed into a prime spot at the table and began to indulge, stealthily stuffing her pockets with delicious treats like banana chips, candied fruits, and fried donuts. After sampling every dish at the feast, her pockets stuffed to the brim, Rila ambled slowly along the periphery of Hogwarts Castle to digest her meal. As she wandered, she unknowingly approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, when suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Startled, she nearly dropped her half-eaten donut, quickly seeking refuge behind a large tree. Tom Riddle emerged from a thicket of bushes, brushing the dust from his robes and raising his wand to conjure, murmuring incantations. In no time, a small black snake appeared on the ground. Riddle conversed with it for a while before following it into the Forbidden Forest. A rush of adrenaline surged from Rila's toes to her head, her excitement rendering her speechless as she tucked the partially eaten donut into her pocket. Bracing herself against the rough bark of the tree, deep in thought. In the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, who amongst the young sorcerers is unaware of the prohibition against entering the Forbidden Forest? The school regulations state unequivocally, those who trespass into the Forbidden Forest shall face a week's detention. Alas, this is not mere personal vendetta. She seeks to instill in Riddle the importance of adhering to school rules, for it is the duty of every Hogwarts witch and wizard. Rila raised her hand, and from her palm emerged a swirling mass of grayish-white cloud, which gradually coalesced into a faceless figure with arms and legs. "Keep watch over this entrance and exit for me, understand? If anything occurs, just give me a signal." The little figure nodded stiffly. Rila carefully placed it upon a tree trunk, draping a few leaves over it for concealment, before swiftly turning on her heel and dashing towards the common room of the dormitory supervisor, Apollon Pringle. Breathless, Rila knocked repeatedly on the iron door, but no one responded. However, the commotion summoned Apollon Pringle's pet, a limping black dog. "Where is your master?" Rila crouched down, urgently inquiring. "Please lead me to him. Someone has violated school regulations, and I am here to report it." The little dog wagged its tail and barked enthusiastically. "I am not Riddle," Rila said, petting the dog's soft head. "I can't understand your barks. Just take me to your master." As Rila followed the dog into the kitchen, she hesitated at the threshold. Just then, Apollon Pringle emerged, dragging his limping leg and holding a bag of bloodied animal entrails. With the dog joyfully wagging its tail beside him, Rila instantly realized these were the dog's treats. "Mr. Pringle," she began, "I witnessed someone breach school regulations and enter the Forbidden Forest." Pringle's grotesque visage darkened at once, and he murmured something to a house elf stationed by the door, placing the entrails down before following Rila. As she turned, she glanced at the diminutive house elf, recognizing it as a newcomer. The pristine white pillowcase it wore was brand new, and the scars on its face and neck had yet to heal, a familiar sight, yet she could not place it. "I have repeatedly suggested placing several wards around the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest, yet no one heeds my counsel." Apollon Pringle limped along, his dog trailing behind in a similar manner. "Every time something happens, I am the first one they come to, blaming me for not keeping the young sorcerers from entering the Forbidden Forest." Rila nodded vigorously, leading Pringle to the very spot where Riddle had ventured in. "Mr. Pringle, it is right here." Chapter 45. What kind of job is it without pay? The wizarding world knows neither cameras nor recording devices. "Are you certain that someone entered the Forbidden Forest from here?" "Yes, I am certain," Rila replied, as Apollon Pringle continued to stare at the Forbidden Forest. The little figure leaped from the tree to her shoulder, whispering quickly in her ear before entering her body. According to the figure's information, Riddle had yet to emerge from the forest. Excellent news. Apollon Pringle furrowed his brow, the muscles in his face contorting in a particularly fearsome manner. "Do you know who it is?" "Tom Riddle, a first year from Slytherin House," Rila answered. Yet, she had underestimated Riddle's allure. Upon hearing the name Slytherin, the furrows on Pringle's brow deepened, only to relax slightly when he heard Tom Riddle, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Tom Riddle, you say? Are you certain?" Pringle inquired. "Miss, you must understand, unless we catch him in the act, there is little we can do. With a shrug, Apollon Pringle left Rila standing there, his limping footsteps gradually fading behind her. Rila stood aghast and bewildered, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. What? Just let him go? Is that it? Shouldn't we capture him? The bagel, boiled corn, and boiled peanuts in her pocket had grown cold, pressing against her skin through her sweater as the wind howled. The world around her becoming eerily silent, as if mocking her plight. Undeterred, Rila remained on guard for several hours, hoping to catch Riddle in the act, until the sky darkened and her thoughts grew weary, prompting her to abandon her vigil. With her spirits low, she retraced her steps back to the Hufflepuff common room, her mood oscillating between despondence and anger. As she passed the kitchen, Rila paused and altered her course, not in search of food, but to inquire whether the kitchen was hiring. Perhaps the hour had passed for meals, for the busy house elves had vanished. Gathering her courage, she traversed the kitchen hall and entered the storeroom, finding it empty. Seizing the opportunity, Rila hastily grabbed a few carrots and wiped the dirt on her clothing before stowing them in her pocket. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind her. What are you doing? Startled, Rila stumbled and fell to the ground, the food in her pocket spilling everywhere. As the footsteps drew nearer, she barely lifted her gaze, recognizing the house elf from earlier that day. I am Rila from Hufflepuff, she stammered, rubbing her chest to calm her racing heart. I apologize. The reputation of Hufflepuff did little to soften the stern expression of the house elf. With arms akimbo and squinting eyes, his voice resonated like a bell. This is the kitchen, not a place for you to pilfer food. I understand. Rila flushed, inwardly lamenting her misfortunes. As she scrambled to gather the scattered macadamia nuts, roasted sweet potatoes, and dried kiwi from the floor, she could feel the house elf's piercing gaze upon her. Slowly, she approached the door, but just as she was about to leave, she mustered the courage to voice her purpose. Actually, I came to the kitchen to ask if you are hiring. Rila grasped the doorframe and turned to inquire. I can do many things, she added, realizing she knew little about the workings of the kitchen, and fell silent. The house elf paused, then scrutinized her with weary eyes, as if weighing the sincerity of her words. This is not a playground for children. Is food at Hogwarts not free? What do you want? Well, I didn't mean to imply I wanted to play. I am quite impoverished, Rila replied, stating her financial woes as casually as one might remark on the weather. I have encountered some economic difficulties and need work. So, do you know if the kitchen is hiring? No, the kitchen currently has no openings, the house elf replied, shaking his large ears. Besides, house elves do not receive wages. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed his gaze as he spoke the last words. No wages? Rila frowned, incredulous. You mean to say you work without pay? Why on earth would you do that? The house elf's expression darkened, his eyes bulging with indignation as he shouted. Isn't this precisely what you all desire? To drive us from our lands. To enslave us for generations. Hogwarts is truly splendid. Oh, how wonderful it is. However, without remuneration and devoid of freedom, such meager charity has rendered everyone numb. My existence is not merely a struggle for survival. FDADWF. D or HWE. 8F. At this point, Rila could no longer comprehend the latter words, yet she recognized them as the language of elves. She surmised they were likely not pleasant terms and chose to avoid such ominous sentiments, hastily slipping out of the kitchen. Being unjustly chastised was hardly a pleasant experience. Rila took a moment to recalibrate her emotions, feeling somewhat better, and resumed contemplating her predicament. The absence of wages had long compelled me to resign, alas. Is this truly the essence of the magical world? Sigh, but what does it matter to me? Rila reclined on the sofa in the common room, a book in hand. Her limbs sprawled out as she chewed on chewing gum, the flickering firelight casting a warm glow upon her face. Suddenly, she recalled having seen that house elf with the square face during her initial venture into the magical realm, when she visited Diagon Alley to procure her school supplies. It was quite possible that the house elf had escaped from somewhere and found refuge at Hogwarts. From her previous readings, Rila was aware that to guard against Grindelwald, Hogwarts had fortified its magical defenses and enhanced the management of personnel entering and exiting, effectively transforming the school into a sanctuary for certain creatures. Although many believed that with Dumbledore, Grindelwald's greatest adversary, Hogwarts was impervious to his ambitions, it was evident that Headmaster Armando Dippet held a contrary view. The demotion of Professor Dumbledore from Defense Against the Dark Arts to Transfiguration was the most telling evidence. Rila theorized that one reason Grindelwald had yet to set foot in Britain was his desire to win Dumbledore to his side. After all, Dumbledore's stance was rather ambiguous, and his ascent to the position of Grindelwald's foremost rival seemed coerced. A crackling sound erupted from the fire, snapping Rila from her swirling thoughts. Perhaps it would be prudent to focus on how to earn some money. Both Grindelwald and Dumbledore were matters far removed from her reality. The mere thought of acquiring wealth induced a headache. She truly lacked any aptitude in that regard. Sigh, perhaps one day she could seek counsel from Riddle. Chapter 46. I can help you. After that day, until early January when other witches and wizards returned to Hogwarts, Rila did not encounter Riddle again. In her quest to understand the nature of her unique abilities, she frequented the library almost daily. Yet she never caught sight of Riddle and was left in the dark about his mysterious activities. Since Myrtle returned after Christmas, her days were consumed by writing letters, expressing her longing for home, leaving Rila with little choice but to withdraw and entertain herself elsewhere. Supporting her chin with her hand, Rila gazed out the window. Watching the Gryffindors joyfully chase each other on their broomsticks, a sudden wave of envy washing over her. The Gryffindor lifestyle appeared quite splendid, at the very least. It could not be as dreary as that of Hufflepuff. As she drifted through her classes, she found herself reminiscing about her past life. Memories, long buried during her time in the orphanage, began to resurface intermittently. For instance, she recalled being sent to a boarding school at a tender age, where the opportunities to meet her parents were scarce, and each return to the empty house was accompanied by the hollow echo of solitude and countless desolate nights. Just as the tide rises, one must summon beautiful memories to withstand the tempest, yet once the storm subsides, those less than beautiful memories resurface from the tranquil depths. Rila had learned to avoid immersing herself too deeply in her past memories, as lingering too long would result in suffocating pain. At times, deep within her heart, Rila wished she had never possessed memories from that dimension. From abundance to scarcity, that abundance had long since drifted away from her. Rila reassured herself that being an orphan had its merits. For example, one could make decisions independently, unencumbered by parental constraints. Yet this apparent lack of restrictions on absolute freedom rendered the future nebulous and enigmatic, shrouded in a fog she could not penetrate. All she knew was that no one would cushion the blow of her mistakes, while others at 11 years old reveled in the present. Her own thoughts were consumed by the elusive future, fraught with anxiety. Even if she returned to the Muggle world to enroll in the so-called specialized vocational girls' high school free training program, it would merely exempt her from tuition fees, leaving her to contend with accommodation, meals, and various miscellaneous expenses, a significant financial burden. The orphanage could not support her, and in these war-torn times, she doubted she would find any benefactors willing to assist her. So, dear God, please guide her on what her future should entail. February 28, 1939. Rila tore a page from the calendar and silently wished herself a happy birthday. One of the advantages of having a birthday on February 29th was the ability to truthfully declare that she was not celebrating her birthday this year because there was no February 29th, rather than due to a lack of concern from others. After class, Rila ventured to the library once more, habitually scanning every nook and cranny, but still found no sign of Riddle. After sitting down to peruse a few pages of a beginner's guide to common ancient curses, the densely packed runes left her feeling frustrated. Rising, she wandered between the bookshelves until she stumbled upon Riddle in a secluded corner surrounded by bookcases. This was undoubtedly the best spot in the entire library, Rila mused. The towering shelves at the entrance reached the ceiling, forming a wall that cleverly concealed the entrance to this hidden alcove. As she stepped inside, Riddle was immediately in view. He was engrossed in a book. Several volumes spread across the table, almost monopolizing its surface. Sunlight streamed through the rose window, casting dappled shadows on the pages and his long fingers, his handsome visage half enshrouded in golden light. Riddle lifted his gaze from the book, his dark, penetrating eyes calmly regarding Rila, as if her arrival came as no surprise. Impressive. How did you discover this place? Rila inquired, moving to one side of the square table, pulling out a chair to sit down, without pondering why an extra chair was present. It was not by searching, Riddle replied, lifting his wand from the table and tracing intricate patterns in the air. In an instant, the entire space seemed to flip like a mirror, transforming the surroundings into the library's reading area, where several students were absorbed in their books. Rila's eyes widened in astonishment as Riddle waved his wand again, and the environment reverted to its original state. You may consider it as me having created this space, Riddle proclaimed, putting away his wand with a hint of pride. Thus far, only 3 individuals in the entire wizarding world could accomplish such a feat. How remarkable. Dominance over the wizarding world is surely within reach, Rila exclaimed, raising 2 thumbs in enthusiastic endorsement of his prowess, her sincerity evident. Is this to avoid being disturbed? Indeed, Riddle replied, slightly displeased by Rila's exaggerated flattery, for there were always pesky flies buzzing about, attempting to disrupt other studies. Rila's expression fell. His words echoed her own sentiments. Then how did I stumble upon you? Riddle lazily raised an eyebrow. That is because I can guide those who genuinely wish to find me to this place. In essence, I yearn to be found by you, and thus you have discovered me. Yet, why is it that I have searched long and hard, both previously and today. Without locating this place, who can say? Riddle offered no direct response, swiftly transitioning to the next topic. Well then, what is it that you seek from me? What is it? Rila shifted in her chair. Must there always be an urgent matter to seek you out? Is it not permissible to simply wish to see you? Riddle ignored her, prompting a small huff from Rila, her gaze drifting to the books upon the table. What tomes do you peruse? She flipped over the cover of the nearest book to her hand, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a historical almanac of the 19th century. Tilting her head, she observed the cover of the book Riddle held, 100 Distinguished Alumni of Hogwarts. It became immediately clear to her what Riddle was researching. Are you seeking information about your father? Rila inquired. Riddle remained silent. Seemingly oblivious to her social misstep and the awkwardness that hung in the air, she continued. I can assist you. Riddle furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed her offer, stating, No, this is my own affair. The silence in the room lingered for 2 seconds more. Rila cautiously studied Riddle's expression. Do you intend to uncover traces of him among these numerous volumes? You are truly bothersome. I have already stated that I do not require your assistance, Riddle replied. His irritation palpable as he raised an eyebrow and cast her a displeased glance. The book sprawled open on the desk abruptly snapped shut with a sharp sound, serving as a warning of its owner's desire for distance. Rila had intended to say more, but the words were stifled. Chapter 47. What are the next instructions? I am not just anyone, Rila thought to herself. Longing for love is nothing to be ashamed of. She touched her nose and tactfully redirected the conversation. Recently, I have been searching for information regarding the peculiar magic within me. I am somewhat at a loss, pondering whether it might be a curse of some sort. Riddle's anger had yet to dissipate, his pale visage remaining stoic as he held his wand, conjuring a green glowing rift before him. A book that Rila recognized all too well gently descended into view, its cover reading, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, authored by Newt Scamander. So far, the closest match is the Murtlap, although it does not align perfectly, Riddle's voice, hoarse, remarked. Here, Riddle's fingers halted on a page, pointing at the text adjacent to an illustration, and he shifted the book towards Rila. Internally, she scoffed. How does this even resemble it? When I first read this book, I did not once connect the Murtlap to myself. Murtlap, a form of dark magic, is exceedingly rare in today's wizarding world. Originating from the psyche, it afflicts child wizards who have suffered abuse or magical suppression. It is powerful and prone to losing control, capable of altering its host's physical form or temporarily detaching from its host to attack others and surrounding objects. It feeds on the souls of wizards. Typically, those possessed by a Murtlap do not survive past the age of 10. In the illustration on the right, within a square frame, a dense, black mist-like entity was depicted. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a slight resemblance, yet Rila found her own version to be far more endearing. In the lower right corner of the page, she spotted a line of small print. Serafina Pickquery, President of the Magical Congress of the United States, publicly stated that by 1926, the Murtlap had entirely vanished. Do you truly believe that? Rila softly asked Riddle, her gaze fixed upon him. Sunlight illuminated his face as he extended his hand to shield his eyes, replying, Perhaps your original soul is that of a Murtlap. Upon her death, you occupied her body, thereby inheriting her Murtlap. Riddle spoke in a calm, rational tone, incorporating the notion of Rila being a wandering spirit, as if it were a trivial potion formula. Rila recalled that in this era, few science fiction novels even touched upon the concept of traversing worlds. Professor Dumbledore's words flashed through her mind. There exists a marvelous creature known as a memory eater. Suddenly, and without forethought, she uttered this phrase aloud, unaware of why. And once she realized, her throat felt parched. I often wonder, are those memories merely a figment of my imagination, a vivid dream? After all, in that dream, I wanted for nothing. Beautiful garments adorned me daily, and my parents had paved a glorious path for my future. To me now, it seems so beautiful, as enchanting as a dream. Riddle regarded her, asserting, possessing a memory does not alter a person, does it? Rayla's eyelids fluttered as she gazed at Riddle's fair skin, adorned with delicate, charming hairs, and she was suddenly engulfed by a powerful emotion, forcing her to shield her face with one hand, feigning contemplation. Riddle, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, bore no expression. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the pages, producing a consistent sound. After a considerable pause, he spoke in an exceedingly composed and rational tone. As for why your unique magic differs from the Murtlap, I believe it is due to the principle of same root. Different branches, a form of divergence, a divergence of species. This was a concept not addressed in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. A small subset of magical creatures may undergo transformations in appearance, behavior, or magical forms due to various factors, such as a sudden environmental decline or a magical attack or curse. Notable examples include the four-clawed depressed bird discovered in 1456 in the Taklamakan Desert and the all-white griffin found in Greece in 1577. Riddle continued, while Rila diligently attempted to digest his words. The literature on Murtlaps was scarce. Within Grindelwald's ranks, a powerful Murtlap had once emerged. Yet after Dumbledore's successful counter-campaign against Grindelwald's bid for the presidency of the International Confederation of Wizards, this Murtlap had vanished without a trace. Having conveyed this, Riddle's brow furrowed once more before he added, returning to the topic of the Murtlap, regarding the unique abilities manifesting in you. The information I can procure from the wizarding world is exceedingly limited. With a gentle flick of his wand, he summoned another book from the Green Rift, Research Advances on Host-Specific Toxins and Their Phenomena in Nature. This tome, however, was not of the wizarding realm, but rather from the Muggle world. A sudden sense of admiration for Riddle surged within Rila. The relationship between Murtlaps and their hosts aligns more closely with the biological classification of obligate parasites. Murtlaps can only inhabit the bodies of their originating hosts. Upon the host's death, they too cannot survive independently. In nature, such as the symbiotic relationship between reef-building corals and zooxanthellae, or termites and their gut flagellates, when one dies, so too does the other. The primal instinct for survival prevails, as it does for all living beings, including those in the magical realm. In this context, as an obligate parasite, the Murtlap must ensure the host's continued existence to prolong its own life. Newt Scamander once separated a creature known as the demiguise from the body of a silent child of merely 7 years, but tragically, that child ultimately succumbed to death. I believe that from the outset, he may have been striving in the wrong direction. The relationship between the demiguise and its counterpart, the obscurus, is one of mutual dependence, a connection where the loss of one signifies the demise of the other. Neither is an enemy to the other. The demiguise merely seeks to survive. I dare to propose a bold notion. The obscurus requires the demiguise. Alas, Newt Scamander's perception of the demiguise is excessively pessimistic and narrow-minded. Regrettably, apart from you, I have no further examples to validate my conjectures. I am left to speculate based solely on the rigid text of my books and our discourse here. Rila seems to grasp my words, or perhaps she does not. She strokes her chin, furrows her brow, and nods with an exaggerated seriousness to indicate her understanding. So, what should I do now? She inquires. If the obscurus indeed consumes souls, could it not be possible that the original owner of this body perished as a result? Would she not be in grave danger? Riddle's chin lifted slightly, the sharp angles of his gaunt jawline becoming evident. It was then that Rila noticed how much weight he had lost, while she herself, upon glancing in the mirror before departing, discovered the unwelcome presence of a double chin. According to the traditions of Hogwarts, the existence of a demiguise, even one suspected to be such, is deemed excessively perilous and unstable, and the Board of Governors would likely feel compelled to expel you from Hogwarts under pressure. Rila, I must reiterate, it is best not to disclose your identity as an obscurus. Rila quickly nodded in agreement, her eyes fixed intently on Riddle's face, eagerly awaiting his next words. What are you looking at me for? Huh? Rila responded, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be giving me my next instructions? Your life is at stake. Do you wish for me to provide guidance? Oh, Chapter 48, Final Examinations. The end of the term looms, and in the blink of an eye, only half a month remains until the final exams. Myrtle sits beside her, one hand clutching potions and elixirs, occasionally glancing at it while softly reciting the preparation process for the hellish potion, all the while using her fork and knife to convey beans from her plate to her mouth. Rila, disturbed by her incessant buzzing, feels her stomach knotting in anxiety, leaving her appetite entirely diminished. In truth, I believe we need not be so tense, she cautiously remarked, her forehead creasing. After all, we only have a few minutes to eat. What can we possibly memorize in that time? It would be better to enjoy our meal. Myrtle rolled up her book and stowed it in her robe pocket, turning her gaze toward Rila. How is your revision going? Rila's face fell. How is her revision going? She could swear that even the most accomplished students would find it hard to answer this question with a clear conscience. Are you certain you've prepared adequately? If so, you should be able to achieve full marks. Rila detests examinations. She has loathed them in her past life and continues to do so in this one. The most agonizing part is not the examination itself, but the anxious anticipation that precedes it, which renders one restless and tormented. All leisure and entertainment prior to the exam feels like an act of betrayal against the examination itself, making it impossible to enjoy guiltlessly. After the meal, Rila returned to the dormitory with Myrtle, lying on her bed for a moment, feeling somewhat suffocated by the tense atmosphere of collective revision. She organized her books and made her way to the library. The library, typically a serene haven, had grown crowded at this time, with every step filled with students. Rila entered the library, deliberately avoiding Riddle, and headed straight for a stairwell on the second floor by the window. She settled herself on the steps, propping a book beneath her, and began to memorize the defining rules between dark and ordinary magic from Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense. The examination comprises 2 parts, practical and theoretical, each weighted equally at 50. The first-year Wizard's promotion exam is not particularly challenging, as long as you are not extraordinarily lacking. You are likely to pass. Rila had inquired and learned that thus far, no young wizard has failed the promotion from first to second year. Before the exam, she followed the trend and earnestly offered incense to the statue of Merlin. "O great Lord Merlin, please grant me success in my examinations. Your devoted follower is willing to offer a copper canute." "All right, Myrtle, get up, it's my turn. O charming and delightful Lord Merlin, your devoted follower is willing to offer half a bottle of unfinished yogurt. Please bestow upon me a clear mind during the exam, extraordinary capabilities, and luck that ensures every choice I make is correct." Rila believed she had performed exceptionally well in the theoretical exams for all subjects. However, the practical classes revealed some minor flaws. The practical exam for the charms class required levitating a wizard's hat for over 5 seconds. Rila, under the pretense of testing the hat's weight, reached inside it. Levitation? Such a trivial task, simple as can be. The practical exam for transfiguration involved transforming a feather into a tie. Rila, brandishing her wand, feigned great effort as she waved it and muttered incantations. Professor Dumbledore reassured her. "That is quite normal. Many wizards struggle with transfiguration." Next, Rila cast a quick glance at the booklet in Professor Dumbledore's hands. Poor. "Oh," she sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. However, it mattered little. With the theoretical points added, she was more than assured of passing. The most exhilarating part was the practical exam for defense against the dark arts. Professor Mellis had procured a few Cornish pixies, and as long as she could make one cease flying, it would count as passing the exam. Rila caught them effortlessly, not even needing her wand. Professor Mellis, with a stern expression, admonished the wizards behind her, "No Muggle methods allowed." "So did I pass, Professor? This time, I will reluctantly count it as passing. But let it not happen again. Let it not happen again." Next year, she would be in her second year. She did not believe the second-year exams would be the same. The results would be released in a few days, and then she could return home. In the dormitory, everyone was busy packing their bags, and the entire atmosphere was infused with eagerness to return home. "Where are you going for the holidays?" Mizuna asked as she stuffed clothes into her pockets, glancing at Tessa. "I'm going to visit my aunt who lives on a farm in Texas, USA. Tessa reclined on the sofa, her luggage already organized and resting beside her bed. "I envy you, being able to go so far. I have no plans for the summer. I might just lounge at home and eat and drink." "Why envy?" "My mother hopes I can entertain the 2 little boys from my aunt's house. One is 5 and the other 6. To be honest, I don't believe we have much in common. And just the sight of those little rascals gives me a headache." "Oh, don't say that. At least they're 2 adorable little rascals." "Adorable?" Tessa erupted into exaggerated laughter, sitting up straight and gravely addressing Mizuna. "Trust me, wherever they go, chaos ensues. They are not adorable, not in the slightest." Rila lay there, her head resting against the edge of the bed, her feet propped against the wall, quietly listening to her roommate's discussions. Her belongings were minimal, and she could finish packing in just a few minutes. She felt no urgency to gather her things. Instead, she pondered how she should spend her holiday, a question she had contemplated for quite some time. Chapter 49, Year 16? Coming to your house? Yes. Are you coming to my house? Myrtle asked, seemingly feeling that her allure was insufficient, and continued, "My home has a farm, and there's a cherry orchard. Oh, my mother is an excellent cook, especially with her marinated meats." Previously, in response to the persistent inquiries from Myrtle about why she did not return home during the Christmas holidays, she had candidly revealed the truth of her residence in an orphanage. "Of course I will go," she declared. At that moment, she felt that to refuse would be akin to committing a sin. She was convinced that if she declined Myrtle's invitation, it would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow. "However, I must return to the orphanage first. Could you provide me with the address? Oh, and one more thing, might I borrow some money?" On the final day, the report cards were distributed. As Rila scanned her grades, disappointment washed over her. Every subject marked with a passing grade, save for 2 shining good marks in charms and herbology. While she was not the worst student in her entire first year at Hogwarts, she was certainly the least accomplished among her dormitory companions. She felt justified in shedding some tears over this matter. "What will happen to our plants?" Mizuna inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Each plant on their windowsill had been nurtured by the 4 of them together, standing as a testament to their shared effort and a communal treasure of their dormitory. "If no one tends to them, they will perish," Tessaki fretted. "Let us divide them up. Everyone can take some home," Rila suggested. And thus she came into possession of a pot of marjoram. Just when Rila thought carrying a large pot of plants was peculiar enough, she beheld the gathering of other witches and wizards at the station, some clutching a large transparent tank that seemed to harbor an amorphous monster embryo, while another bore a hefty bundle of snake skins. In that moment, her own oddity felt insignificant. At last, the train arrived at platform 9. "Rila, do make sure to visit me," Myrtle exclaimed, holding a sprig of Celtic valerian, its buds brushing against her nose, prompting a sneeze. Rila responded with a resounding all right, before following the throng as they passed through the wall. Upon her return to the Wolves' orphanage, a few stars twinkled faintly against the deep gray sky. And the hour was quite late. Her former room had already been claimed by other orphans. Her luxurious single room. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and had moved all her portable belongings to Hogwarts. A new nun cast an impatient glance at Rila and brusquely informed her, "This is a charity home, not a palace. We lack the luxury of space," before hurriedly departing with her tray. Rila knocked on Riddle's door, which took a considerable time to open. Riddle appeared, donned in a loose gray robe. Why hasn't your room been taken?" he asked. "I searched for you at King's Cross for ages. Didn't you wait for me? We could have shared the fare." Rila leaned against the doorframe, her legs weary from a long day of walking. "There are rooms on the first floor," Riddle replied. "Oh, I want to go there. It has a dreadful odor. Those afflicted with the flu and contagious diseases are sent to that room," Rila admitted, internally recoiling at the thought. She surveyed the room, noting that everything was arranged just as it had been when she left. Riddle's suitcase perched atop the wardrobe, a few books scattered on the table, suggesting he had returned some time ago. With an air of indifference, Riddle crossed his arms. "So, what do you want here? I can't conjure a room out of thin air for you." Rila raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by his aloofness, and gestured to her suitcase. "Would you mind if I stored my luggage here? Surely, you wouldn't refuse that." Riddle shrugged and stepped aside, allowing her to place her suitcase next to his wardrobe. "The cellar is still empty," Riddle suddenly remarked. The thought of the eerie cellar made Rila's face stiffen, and she shook her head. "I would rather sleep on the street." Mustering her courage, Rila approached another girl, pleading to share a bed for the night. Come morning, she stepped through the orphanage doors once more. 16? A middle-aged man with a mustache scrutinized Rila's freshly minted forged identification, the plastic casing creaking in his grip, causing her to wince at the thought of the inferior paint possibly rubbing off. Yes, 16. In truth, she was not deceiving him. She indeed turned 16, thus not lying in the least. Rila brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, striving to embody the demeanor of a mature woman. After all, with many children at home, she had not always eaten well, and many assumed she was merely 11 or 12 upon first encounter. "Have you done this before?" "Yes," Rila replied. "My sister does this. She taught me how to type. We even have an Erica typewriter at home, and I practice on it whenever I can." "Sir, more than one person has remarked on my speed and accuracy. I am certain I would make an excellent typist." The man narrowed his eyes, appraising her once more. Rila pressed her lips together, realizing her shoulders had instinctively hunched. She made an effort to relax, suppressing her inner tension. A woman passing by could not help but glance at Rila several times, dressed in faded, loose trousers and a well-worn shirt, yet standing tall, her hair elegantly pinned up, her graceful neck resembling that of a fragile swan. The juxtaposition of youthful innocence and poised competence blended seamlessly within her, enough to distract from the air of poverty that clung to her. "Hey, George," a woman carrying coffee paused. "This position has been open for quite some time. Hasn't he it? Let her give it a try. If she doesn't work out, she can leave." The man named George frowned, reluctantly nodding in agreement, his tone begrudging as he addressed Rila. "All right, but it's a 3-day trial period. If you don't meet expectations, you're out. Thank you for this opportunity," Rila said, contemplating whether to express further gratitude but ultimately deciding against it. One hallmark of maturity is to refrain from excessive displays of thanks. Led by the man, Rila was brought to a cramped storage room beneath the staircase, where stacks of documents emitted a faint, musty odor. She felt dizzy at the sight, realizing why the position had remained unfilled for so long. "I'll be working here?" Rila asked. "Yes," the man replied, shoving aside some scattered items to clear a small space for her. He dragged in a small iron table along with a rickety wooden chair. "I'll get you a typewriter shortly," he added, hastily departing. Kneeling on the floor, Rila patiently began to sort through the chaotic documents. They were all either hastily scrawled or faded handwritten manuscripts, covering various topics, from the manufacturing prospects of a new umbrella to scientific interpretations of the latest materials, ancient religious parables, and even some dry British humor. This was a magazine office, and its most renowned publication was London Afternoon Tea, aptly designed as a leisurely reading material for British families during their afternoon tea time. The man returned, placing a dust-covered Underwood No. 5 typewriter on the iron table. After briefly outlining the key points of her work, He left, cigarette in mouth. Several of the typewriter's levers were faulty, and the ribbon needed replacing. After fiddling with it for some time, Rila finally put the machine to work. Start with these, the man named George said upon his return. We might use them in the next issue. Rila nodded impassively, retrieving that stack of documents and placing them on her desk. This was a task requiring utmost concentration. Should she misstrike a single letter, the entire A5 sheet would be rendered useless, as George had informed her. Yet, Rila was not so easily fooled. Knowing that it was merely a first draft, and she remained vigilant while typing, taking care with each keystroke. Rila expended no less than 3 or 4 sheets of paper before finally finding her rhythm, her fingers tapping furiously against the cold metal keys. By afternoon, she had neatly transcribed an entire stack of handwritten notes onto pristine white paper. So soon, the man furrowed his brow, his discerning eyes scanning the densely packed text in search of errors. Rila felt a dryness in her eyes, acutely aware that he had yet to disclose any information regarding her remuneration. Remuneration? How is it calculated? She inquired, her voice laden with fatigue. The man's tone was impatient, pointing out, here, you've missed an A, this one is incorrect, and over here, there's another mistake. A sense of dread gripped Rila. After all, she was not a machine, but a human being capable of errors. Unfortunately, her boss would not bear the cost of her mistakes. For a flawless page devoid of errors, the pay amounted to 2 pence, while any errors would render it worthless for the month's settlement. As he delivered his final remark, he deliberately deepened his tone, seemingly having already seen through Rila's ruse regarding her age. Do not think about daily payments. With a soft sigh, Rila considered that 2 pence was insufficient even for a single tram ride. Nevertheless, she accepted the thick stack of documents from the man and returned to her workspace to continue her tasks. A directory? The woman inquired. Yes. It contains the contact information for everyone in the area, Rila responded. I have a very important relative from whom I was separated due to the war many years ago, and I wish to find him, but I only know his name. Well, there is a directory kept at the front desk. I can ask to borrow it for you tomorrow, the woman said kindly. You can tell me his name, and I'll keep an eye out. Tom Riddle, Rila said. His son is also named Tom Riddle. Chapter 50, Summer Life. The original text was not written this way. George descended from the 3rd floor, holding a document, and remarked to Rila, who was seated in the dim storage room, You've made a lot of changes. There were far too many errors in the original text, and the sentences were excessively verbose. Rila lifted her head from a pile of documents, her voice hoarse, her fingers sore from prolonged typing. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can retype it verbatim according to the original. No, that's not the point. Your revisions are commendable. They accurately convey the essence of the original text. Henry raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses. This writer's submissions have always been criticized by the editorial department. Everyone suffers headaches upon seeing his drafts. Your edits are quite good. At least we don't have to reread every sentence to decipher its meaning. Thank you for your praise. A fleeting fantasy danced in Rila's mind. Could this mean a raise? Yet, she quickly extinguished such thoughts, recognizing that such words were merely intended to motivate her, to instill a sense of recognition that would encourage her to work harder. With the documents in the storage room nearly depleted, she sensed that her time at the company was drawing to a close. Despite the high workload, Rila genuinely enjoyed her job, as it allowed her to encounter fresh experiences and knowledge. During the lunchtime hours, as she sat alone in the storage room, nibbling on the boiled eggs she had brought, she refrained from returning to the orphanage, instead choosing to temporarily reside in the magazine's warehouse. This arrangement eliminated commuting costs and allowed her to continue working in the storage room even after everyone else had left for the day. At that moment, her thighs were spread with a thick telephone directory. There were over 100 individuals named Tom Riddle across England. Visiting one every 2 days would take her more than a year to complete. How could she possibly find the time and energy for that? Rila spent 2 afternoons transcribing all the telephone numbers and addresses of individuals named Tom Riddle from the directory onto paper, which she then tucked into her pocket. Upon returning to her warehouse after work that evening, she began to shape her small figures. She discovered that with intense concentration and by envisioning her desires, the cloud-like figures she created could effectively substitute her in performing tasks she was accustomed to, although sometimes her mind would falter, necessitating repeated correction training. You go here, Belfast. Willow Crescent Road number 17, Rila commanded, grasping one of the small figures by the nape of its neck, which appeared dazed and unresponsive to her instructions. Do you know how to get there? Rila said. First, hide in someone else's hat, or slip into a lady's bag. At 8 in the morning, take the first A09 tram from here, alight at the city bus hub, and then find someone to stick to. Once you reach Foster subway station, take line 5, and disembark at Queen's Garden Station, and then, Rila, dissatisfied with the little figure's lackadaisical demeanor, shook it in the air until it emitted a faint whimper of pleading, prompting her to huff and return it to her palm. Did you hear me? Just look for someone resembling Riddle when you get there and report back to me. Rila felt a pang of unease and dissatisfaction with the figure's inattentive attitude. Day after day, it was lazy and unproductive, not learning or working, making no progress in life. How could it expect to grow? Rila found a palm-sized teddy bear, stripped it of its cotton stuffing, and tucked the little figure inside, creating a rudimentary body that would at least withstand a slap. All right, I shall name you KT. Rila placed it beside her pillow and retrieved a slightly more robust figure from a nearby cardboard box. You shall be named Nain. She adorned it with a knitted sock that had a hole in it. You, go to the village of Northamptonshire, to the Streamside Cottage. Rila frowned. This was simple enough. She could just take the daily beef supply cart from the restaurant here. Initially, the efficiency was low. Out of the 7 returning figures, 5 had gotten lost and had to return empty-handed. Of the remaining 2, 1 forgot its destination, while the other was unable to return at all. Rila surmised that it must have been discovered and dispersed like a rat, or that strong winds had blown the entire figure away, leaving it stranded somewhere. Otherwise, every figure, no matter the trials it faced, would return to her side, just as a pigeon invariably returns to its nest. Despite her figures not yet successfully locating their targets or even reaching their destinations, this endeavor had opened new avenues for Rila, revealing more potential uses for her little creations. Within a few days, all the documents in the storage room were processed. Rila, with a sum of money she deemed significant and the experience she gained there, along with a letter of recommendation, ventured to a suburban retirement home. For a month, she served as a letter scribe, assisting elderly individuals who were frail, confused, and clumsy, helping them compose letters, fill out forms, and manage other written affairs. Rila mused that had it not been for the impending school year, she might have continued in that role for a longer duration. With about a week remaining before classes resumed, Rila returned to the orphanage. Where have you been for the past 2 months? She expected Riddle to ask, but he did not. Instead, she herself was the one who grew impatient. By the way, have you been at the orphanage all this time? Rila inquired, and immediately after, a wave of regret washed over her. After 2 months of enriching work experience, she should have been more composed. Riddle leaned back in his chair, his long fingers toying with a pristine feather quill. The table was strewn with books that Rila could barely comprehend, their text reminiscent of Egyptian hieroglyphs or Russian script. Aren't you bored? Rila could not ascertain whether Riddle's was an affirmation or negation, so she temporarily treated it as a positive response. It's bearable, Riddle responded in a nonchalant manner, and Rila felt certain that her face must have been painted with an expression of sorrow and despondency, resembling a jilted lover who had poured forth her affections yet received naught in return. Chapter 51, The Rush of Assignments. Oh, Rila imitated Riddle's demeanor, echoing his words, to which he openly rolled his eyes. Have you noticed anything? Rila inquired. Riddle ignored her, turning the pages of the book in his hands, feigning deafness. I've grown taller, Rila proclaimed, standing beside Riddle, gesticulating with her hands, her face adorned with a smug expression. What shall I do? I seem to always be taller than you. It's quite bothersome. If you find your height bothersome, I could concoct a shrinking potion to make you shorter, Riddle replied coldly, not even lifting his eyelids. Don't you think you are the one in dire need of that potion? Rila countered, attempting to engage him in a verbal spar. Yet Riddle displayed no inclination to banter. The door is over there. Will you exit on your own, or shall I escort you out? Riddle closed his book, his impatience palpable in his eyes. You have interrupted my reading. Today you are indifferent. Tomorrow you shall find me unattainable, Rila huffed as she departed in a huff. That day, Rila, dragging her suitcase, went to Myrtilla's home. She hadn't touched a single word of her summer assignments, having initially intended to borrow Riddle's work to copy. Oh, I can't even say it, she sighed. I always feel like you come to my house solely to borrow my assignments. Myrtilla pouted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Yet she generously allowed Rila to reference her summer work. How could that be? Rila replied, her gaze fixed on her practice book, reluctant to look away, finding the quill pen too tedious with its ink, and was instead scribbling away with a pencil, hoping to complete all her assignments before school commenced. How could I be so mercenary? I did indeed come to your house with the intention of catching up on my assignments, but the primary reason was that I missed you. Throughout the summer, I had sequestered myself in the storage space beneath the stairs, accompanying spiders and mice while typing for the magazine, listening to the elderly lady repeatedly bellowing at her son, John, not Johnson. My head was a cacophony. My hands ached to the point where even holding a spoon to eat became cumbersome. Yet, despite my struggles, I penned so many letters to you. Have you forgotten? It pains me to hear you speak of me in such a disparaging manner, truly. As Rila spoke, she noticed Myrtilla still wore a dissatisfied expression. She set down her pencil, wrapped her arms around her friend, and nuzzled her head against her chest like a kitten, cooing, Dearest, though I may have arrived late. I have indeed come. Do you know what you've missed? Myrtilla lamented. You promised faithfully that you would visit my home by August at the latest, and we would go to the movies together. Yet here we are, already on August 25th, and you've only just arrived. You claim your work has kept you from coming, yet if it is so exhausting, why not resign and seek a more manageable position? My father's job is quite easy. Moreover, as far as I know, isn't there funding for the orphanage? You are merely 12. Don't you think you place too much pressure upon yourself? The funding for the orphanage isn't designated for orphans, Rila said, suddenly weary as she withdrew from Myrtilla's embrace. It's rare for you to express concern regarding the policies of the orphanage. My father told me, Myrtilla shrugged. He said that working individuals contribute taxes to the state, and the government utilizes these funds to support orphanages. In truth, the entire nation, all of Britain, invests a pitifully small proportion of its resources into charitable projects. This is inevitable and will likely worsen in the future, Rila remarked, twirling her pencil as a means to divert the conversation. Have you read the newspapers? The Third Reich has annexed Austria, and I suspect that it won't be long before Britain becomes embroiled in the conflict. Rila recalled the scant knowledge of world history she had gleaned from her previous life, vaguely remembering a London bombing that resulted in the loss of countless civilian lives. Yet the specific details eluded her, knowing would only serve to amplify her worries. My father shares the same view, Myrtilla said, her concern evident. I do not wish for war. My father served as artillery captain during the First World War, and he described war as a massacre that obliterates humanity. Rila remained silent, letting out a long sigh as she gazed out at the boundless blue sky, her mind echoing the words she had encountered in books. War propels human society forward. She understood that for over a century in the future, the world would experience a brief respite, with only minor conflicts arising here and there. Yet beneath the placid surface of the lake lay the ominous shadows of the next war. What will the next war entail? With the planet's resources dwindling and human technology advancing relentlessly, how long could wizards continue to conceal themselves beneath the guise of the International Statute of Secrecy? One day, wizards would inevitably be discovered by muggles. Rila firmly believed it was only a matter of time. Would that lead to muggles hunting down wizards? How long could wizards withstand such a confrontation? The thought of this troubled Rila, perhaps due to her prolonged exposure to the muggle world. Compounded by the wizards' disdainful and ignorant attitude towards muggles, she found herself favoring the notion that the muggle world could emerge victorious. The renowned Gulf War occurred in 1991. In a matter of moments, the United States had defeated Iraq, inflicting tens of thousands of casualties while sustaining only a few hundred losses. The significance of this war was something her father had explained to her. He had sat beside her, analyzing the conflict, asserting that it was unprecedented and revolutionary. He also conveyed that victory in war hinged not solely on advanced weaponry or the wisdom and prestige of a few leaders, but rather on superior military strategy, precise tactics, robust military institutions, efficient joint combat capabilities, a nation's formidable economic support, a stable social and political environment, and a strong sense of national cohesion and cultural identity. Rila recalled the magical realm, which lacked even a respectable army. Otherwise, how could a group like Grindelwald's organization, reminiscent of a terrorist faction, sweep across the entire European wizarding community? Moreover, those arrogant wizards, by underestimating their adversaries, had committed a grave error in military strategy. With only a few days left of summer vacation, Rila ultimately completed her assignments on the last day, staying up late to finish them all. As she finished the last of her summer work, Rila gently caressed the crumpled practice books, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, as if the very air she breathed had sweetened, imbued with the essence of freedom. September 1st marked the start of the new school year. Rila and Myrtilla were driven to platform 9 3/4 in her father's car. Myrtilla was still bidding farewell to her parents, who, being her only guardians, were understandably apprehensive. Rila, sensing the moment, leaned against a nearby railing, propping her chin on her hand, observing the bustling muggle crowd, where a few conspicuous individuals must surely be the young witches and wizards heading to Hogwarts. Finally, Myrtilla planted a reluctant kiss on her parents' faces, and together with Rila, they pushed their luggage trolley through the wall. It's nothing to worry about. You are merely going to school, not into the jaws of a dragon, Rila reassured, patting Myrtilla on the shoulder as the throng of people enveloped them, ushering them onto the train. I find myself at a loss. And I can't help but feel somewhat ridiculous, said Myrtle, as she removed her glasses to carefully polish the lenses. Her tone was tinged with melancholy as she continued softly. I am already 12 years old, yet I still behave like a child of 5 or 6. Unable to resist longing for my parents the moment they are out of sight. That's perfectly normal. It merely signifies the depth of your affection for them, replied Rila. Moreover, once we arrive at Hogwarts, we shall endure 5 long months before we can return home. Myrtle sniffled, her nose reddening. Oh, now that you mention it, I feel even more sorrowful. Rila inhaled deeply. She had once again misspoken. But let us think positively. In 5 months, you will see them again. They are still very much alive, she reassured, unlike me, who misses them dearly as well. The train emitted a long, mournful whistle, its rhythmic clattering gradually accelerating, heralding the commencement of a new academic year. At this moment, Myrtle felt a departure from the initial excitement and naivete she had experienced upon entering Hogwarts, replaced instead by a sense of familiarity and warmth. Yet, due to having missed the opening ceremony last semester, Rila was filled with anticipation for this one. 37. Rila whispered to Myrtle while seated on a bench, "There are 37 little wizards, which is 5 fewer than our year." Myrtle nodded, her eyes scanning the faces of the young witches and wizards. That adorable little boy with black hair must be sorted into Gryffindor. I bet he's going to Ravenclaw. My instincts are usually spot on, Rila asserted, turning her head to cast a determined glance at Myrtle. Care for a wager? Myrtle huffed softly in response. The loser must do the winner's laundry for a month. Deal. They both fixed their gaze intently on the tattered sorting hat as it was placed upon the boy's head, waiting with bated breath for its verdict. After what felt like an eternity, it finally spoke. Antonin Dolohov, Slytherin. Why? Rila gasped in disbelief. Another cunning Slytherin has joined their ranks, Myrtle muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes in discontent. Chapter 52. The opening ceremony. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and Rila expected that they would soon disperse to their common room. However, reality proved her mistaken. The opening ceremony was not merely a lengthy formality. It was a ritual meant to jolt one from the languor of summer. I am delighted to welcome everyone to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am your headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, he declared. I trust that tonight's ceremony will be etched in the hearts of many new wizards for a lifetime. But first, there are numerous rules that our newcomers must familiarize themselves with. Now, let us invite Professor Dumbledore to the stage to recite the 72 rules of Hogwarts. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by cheers. Professor Dumbledore, we love you. I adore his speeches. The finest teacher at Hogwarts. It felt akin to a Hollywood fan event, where admirers fervently shouted to ensure the superstar felt their insignificant, yet fervent enthusiasm. At the Gryffindor table, several boys stood, enthusiastically waving their yellow and red-striped scarves, which Rila suspected were deliberately worn. Who else would wear a scarf in the sweltering heat? Nearby, several upperclassmen began to quietly educate the younger wizards, explaining that Professor Dumbledore was not only the most beloved professor at Hogwarts, but also one of the greatest wizards in the entire magical world. Rila stiffly turned her head to observe the crowd. Last semester, she had certainly felt Professor Dumbledore's immense respect within the learning environment. Whenever a Gryffindor wizard compared their house to another, merely mentioning that Dumbledore was their headmaster would silence any dissent. Yet, this was her first opportunity to witness Professor Dumbledore's breathtaking charisma firsthand. Professor Dumbledore gracefully rose from his seat among the faculty and made his way to the podium. In this interlude, Headmaster Albus continued, "It is our honor to have Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts. He is the head of Gryffindor House and teaches our Transfiguration class. However, he is remarkably humble, so I am certain he would not formally introduce himself. But I believe it is essential for everyone to know more about him," Albus continued. "Professor Dumbledore is an incredibly accomplished and remarkable wizard. In fact, I heard just today, not from his own lips, that he has been elected as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Just last month, he was also promoted to Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Furthermore, he holds numerous accolades." Before he could finish, a boy from Gryffindor stood up, reciting with remarkable speed, as if listing a menu. Recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Barnabas Finkley Award for Exceptional Spellcasting, Lifetime Researcher and Chief Researcher of the Phoenix Protection Society. Special Contribution Award from the International Wizarding Federation, multiple nominations for Minister of Magic, Senior Consultant for the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. First ever recipient of the Penrose Award for Soul Extraction, Gold Medal for Pioneering Contributions at the Cairo International Alchemy Conference, Outstanding Achievement Award of the 20th Century. Special Contributor to Today's Transfiguration, listed among the 10 most notable wizards of the 20th century by the Rebus Wizarding World, and named one of the most influential figures of the 20th century by the Daily Prophet in 1931. Another round of thunderous applause and cheers filled the hall. Rila took a deep breath, squeezing her fingers as her ears buzzed. She noticed Professor Dumbledore pulling a piece of parchment from his pocket. Oh no, it was a long scroll. "I am delighted to read to our new little wizards the rules of Hogwarts." Professor Dumbledore smiled, and as the crowd gasped in astonishment, the parchment in his hands ignited into flames, turning to ash. At the podium, A brief dispute seemed to arise between Professor Dumbledore and Headmaster Albus, but it was quickly resolved. Professor Dumbledore faced the audience once more. There are indeed many rules, but I believe if everyone commits to following them, it is unnecessary to recite them all. First-year wizards, as well as those who have already been studying at Hogwarts for some time, simply need to remember, you must not enter the Forbidden Forest on school grounds. It is quite perilous. I truly hope for our headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, Myrtle remarked enviously. Rila remained stiff, refraining from nodding. The audience erupted into cheers again, and nearby upperclassmen clapped heartily. Last year's opening ceremony was unbearably long. Indeed, it stretched well into the night. The greatest wizard, Dumbledore, hooray! Amidst the shouting crowd, Rila felt a sense of discomfort. Stealing a glance across the long tables, she spotted Riddle at the Slytherin table, his expression cold as he rested his chin on his hand, absently toying with his sleeve, which brought her some solace. Then, the amiable Professor Billilly returned to the stage to read the 25 student conduct guidelines. Many young wizards appeared to expect him to breeze through it, as Professor Dumbledore had. But that was not the case. The 25 student conduct guidelines seemed interminable as Professor Billilly not only recited the contents, but also added numerous detailed examples. Rule 3. Flying exercises, such as riding broomsticks, are not permitted indoors. This includes classrooms, dormitories, common rooms, and restrooms. Any indoor area is off limits. Certainly. There must be some adorable little wizards who would inquire, Professor Bill, what about the plant greenhouse? The answer is no. This rule is not specifically directed at that academy. But certain institutions, ahem, in any case, this regulation is for your benefit. Soon, the atmosphere grew restless, several little wizards squirming in their seats. And the hall echoed with the sounds of shifting tables and chairs. Rira suddenly felt that missing last year's opening ceremony at Hogwarts was hardly a loss. Indeed, it might even be considered fortunate. Chapter 53, What is Bogged Is. After laboriously enduring an entire summer, attending classes felt, for Rira, akin to a respite. At last, a few little figures successfully reached their destination, and Rira extended her hand, allowing them to enter her being as she gradually absorbed their memories. No, none of that. Rira opened her eyes once more, her pupils returning from white to normalcy. Everything appeared to unfold as it had in the previous semester, routine classes, meals, evening study sessions, and then returning to the dormitory to sleep, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Yet, some extraordinary events did transpire, such as Mizuna's elder sister and Ravenclaw had entered into a romance with a fellow Slytherin of the same year. Mizuna was decidedly displeased with this development. When I encountered that spiteful Slytherin in the Zaire rainforest, I should have heightened my vigilance. How foolish of me. It was only after my sister was swept away by him that I realized why she had been sneaking out without me during that time. Slytherins are all wicked wizards. That man clearly appeared to be quite the philanderer. My sister was bound to be hurt. Today, I spotted that man again. I hope I do not stumble upon evidence of his betrayal against my sister. My sister used to spend her weekends with me. But ever since that scoundrel inserted himself into our lives, she no longer includes me in her outings. She must be blinded by his appearance, overlooking his true character. Such sentiments frequently played out in the dormitory, becoming a regular feature of our daily interactions. Recently, Rira pondered whether she should write some articles to submit to a newspaper, to earn a little money. However, what could she possibly write? Rira found herself lost in thought. The wizarding world has only a handful of magazines, most of which are rather specialized and practical in nature. For instance, Transfiguration Today exclusively publishes papers and information related to transfiguration, while the Complete Guide to Flying Brooms is self-evident. The Daily Prophet focuses on the day's news in the wizarding world, and as a little wizard confined to Hogwarts, with little exposure beyond her textbooks, what could she possibly contribute? Rira furrowed her brow and fell silent once more. Rira found it peculiar that she seemed to be receiving some special attention lately. She could always feel a vague, sympathetic gaze directed her way, which was truly vexing. Several teachers seemed to take particular care in attending to her, often kindly inquiring whether she had settled into life at Hogwarts, in class. They would deliberately create opportunities for her to speak. Even if she made mistakes, they would find ways to commend her. Yet, their intentions were all well-meaning, yes. Out of goodwill. One couldn't even criticize them. It was merely frustrating and incomprehensible, a feeling only those who have experienced it could understand. Rira confided in moaning Myrtle, who merely regarded her with a curious expression, suggesting that being cared for was not a bad thing. However, the way they looked at me made me feel like a pitiful little mouse, replete with pity, sympathy, and an air of superiority. Do you understand? You are just being too sensitive, Rira. They might simply wish to show their concern, Myrtle suggested. Rira realized that discussing such feelings with Myrtle was futile, and no one else could comprehend them either. It was not until much later that Rira gleaned the truth from scattered conversations. A certain female teacher had learned of her orphan status and began orchestrating special attention from both faculty and the student council. Riddle, too, suffered from this, as his striking looks garnered him double the pity. They always relished envisioning the sufferings of others as a means to release their overflowing emotions. Once you unveil your scars to them, they are quick to blame you. This cheap, superficial kindness provided them with a sense of psychological superiority. What they perceived as sympathy was, in reality, arrogance. Riddle had conveyed this to her one day. Rira wished to counter that kindness should not be judged by its cost. But when she reflected on her feelings regarding such insipid goodwill, she fell silent. After all, being a victim of the teacher's misplaced compassion was hardly pleasant, and the peculiar gazes from her classmates often made her wish to dig a hole and bury herself. This afternoon marked the practical lesson for defense against the dark arts. Professor Mellis had informed them a week in advance that all 4 houses would convene, since the lesson was not in their usual classroom. Rira spent quite some time searching for the location. Moaning Myrtle stood at the back of the crowd, spotted Rira through the open door, and quickly beckoned her to join her side. "Why are you late again?" "I got lost," Rira replied, wiping the thin sweat from her forehead with her robe. The classroom was quite spacious, and at the front stood a cabinet. Rira realized that the number of students here was greater than ever, with students from all 4 houses present. The 2 of them nestled behind a cluster of tall boys, and it was apparent that the teacher had not yet noticed them. "Has the roll been called?" "Not yet. Probably 1 TB until close to the end of class." Rira sighed in relief and glanced up at the clock on the wall, realizing she had been nearly 10 minutes late. What did Professor Mellis just talk about? Rira noticed that everyone had forgotten their books. To avoid standing out, she rolled up her book and tucked it into the inner pocket of her robe. Myrtle glanced ahead and whispered quickly to Rira, "Boggett, Professor Mellis mentioned it in class before. It's a magical creature that transforms into your deepest fear, perhaps a person, an animal, or a scenario that terrifies you." Upon hearing this, Rira's eyes lit up, yet Myrtle seemed to misinterpret her reaction. Placing a comforting hand on Rira's shoulder, saying, "But you needn't worry. Professor Mellis will only select a few students to demonstrate." "Oh." Rira's tone betrayed her disappointment. Truthfully, she still did not know what she feared most and was eager to discover it. "Everyone, please remember how to pronounce that spell. Ridiculous. Pay attention to the pronunciation and the rhythm of the pauses between each syllable. Now, everyone raise your wands and repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, now I will invite a few students to come up and demonstrate for us. Everyone, pay close attention. If I catch those Gryffindors whispering again, I will deduct points. First up, we have Tom Riddle from Slytherin to demonstrate." Rira held onto Myrtle's shoulder, tiptoeing to peer over several heads toward the front. Riddle walked from the crowd to the stage, his handsome face revealing neither excitement nor fear. What could Tom Riddle possibly be afraid of? It seemed difficult to imagine. Everyone stepped back to give Riddle space. "All right, are you ready, Tom?" Riddle nodded, his back perfectly straight, his right hand grasping his wand while his left remained tucked in his pocket, exuding an aura of calm composure. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the quivering, dilapidated wardrobe. Rila's gaze flitted between it and Riddle, ultimately settling on the almost imperceptibly protruding fist-shaped outline concealed within the folds of his black robes, accompanied by a barely detectable tremor. As she scrutinized Riddle's face, it bore the same aloof and haughty demeanor, as if any trace of vulnerability had never existed. Professor Mellis stepped aside, waving her wand gently towards the crystal door handle of the wardrobe. Suddenly, a dense gray mist erupted like a massive surge of energy, engulfing the entire classroom in chaos. The fog rolled and spread, thickening to the point where no one could see beyond themselves. Instantly, the classroom descended into pandemonium. The crowd surged and swarmed like ants on a hot stove, the young wizards shrieking in terror, jostling one another as they lost their bearings amidst the unforeseen turmoil. In the midst of the fog, Riddle found himself shoved aside, barely catching sight of several familiar figures pummeling a bizarre-looking creature, which trembled and cowered in a corner amongst the broomsticks, while the leader of the group spat out a knitted sock and burrowed into it. Professor Mellis, a former Auror, commanded attention with her hoarse yet authoritative voice as the chaotic classroom began to quiet down. The ominous mist dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. In the aftermath, the students remained shaken, some stumbling to the ground, others pale and gasping for breath. What was that? A boggett, perhaps? The teacher said boggetts can take any shape, one student speculated. I don't know, but you stepped on my robe, mate, another replied, still recovering from the shock. Gradually, order was restored, though Professor Mellis furrowed her brow in contemplation of the earlier incident. At that moment, they noticed a brown knitted sock lying quietly in front of Riddle. revealing a hole at the big toe. What is this? Is this really a boggart? How utterly disappointing. Even Professor Mellis wore a look of confusion. Tom, what exactly do you fear? Riddle shrugged, responding, I detest the foggy weather in London. Just the thought of it brings to mind the damp socks left hanging outside. He retreated back into the crowd as Professor Mellis called over another blonde Slytherin boy. Where did you just go? Asked the girl, who quickly donned the glasses Rila handed her. I went to the girls' restroom, she replied. The whole classroom was engulfed in fog. It was terrifying. Oh, what a pity I missed it, the girl lamented, adjusting her braid as both their gazes returned to the center of the classroom. The boggart had transformed before the blonde boy into a grotesque giant wielding a club, comically knocking itself on the head, which elicited roars of laughter from the crowd. Next, the boggart morphed into a swarm of flesh-eating ants before transforming into a fluffy spider, swiftly erasing the memory of the earlier inexplicable fog. Days later, during a break in astronomy class, Rila ventured alone to the girls' restroom. Each night, the candles lining the corridor flickered to life, casting eerie shadows that sent chills down her spine. As she traversed the long hallway, her footsteps echoed in the vast space. Just as she turned a corner, Riddle's silhouette emerged from the darkness like a specter of the night. Rila was momentarily paralyzed with fear before she regained her composure, clutching her chest. His voice was icy, laced with a barely perceptible irritation. What? Riddle produced the sock with the hole. Indeed, the very one from Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Rila reached out to reclaim it, only for Riddle to evade her grasp. With a slight tilt of her head and an annoyed tap of her heel against the ground, she retorted, If you're so fond of that ragged sock, then consider it a gift. The sock seemed to writhe in Riddle's hand, muttering indignantly, while Rila turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge it. Riddle studied her intently for a moment, his eyes narrowing. You want to speak? Everyone has a right to their privacy, don't they? If I choose not to speak, then I shan't, Rila replied. Besides, causing a ruckus in Defense Against the Dark Arts is my specialty. Out of the corner of her eye, Rila caught Riddle's countenance, pale as snow with a hint of greenish undertone, his brows sharp like blades, and thick lashes shadowing his enigmatic dark eyes, making it difficult to decipher the tumult of emotions swirling within him. All right, I'll be honest. I can't stand your arrogant demeanor in my presence. Rila straightened her back, only to realize that the height she had once reveled in months ago was now diminished, as Riddle was nearly her equal in stature, leaving her questioning how she could ever mock him again. Riddle's gaze darkened slightly. He did not respond to her challenge. The flickering lights danced upon him as he withdrew a letter from his wizard's pocket, extending it towards Rila. The envelope was crafted from sturdy parchment, adorned with intricate golden embossed patterns at each corner, while a silver wax seal secured its contents. Rila regarded Riddle with suspicion, and at his urging, she opened the letter, revealing an exquisite card-like invitation. The dim light compelled her to hold it closer to a nearby candle. Dear Miss Isthiard, the Slug Club cordially invites you to our gathering. The event will take place in Professor Slughorn's parlor on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts at 2 p.m. on Saturday. We look forward to your presence. Horace Slughorn. Rila pointed at the gilded lettering on the card, looking to Riddle expectantly for an explanation. What is this? The Slug Club, where each invited member may bring a guest. Riddle interjected suddenly, shifting the topic. Weren't you headed to the girls' restroom? Rila finally recalled her original purpose, feeling a slight discomfort in her stomach as she hastily clutched it and made her way to the restroom. During evening study hours, Rila found it nearly impossible to concentrate on her history of magic homework, absently stroking her chin while stealing glances at Riddle's back, seated in the front row, second seat. Why did he invite me? Why me? The gathering only allowed one guest, and yet he chose me. Humph, what a contradictory child. He seems to have forgotten me on the surface, yet the invitation reveals otherwise. Surely this opportunity weighs on his mind, indicating my significance to him. Rumor has it that the Slug Club features delectable treats. Perhaps that was his motivation for inviting me, though she didn't consider herself particularly fond of food. Riddle certainly did. Rila basked in her self-satisfaction throughout the evening study session, neglecting her assignments entirely. As she nestled beneath her blanket, lying in bed, she gazed sorrowfully at the ceiling, pondering whether she had merely misinterpreted a simple invitation that had brought her such elation. Could it truly signify anything substantial? Perhaps Riddle had intended to invite someone else who fell ill or was otherwise unable to attend. Moreover, considering her prior assistance to Riddle during the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, it was plausible that he had simply bestowed the invitation upon her as a gesture of gratitude. After all, why would he wait until they shared the astronomy class to present it to her, if not for convenience? Yet, the invitation bore her name. Was that not a perfectly ordinary occurrence, easily accomplished with a flick of a wand? Rila rubbed her face, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. Leaving her utterly vexed, it was inevitable that she would suffer from insomnia that night. She had inquired of Mizuna, who had once accompanied her sister about the club. And Mizuna had frowned, her expression complex, remarking that the gathering was rather dull, filled with idle chatter. Without much deliberation, Rila resolved to attend. Even as a part of her vehemently rejected such social gatherings. She despised any occasion that involved being in the spotlight. Yet how could she refuse when it was Riddle who had invited her? She must go. She could not be ungrateful. On Saturday afternoon, Rila borrowed a dress from Myrtle, a brown woolen gown adorned with delicate lace, complemented by a cozy pink cardigan. She donned petite, stylish ankle boots, and her tights hugged her slender legs, exuding a shy elegance. Unable to resist, she twirled before the full-length mirror. Indeed, the adage held true, clothes mocketh the man. With a change of attire, her confidence surged. Holding the invitation, Rila finally arrived at the venue, only to find the door opened by Joshua Gringlass. You received an invitation as well? Rila nodded, proudly displaying her invitation to Joshua before handing it to the house elf who was recording attendees. The elf confirmed her presence and gestured for her to enter. The gathering was modest, with only 2 or 3 unfamiliar Ravenclaws present. Perhaps she had arrived too early. Rila surveyed the room, where verdant drapery adorned the ceiling and walls, and a golden chandelier hung in the center. At the heart of the room stood a square oak table, graced with exquisite candlesticks, a testament to the host's refined taste. A slender, bat-eared house elf approached, balancing a tray laden with pumpkin pastries, which he placed on the table. Shortly thereafter, he returned with an array of dishes, setting them upon a circular mahogany table. Rila settled into a plush armchair beside Joshua, and as they did, the door swung open once more, revealing Riddle, who merely cast her a fleeting glance before taking a seat opposite her. Had she known, she would have lingered by the entrance to enter with him. Professor Slughorn eventually made his entrance, and by then, 2 Slytherins, 3 Ravenclaws, 2 Gryffindors, and another Hufflepuff boy had already gathered. Rila felt relieved that she had borrowed an outfit. Without exception, everyone exuded sophistication and was impeccably dressed. It seems everyone is present, Professor Slughorn remarked, a smile gracing his features as he surveyed the room. Some students might still be unaware of the significance of the Slug Club and the reasons behind their invitations. Undoubtedly, all present were exemplary individuals, the elite of their first-year cohort, and this gathering was convened in their honor. Professor Slughorn continued, his eyes shimmering with reminiscence. Windislinka. Oh, he is the author of Theoretical Defense Against the Dark Arts. Indeed, he was a fine student who eagerly joined the Slug Club during his time at Hogwarts. Rila felt somewhat dazed as he recounted tales of the illustrious witches and wizards he had taught, emphasizing the pride associated with being part of the Slug Club. In such a setting, it felt inappropriate to partake of the food. She barely touched her plate, despite the delectable offerings that far surpassed her usual fare. The others around her scarcely sampled their meals either, and she felt too timid to do so herself. Unable to resist, she covertly glanced at Riddle. Even among the boys surrounding him, Riddle's visage stood out distinctly. He maintained an air of calm confidence, as if he were well versed in the social dynamics of the elite, seamlessly integrated among this distinguished company. Only when Professor Slughorn called his name did he respond with a courteous smile, devoid of the shyness that enveloped Rila. In this regard, he was leagues ahead of her. Perhaps he, too, battled insecurities beneath the surface, yet his outward demeanor was impeccable. Rila found herself lost in the flickering golden points of the ceiling's decorative artwork until Joshua nudged her with his elbow, startling her into awareness that Professor Slughorn was addressing her. Miss Eastyard, what kind of people are your parents? What do they do? Rila's mind momentarily blanked, her gaze vacant and brow furrowed, as she quietly replied, I am an orphan. My parents, well, they were muggles. They went bankrupt during the Great Depression. She recalled that in the wizarding world, suicide was an unspeakable sin, prompting her to refrain from elaborating further. The once lively gathering fell into an abrupt silence, and Rila could not escape the astonished expressions of the students across from her, nor the exaggerated look of shock on Joshua's face. Oh dear God, why am I here? She thought. Professor Slughorn furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her before turning away, a barely perceptible hint of regret in his eyes that felt performative to Rila. She lowered her gaze, striving to embody the self-effacing demeanor of an orphan, as though she had resigned herself to a subordinate position. It felt as if her spirit had detached from her body, hovering above, observing her in a state of dissociation. Oh, poor child. But I believe your parents would be immensely proud of your accomplishments at Hogwarts, Professor Slughorn continued. Yet Rila could no longer absorb his words. She diverted her attention to the intricate patterns of the indigo carpet beneath her feet, allowing it to anchor her against the overwhelming discomfort encroaching from all sides. Fortunately, the conversation did not linger on her for long. Shifting to others, either affluent or connected to high-ranking positions within Gringotts or the daughters of hotel magnates. Joshua, astonishingly, had a father who served as the director of the Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was evident what had afforded him a place at this gathering. Yet, like her, he appeared restless, burying his face in his plate, silent. Especially as Professor Slughorn praised his father's recent enactment of the Magical World Emergency Response Act. She suspected he might snap the fork in his hand at any moment. Perhaps he harbored some conflict with his father, Rila mused, but she had no desire to delve into that. Chapter 56. The reluctance to continue the banquet. Rila's appetite. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the insipid flattery that permeated the air, gradually transformed into a yearning to recline upon her small bed and succumb to slumber. Rila rested one hand upon her thigh as a diminutive figure emerged, playfully manipulating her fingers in the palm of her hand. The discourse at the banquet shifted from a wizard's brother, who served as an orer in the American Ministry of Magic, to the latest political developments. The Race Equality Bill faced yet another setback in the American Congress, marking its second failure to pass, a situation I had anticipated long ago. Professor Slughorn furrowed his brow, slicing through the braised beef on his plate while shaking his head, and Jim, the headmaster of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, appeared lost in thought, contemplating the notion of equating ourselves with those filthy, lowly races such as centaurs, mermaids, house elves, werewolves, and vampires. Can your brother divulge any insider information? My brother never discusses such matters with me. The boy took a sip of orange juice, a faint yellow hue lingering on his lips. He held little regard for Jim Stewart, the American Ministry of Magic, as most regarded him as a madman. I read in the Daily Prophet that most American wizards disapprove of him, interjected another girl, and his followers fancy themselves idealists, which seems rather abnormal to me. Rila took a sip of her drink, repeatedly smoothing the wrinkles on her plaid woolen skirt. After this topic concluded, the conversation turned to the familial backgrounds of wizards, eventually revolving around Riddle. She gazed at Riddle as though he were a prized possession showcased in a cabinet, proudly introduced by Professor Slughorn. Tom Riddle, oh my. He is a once-in-a-century genius. In my many years of teaching, I have never encountered anyone with greater talent in potion-making. I truly wish all present could meet him. Those flattering words piled up, morphing into a heavy mountain that pressed upon the 12-year-old boy. Rila noticed a fleeting glimmer of disdain in Riddle's expression, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, replaced by an elegant smile that seemed to effortlessly mask any momentary displeasure, transforming it into a flawless display of social grace. The professor exaggerates, he humbly replied, earning even more admiring glances. Tom hails from the Muggle world, correct? A boy's voice, tinged with jealousy and provocation, interjected. You must be well acquainted with the Muggle world, then. What is it like? We pure-blood wizards have yet to encounter a Muggle, right? Ha ha. The boy's eyes gleamed with a blatant sense of superiority, subtly flaunting his pure-blood lineage. Hearing this, Rila felt an urge to slap him. The Muggle world? Riddle glanced at the boy, still wearing a faint smile, though his graceful demeanor hinted at an imperceptible coldness. He paused deliberately, as if recalling something. That world is but a jest. Foolish, lazy, selfish, numb, it's a stark contrast to our wizarding realm. He cast a derisive glance at the boy, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. You are correct. I am indeed fortunate to have escaped that place and arrived in the wizarding world. For here lies my roots. I have merely returned home. Moreover, I am privileged to gain the recognition of so many esteemed teachers, Headmaster Dippet remarked. I am vastly superior to those wealthy scions who merely indulge in feasting and drinking. To receive such praise is truly an honor. He deliberately emphasized the words recognition and wealthy scions, his tone brimming with irony, leaving the boy at a loss for words. Except for a few wizards, no one discerned the underlying mockery. The conversation seamlessly transitioned to the next topic, filled with laughter and merriment. This shift felt like a breath of fresh air. As the wizards at the table began to converse loudly, discussing matters they might otherwise hesitate to broach due to unfamiliarity or differing stances. But this topic was undoubtedly politically correct. Subsequently, several wizards shared anecdotes about the Muggle world. They crafted a metallic tool known as a handgun, designed exclusively for self-destruction. Concerning Muggle scientists, they merely lounged beneath apple trees, waiting for apples to fall upon their heads, claiming to have made significant discoveries. The absurd and baffling actions of Muggles could fill 3 days and nights of discourse. Amidst these remarks, laughter erupted, nearly rendering them breathless. Rila cynically pondered how wizards reveled in denouncing the inferiority of Muggles, for it was the only way to showcase their own nobility. Nobility. The exalted glory of wizards could very well be trampled underfoot. Now, the mere mention of wizarding glory ignited a desire to scornfully stamp it out. Rila opened her palm, and the tiny figure leapt from her grasp, silently crawling like a thin piece of paper under the table towards the door, slipping through the crack. Riddle smiled, uttering a few more agreeable words, appearing to fit in seamlessly, unlike her. The disparity between them stood starkly revealed once more, as this realization washed over her. A wave of helplessness surged within, a subtle melancholy lingering, prompting a longing to escape. Would Riddle share her sentiments? Rila directed her gaze towards the grand entrance, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, bang. It was not the door, but the ceiling. A small section of the ceiling above the round table suddenly collapsed. The opulent copper chandelier that had been suspended above plummeting directly onto the center of the circular table, producing a deafening crash. Immediately, shards of glass from the chandelier scattered, injuring several wizards' faces. The wizards present vacated their seats, exchanging astonished glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Professor Slughorn's brow furrowed. His face contorted with rage as he shouted, and soon, 2 house elves timidly emerged. What on earth happened? Professor Slughorn bellowed, pointing at the collapse. How could you 2 elves let this occur? The 2 elves trembled in fear, their faces turning green, with one hastily explaining, Master, no, it was not us. We were in the kitchen preparing food. We did not touch the ceiling or the chandelier. Then tell me, who is responsible? Professor Slughorn's voice grew louder, as if on the verge of an outburst. At that moment, another elf cautiously spoke up. Master, it may have been a magical mishap. We all know the chandelier is quite heavy and suspended at such a height. If it were not deliberate, then magic must have gone awry. Professor Slughorn approached, viciously kicking the cowering, frail elf on the floor several times with his hefty shoe, ensuring the elf gasped for breath before withdrawing his foot in satisfaction. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and clean this mess. Rila stood stiffly to one side, while the other wizards ignored the scene as if it were the most ordinary occurrence. The 2 elves supported each other as they rose from the floor and hastily cast spells to clean the debris from the table and the ground. The other elf swiftly vanished the food contaminated with shards and replaced it with fresh provisions, and the ceiling was ultimately restored, smooth and unblemished, save for the absence of the chandelier. The entire process unfolded in less than 3 minutes, and upon completion, the 2 elves quickly retreated. Other wizards whispered amongst themselves, speculating the cause of the chandelier's sudden fall. It was evident that its weight had exceeded the ceiling's capacity, rendering the blame on the house elf rather unfounded. Silence, please, Professor Slughorn declared with a commanding voice. Let us continue our gathering and not allow this minor mishap to dampen our spirits. Although the guests wore faces that betrayed their disappointment, they gradually returned to their seats upon hearing the professor's words. Rila had intended to seize the moment of chaos to approach Riddle and sit beside him, yet a golden-haired boy occupied that very spot, leading her to believe he might not wish to exchange seats. Rila's gaze drifted once more toward the entrance, her mind silently counting down. This time, she would not falter. Quickly now, 1, 2, 3, bang. Chapter 57. You might need a stroll, and a heart-to-heart. Professor Slughorn felt rather dejected, mirroring the distress of the 2 house elves on the verge of tears. The Cornish pixies, employed for first-year instruction in defense against the dark arts, had been unleashed by an unknown hand, and they had a singular focus, straight to this room. A multitude of these mischievous creatures, numbering over 20, burst into the hall, wreaking havoc among the revelers. Some hid beneath tables, leaping out to startle unsuspecting guests, while others stealthily tugged at hair or the hems of garments. A few even seized food and drink from the tables, flinging them into the air. The wizards attending the soiree scrambled to defend themselves, hastily drawing their wands. And chaos ensued. Just before Riddle could draw his wand, Rila pressed her hand against his. Hey, come with me, she whispered into his ear. Riddle paused, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her, then allowed her to pull him away from the stifling atmosphere of the room. Amidst the commotion, no one seemed to notice their departure. As they traversed the corridor, Riddle inadvertently recalled the recent defense against the dark arts lesson. It was unmistakably her doing again. She was quite adept at this. Yet, did he truly despise her? The question reverberated within him, stirring feelings akin to ripples in a tranquil lake, unsettling the calm surface. In the foreboding forbidden forest, he had once encountered a boggart. This sneaky creature morphed into a weaker, pitiable version of himself, a being cast aside and scorned. What terrified Riddle was not the apparition itself, but the sinister implications it bore. It seemed to mock him, reminding him that he could never escape that once feeble self. He did not harbor a fear of the boggart. Rather, he detested the sight of that version of himself. The corridor, bustling with foot traffic and animated conversations, was adorned with ancient oil paintings hanging on stone walls. Sunlight filtered through the ornate openings, casting mottled shadows on the smooth stone steps that led into another realm, seemingly left behind. The scenery shifted from the frenetic energy of classrooms and hallways to the expansive, illuminated outdoors. Rays of sunlight bathed them, while a gentle breeze caressed their faces, infusing the air with freshness. The environment gradually quieted. In a secluded area, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, creating a picturesque interplay of light and shadow on the grass. Birds flitted about, and squirrels scurried up and down the trees. The entire scene exuded an extraordinary tranquility and beauty. Rila halted in her tracks. "What are you up to?" Riddle finally broke his silence. "Come on, don't play coy. You wanted this too, didn't you?" Rila replied with a sly smile, her gaze piercing, as if she had seen through him. Riddle blinked in surprise. "What do you mean?" he asked. "If Professor Slughorn finds out you've turned his soiree into a disaster, what do you think will happen? How can you be so sure it was me?" Rila countered. "None at the gathering had the motive to wreak such havoc." Riddle narrowed his eyes. "From what I know of you, this is precisely the sort of thing you would do." Rila refrained from denying it, allowing his implication to hang in the air. "I'm going back." Riddle suddenly berated himself for his foolishness in following her outside, turning as if to leave. "Wait," Rila interjected. "We haven't talked in ages. Do you have time for a stroll and a chat?" "What is this?" "Don't be so cold," she said, her tone shifting to one of mock disappointment. "We came from the same orphanage, remember? We used to share meals every day." At this, Riddle's eyelids twitched. "Using emotional appeals now, are we? Fine, I'll humor you." As luck would have it, he had been contemplating how to address that recently discovered place. "Since you've mentioned it," Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere." Rila, unable to extract any information about that place from Riddle, ceased her inquiries. She followed him to the edge of the Hogwarts lake. The pair continued along a hidden path by the water until they reached a clearing, enveloped by dense thickets. Riddle led Rila through the foliage, navigating a winding route until they arrived at a mysterious little cabin. "We're here," Riddle announced, surveying the surroundings before raising his wand and casting a spell on the door lock, swinging it open. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished, containing only a worn-out sofa and another equally shabby seat, with the walls adorned by aged paintings and a corner festooned with cobwebs. "This is my secret hideout. Generally, no one else comes here," Riddle explained. Chapter 58. His way of protection impressive, mate. "How did you find this place?" Rila reclined on the sofa without hesitation, exclaiming, "Haha, this will be my spot from now on. Just wander around Hogwarts a bit, and you'll stumble upon it." Riddle shrugged, settling onto the other sofa. Rila suddenly got up as if struck by a thought and began to explore the room. "What are you searching for?" "Wondering if there are any hidden chambers or the like," Rila replied, presuming that, given Riddle's nature, there must be more to this secret base than met the eye. "There are, but you want to find them," Riddle stated bluntly. Rila puffed out her cheeks in frustration, returning to her seat. "Fine, if you say I can't find it. Then I suppose I really can't." "What do you usually do here?" Rila inquired, curious if such information was permissible. Riddle sank deeper into the sofa, glancing at her. "Take a guess." "You want me to guess?" Rila pointed at herself. "Why is it every time I ask you something, you turn it into a riddle? Can we not have a bit more sincerity between us? Just say what you want to say instead of playing guessing games." "Guess, guess, guess. Huh, I'm not playing." There is no need for speculation. It is highly probable that Rila is already aware of Riddle's exceptional performance in defense against the dark arts, a subject he holds dear to his heart. Given that dark magic is strictly prohibited at Hogwarts, the purpose of this quaint little cabin is unmistakable. Riddle reclines on the sofa, shifting his posture, his hands interlaced behind his head, legs crossed nonchalantly, entirely unfazed. "Did you not say you wish to take a stroll and engage in earnest conversation? The walk has been taken, but where is the dialogue? Shouldn't such matters unfold gradually? Why does it seem so contrived in his presence?" They had walked in silence, and now, in this new setting, words suddenly flowed. In the past, their conversations were typically initiated and guided by Rila, with Riddle resembling a reluctant audience member. This marks yet another distinction between them. Rila's heart sank momentarily, awakening to a sense of loss. "Did you enjoy that soiree? Let us dispense with the guessing game." Rila remains intent on seizing this rare opportunity for one-on-one conversation. Riddle regards her, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Enjoy? Perhaps." He adjusts himself, propping his elbows on the sofa's armrests, cradling his chin in his palm, exuding an air of utter languor and relaxation. Rila dismisses the flippancy of his response and continues, "I was rather looking forward to it before I went. I cannot speak for you, but for me, sitting there felt like enduring a trivial and torturous ordeal." "Were you invited last year as well?" Riddle blinks, wearing an expression that seems to say, "What do you think?" confirming Rila's suspicion. "I did not enjoy it," Rila asserts, feeling somewhat odd sitting face to face. She rises and begins to pace on the thick, gray carpet. "Did you notice? Professor Slughorn incessantly recounted tales of his past glories, but most of those stories revolved around the people surrounding him rather than himself, although he initially emphasized his aversion to boasting about his achievements. It seems to me that boasting about one's relationships is, in itself, a form of self-aggrandizement. Rila touches her chin, considering her words as possessing, a unique perspective and exceptional insight. With her hands clasped behind her back, she gazes at the cold-toned abstract painting on the wall, meandering slowly around the room, occasionally peering out the window or fidgeting with the precariously wobbling wooden door. Unbeknownst to them, they had exchanged a considerable amount of dialogue, with Riddle responding intermittently. What do you think? Olive Hambay is from Ravenclaw, and I truly cannot comprehend her. I wonder if she struggles within her circle. Every time she sees me, she feels compelled to mock. Oh, that scrawny Hufflepuff, and upon seeing Myrtle, she derides her as a hefty gourd, and when the two of us are together, she calls us the odd couple of height and girth, as we embody all four elements. I am utterly astounded. Does she truly believe her wit is commendable? What is your opinion, Riddle? Do you find such people detestable as well? Rila clenches her fists, envisioning the air before her as Olive Hambay, delivering a couple of forceful punches, still incensed despite having previously reprimanded her. Thankfully, she did not encounter her at the Slug Club. The mere thought that a person I loathe could be liked by many fills me with further ire. Oh, speaking of the Slug Club, Rila strolls from one end of the room to the other. I once attended numerous social gatherings like that. At first, they seemed novel, but eventually, I began to discern their essence. You must tread carefully, for everyone wields a ruler to measure your worth. A single misstep in words can bring others pleasure as they revel in your blunders, repeatedly bringing them up before others. To avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, one must conform. Rila glances at Riddle's position, only to realize he has sunk deep into the sofa, his eyes quietly closed. Sunlight spills onto the floor not far from him, the shadows of the leaves outside intertwining with his own, merging into a shimmering tapestry of light, ethereal and dreamlike. Outside the little cabin, expansive green wilderness unfurls like a painted canvas, with a gentle breeze stirring waves akin to rippling wheat. Rila gazes upon his serene visage, her heartbeat resounding in the tranquil space, holding her breath as she draws closer, entranced. She continues her previous topic in a hushed murmur, whispering softly to cloak her actions. A facade woven from hypocrisy that devours the soul. Riddle remains motionless, akin to a delicate figurine in a display case, his eyelids unblinking. Memories of the orphanage flood her mind, recalling moments when she would silently watch Riddle as he slept, the outside world seemingly quarantined from her. Riddle? Rila halts a foot away from him, gently calling his name. There is no response. She sits down on the carpet, reminiscing in a tone laced with nostalgia. Back at the orphanage, you were the only one willing to engage with me, even if your willingness was tinged with impatience. Yet it made me feel somewhat normal. Rila turns her head to glance at Riddle's sleeping face once more before looking away. After a moment, she speaks softly, her voice delicate as if meant for her ears alone. In truth, you do not believe that muggles are inferior to wizards. On the contrary, you detest those who, based solely on bloodlines, categorize individuals into hierarchies, relishing in their own self-importance. You perceive them as a group of, short-sighted fools. Those words were not truly your intent. You also abhor the version of yourself that uttered them. As Rila completes her thoughts, she studies Riddle's expression, noting his steady breathing, utterly motionless, which emboldens her to continue. Riddle, I am genuinely concerned for you. Rila's gaze falls, her voice growing somber, as she begins to speak in a tone that suggests she has repeated these words countless times. I once knew someone who bore a striking resemblance to you. In some respects, remarkably so. Had she attended Hogwarts, she would surely have found her place in Slytherin, just as you did. She was astute, possessing intellect akin to yours. She excelled at manipulating hearts, discerning the frailties of human nature, and wielding the emotions of others to her advantage. Indeed, she achieved everything she desired through her remarkable prowess. Yet, I found her pitiable. She remained oblivious to the fact that she was being played, forced to learn the art of reading others, to gauge their thoughts, and to cater to their desires. She believed she had secured success and control over her fate. People applauded her, showered her with wealth and power, bestowing upon her everything that could drown her true self. In such conditioning, she transformed into a perfect machine, adhering to the principles of social Darwinism, yet devoid of her humanity. Rila sighed gently. Riddle, I do not blame you for your indifference towards me. I understand that these are merely your defenses, cloaking your vulnerability with intelligence and independence, fearing failure and the loss of everything, striving relentlessly for those seemingly glorious accolades. It must be exhausting, surely. Just the thought of it is wearisome. Chapter 59. Is a stable life the true essence of happiness? A confidant, Rila muses as she crouches outside the cabin. Pulling up grass, hearing Riddle's words, she stands, revealing a look of confusion. What is it that you wish for me to keep secret? The location of this quaint little cabin is significant. Riddle spoke in a nonchalant tone, his hands tucked into the pockets of his robe, as a gentle breeze tousled the strands of hair falling over his forehead. Indeed, Rila muttered a few disgruntled remarks, acknowledging that she should have anticipated this. After all, she felt like merely a tool. She wiped the dirt and grass stains from her wizard's robe, while Riddle's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Rila, dragging her feet, approached Riddle. Very well, enlighten me. What must I do? First and foremost, you must not disclose this secret under any circumstances. Sensing the gravity of her task, Rila puffed out her chest, her right fist tapping against her heart. Rest assured, the mountains may crumble and the seas may dry up, but the secret you entrust to me shall never be revealed. Riddle gazed into her sparkling eyes. And the reason he chose Rila was precisely because she remained impervious to the effects of the soul-claiming charm, ensuring that no one could penetrate her mind to discover the secret she kept for him. Now, repeat after me, he instructed, producing his wand and softly uttering a spell, the tip of the wand emanating a green glow. He pressed the wand against Rila's forehead, with unwavering loyalty and a vow of silence. I shall guard the location of the little cabin, never to divulge it. The green light gradually seeped into Rila's forehead until it vanished completely, leaving her forehead unchanged. Rila rubbed her forehead and glanced at Riddle. Is that all? Indeed, Riddle affirmed with a nod. This way, no one shall be able to see the cabin. It will certainly facilitate your endeavors with your various projects, won't it? Rila silently scoffed to herself. Much later, she would ponder the consequences of revealing the secret. But that was a thought for another time. This summer, my parents planned to take me on vacation to the English countryside until school resumes. The announcement was made excitedly by Myrtle at dinner. 3 months until summer break, and you're already discussing your plans? Mizuna interjected, adding, ugh. Why hasn't my sister broken up with that guy yet? There's no rush. Graduation season is also breakup season, Tezkai commented lightly. Has your sister made plans for employment after graduation? She intends to work at the Ministry of Magic, Mizuna replied. My dad works there. Rila noticed a fleeting look of disappointment in Myrtle's eyes and leaned closer, speaking softly. Hey, I really like your summer plans. They sound wonderful, right? Myrtle's eyes brightened, and she began to chatter incessantly. My dad just bought a new inflatable boat, and we'll row it on the lake. The brochure says it's beautiful there. Where exactly? In Salisbury, Wiltshire, England. Oh, Raylo exclaimed. I know there's a cathedral there, known as Salisbury Cathedral, one of the largest in England. Yes. And there's Stonehenge. Have you heard the legends surrounding it? What? Isn't it said that the British actually transported those massive stones down from the mountaintop? Rayla replied, recalling an article she had read debunking that myth. Really? Myrtle's eyes widened in astonishment. But I heard that in ancient times, a group of wizards held a magical ceremony there, leaving behind the altar ruins. Isn't that true? But those stones are enormous, aren't they? Firstly, they were transported from the mountaintop down below. Secondly, they likely didn't carry them by hand. They probably placed cylindrical logs beneath the stones and rolled them. Thirdly, the terrain is remarkably flat. Fourthly, ancient people had already grasped the principle of leverage to create simple mechanical devices for transporting heavy objects, Rayla explained. Having articulated every key point of the article she had read, then I'll tell my dad not to go there. It's all a lie. Humph. Why not go? Just think about it. Thousands of years ago, under such inconvenient conditions, a group of people painstakingly transported these massive stones. This is a testament to their labor and a witness to human civilization, Rayla elaborated. Besides, since you're going, wouldn't you want to see it? Well, you do have a point. Myrtle frowned slightly, considering, then nodded. The two of them strolled along the pebble path back to the Hufflepuff common room, where Myrtle excitedly mentioned that her dad had bought her a new fishing rod. My dad said that once I learn how to fish, I can accompany him on fishing trips. Myrtle continued. He also said that once I learn to fish, I'll surely fall in love with this pastime. Have you ever been fishing, Rayla? No, Rayla shrugged. I imagine sitting there for hours would be rather dull. I've never really understood the appeal of fishing. But if given the chance, I would like to try. Myrtle pondered. Rayla, what are your plans for this summer? Me? Rayla frowned slightly, contemplating, her tone laced with reluctance and annoyance. I haven't decided yet. I might inquire at the magazine where I previously worked to see if they need anyone. Or perhaps check with that nursing home. In truth, she hadn't given much thought to her summer plans. Unbeknownst to her, she recalled Tezkai's earlier question to Mizuna about her sister's post-graduation plans. Why does this world constantly ask, hey, where will you go in the future? What kind of person do you want to become? Hey kid, you can learn nothing in the magical world. What are you still doing here? All questions seemed directed at one child. What is your goal? Faced with this question, Rayla could only respond with a sense of uncertain trepidation. Timidly presenting her seemingly simplistic answer, her goal was to experience life as fully as possible during her lifetime. Yet, the world, be it the wizarding realm or the muggle world, was fundamentally the same, a utilitarian society where everything must yield a result to justify its pursuit. Otherwise, why doesn't Team Mizuna's sister pursue a career as a magical herbologist? As far as Rila knew, her sister possessed great talent in that area. Yet the reason was simple. The work was arduous and offered no salary. It lacked stability. Its prospects were not bright. Life must be smooth, must always ascend. In order to be deemed happy or successful, her initial decision to participate in the government's free training program stemmed from an opportunity. She attended Hogwarts upon receiving an acceptance letter. Another opportunity. Her summer job search was simply because 2 positions happened to be available. She wandered in the vast wilderness without a goal or direction but enjoyed boundless freedom. Rila? Rila returned to reality, realizing they had already settled onto the sofa in the common room. She was crushing the orange peel in her hand, rendering it unrecognizable. So, are you joining me for the summer? Myrtle hesitated before asking. I'll be so bored alone. Of course. Why not? Rila tossed the orange peel into the trash bin. The sun in England during June was fiercely scorching. How could I possibly let you go without an umbrella? Chapter 60. At least there are memories. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to race by. The torment of last year's finals felt as if it had occurred merely yesterday. The finals of this year mirrored those of the last, an endless cycle of 2 words, anguish. As Rila emerged from the examination room of her final subject, Defense Against the Dark Arts, the sunlight caressed her face, and she felt as if she had been resurrected. The corridor outside the classroom was thronged with students, awaiting the return of their friends, most of whom were engaged in hushed discussions about the exam content. Mizuna and Myrtle had also exited, engaged in a debate over the answers. Rila stood nearby, wishing she could cover her ears to avoid overhearing. When the alpha of a werewolf pack is replaced, the new leader will eliminate all offspring left by the former. Thus, the D option, concerning a wizard who witnessed a female werewolf surviving in the wild with a cub, must be correct, Mizuna asserted confidently. Myrtle let out a lament, dejectedly exclaiming that the book stated werewolves were social creatures. She had eagerly selected D. Rila, what did you choose? I forgot. It should have been C, that werewolves are extremely loyal in love, committing to only one partner for life. Though I might be mistaken, I genuinely cannot recall. I'm heading to the girls' restroom. You needn't wait for me. Goodbye. Wasn't that option B? Goodbye. Goodbye. Rila hurriedly exited the crowd, her pace swift. To this day, she could not comprehend the psychology of those who revisited answers post-exam. To her, the entire examination process was torturous enough without the need to relive it. On the morning of the final day, awaiting the release of their results, Rila encountered Riddle and exchanged a few words with him on the stairwell landing of the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle, their conversation lasting no more than 3 minutes. Hey, any plans for the summer? Rila's tone bore an unnatural ease, her body leaning against the handrail, though her shoulders felt somewhat stiff. The usual, Riddle replied, clad not in his wizarding robes, but rather in a gray plaid suit, as he would be returning to the Muggle world by train that afternoon. The usual? What does that entail? Spending 3 months at the orphanage again? If so, Riddle's life must indeed be monotonous. I plan to visit Salisbury in Wiltshire, England, Rila said, momentarily stumbling over the name, quickly mumbling through a few syllables. I intend to study Stonehenge. As you might know, the wizarding world believes it to be a site where ancient wizards cast their spells. I plan to delve into this, exploring the origins of all things and seeking the mysteries of magic. I have been preparing for this endeavor for quite some time. Rila shifted her posture, resting her fingers against her chin, thus appearing more mature and composed, and continued, Riddle, the world is so vast. Why not venture out? And what do you wish to do? Riddle interrupted, disdain and mockery evident on his face. Become a wandering poet? Simply hop onto a coal train. Wake up in a new city, disheveled, mingling with beggars? Well, certainly not. But don't you ever wish to run freely across the boundless plains, inhaling fresh air while uncovering the secrets of this wondrous world? What are you trying to say? Riddle crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes, his impatience cutting deeply into Rila's already uneasy heart. They had scarcely seen each other throughout the semester, cursed to attend the same school, yet separated by different houses. Yet deep within, Rila understood that even if they were in the same house, their fates would not fare much better. She lowered her head, her face flushing with uncontrollable embarrassment, her hands twisting behind her back. Riddle, you're so clever. Why do you still ask me? You know everything. Never mind. Forget this conversation, as if I never spoke. In June, the wind swept across Rila's forehead, not with a coolness but rather a chilling sensation. Riddle did not look at her, casting a glance at the trees outside before turning to leave. No topics remained. Truly, none at all. All right then. Rila tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, her mood no longer heavy with sadness and reluctance as it once was. Riddle was her childhood companion. Yet not every childhood friend is destined to endure. It was undeniable that the bond formed with Riddle in the orphanage had gradually withered, leaving her pitiably maintaining this crumbling friendship unilaterally. Occasionally, there were fleeting moments of brightness, such as last year when Riddle had invited her to the Slug Club, asking her to keep the location of the little cabin a secret. Nevertheless, regardless of how one viewed it, this relationship was straying further away, never to return. The promises of childhood lay abandoned in that bygone era, absurdly akin to a joke, better forgotten in silence. One cannot dwell in the past forever, nor be naive enough to believe that a friendship can remain unchanged. Well, at least with Riddle gone, I still have Myrtle, my roommates, and other wizards I've met in Hufflepuff, and those cherished memories of yesteryears. Chapter 61, My Indescribable Sadness. In Salisbury, Wiltshire, England, a grey family car was slowly traversing the rural roads. Inside the vehicle sat 4 individuals, a middle-aged woman driving, a short, stout middle-aged man in the passenger seat, and in the back, Myrtle and a drowsy Rila seated side by side. "Look," Myrtle exclaimed excitedly, leaning halfway out the window, rousing the still sleeping Rila beside her. The two of them leaned against the window, gazing outside. Beyond the glass, a vast canvas unfolded. The shimmering lake, caressed by a gentle breeze, rippled in layers, glistening under the sunlight like countless sparkling pearls. At the water's edge, reeds swayed softly, interspersed with wildflowers that exuded a delicate fragrance. In the distance, the undulating mountains rose and fell, clouds lazily drifting in the sky, all stirring a sense of joy within. "How beautiful!" Rila could not help but exclaim, yearning to let out a joyful shout. "I am loved by the mountains and rivers, embraced by the waves that crash upon the shore." Myrtle inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and began reciting poetry. "I am a child of the world, a favored child who never fears abandonment or estrangement." Rila continued to admire the scenery outside, those lines weaving through her heart like soft ribbons. In this moment, it was perfect. Drifting in a small boat at the center of the lake, Myrtle chuckled, her face alight with rapture, cradling her poetry collection, whispering sweet nothings to nature. Rila envisioned that scene, nodding in agreement. "Rila, did you bring your poetry collection?" "No," Rila blinked. "Didn't we come here for vacation? The lakes, valleys, vast grasslands, flowers, green grass, white clouds, and blue skies. This is already splendid enough. Who would bring a poetry collection?" Myrtle's dream of being an artistic girl shattered in an instant. She felt discontented. "Ah, Daddy," exclaimed the little girl, Myrtle, as she leaned over from the back seat of the car, affectionately wrapping her arms around Mr. Warren's sturdy neck, who was seated in the front passenger seat. "Is there a bookstore in Salisbury? I want to buy a book. Have we finished reading all the books at home?" Mrs. Warren, who was driving, glanced at her and replied, "Your father is here on business. Had you not insisted on accompanying him, we wouldn't be here. You should try not to be such a bother to him." Myrtle huffed, casting an annoyed glance at her mother before resting her cheek against her father's shoulder, playfully tugging at his handlebar mustache, as if to say, "If you don't buy me a book, you can forget about your mustache." "That's not an unreasonable request, Mr. Warren remarked, wincing as one of his mustache hairs was yanked out by his daughter. He playfully swatted her hand away, adding, "Let's just take her to buy one." "Daddy is so nice," Myrtle exclaimed, planting a kiss on Mr. Warren's cheek before settling back into the rear seat. Rila had never understood why Myrtle, who received endless affection and attention at home, seemed so out of place and withdrawn at Hogwarts, though it appeared she didn't dwell on it much. "Just indulge her," Mrs. Warren said, her expression suggesting she was curious about how this would unfold. "How could Salisbury possibly not have a bookstore? It's such a large place." "But it really doesn't," Mrs. Warren replied. "In a few days, Daddy will be heading to the neighboring town. We can go then, and we'll take the train." "All right." Myrtle pouted reluctantly. "Will we also take your little boat to drift in the middle of the lake?" Mr. Warren crouched beside Myrtle, gently stroking her face. "I'll help you carry the inflatable boat to the lake's edge, and then I must attend to my work, all right?" In the center of the lake, Rila, panting, placed the oars at her feet and lay sprawled on the boat's deck, idly gazing at the sky. Myrtle sat cross-legged on the other side of the boat, holding a piece of paper and softly reciting, "It stands desolate and ashamed in the corridor. I ought to bestow upon it status, identity, and recognition. It has always awaited me to call its name, so clear and tangible, logical and factual, yet it remains nameless." "How's that for writing?" Rila asked, eager for compliments. "This is penned by my favorite poet. It speaks of overlooked suffering," Rila mused, "and those emotions that are suppressed and hidden." "It's wonderful," Myrtle replied. Rila noticed Myrtle's struggle to comprehend the deeper meanings and did not mind. She pulled another sheet of paper from the side and encouraged, "Read this. My life seems to have stagnated there. It confines me, reshapes me, drains my essence. I grasp it, I scorn it, I want to use it. When the storm subsides and the sun shines brightly, we will cease our cold war and hostilities. Slowly, it will grow and revert to its original form. What is the title of this poem? Myrtle asked, reading it over once more. The same as the last, Rila replied. Bathed in the gentle sunlight. They listened to the sounds of nature, the chirping of insects, the singing of birds, and the gifts from the sky. A soft breeze caressed Rila's face, prompting her to emit a contented sigh, shifting slightly before drifting off into a deep slumber. In the picturesque town of Salisbury, both Rila and Myrtle lived carefree and untroubled. They shared a bed adorned with a complete set of blue floral bedding, allowing the sunlight to delicately fill the room with warmth and tranquility. In the spacious, bright dining room, they leisurely savored each meal, while their leisure time quietly slipped away in the lounge, where they sat on the benches flanking the hallway, quietly admiring the lush greenery outside. When they grew weary of the indoor calm, they would stroll through the verdant woods, basking in the sunlight and listening to the melodious songs of birds. Occasionally, they would venture onto the vast meadows, letting the gentle breeze brush against their cheeks, feeling the call of nature. Such trivial, yet seemingly insignificant daily routines, devoid of the need to struggle for survival or future, or to forcefully integrate into any group for comfort and security, made Rila almost forget what that sensation felt like. Yet, during moments of solitude, she would still think of Riddle, though not in a favorable light. Myrtle, in stark contrast to Riddle, was a companion with whom Rila need not feel the pressure to diminish herself or seek approval simply to elicit a smile. It was effortless to make Myrtle laugh. In Myrtle's presence, she could be entirely herself, unburdened by expectations. ISNT that what friendship should be. Friendship is a casual affair, unlike Riddle, who remained perpetually guarded and skeptical of others. He would never comprehend such a bond. Suddenly, Rila questioned why she had expended so much precious enthusiasm on him, feeling like a jester. Yet, she reminded herself, it was true that she had felt quite lonely then, with no one to converse with and lacking normal social interactions. He was her sole companion. Rila introspectively analyzed her feelings and nodded in agreement. After a month in Salisbury, a family moved into the long empty room across from them, a woman, a man, and a boy. Chapter 62. What is the boy's life like? Rila grimaced as she toiled at the back of the boat, vigorously rowing, her sweat soaking her clothes. Let me take over, said a boy named Hubert, who sat beside Myrtle, visibly uncomfortable. No, Rila immediately rejected his offer, quickening her pace. Eager to reach the waterfall, Hubert was a 14-year-old French-Canadian boy, tall and lanky, possessing an exceptionally handsome face, melancholic blue eyes, and tousled golden hair. Truly, an angel fallen to earth. When Rila and Myrtle returned from the lakeside carrying buckets and fishing rods, Myrtle caught sight of him for the first time and was instantly smitten, commonly referred to as love at first sight. Upon returning to their room and shutting the door, Myrtle squealed, embracing Rila and swearing she had fallen in love. What should I do? Myrtle asked, her eyes sparkling as the blush on her cheeks lingered. Rila furrowed her brow, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Roses? Poetry? Sorry, I genuinely don't know what a 14-year-old boy would like. Nevertheless, Rila offered Myrtle some advice. In this almost secluded little inn, where the clientele was sparse, either honeymooning couples or retired elderly couples, there were no peers of their age, save for herself and Myrtle, along with the newly arrived Hubert. Thus, they faced no competition, and Hubert had no other companions. This situation worked to their advantage. Secondly, after observing Hubert over the past few days, Rila noted that he was very obedient to his parents, which could serve as a breakthrough. Listen, here's the plan. For the next few days, you and I will primarily focus on charming his mother, Rila suggested. And we should also showcase how close we are to one another in front of her, so she might think, my son is so lonely. How pitiful, prompting her to reflect on that. As the moment arrived, we stood before his mother, proposing that the three of us could venture out together, claiming that we possessed a rubber boat and wished to transport it to the lakeside, but alas, the two of us girls lacked sufficient strength. Oh, my son would be delighted to assist you, replied Myrtilla, emulating Hubert's mother, her hands covering her rosy cheeks, beaming with joy, as if in that very instant. Hubert had already taken her hand for a leisurely stroll along the banks of the Seine. Shall we recite some poetry? Myrtilla continued to inquire, her mind utterly bewitched by love, rendered incapable of rational thought, hanging on every word uttered by Rila. Let's assess the situation, Rila suggested, recalling her own missteps at riddles, where some boys harbored an aversion to poetry. You might first inquire what his favorite subjects are at school, if he enjoys languages or philosophy. Then perhaps reciting a few lines would be appropriate. Myrtilla remained anxious, and Rila clasped her hand, offering encouragement, or perhaps a gentle form of persuasion. According to my sources, Hubert attended a private boarding school for boys, where he rarely encountered females throughout the year. The plan unfolded successfully. The boat was now anchored by the expanse of woodlands across from the waterfall, and the next step involved Rila concocting a reason to depart, allowing the two to enjoy ample time together. "Where are you heading?" After the three of us disembarked the bed, Myrtilla stiffly inquired, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Likely due to the mist surrounding the waterfall. I'm reminded of a vast array of mushrooms I spotted earlier," Rila recited her rehearsed line, simultaneously retrieving the dry which she had prepared for the occasion. Noting Hubert's puzzled expression, she quickly clarified, "Myrtilla and I have fished here before." Rila produced a lighter and handed it to Hubert. "You two can start a fire here. I shall go foraging for mushrooms, and we can enjoy roasted mushrooms together later." With that, Rila leisurely departed, clutching a plastic basket, leaving the two awkward individuals behind. As she passed a large tree, she reached out, leaving behind a small figure. Navigating through the woods, Rila turned several corners, locating the mushrooms she had previously hidden, and settled in a dry spot, waiting patiently. It wasn't until she had nearly stripped the leaves from the shrubs before her and fed the mosquitoes to their fill that she finally rose, mushrooms in hand, and retraced her steps back. However, the situation appeared grim. The fire had yet to ignite, and Hubert was nowhere to be found, leaving Myrtilla alone on a nearby stump. "What has transpired?" Rila queried, her brow furrowing slightly. Upon seeing her, Myrtilla promptly stood, declaring, "Hubert said he went to find some dry leaves for kindling and should return shortly." "Aren't you a witch?" Rila asked. "Why not cast a fire-starting spell while he is absent? That would resolve our predicament." Myrtilla seemed to have an epiphany, tapping her forehead, and turned to Rila, appearing hesitant to speak. This state of uncertainty persisted until Hubert returned. The three of them sat awkwardly around the fire pit, roasting their mushrooms. Rila endeavored to create conversation. "What is the name of your school?" "Dorset School," Hubert replied. "Oh, where is that? Can you tell us more?" Rila inquired, casting a glance at Myrtilla, who was singularly focused on roasting mushrooms, resembling a mute block of wood, making it implausible for any romance to blossom amidst such silence. "In a nondescript little town." It was evident Hubert preferred brevity, prompting Rila to swiftly transition to another topic. "What do you enjoy doing in your free time?" Rila subtly nudged Myrtilla with her elbow, signaling her to speak. Myrtilla, flushed with embarrassment, stammered, Both Rila and I are girls, and we're quite curious about the lives of boys." "There's really nothing to discuss," Hubert replied coolly. "Aren't you both in school?" "Indeed, we are. In fact, Myrtilla and I are not only good friends, but also classmates," Rila asserted, turning to Myrtilla. "Why don't you tell him about our school?" It's called Hogwarts." Myrtilla stammered, seemingly at a loss for words, given that it was no ordinary institution. "It's quite wonderful," she added, lowering her gaze and fiddling with a stick as if it were a mushroom, poking at the fire. "We attend a boarding school as well, but it's coeducational," Rila interjected. "Right, Myrtilla?" "Yes," Myrtilla quickly nodded. Rila felt she had exerted all her efforts. She considered herself a patient person, yet faced with Myrtilla's timidity, she felt a fleeting surge of frustration, as if her head throbbed. Sitting stiffly like a piece of wood, saying nothing and doing nothing, how could any affection possibly arise? Isn't love something that should naturally develop? This culinary disaster of mushroom roasting culminated in all three feeling sudden stomach discomfort, hastily darting into the woods with tissues in hand, only to reconvene later at the fire pit, where awkward silence reigned supreme. They took turns rowing back to the inn, an unforgettable experience indeed. Hubert stood at the door, his face pale and awkward, the forced tone of his thanks unmistakable. "Thank you. I must take my leave now. Goodbye." "All right," they replied, once back in their room. Both girls changed their clothes, a silent agreement ensuring Hubert's name remained unspoken. The initial foray had been a dismal failure. Myrtilla climbed into bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, still ensnared by the embarrassment of the day. Meanwhile, Rila lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, her hand pressed against her temple, swiftly devising her next plan to counteract the sense of defeat stemming from this experience. Her earlier plan had been nearly flawless, but the latter part had faltered. The venue had been ill-chosen. While the waterfall was undeniably picturesque, the cacophony of sound rendered conversation a struggle, shattering any semblance of romance. Furthermore, the chill and dampness left them trembling, compounded by an onslaught of mosquitoes that had Hubert swatting them incessantly. And then there was the matter of roasted mushrooms. Oh, the roasted mushrooms. Rila pondered whether leaving them outdoors overnight had invited unwelcome pests, resulting in their collective gastrointestinal distress. "Shall we discuss this?" Rila seated herself at the edge of the bed, removing Myrtilla's glasses, gently stroking her face, and freeing her long braids from the covers. Myrtilla, nestled in Rila's embrace, felt tears welling up in her eyes, and began to sob quietly. "I never want to date again." Rila caressed Myrtilla's back, softly reassuring her, "That's entirely normal. We often expect that our efforts will yield rewards, but such is not always the case, especially in matters of the heart, which defy the principles of equitable exchange. Failure is merely the norm. Wah, I don't even know what is wrong with me." In front of him, I felt so insignificant, so small that I couldn't utter a word. Wah, I just couldn't speak, as if everything I said would be wrong. Wah, why can't he just be blind to my flaws and see me? After a while, Myrtilla, exhausted from crying, straightened up, wiping her nose and tears with tissue. Her voice hoarse, "A love potion." What? Rila, still contemplating the next steps, momentarily lost in thought, asked, "Do you have the recipe for this love potion?" Myrtle inquired, suddenly invigorated. No, Rila frowned. Although she hadn't excelled in potions class, she was still familiar with the amortentia, a potion that incites an uncontrollable infatuation. Observing Myrtle, Rila confirmed that her spirits had indeed lifted, and remarked, "Surely, you're not considering using amortentia?" Upon hearing this, Myrtle let out a wail, tears streaming down her face, and began to weep once more. Rila hurriedly embraced her, asking, "What's wrong? I won't blame you." Only then did Myrtle cease her cries. Gazing seriously at Rila and pleading, "You will help me, won't you?" Rila stiffly nodded, hesitating momentarily before finally confessing, "However, we currently lack even the recipe for that potion." Furrowing her brow, Rila continued her analysis. "Moreover, even if we were to obtain the recipe, gathering the ingredients poses a challenge. As far as I know, they cannot be sourced in the Muggle world. Additionally, we do not possess a cauldron for brewing potions, and we are quite distant from Nocturne Alley, with your owl at your neighbor's house." Myrtle pushed her away and flopped onto her bed, beginning to thrash her arms and legs, rolling about in a fit, exclaiming, "I don't care. I want him. I simply must have him." Rila's face contorted in distress, recalling how she had failed to seize the moment with Hubert earlier that day, only to be confronted with Myrtle's antics now. With a resigned sigh, Rila cradled Myrtle's head in her arms, saying, all right, stop your fussing. I'll think of a plan." "What kind of plan?" Rila fretted, feeling overwhelmed. The first step must be to ascertain the recipe for amortentia. Since Mizuna and Tezcadi resided in the wizarding world, lacking telephones and with no owls nearby, she was unsure of their exact addresses to send someone. Thus, a different approach was required. After 3 minutes of mental preparation, Rila inserted 2 coins into the telephone booth at the hotel entrance, dialed a familiar sequence of numbers, and after 4 attempts, finally reached the Whitaker orphanage in London. "Yes, I am Rila H. Eastwood," she stated, her palm slick with sweat making the metal receiver slippery. "May I speak with Tom Riddle? Not the red-haired one, but the other." "Yes, the slender one with black hair, 12 years old." Yes, please put him on the line." "Thank you." In the stifling phone booth, Rila shifted through various stances, distractedly gazing at the advertisements for color televisions plastered on the metal walls. After an excruciating wait, she was compelled to insert another 2 coins, pondering whether Riddle was doing this on purpose, given that he never seemed to mind the cost of the call. "Hello." Rila jolted, instinctively gripping the receiver tightly to prevent it from slipping. "Ahem, is this Tom Riddle?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a curt, "Spit it out. Please, tell me the recipe for amortentia." Rila retrieved a notebook and pen from her sweatshirt pocket. This time, the silence stretched longer. Biting her lip, Rila heard the beeping sound indicating a minute had passed, and resignedly inserted another 2 coins. "Please hurry. You know phone calls are costly." The sweltering air in the booth was making her irritable. "Last time, I kept your secret about the cabin and cast that spell without hesitation. Can't you be a little more considerate? I'm merely asking for a recipe. I didn't expect you'd want that." Riddle's familiar mocking voice echoed from the receiver, his words laced with biting sarcasm. Even through a telephone line, Rila could envision his expression. "You only need the recipe? Include the brewing method too." She quickly added, "Please, I beg you. The phone bill is rising, Lord Riddle." "Each amortentia is tailored for a specific recipient," Riddle replied, sounding somewhat displeased. "Describe the characteristics of the target." "What characteristics? Are you referring to appearance or something else?" "Both," Riddle stated. "It's a Muggle boy with golden hair and blue eyes." Rila recalled how Myrtle had been incessantly whispering angel in her ear these past few days, and added, "He resembles an angel." On the other end, Riddle snickered at her description. Rila maintained a stoic expression, waiting for him to finish laughing. "The ingredients include the tail feather of a non-feathered chicken, bewitching bellflowers, unicorn hair, and catnip." Balancing the receiver between her shoulder and ear, Rila pressed her notebook against the metal wall, hastily jotting down the recipe. Riddle disliked repeating himself, so she focused intently to ensure she caught every word. "Combine unicorn hair, non-feathered chicken tail feather, bewitching bellflowers, tears of a nightmare, the tail of a firefly, catnip, tincture of Lady S. mantle, and golden silk peach in a clean cauldron." Add rainwater. Make sure it's rainwater, and mix all ingredients thoroughly. Simmer over low heat, stirring continuously until the mixture thickens. After a prolonged pause, Riddle concluded, and the line went dead. Listening to the beeping tones, Rila hung up the receiver and leaned against the scorching metal wall for a moment before exiting the booth. Riddle had never inquired about the intended recipient of the amortentia. Throughout the entire exchange, Rila deliberately withheld the fact that the potion was meant for Myrtle, nor did she fully comprehend her own motivations. Returning to the dining area, she found Myrtle indulging in a sherry-soaked fruit pudding, digging into the ceramic bowl with a tiny spoon. Rila handed her the recipe and brewing instructions. Settling into the chair beside her. Aside from the rainwater, I'm unsure which of these I can procure, Rila stated. Myrtle stared for what felt like an eternity before emitting a long sigh. Upon reflection, I find my intentions quite unethical. Love should be a genuine exchange between hearts. A merging of two souls that remain distinct. Yet, here I am, contemplating cheating with amortentia. I was simply caught up in the moment, Myrtle confessed. Rila gently stroked her hand, offering a comforting glance. I understand you were merely overwhelmed. Rila sighed with relief. It was a relief that Myrtle had come to this realization on her own. Previously, she had considered using the recipe to dissuade Myrtle from her initial idea. Most potions in the wizarding world required several weeks, if not longer, to brew, and amortentia was no exception, even if Myrtle were to stubbornly pursue it. By the time they succeeded, school would have already commenced, and they would be left with a mountain of summer assignments undone. A few days later, Hubert departed with his parents. At that moment, Rila and Myrtle were lying in bed, perusing magazines, until the roar of an engine below alerted Rila, and she peered out the window to see them. Why didn't they bid us farewell in person? Myrtle leaned against the window, her expression sorrowful. We've been in this room all day? Rila opened her mouth, intending to explain that most farewells were rather like this, even among friends, but thought better of it and closed her lips. The joyous yet slightly bittersweet days of summer drifted away quietly in the sweltering heat. With just a week until the start of school, the two accompanied Myrtle's parents back to her home in the quaint town of Salisbury. Subsequently, they began to fervently tackle their summer homework. The name Shubrit was never mentioned again, as if he were merely a trivial interlude. The passionate beginnings filled with flushed cheeks and racing hearts were met with an inexplicable, twisted conclusion. At last, Rila and Peony welcomed their third year. The two leaned against the windowsill of the second floor, sharing an orange as they leisurely observed the scene below. A group of diminutive little wizards, clad in black robes, flitted about, their movements bursting with childish exuberance and mischief, undoubtedly a gaggle of fledgling sorcerers. Is that a half-giant? Peony exclaimed in surprise. Rila followed the direction of her pointing finger and realized that perhaps no indication was necessary. He was indeed conspicuously noticeable. He towered above everyone else. Rila could not find a taller figure in the entire school. He was a grand-sized wizard, his overly short, grayish robes draping awkwardly over him, revealing his comically mismatched trousers and leather boots. Rila could not discern his face, as it was hidden beneath a tangled mass of beard and unkempt hair. His mere presence drew peculiar gazes from those around him, some filled with curiosity, some with fear, but most with disdain. A few girls held their noses as they passed him, hastening their departure. The surrounding little wizards stood at a distance, and when a dark-haired young wizard stumbled off a boat and accidentally bumped into him, he was so startled that he scrambled away in terror, leaving the bewildered giant wizard behind. With a mere glance, Rila surmised that he would inevitably become the scapegoat for the mischievous boys in the upcoming academy, a target of ridicule. There was a certain aura about him that suggested he could be kicked by anyone without consequence, a pitiful quality that made Rila ponder who had permitted him entry into Hogwarts. In her heart, she silently wished for him not to be sorted into Gryffindor. By the second week of school, Professor Billary hurriedly handed a stack of papers to their group of third-year students before bustling off to wrangle the disoriented new Hufflepuff wizards. Electives? They had to choose two. Peony's face contorted in distress as she stared at the paper, equally troubled as Rila. Meanwhile, Mizuna had already taken out her quill, confidently marking her desired subjects. Tessaki leaned in, inquiring, "What are you selecting, Mizuna?" "Numerology and divination, alongside ancient rune studies." "Oh, my Merlin!" exclaimed a fellow student nearby, turning with a look of astonishment. "I heard from older students that numerology involves extensive calculations, and to achieve an outstanding is exceedingly rare. As for ancient runes, it is no simple feat. Few excel in it throughout the wizarding world." Mizuna merely smiled modestly, brushing her hair back from her forehead. "It's not too bad. I studied a bit during the summer." "Tessaki, Rila, what do you plan to choose?" Chapter 65, An Inevitable Fate. "I don't know," Rila replied. "Isn't the deadline next Friday? I still need to think." However, one thing was certain. She would absolutely not choose ancient rune studies, as her aptitude for languages was abysmal. Tessuke wrinkled her petite nose and shook her head gently. I haven't decided either. I'm quite interested in care of magical creatures. Aren't they also adorable? They are far more patient than humans. With that, she checked the box for care of magical creatures. Why aren't there any electives offered by Professor Billary? Peony lamented, her face a picture of disappointment. Isn't attending his herbology class every week enough? Mizuna teased. But seriously, if Professor Billary were to offer an elective, I bet the entire Hufflepuff cohort would enroll. Electives? Doesn't that just add to our weekly workload? Peony remarked, somewhat unhappy and perplexed. I feel the pressure from other subjects is already overwhelming for all third-year wizards at Hogwarts. There are hardly any who can flawlessly cast all the spells learned in the first year. Most are just mediocre, and yet they are increasing the curriculum. Peony looked up sadly, letting out a long sigh. Rila comforted her, look on the bright side. Everyone is struggling, so the standards for exams will be lowered, thus significantly increasing our chances of passing. Peony let out a dry laugh. Hey, Tessuke interjected, I heard that this semester the professor for care of magical creatures will be Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. He just returned from a trip to North Siberia and was invited by Professor Dumbledore to teach at Hogwarts. I heard he was also a former Hufflepuff student. Really? That is simply marvelous. Just think about it. Those Slytherins and Gryffindors can say what they want. But we Hufflepuffs have talent too. We can just throw this book in their faces. Mizuna made a fist, feigning ferocity. At this, both Rila and Peony burst into laughter, the sound lingering for a moment before fading. By the way, how do you know this? Rila asked. My cousin told me. Professor Scamander visited the Leaky Cauldron to buy books, and my cousin works there. Well, they were classmates, and he chatted with her for a while, Tessuke explained. Rila and Peony agreed to select the same courses. Rila was uncertain about which two to choose, and Peony was equally indecisive, excluding ancient rune studies. The remaining options were divination, numerology, care of magical creatures, and muggle studies. I'm not taking care of magical creatures, Peony stated. I'm terrified of snakes, spiders, anything dark and creepy, anything wet and slimy, and animals with sharp teeth. With that, the course was promptly eliminated from their selection list. What is the difference between divination and numerology? Rila inquired during dinner. Both involve predicting the future, Mizuna explained. However, the methods differ. Numerology is more logical. Its predictions are derived from complex calculations and deductions, making it more accepted in the wizarding world. As for divination, Mizuna frowned. While it can sometimes yield accurate predictions, more often than not, it resembles mere nonsense. Which one is easier to pass? Peony interjected, straining her neck to join the conversation. Well, Mizuna squinted her eyes, slowly chewing on her beans. Regardless of whether it's numerology or divination, both assess predictions about the future. So, which is easier to pass? That would definitely be divination. No matter how absurd its predictions are, even if they don't come true, one can always find some way to reinterpret them. Alright. Rila and Peony have already confirmed their first elective, divination. As for the second, they tacitly chose Muggle studies. Haha, this is tailor-made for you and me. After all, we've lived in the Muggle world for so long, not to mention all the Muggle experiences we had during summer vacation. With so much knowledge right at our fingertips, it would be hard not to pass, Rila remarked, checking the box for Muggle studies. Peony nodded, agreeing with her reasoning, and marked the same box. The two then submitted their course selection forms. On Tuesday during the divination class, Rila and Myrtle arrived early and took their seats in the classroom. The room, a quaint little attic perched atop the tower, felt somewhat cramped and cluttered. Their desks were replaced by low pine tea tables, arranged on tiered platforms, where everyone sat cross-legged on a brown mat before them. Shelves adorned the walls, stacked with an assortment of teacups, while 3 incense burners lined the center of the room, filling the air with wisps of smoke. With the blazing sun streaming in through the windows, Rila soon found the atmosphere unbearable. Her face contorted in displeasure as she fanned herself with her homework booklet, casting resentful glances at the ceiling. In the final moments before class began, the climbing rope ladder hanging from the attic floor suddenly swayed. Rila stole a glance, her eyes widening in shock. It was Riddle. Why would he choose such a frivolous class? No, it was unfathomable that he would select a course so devoid of substance. Rila stared at Riddle in disbelief. In her understanding of him, he was certainly not the type to engage with the mystical and illogical realm of divination, let alone squander his time on it. Could it be that even the academic elite required a respite in an idle class? Professor Trelawney soon hurried in, cradling a crystal ball. Riddle settled into a nondescript corner of the room, treating her as though she were invisible, not sparing her a glance. Ah, Professor Trelawney, an elderly woman of frail stature, whose mental faculties seemed too scattered to maintain focus. Her disheveled gray hair framed a face obscured by heavy wrinkles, and throughout the lesson, She meandered through incoherent mutterings and soliloquies, her responses to students' inquiries often nonsensical. "Professor Trelawney, does the water for the tea require any particular specifications?" inquired a young Ravenclaw wizard. "Would using dew or rainwater yield more accurate divinations?" "Ah, water," Professor Trelawney mused, her gaze drifting from the cup on the desk to the ominous clouds outside. "Water is the source of all things, so simple and pure, yet vast and encompassing. But it is merely an external substance and cannot dictate all." Suddenly, she turned her attention to a Hufflepuff wizard seated by the window. "Oh dear child, a suspicious shadow lingers upon your face. What might this portend?" The atmosphere in the classroom thickened with tension, all eyes fixated on them. Professor Trelawney pondered for a moment. "Ah, this is a portent of fate. Soon, you shall encounter someone who will bring you unparalleled joy, yet also inevitable sorrow." The girl, pale with fright, quickly inquired, "Is there a way to avert this?" Professor Trelawney gazed into the void, disregarding her plea as she floated to the back of the classroom, resuming her murmuring. No one can escape fate. It is not the individual who chooses fate. Rather, fate chooses the individual. All who dare defy fate shall face divine retribution." Suddenly, she recoiled, her hand resting on a fellow wizard's desk, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed at Riddle, her hand trembling as if she beheld something monstrous. "You are bound by destiny, inexorably heading towards that predetermined end." Riddle merely smiled slightly, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "And what is that predetermined end, Professor Trelawney?" "Oh Merlin, in heaven." Professor Trelawney's gaze became vacant, as though peering through darkness for some revelation, only to be ejected from her trance, her body trembling violently before collapsing onto the floor near Rila. Several Hufflepuff wizards rushed to assist her, but she waved them off. Slowly, Professor Trelawney regained her composure. Yet she offered no response to Riddle, treating him as if he were inconsequential. As the students regarded her with curiosity, she wandered about the classroom, her demeanor returning to normal as she commenced her proper lesson. When drinking tea, one must silently contemplate the question they wish to inquire about. The wizards exchanged glances of disappointment. They yearned to hear the prophecies concerning Tom. After all, the notion of heading inexorably towards a predetermined end was mere drivel. What mattered was the nature of that predetermined end. The lesson continued amidst the swirling fog, with Professor Trelawney oscillating between discussing the shapes of tea leaves and insights about clouds. The entire session felt nebulous. Soon, she instructed them to practice by reading the patterns in their tea leaves. As the students followed her guidance, pouring tea from their kettles, one inquired, "Professor Trelawney, should the water be full?" "Yes," she replied. "And how much tea should we use?" "Trust your intuition." As they sipped their tea, Rila noticed Professor Trelawney retrieving an old leather notebook, quickly scribbling a line before closing it. Rila turned to see that Riddle had evidently observed this as well, only to turn away once more. He would undoubtedly find a way to discern the destiny foretold in that prophecy. Rila herself was filled with curiosity, though uncertainty loomed, as she knew well that Professor Trelawney often spouted several implausible, yet terrifying predictions each year. Statistically speaking, amidst her many utterances, at least one would eventually prove true, a fact that contributed to her unpopularity at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Rila mused, Riddle would certainly devise a means to uncover the truth. He would not permit anything that could potentially impact his future to slip by. Professor Trelawney's performance was clearly suspect. During the second lesson, Professor Trelawney once again ambushed several young wizards with an array of prophecies, proclaiming, "Next week, you will encounter a sincere intention from another and be ensnared. One day, you will lose your most cherished possession, and this shall occur before the moon rises." "Will what Professor Trelawney says truly come to pass?" Myrtle asked, concern etched upon her face, having just been told by the professor that she was destined for a grim fate. "Did you not see how she cornered so many people?" Rila replied, returning from the girls' restroom. With such a wide array of predictions, surely one must resonate. Besides, her vague nature allows for anyone to interpret it as they wish. If you believe it to be true, then it becomes true. She even predicted that I would vanish into an unsearchable void. Rila scoffed, tugging at Myrtle's braid playfully. "Isn't that merely death? The realm of death is but a void, isn't it? Everyone must face death eventually." "It's utter nonsense, Myrtle. You needn't take it to heart." "Indeed," murmured Myrtilla, her expression reflecting a diminished concern. "As long as she refrained from being muddled enough to mark my report with a failing grade." The following evening, the teacher supervising the study session was none other than Professor Trelawney. Unsurprisingly, she occupied her perch at the podium, gazing vacantly into the ether, lost in reverie. Rila, seated not far from her, observed the notebook that Professor Trelawney had carelessly left on the lectern. She was aware that many witches and wizards cultivated the habit of recording their prophecies, although it was possible that it contained nothing of significance. Rila seized the opportunity to have her imp retrieve the notebook, while Professor Trelawney dozed at her desk, taking the notebook to an uninhabited stairwell. Rila swiftly perused its pages by the dim flicker of candlelight. Among a plethora of scrawled notes, she stumbled upon the most recent entry. October 11th, Tr. Patricide. The soul torn asunder. Chapter 67. No need for salvation. A fleeting moment of disbelief washed over her, as she suspected her eyes had deceived her. Yet the words remained unchanged, sending a chill coursing through her. What a vile prophecy! Did this old crone comprehend what she had inscribed? It must surely be the result of too much drink. Regaining her composure, Rila began to dissect the meaning of the prophecy. She understood the term patricide. Yet what could the soul torn asunder signify? She recalled Professor Dumbledore's solemn warning during Transfiguration class that actions contrary to one's conscience would result in a fissuring of the soul, with repentance being the sole path to redemption. Thus, the tearing of the soul was but a consequence, stemming from the act of patricide. Furrowing her brow, she concluded that this interpretation was indeed plausible. Without hesitation, she tore out that page. Regardless of the prophecy's veracity, should it fall into others' hands, Riddle's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. As she turned to return to the corridor, she paused momentarily, crumpling the paper into a ball and swallowing it. In a world of magic where even shredded or burned paper could be restored, this seemed the safest course of action. Rila was acutely aware of the arduous journey Riddle had endured. A so-called genius was merely an ordinary individual grasping desperately at a slender thread, striving to ascend without any fallback. Pure-blood aristocrats, ensconced in their inherited wealth, could effortlessly access resources beyond the imagination of ordinary wizards, while Riddle possessed nothing but his intellect and magical prowess. Each time Rila spotted him within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, he was either seen alone, engrossed in books on his way to the library, or hastily departing the Great Hall. While others indulged in tea, he studied. While others slept, he labored. While others frolicked with friends, he continued his studies. When other teachers extolled Riddle as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, Rila wholeheartedly agreed. Recognizing the merit in their praise, his diligence was indeed commendable. As for Riddle's cunning in disguise, Rila did not perceive them as shameful or erroneous. Those from humble beginnings, striving to ascend, must exert more effort than those born into privilege. Regardless of the prophecy's truth, as long as there remained even a morsel of potential for its realization, Rila would not permit it to come to pass. The mere thought of a prodigy facing downfall brought tears to her eyes, leaving her heart hollow with pain, a lamentation for the destruction of something beautiful. Though their friendship had begun to wane, Riddle remained, in her heart, the closest person in the world. They had spent 5 years together in the orphanage, where he had listened to her past and knew her many secrets. Feeling the slight sting of the crumpled paper as it traversed her throat, Rila made another trip to the girls' lavatory, where, in the dim confines of a stall, she forged an alternative prophecy concerning Tom Riddle. October 11th, TL. Awakening to great freedom. After much contemplation to ensure that these words bore no ill connotation, she finally eased the tension in her brow. As for their meaning, it sufficed that they conveyed a positive sentiment. After all, prophecies are meant to be enigmatic. After confirming the clarity of her handwriting multiple times, Rila returned to the classroom. Professor Trelawney's frail form still lay slumped over the lectern, and seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Rila instructed her imp to replace the notebook. Uncertain how Riddle might uncover that prophecy, perhaps through his suave demeanor and eloquent discourse, or through the terrifying art of soul extraction, Rila fervently hoped he would remain oblivious to it. There exists a psychological phenomenon known as the suggestion effect, wherein many prophecies manifest due, in large part, to this very effect. The suggestion effect refers to how the expectations, beliefs, or behaviors of others can influence our own actions or decisions. Prophecies often materialize because they inherently suggest outcomes to individuals. Upon hearing a prophecy, it can affect our cognition, leading us to pay closer attention to the matters at hand. This heightened awareness can make us more susceptible to factors that align with the prophecy, thereby rendering it true. For instance, if one hears a prophecy stating they will be late, they might subconsciously monitor the time more closely and become more attuned to potential delays, thus increasing the likelihood of tardiness and validating the prophecy. Likewise, prophecies can sway those around the subject. Should someone be foretold to become a savior, their peers may treat them with greater support and encouragement. Conversely, if someone is prophesied to commit heinous acts, those around them may adopt a wary, skeptical, or disdainful attitude. Many prophecies lack inherent mystical power. Rather, it is the influence of the suggestion effect that brings them to fruition. Patricide. The soul torn asunder bears no resemblance to a prophecy, but rather resembles a curse. Indeed, a curse. Thus, the first step in averting its occurrence is to ensure Riddle remains unaware of it, and it is preferable that Professor Trelawney forgets it entirely. Sitting at her desk, pencil in hand, Rila scribbled on a blank sheet, her thoughts simmering with fervor, as if a torrent of energy long pent up within her sought release. Akin to a searing iron amidst a raging fire, she began to comprehend the allure many felt in adopting the role of savior. The moral satisfaction derived from such an endeavor, coupled with the subtle psychological nuances lurking beneath the surface of salvation, served to affirm one's position of superiority. Rila, sensitive to this sentiment, immediately commanded herself to dispel it. Riddle was flourishing, whole and sound, with a keen intellect. Did he truly require her misguided attempts at salvation? She was not saving Riddle. He did not need her to save him. If he accepted her assistance, she ought to feel honored. If he declined, she could hardly blame him. Naturally, she would not berate herself for misplaced affections, for complexity and change were the very essence of existence. However, the notion that one must accept help from others is quite perplexing. She is merely acting upon her own convictions, reminding herself never to impose her moral compass upon Riddle, compelling him to make decisions that align with her desires. Rila recalls the two children in the cave, manipulated by Riddle's soul-sucking spell, as they waded deeper into the lake's depths. In that moment, she observed coldly, her curiosity piqued, where lies Riddle's threshold regarding humanity. It turned out to be far beyond her expectations. Rila is not a naive young girl. The experiences she endured in her previous life are sufficient to haunt her in the quiet of the night. Her life's wisdom is ample to discern the nature of events. Therefore, regarding Riddle's patricide, Rila remains skeptical. Even if it were true, she would prefer to believe there exists a rationale behind it. And if Riddle truly did commit such an act, well, she would spare some funds to ensure a decent meal for him at Azkaban's kitchen. For even prisoners deserve not to suffer from hunger. Encouraging him to reform, she would advocate for his good behavior in hopes of an early release. Upon returning to the dormitory after evening studies, Rila learned from her peers the reason Riddle attended divination class. Chapter 68. Isn't it quite adorable? During Monday's enchanting care of magical creatures lesson, have you seen him? Rila furrowed her brow, wondering when Riddle had become so compassionate. Not only that, he was also present in Tuesday's arithmancy class, Teskachi continued. In my other elective, arithmancy, Mizuno was still discussing studies in the Great Hall. You could ask her if she saw him in today's Ancient Runes course when she returns. Probably not. I saw him in divination class today with Muggle. Rila replied, reclining into the sofa, popping a mint from the coffee table into her mouth, pondering why, given the Ancient Runes lesson today, he chose to attend divination. A rather frivolous class. Could it be because of her? Haha. Of course, it couldn't possibly be due to her. She thought whatever she wished. This wretched self-absorption truly requires rectification. When will a mere mortal like myself ever catch up to the academic prodigy? Teskachi lamented. By the way, weren't we limited to selecting only 2 electives? Muggle, who was still engrossed in her transfiguration assignment, interjected. Indeed, Teskachi replied, watering her classmates' herbology homework. But it's Riddle. He simply needs to converse with each teacher, and who knows if he will attend all the final exams. If he dares to choose. How could you think he wouldn't attend? Muggle remarked. I still recall last year's final exams. He achieved all OS while the second place had 2 ES. Oh, is this what it means to be a genius? How enviable, Teskachi moaned. The next day, Rila intensified her search for the elusive Tom Riddle, glancing at the steadily diminishing words on her note, fervently wishing for swifter progress. Rila implored Muggle for a few bottles of fine wine, knowing her family possessed an opulent cellar for wine storage. What do you need the wine for? Muggle inquired. To curry favor with Professor Trelawney, hoping for favorable marks. Rila replied, I've seen other students gifting her. We cannot fall behind. I suspect that many wizards who skipped divination still pass simply because they offered gifts. Muggle nodded, albeit with a strong aversion to such practices, yet relented to Rila's logic. What type of wine does Professor Trelawney prefer? Sherry, Rila responded. By the way, how do you plan to explain this to your father? I'll simply say it's for potions class, Muggle said, already retrieving parchment from a drawer and writing before Rila. Since I enrolled at Hogwarts, I've often requested them to send me peculiar items. As Muggle and Rila made their way to History of Magic class, they passed the Ollery. Dispatching the letter. Will the wine break? Rila asked, worry etched on her face as she gazed at the white owl named Round. No, it won't, Muggle reassured, affectionately stroking Round's feathers. It can carry weights beyond your imagination. Unfortunately, the professor of Muggle studies contracted dragon pox, resulting in a postponement of their elective class. Hooray! Fantastic! That weekend, Rila and Muggle had just returned from tending to their greenhouse assignments when Mizuna and Teskachi approached them, shrouded in mystery, repeatedly inquiring about their greatest fears. Well, I don't have any fears. Rather, I detest a great many things, Rila confessed. Muggle, still pondering, clearly had an abundance of fears. Unable to contain her curiosity, Teskatchi directly asked, Muggle, are you afraid of spiders? Huh, why do you ask? Muggle replied, as Teskatchi produced a small box fashioned from brown paper from her cabinet, revealing a black spider the size of an eraser within. What is this? Muggle asked, frowning. A juvenile acromantula. It hatched just an hour ago, Teskatchi explained. Her expression filled with affection as she gently stroked the glossy black fur of the tiny spider. Muggle shrieked and ducked behind Rila, terrified of the dark creature. Last night, when I had no classes, I went to the Hog's Head Inn to meet a cousin who wanted to see me. After he left, I noticed Rubeus Hagrid, the half-giant from Gryffindor, talking to a ragged traveler in the corner. It wasn't anything unusual, but they were arguing over a white egg, with the traveler claiming that 2 sickles was quite a bargain. I recalled that I needed eggshell powder for my potions class, and as you know, 11 ounces at the Moira's materials shop costs 8 sickles. So, I approached and asked, I'll give you 3 sickles. Will you sell it to me? You've already acquired the shell. So what now? Muggle inquired, gripping Rayla's arm tightly. No, Teskatchi and I plan to adopt Aragog, Mizuna declared affectionately, producing a wafer and placing it near the acromantula's mouth, which devoured it in a few quick bites. Isn't it just adorable? Mizuna turned to Muggle, her gaze asking, isn't it? Aragog, Muggle exclaimed incredulously. You even named it. Chapter 69. Who has tampered with my notes? Rayla and Muggle gazed at Rayla, hoping she might voice some dissent. I don't see anything wrong with it, Rayla said, compelled to admit that the tiny spider, with its fluffy appearance and shimmering eyes, was rather endearing. As far as I know, in our Hufflepuff house, Verilaki has a magical creature with large tusks, Harrison has a Snidget, and in Ravenclaw, someone keeps a fire snake. Gryffindor even has a fire lizard, which they claim was responsible for last year's dormitory fire. Although Hogwarts ostensibly prohibits students from keeping creatures with a danger rating exceeding level 1, the faculty tends to turn a blind eye, provided that no significant disturbances arise. You, with your face flushed like a rose, stamped your foot vehemently on the floor and exclaimed, Traitor! Traitor! It is said that the intellect of the acromantula rivals that of a young child, Rila remarked. At the very least, it is far more intelligent than a dog. Indeed, once the acromantula matures, it will be able to converse in human language, Mizuna added. How delightful it would be to alleviate our boredom. Ah, you all. Pomona placed her hand on her forehead, seemingly surrendering, and sighed resignedly. Very well. I can only hope Aragog doesn't crawl out at midnight to frighten me. I cannot guarantee I won't accidentally squash it. Pomona flung the book she was holding onto the table, unwilling to bear the sight of that dark creature for another moment, and left the room. Perhaps Pomona might come to appreciate it, Taisaki said, watching Pomona's retreating figure with a forced smile. The following day, Pomona presented evidence of the acromantula's danger rating of 5, its penchant for human flesh, and its ferocious temperament, attempting to persuade Rila to join her in opposing the idea of keeping an acromantula in the girls' dormitory. Actually, after you left, Mizuna informed me, Rila said, biting into a lettuce and bacon sandwich, chewing vigorously as she spoke. However, Taisaki remained steadfast in her belief that she could train the acromantula to be even more docile than a rabbit. Mizuna supported this notion, stating that within any species, there exist anomalies. Nature does not dictate everything. Did you not see how, this morning, when Taisaki called out to Aragog, it opened its 8 dark eyes and nuzzled Taisaki's fingers like a puppy? 8 eyes, the thought alone sent shivers down my spine. I truly do not comprehend what is so endearing about that. I merely wish to assert that I am not advocating for the care of a level 5 dangerous creature for my own sake. If the professors were to discover this, I would surely be expelled. You are aware of this Hogwarts regulation, are you not? Am I the only one in the dormitory who is sane? Hey, of course not. Rila replied, leaning against Pomona. Taisaki and Mizuna must be aware, but just look at them. When that spider merely fell from the table yesterday, they were distraught beyond measure. They genuinely adore that spider. Pomona, reconsider your unwavering opposition. Do you truly believe they will heed your words? You might only serve to strain everyone's relationships. Nevertheless, do not be too disheartened. Pomona, I stand with you. However, as of now, Aragog has not exhibited any signs of ferocity or cruelty. Should such traits manifest, I would be the first to cast it out, I assure you. Pomona pursed her lips, falling silent, and Rila recognized that she had absorbed her words. Taisaki dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the training of Aragog, yet alas, there were few resources available on the subject of taming. Rila recommended several Muggle books on dog training. Well, some theories are universally applicable, Rila commented. The wine arrived on Sunday, Pomona noted, describing it as a fine sherry aged in oak. Rila opened the bottle and inhaled deeply, the rich aroma instantly filling the air. Even those unacquainted with wine could discern its quality. Shall I accompany you? Pomona inquired. After all, it is for our future. No need, Rila replied, recorking the bottle. In the afternoon, Rila took the wine to Professor Trelawney's office located in the attic. Professor Trelawney was rummaging through her cramped quarters, and had Rila not noticed a small figure enter, she would have presumed the professor was absent. Soon, footsteps echoed from the wooden platform, and Professor Trelawney, her eyes bleary with sleep, pushed aside the screen, allowing Rila to ascend. Professor Trelawney, Rila greeted. I apologize for the intrusion. I greatly enjoy your divination class and have some questions I wish to ask. Professor Trelawney scratched her head, still drowsy. Oh, it is rare for anyone to disturb me. I am well aware of how others perceive me. Yawning, she gestured for Rila to sit. People tend to prefer information that favors them, yet your prophecies are often tinged with misfortune, Rila remarked. That is their folly, not yours. Seers are often met with adversity. At this, Professor Trelawney paused, then gave a wry smile and shook her head. Indeed, I always attempt to caution them, but no one wishes to listen. I believe your intentions are noble, Rila said, yet I understand that not everyone can appreciate your goodwill. Yes, my prophecies are often quite direct and usually accurate. Professor Trelawney replied, but that does not imply I relish in causing suffering. I merely hope that through my foresight, individuals might recognize potential dangers and take measures to avert them. I comprehend completely. I truly understand that feeling, Rila said, as she placed the bottle of sherry on the table. Professor Trelawney's murky eyes brightened at once. I have heard you enjoy sherry. This is a thoughtful gift. Oh, child. You are exceedingly considerate, Professor Trelawney exclaimed with delight, hurriedly retrieving a relatively clean glass from her cluttered cabinet. How did you know I favor sherry? My mother happens to adore that wine as well, so I have become quite sensitive to the aroma of those who indulge in it, Rila replied. I thought this bottle might bring you some comfort. Indeed, it does, Professor Trelawney said, taking a sip and reclining comfortably in her chair, her eyes closed. A look of pleasure crossing her face. This wine is splendid, she declared, pouring several more glasses. Rila sat patiently by, not rushing to steer the conversation. It was not until a third of the wine had been consumed that Professor Trelawney, jolted back to reality by the effects of the sherry, looked at her in sudden realization. Oh, forgive me, child. What was it you wished to discuss? I seek your insight on some questions, Professor, Rila replied, appearing unfazed by being momentarily neglected. Oh, yes. Professor Trelawney straightened in her chair, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Child, feel free to ask anything. Rila smiled. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire about the prophecy you made regarding Tom Riddle in class last week. Tom Riddle? Professor Trelawney fell into a reverie. Why do you wish to know about his prophecy? I am curious about it, Rila said. You may interpret this curiosity as the innocent stirrings of adolescent emotions or as my personal interest in him. He is so exceptionally brilliant and captivating. Is it not natural for an ordinary girl to be intrigued by him? I certainly understand. Professor Trelawney seemed to recall something, a flicker of sadness crossing her gaze. His prophecy, his soul? Oh, I sometimes make numerous prophecies and forget them. What did it mean precisely? Rila inquired. Professor Trelawney produced her wand, and the notes flew to her. She opened a page from the document that Rila had fabricated. Awakening freedom, greatness. Oh no, someone has tampered with my notes. Professor Trelawney abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Who has tampered with my notes? Watching the agitated Professor Trelawney pace back and forth on the carpet, Rila hesitantly inquired. Could it be Tom Riddle? Has he sought you out alone in recent days? Tom Riddle? Professor Trelawney halted her movement, shaking her head vigorously. No. Rila sighed in relief and kindly suggested to Professor Trelawney, might it be possible to employ a spell to restore it? Oh, yes. Professor Trelawney nodded nervously, waving her wand at the notes. The torn paper began to gradually reconstruct itself. Chapter 70, Utterly Impolite. As the paper became whole, legible text emerged, reading, The soul shall face calamity. Professor Trelawney gazed at it in confusion for a moment before smacking her forehead in realization. Yes, that's it. Tom will experience a calamity of the soul in his future. Rila was not taken aback. She had previously pilfered the notebook, meticulously replicating it page by page before reassembling it in its original cover. The genuine notebook was now hidden away. Thank you for the information, Rila said. I have another inquiry. How can I better comprehend prophecies? At times, I feel utterly lost. Professor Trelawney had reclined back into her wicker chair, gently swirling the orange-yellow liquid in her glass as she spoke slowly. You must understand that prophecy is not mere divination, she explained. It requires comprehension, analysis, and insight. You must learn to discern clues from the minutiae and seek patterns amid chaos. Rila pretended to ask a few more questions before taking her leave. Professor Trelawney reluctantly bid her farewell, If you have any further questions, feel free to come find me. With that, she savored the delightful taste of the fine sherry in her mouth. All right, Professor Trelawney, Rila replied with a faint smile. Before Rila and Myrtle could revel in their joy for a few days, the Muggle Studies teacher announced that others would be attending the class with him, and they were informed that Muggle Studies would resume its regular schedule this Friday. Muggle Studies was held in a dilapidated classroom on the ground floor, where the sound of crickets, or perhaps something else, echoed clearly through the open window. Few wizards opted for this course. The classroom was nearly empty, with fewer than 5 scattered students occupying the last row. Why is everyone sitting in the back? The new professor, Professor Beverly, called out. Come to the front. Reluctantly, Rila and Myrtle took their books and sat directly beneath Professor Beverly's watchful gaze. Before long, a familiar face entered, Joshua Gringlass from Ravenclaw. Rila cheerfully greeted him from her seat as Joshua naturally took the empty spot beside her. Why did you choose this course? As far as I know, you're a pureblood, Rila asked, recalling that wizards typically held disdain for muggles. Indeed, Joshua was of pureblood lineage. The Gringlass family was among the illustrious 28 pureblood families, a fact she learned from Tess. What about your family? Rila pressed. Actually, my father is half-blood, and my mother is also half-blood. My family is quite different. Curiously, Joshua set his textbook squarely in the center of his desk, revealing that it had been previously perused. He placed a quill within its pages and retrieved an ink bottle from his robe pocket, neatly arranging it at the upper right corner of his desk. He turned to Rila and Myrtle, asking, and what about you? I like it. No, I want to understand how wizards perceive muggles. Understanding muggles is crucial. Yet few wizards recognize this, which is quite a lamentable situation. Myrtle leaned over, resting her arms on the desk in front of Rila, a smile on her face as she swiftly interjected, her words flowing so quickly and fluently that Rila couldn't help but suspect she had prepared in advance. In the midst of their exchange, a tall, slender figure cloaked in black appeared at the door. Riddle entered, clutching a stack of books. Rila's gaze followed him as if entranced, and as he approached, she unwittingly blurted out, "Why did you choose this course as well?" Riddle's gaze flicked briefly to Joshua before returning to Rila, his expression inscrutable as he coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Rila was momentarily rendered speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson as she awkwardly pursed her lips, forgetting how to retort. Riddle slammed his books onto the desk behind Rila and took a seat. Myrtle, unable to bear the situation any longer, raised her voice sharply. Some people are truly lacking in manners. Clearly, her comment was intended for Riddle, seated in the back row. Chapter 71, My Apollo, My God of Light. Rila discreetly gave Myrtle a thumbs up beneath the desk, impressed. Professor Beverly, teaching Muggle studies, stood at the podium, using chalk, an implement of Muggles, to write on the blackboard. When she turned to place the chalk back into her wooden box, she finally noticed her final student, Tom Riddle. Professor Beverly was taken aback, covering her agape mouth with her dry hand. Rila could even see glistening tears sliding down her small eyes through the thick frames of her glasses. Oh, a Slytherin. Oh, no Slytherin has ever chosen my course. Sitting directly in front of her, Rila felt a sudden wave of melancholy wash over her at this remark. The entire class was excruciatingly dull, with Professor Beverly droning on about the definition of muggles for what felt like an eternity. Her voice, once as buzzing as a bee, gradually faded into mere background noise. Rarely had Riddle been so close during a lecture. Rila felt a bit disoriented, even experiencing an exaggerated illusion that Riddle was staring directly at her, as if a scorching iron were placed behind her, palpable even if unseen. How could such a sensation arise? Fortunately, after the first Muggle Studies class concluded, Riddle had vanished without a trace. Myrtle scoffed at the empty seat behind her, a smug expression on her face as she looked at Rila, her eyes gleaming as if to say, "Look, sister, I've served you a dose of malice." He must have scurried away in shame. With Riddle absent, Rila felt a newfound freedom in the air, a sense of ease enveloping her. The following week, Riddle did not attend divination class. Divination proved to be exceedingly tedious. Each session felt like an endurance test, with the tea threatening to make her nauseous, the incense permeating the air, and the vague riddles losing their novelty upon repetition. Had it not been for the rumor that perfect attendance guaranteed a passing grade, Rila and Myrtle would have long since joined hands to venture into the forbidden forest to gather mushrooms. At noon, a round owl arrived with a sizable package. Mrs. Warren had sent 2 dresses, both in the latest styles favored by girls from England and New York, one for Myrtle and a black waist cinching dress for Rila. How rare it was. The last time she had worn something so exquisite felt like a lifetime ago. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rila found herself enamored by the dress, and the next day she donned it with enthusiasm. However, after spending much time in loose trousers and oversized male garments, slipping into a form-fitting skirt that barely grazed her knees felt rather awkward. It turns out you are the one with the largest chest in our dorm, commented Myrtilla in astonishment, drawing in Tessiki, who was seated on the sofa, cradling Aragog while narrating a fairy tale. Isn't it? Just look at that ample bosom. So full and perky. Oh, how is she managing to conceal it? Rila, draping herself in a loose men's jacket and zipping it up, cast a disdainful glance at the two nestled on the sofa, pleading silently for them to refrain from being so conspicuous. It was truly embarrassing. Do share the joys of having a generous bust, Myrtilla teased as she approached Rila. Where's the joy? It's nothing but pain, every time I descend the stairs. It feels like my chest is on fire, Rila replied, lamenting that whatever she wore still made her appear rather dowdy. I truly wonder who propagated the notion that a larger bust is desirable. I would prefer to be as flat as a man. Ultimately, Rila removed the dress, opting for her usual attire as she lacked suitable shoes to match the skirt. Rila and Myrtilla arrived promptly at the Muggle Studies classroom. When Joshua entered, Rila gestured toward the empty seat beside her, inviting him to sit. Do you and Myrtilla always arrive this early? Joshua inquired, adjusting the chair as he took a seat, producing a beautifully boxed assortment of macarons, which he placed on the table before Rila and Myrtilla. My family made in abundance. I'm rather tired of them, but I thought you might enjoy them. Oh, thank you. They look absolutely delectable, she replied just as Riddle's figure appeared at the door. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Rila. She merely paused momentarily upon seeing him before diverting her gaze, popping a petite blue macaron into her mouth and savoring its delightful taste. Having learned from their last encounter, which left her humiliated, Rila was not eager to see him again. Riddle took a seat in the back row with a book in hand. Professor Beverly hesitated to speak, ultimately remaining silent. However, it was noteworthy that during the 2 sessions of Muggle studies, Riddle did not slip away unnoticed as he had previously. Perhaps he was genuinely here to learn, Rila mused. In the Hogwarts campus, the leaves shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight, seemingly heralding an impending grand event. Soon, the annual Quidditch match would commence, a day long awaited by most students. Yet for Rila, it was merely another ordinary 2 days. In the previous 2 years, she had consistently chosen to lounge in her dormitory bed, uninterested in the lively spectacle. However, this year was different. The 5th-year Gryffindor, Pablo Salaveria, a boy of striking beauty akin to Apollo, as Myrtilla referred to him, would be the seeker for Gryffindor in this Quidditch match. When Myrtilla first mentioned him, her cheeks flushed a ripe peach color, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She covered her blushing cheeks with her hands as if they might explode, speaking in a gentle tone. He is truly handsome, Iasentihi. With a tone tinged with reverence, she exclaimed, Oh, my Apollo, my god of light. This was not the first time Myrtilla had lauded a boy's looks at Hogwarts. Under Myrtilla's gaze, Rila discovered to her surprise the abundance of handsome boys at Hogwarts, each possessing their own unique allure. Myrtilla had even bestowed them with nicknames, reminiscent of an Eastern emperor naming his concubines: Prince of Stars, Cloud Elf, Wandering Poet, Moon Goddess Envoy, each moniker more extravagant than the last. Rila chewed her gum absently, nodding in agreement. Oh, really? With that in mind, he does seem rather handsome. Yet, in truth, she had no idea who Pablo Salaveria was. Why does it feel like your attitude isn't genuinely supportive? Not at all. Your taste is always impeccable. That last one, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed angel, was quite splendid. Really? You think he has an incredible physique? Such a wonderful personality. A sunny, cheerful boy. Yes, indeed. That's exactly what I think. Rila nodded vigorously, her tone most sincere. Thus, in the brisk November wind, Rila was dragged by Myrtilla to reluctantly watch the Gryffindor Quidditch practice. Each afternoon, as soon as classes ended, Myrtilla eagerly pulled Rila to the stands to watch the training. Regardless of rain or shine, they would appear punctually in the stands. What spirit! Rila observed that while others occasionally missed training sessions, the two of them had never failed to attend. Although merely seated as spectators, Rila felt utterly exhausted, yet could not resist Myrtilla's exuberant smile and boundless enthusiasm. She told herself to endure, reminding herself that the Quidditch match was just a month away. They watched diligently for a week, each time witnessing the night fall and the stars begin to twinkle in the sky. Thus far, that radiant god, oh no, Pablo Salaveria, didn't he even know Myrtilla's name? Did you see that? He just threw an 80-yard pass. Myrtilla exclaimed, shaking Rila's arm in excitement, her voice a high-pitched squeal. Rila elongated her response, wishing she could simply lie down in the stands and take a nap if not for maintaining her composure. Suddenly, a ball came hurtling from the sky, striking Rila's head without warning. She yelped in pain, feeling a sharp sting on her forehead, dizziness enveloping her as if the world were spinning. The ball had come too swiftly for her to react. Upon regaining her senses, she only noticed Myrtilla's pale face and the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. Thus, She found herself in Hogwarts Infirmary. I'm so sorry, Myrtilla said, guilt-ridden as she stood beside her. If it weren't for accompanying me, you wouldn't have been hurt. It's all right, Rila replied, rubbing her temples. Still feeling dizzy and unsure if she had sustained a concussion from the impact. Perhaps something is injured, said Madame Harriet as she entered with a tray, frowning as she examined Rila's eyes and throat. You must remain in the infirmary for observation. Chapter 72. No one cares. There is no meaning in voicing it. Once Myrtilla was sent away, Rila lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sharp pains occasionally throbbed in her head, and she found herself drifting back to many past memories. Yet those memories flitted by too swiftly for her to grasp before they slipped away from her mind. In the afternoon, a boy from Gryffindor arrived at the infirmary, sent by the dormitory manager, Audiobook Pringer. His right arm was twisted in an odd position, his face pale, and except for the cold sweat on his forehead indicating he was not entirely devoid of sensation, he remained mostly silent throughout. After Rila went to the restroom. Upon her return, Audiobook Pringer had already departed, and Madame Emily was busy bandaging the boy. Rila gazed curiously, recalling the surprisingly high injury rate associated with Quidditch, and could not help but inquire, was it an accident during Quidditch practice? Oh, no, replied Miss Emily. It was merely a prank among the boys. Rila was taken aback by Miss Emily's nonchalant tone. Was it truly a prank when the situation had escalated to such severity? He was pushed down the stairs by his classmates, came the boy's feeble voice. Bullying. The term immediately sprang to Rila's mind. Miss Emily lifted her tray and exited the room. Would you like to talk about it? Rila finally could not restrain herself, turning her gaze toward the boy. Her expression calm and friendly. It would feel much better to let it out. It was evident that the boy was reluctant to speak. Pulling the white blanket over his head and burying himself within its folds, Rila awkwardly twisted the bandage atop her head, tying it into a knot. No one will sympathize with me. After a moment, a muffled voice emerged from beneath the blanket. No one will sympathize with a worthless person like me. Rila opened her mouth, pondered for a moment, and replied, what does it matter if you feel worthless? Does that mean you deserve to be bullied? Rather than offering empty platitudes about believing that someone will eventually love you, Rila felt it more prudent to address the harsh realities of life. The overwhelming majority of people would not wait for that elusive person to acknowledge them. The boy peeked out from under the blanket, looking at her, hesitating for a moment before finally emerging completely. But you mustn't tell anyone. You can trust the character of a Hufflepuff student, Rila assured him. In truth, it wouldn't matter if it were disclosed. The entire 4th grade was already aware. The boy forced a comforting smile, but the warm sunlight that fell just 2 inches above his head felt desolate. As long as they need a punching bag, I will be their punching bag. Rila regarded the boy's face once more. His gray-blue eyes lacked luster, his golden hair was disheveled, and his posture was hunched, as if he dared not face the world. They threw my homework into the toilet and tore my diary apart. His voice trembled. Rila furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the sunlight casting patterns on the floor, remaining silent for a long while. Have you told Professor Dumbledore? Rila inquired softly. The boy's pale complexion nearly blended into the whiteness of the pillow as he forced a bitter smile. What difference would it make if I did? The most I would receive is a verbal reprimand directed at the offenders, and nothing would change. They would continue their behavior, just the same. No one cares. So saying anything is pointless. Isn't Professor Dumbledore fair and just? He's so kind. Surely he would help. He is a significant figure, the boy replied. I, on the other hand, am merely an inconsequential failure. Rila was taken aback, stammering, surely there must be a solution? I don't know. The boy buried his face in his hands, his deep voice muffled by his palms. Perhaps I just need to endure it. I'm in 4th grade now. If I can hold on for 3 more years, maybe it will be better. Perhaps I won't have to endure for that long. Once we reach 5th grade, everyone matures a little, and it will stop. Indeed, Rila replied. Many bullies tend to improve as they grow older. Past transgressions are often dismissed with an excuse that they were simply too young to understand. The boy's gaze became even more sorrowful. So why don't you fight back fiercely right now? Rila suggested. The boy lowered his eyelids, and a profound sadness flickered in his eyes, revealing an indescribable pain. He shook his head in resignation, as if to say, you wouldn't understand. They are not just 1 or 2 individuals, they are a group. You swing your fists but realize you don't know whom to strike. I am a man, yet I feel as sensitive as a young girl. You are a girl, and many of the rules in the world of boys are beyond your comprehension. Because I am a boy, this world allows me no weakness, no expression of vulnerability. You cannot imagine how painful it is for a boy of my temperament to be sorted into Gryffindor. I longed to be in Hufflepuff, but the sorting hat insisted on placing me in Gryffindor because it sensed my desire for courage. I do not understand. Isn't courage born from self-confidence? Yet being in Gryffindor has only diminished my self-assurance. Indeed, Rila interjected, shouldn't the most significant determinant of who we are be ourselves? Why should a so-called magical object dictate our identities? You can apply to transfer houses. If there is no rule against it, you can create one, Rila suggested. Her excitement growing. Let us write to the headmaster. Forget it. The boy turned his head away. Observing his cowardly demeanor filled Rila with disappointment and confusion. How can you give up so easily? Rayla's tone had unconsciously taken on an edge of anger. If you don't even try, how will you know you won't succeed? Why does everyone expect me to fight back? The boy once again pulled the blanket over his head, concluding the conversation. Rila felt a wave of melancholy. After speaking so extensively, her head throbbed even more, and she drifted off to sleep. When Rila awoke, bleary-eyed, she was startled to see Riddle seated in the chair beside her bed. What are you doing here? Rila asked, surprised that he knew she was hospitalized. Riddle calmly closed his book and tucked it into his robe, replying leisurely, Why shouldn't I be here? Why should you care how I found out? It's strange. Rila remarked, her head feeling slightly better yet still painful. Given your character, it would be typical for you to avoid me altogether if I were to die in front of you. Riddle chuckled softly at her words. Acknowledging the truth in her statement, self-preservation and ignoring the cries for help were indeed part of his character. So, do enlighten me as to why you are here. It can't possibly be for my sake, Rila continued. You know how adept I am at self-pity. Riddle raised an eyebrow, observing her closely. It seems you are rather reluctant to have me here. The words nearly slipped from Rila's lips. But she realized she needed time to properly sort out her feelings toward Riddle's unexpected presence. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. How could that be? Rila replied. Seeing your handsome face brings me immeasurable joy. Why would I care whether you came for me or not? Riddle's expression remained cold, clearly unconvinced by her words. Rila attempted to discern what book he was reading, peeking into his robe, but its cover was obscured, leaving her unable to see anything. Speaking of which, Rila recalled her earlier curiosity and blurted out, Why did you choose to attend divination class? Wasn't there ancient runes that day? Aren't you concerned that attending divination might prevent you from studying ancient runes? Riddle cast her a glance, raising an eyebrow, his haughty demeanor tinged with disdain. Professor McRae's proficiency in runes does not even compare to mine from my first year. If this statement had come from anyone else, Rila would likely have dismissed it as mere boasting. Yet Riddle was different. The confidence and authority he exuded made it impossible not to believe in his claims. Rila later discovered that Riddle had begun translating ancient texts for publishers as early as his first year, thereby achieving financial independence. Rila mused, What a vast chasm lies between me and genius. By the way, what about your friend? Riddle deliberately elongated his tone, his voice dripping with a sardonic edge. He just arrived, saw you were still asleep, and left. Oh, that must be my roommate, Rila replied. It was easy to deduce. Her social circle at Hogwarts was so minuscule that it could be counted on one hand. Oh, so Hufflepuff has co-ed dorms? Riddle remarked with a mocking glint in his eye. Of course not, Rila retorted, bewildered. What are you talking about? He's a boy, right? She harbored a vague suspicion it was Joshua, yet dismissed the notion, as their relationship had not yet reached the level where he would visit her when she was unwell. Who is it, and what do they look like? At that moment, Madame Emily entered, her hands tucked into her white coat. Upon seeing Riddle, she squinted and smiled. Interrupting Rila. Ah, how wonderful to see you so soon, Tom. My great trouble can finally be resolved. Riddle stood tall, a humble smile gracing his lips. It is my honor to assist you. Oh, you are far too modest, Madame Emily chuckled, a flicker of joy coloring her sallow, waxen face. Come, I shall take you to the apothecary. With that, she ushered Riddle out of the room. Did you see who came to visit me? Rila inquired of the boy beside her. I don't know, he shook his head. I was asleep too. Rila pondered for a long time, unable to deduce who it might be. As her head began to ache from the effort, she decided to abandon the thought and inquired during the next Muggle Studies class whether it was Joshua. Do you have a close relationship with Tom? The previously silent boy suddenly spoke up. Rila furrowed her brow, unsure why he had drawn such a conclusion, and could only reply, It's just casual. We aren't very familiar. The boy appeared somewhat disheartened, but continued, I envy those who can befriend someone as illustrious as Tom. If I could earn his favor, I would gain entry into his circle and enjoy his protection. You know, no one dares to offend a member of the Walpurgis Knights. His nonsensical ramblings left Rila bewildered. She had never heard of this so-called Walpurgis Knights, and was wholly unaware of its implications. She quickly pressed, What exactly is this Walpurgis Knights you speak of? The boy lifted his gaze, assessing her expression. Once he confirmed her ignorance, he explained, The Walpurgis Knights, most of whose members are fervent followers of Tom. They idolize him, and he serves as their spiritual leader. This group is shrouded in mystery, with members of varying backgrounds, some weak, some strong. Rila frowned, her intuition warning her that this was not a benevolent organization aimed at protecting stray animals. Chapter 74. I see you simply do not wish to attend class. When Riddle returned with Madame Emily, Rila was informed she could go back. But I still feel quite unwell, Rila said, clutching her head wrapped in white bandages. I feel a bit nauseous, and my appetite isn't great. Madame Emily saw right through her pretense. I see you simply do not wish to attend class. I've seen far worse, and they still went to class the next day. Riddle stood obediently behind Madame Emily. A mischievous grin plastered on his face. One could easily guess he had whispered something to her. Reluctantly, Rila gathered her things and exited the infirmary, resentment boiling within her. That night, lying in her bed, perhaps due to having spent hours on the sickbed during the day, Rila found sleep elusive. Unbeknownst to her, Riddle infiltrated her thoughts, and she recalled his cunning smile from the afternoon, which suddenly ignited a tempest of frustration within her, a feeling that made sleep even more unattainable. Yet this was not the primary reason for her vexation or her desire to avoid Riddle. She had grown accustomed to his little tricks during their time in the orphanage. The day he ceased his antics would be the day she found it strange. The undeniable truth was that the root of her discontent lay in her jealousy of Riddle. In the orphanage, everyone was on the same level, but upon arriving at Hogwarts, the environment shifted. Riddle's brilliance shone so brightly that it threatened to eclipse her, leaving her in doubt and confusion about her own path. She was acutely aware of her limitations. She would not achieve greatness, amass wealth, or ascend to prominence. She had long since abandoned her so-called ambitions and aspirations. Yet, she still found value in her ordinary self, relishing the friendships she cherished, which Riddle might deem mundane. However, she could not entirely shield herself from Riddle's radiance, especially since they shared a common starting point. While she contemplated following her heart and savoring the present, she also grappled with the desire not to be outshone by Riddle, to surpass him, though her only action was to daydream without any tangible steps. This inner conflict gradually overwhelmed her. Additionally, she had witnessed what a healthy friendship should look like. Myrtle and her roommates undoubtedly provided her with an exemplary model of camaraderie. She need not play the role of a desperate clown, constantly seeking conversation topics to earn their attention. In contrast, Riddle symbolized her past, a time in the orphanage marked by unreciprocated affection and embarrassment from her unrequited passion. Over time, these various encounters fostered within her a complex blend of aversion and an irresistible urge to surpass him and gain his acknowledgement. And what was she to do now? Her little minions, excluding the one destined for Riddle, were still scouring the cities and countryside of England, searching for others named Tom Riddle. This would be the last time, the final endeavor she would undertake for him. She vowed that once completed, she would expel Riddle from her heart entirely and embrace her laid-back existence. After an intense period of self-reflection, Rila felt a refreshing clarity, her chest lightened, and she gradually drifted into slumber. This time, upon waking with a headache, Riddle's visage no longer haunted her thoughts. What a relief. Subsequently, Myrtle no longer pleaded with Rila to accompany her to Quidditch practice, much to Rila's relief. She certainly did not possess a second head to withstand any rogue bludgers plummeting from a 100-meter height. Thus, Rila endured several days of classes with her injured head until Muggle studies finally arrived. Is it you? Rila asked Joshua, who had just stepped into the classroom. During the weekend, in the infirmary, Joshua paused for a moment. Yes, I happened to be heading to Professor Adonis's office and saw you enter the infirmary. After leaving Professor Adonis's office, I wanted to check on you, but you were asleep, so I left. Thank you, Rila replied, unsure of how to react. It was always safe to start with gratitude. Are you feeling better? Joshua asked as he pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Yes, Rila nodded. Much better. Madame Emily said it's nothing serious. As Riddle re-entered, Rila was showcasing her unique talents before Joshua, contorting her face into a myriad of exaggerated, humorous expressions to elicit laughter. This particular talent had been previously performed before Riddle, but had only garnered a sarcastic eye roll from him. However, this time, in the presence of Joshua and Myrtle, the effect was utterly uproarious. Ha ha ha, you possess such a sense of humor, Joshua exclaimed, clutching his stomach in laughter, while Myrtle could barely contain herself, nearly toppling over with mirth. Rila, with a sense of pride, twisted her features into facial contortions that defied normal human capability, her eyes bulging like a goldfish, her nose scrunched into a tiny ball, and her mouth pouting in a manner that was irresistibly amusing. Riddle, composed and unfazed, stood at a distance with books tucked under his arm and hands in his pockets, as if he were oblivious to their table's existence, leisurely seated at the back of the classroom. When the bell rang, he sauntered past Rila, slipping her a small note before departing with effortless grace. Chapter 75, That Fool. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Rila unfolded the note. Can't you see your friend Myrtle has feelings for Joshua? Fool. What? Rila was momentarily stunned, hastily stowing the note away. Throughout the Muggle Studies class, her mind was occupied with the implications of Riddle's note. Myrtle harbored feelings for Joshua? Rila discreetly observed Myrtle, seated to her right, and Joshua, to her left, as unnoticed details began to surface. Whenever they shared classes with Ravenclaw, Myrtle radiated joy. During lessons, her gaze often drifted toward Joshua. And each time she sat beside him in Muggle studies, she appeared particularly anxious and ladylike when conversing over him. Additionally, Joshua's blonde hair and blue eyes bore a striking resemblance to the angelic features of Myrtle's first love. In light of this, it became evident Myrtle liked Joshua. But why had she not confided in her? Rila surmised that perhaps her feelings for Joshua were genuine, unlike her infatuation with the likes of Apollo, the god of light, or the forest nymphs. True affection was often difficult to articulate, even in sentiment. Yet what did the second part of the note, fool, imply? Rila recalled Joshua's visit to the infirmary, knowing that Professor Adonis's office was located in the isolated tower at the southeastern corner of Hogwarts. While the infirmary lay at the castle's northwest peak, a distance that required at least a 15-minute walk. How did he manage to pass by the infirmary on his way to Professor Adonis's office? And even if he did know, why would he go out of his way to check on her? Rila's heart raced as a possibility she had never considered emerged. Did Joshua harbor feelings for her? Yet, she regrettably felt no such inclination towards him. She loved him. He did not love her. He loved her. She did not love him. This realization struck her as a profound folly, one she had only just now unearthed. A vivid image formed in her mind. Two once close friends turned bitter enemies over a man, sending a chill down her spine. Rila placed a hand over her heart, relieved to have recognized this early and thus averted a potential crisis in their friendship. After that day, Rila began to deliberately distance herself from Joshua, striving to avoid contact, maneuvering around him, and feigning indifference to discussions about him. Determined to stifle this nascent sentiment before it could blossom. Though her heart ached, she had to prioritize her sisterly bond over a mere crush. Thus, unbeknownst to her, the Quidditch match arrived, with Myrtle dragging Rila along to cheer for Gryffindor. Yes, Gryffindor, not Hufflepuff. Is this truly all right? Rila stood awkwardly amidst the boisterous Gryffindor crowd, feeling like an intruder, tugging at her clothing and questioning. What if the Hufflepuffs spot us and hurl insults? Fear not, Myrtle replied. If we get caught, we'll simply claim we accidentally sat in the wrong section. What a flimsy excuse, Rila thought to herself. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, engulfing her in a cacophony of enthusiasm. Rila felt the very stands tremble, as if ignited by this fervor. Above, the Quidditch players zipped through the air like lightning, their speed rendering them indistinguishable. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in a chorus. Goal. Hufflepuff scores 50 points. Charge. Take down Slytherin. Rila felt utterly out of place, as Myrtle had long abandoned her, fervently clinging to the railing, fixated on her heroic ideal, Apollo, waving flags in his honor. A spirited Gryffindor girl beside her, noticing Rila's passive demeanor, thrust a yellow and red Gryffindor banner into her hands, urging her, wave it. Raise your arms. Why are you sitting? Didn't T. Gryffindor allow you to sit? Shout for Gryffindor. Rila felt like a complete fool, yet the girl's exuberance was infectious, even when all she wanted was to rest her arms. The girl's pleading gaze compelled her to comply. The match concluded the next day, with Gryffindor finishing a disappointing second. Rila expressed satisfaction with the outcome. As for who placed first, it mattered not, as long as it was not Gryffindor. On a sunny afternoon, Rila decided to organize her room during her leisure time. While tidying her cupboard and desk, she stumbled upon several pieces she had written last semester to hone her writing skills, primarily mimicking the editorial style of newspaper commentary. This discovery reignited her aspiration to become a wordsmith, reminiscent of her days working at the magazine. Rila pored over the latest issues of the Daily Prophet, seeking significant events to craft a piece with unique insights that would stand out. It appeared Grindelwald had been relatively subdued lately. The commentary regarding him had proliferated, and Rila found herself struggling to conjure any novel perspectives. Why was there yet another article on Dumbledore's grand deeds? Love is the greatest magic. Albus Dumbledore urges everyone to cast aside prejudices and treat all magical beings with equality. A quick scan revealed a scathing critique of the magical community's antiquated practices. Yet no practical solutions were offered. In contrast, across the ocean, Principal Jim had submitted his proposal to abolish the 18-hour workday in favor of a 12-hour workday for the fourth time. Rila felt no inclination to comment further. Proposing issues is not particularly remarkable. What truly matters is resolving them. Yet within the magical community, much like in the human realm, those who vocally denounce societal problems tend to garner the most attention. Conversely, those who quietly tackle issues earn little regard, often ridiculed and scorned for their solitary courage in navigating murky waters, inevitably facing failures and derision. For the greater part of the crowd, the catharsis of emotional expression outweighed the importance of resolving actual problems. Rila let out a silent sigh and turned another page. Finding only trivial news such as which shopkeepers in Diagon Alley had changed and reports of wizards failing at transfiguration, resulting in unfortunate amputations. Perhaps she could pen an analysis on the historical data of the illustrious and enigmatic pureblood family, the Rinez Rosnans, but this family was shrouded in mystery. Aside from the third son making occasional public appearances, the other members remained elusive, and all she knew of the fourth daughter was her attendance at Durmstrang Institute. This made for a challenging narrative. As Rila idly perused the newspaper, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a wanted poster in the lower left corner of the last page. The poster, emblazoned with bold letters, declared, "Urgent, wanted for the escape of a house elf. Reward for valid information." Below, a detailed description listed the various transgressions of the escaped house elf, including orchestrating strikes at mines, resisting government authority, and theft of wizarding property. This brought to mind the irritable house elf she had encountered in the kitchen last semester, battered and ragged. Correlating this with the initial report of the house elf strike at the mines, it was evident that this elf had escaped from a mine in Austria. Yet, why had it sought refuge in the kitchens of Hogwarts? The reasoning was simple. Hogwarts had previously implemented numerous protective spells against the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald, coupled with Professor Dumbledore's vigilant oversight, making it an excellent hiding place. But how had he gained entry? Additionally, Rila found herself increasingly curious about the entire saga of the strike, as mainstream publications like the Daily Prophet had seemingly ceased coverage of the event. Chapter 76, Just a Dog. Rila counted on her fingers. This was the fourth time she had been unceremoniously ejected from the kitchen by the house elf named Kaka. At least she had gleaned his name, which was not entirely fruitless. She mused. Moreover, he seemed to share a cordial relationship with the dormitory warden, Apollyon Pringle. Perhaps it was Pringle who had helped him hide in the Hogwarts kitchens. Rila swore she had no intention of claiming a reward for him, yet every time she attempted to speak, Kaka would bellow at her before she could utter a word. Unbeknownst to her, Christmas was but a fortnight away. Time indeed flew swiftly. In the common room of Hufflepuff, Rila reclined languidly on the sofa, the fire crackling warmly in the hearth, warding off the chill of the outside air. She tightened her scarf around her neck before rising to fetch a book. This winter was colder than any she could remember. On her way to the library, she noticed a crowd gathered by the Black Lake, animatedly discussing something. Rila cast a cursory glance their way, but continued on her path. At that moment, the dormitory warden Apollyon Pringle staggered from a corner of the campus, parting the throng, his eyes falling upon a familiar figure encased in thick ice, emitting a hoarse cry. "My Ani! My poor Ani! Oh, Ani, Ani, my Ani!" Ani was the name of a small dog, a fact that many in attendance only now comprehended. Tragically, this limping little dog had perished, bound at its limbs and thrown into a hole in the ice of the Black Lake to drown or freeze to death. Before long, the class bell rang, and the spectators dispersed hastily. There was little merit in lingering over what was, after all, merely the death of a limping, scruffy dog. Apollyon Pringle, the dormitory warden of Hogwarts, limped to a corner, propping himself against the wall, his hands supporting his misshapen head, staring vacantly ahead, as if his spirit had departed. He sat silently through the night, and when Kaka emerged from the kitchen, attempting to assist him, he was met with rejection, tumbling back onto the cold floor. He remained there, lost in thought, from morning until evening. As his strike began to disrupt student order at Hogwarts, several wizards misfired spells in the corridors, inadvertently injuring first-year students, while Peeves the Poltergeist harassed young witches and wizards heading to the lavatory. The lights in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom flickered, needing repair. But no one came to fix them. Headmaster Armando Dippet was compelled to send the student council president to seek out Pringle, yet he remained immobile. Reluctantly, Dippet had to intervene himself. "Apollyon Pringle, it's merely a dog, is it not?" he remarked impatiently, standing beside him with a lamp in hand. But without warning, Pringle erupted into a frenzied scream, prompting a quick-thinking teacher trailing Dippet to cast a petrification spell, plunging the corridor into silence. Finding a dormitory warden like Pringle, who demanded no payment and was dutifully devoted, was indeed a rarity. Dippet reassured him, "We will find the perpetrator responsible for your dog's demise." Once the spell was lifted, Pringle ceased his outburst and, with Kaka's support, returned to his dim, damp underground quarters. Alone in a room devoid of Ani, without Ani's bed, without Ani's winter. For 3 consecutive days, Pringle uttered not a word, as if his very soul had been taken from him. Kaka took on his responsibilities, while Pringle, refusing sustenance, withered away, unable even to stand. On the 4th day, a 4th-year boy from Gryffindor stepped forward. He approached Professor Dumbledore, his head bowed, confessing to the killing of the little dog. "Pugnacious Pittman, my child, why would you do such a thing?" Dumbledore inquired, seated behind his massive oak desk. fingers interlaced in a steeple formation. He regarded the troubled boy with his penetrating gaze that seemed to see into the very depths of his soul. It saw me shatter the mirror in the boy's lavatory. It ran back to tell Apollyon Pringle. I was frightened and tied it up and threw it into the Black Lake. Is this truly the case? Yes. Do you have anything to say? I don't know. Well, I'm sorry, Professor, for this matter. Pittman's voice trembled with the onset of tears. Yet he quickly suppressed this realization, fearing mockery for his weakness, biting down on his lip to stifle the surge of emotion. I shall ask once more. Is this truly the case? Yes, it is, Professor Dumbledore. Pugnacious Pittman raised his head, and this time, he appeared somewhat steadier, his trembling legs now a bit more resolute. Though his hands, clasped behind his back, were still pale and anxious. Pugnacious Pittman, what do you believe a true Gryffindor wizard should embody? Bravery. Pittman bowed his head, resembling a courageous warrior. I will ask one final time, is this truly the case? Yes. Professor Dumbledore gazed upon the boy, seemingly ensuring that the boy truly comprehended the disappointment reflected in his eyes. I once believed you would not betray your parents' expectations. Mr. Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore raised his left hand, signaling the boy to cease his words, while his right index finger rested against his temple as he wearily closed his eyes. Very well, I grasp the situation now. You may leave, Pugnacious Pittman. Pugnacious Pittman, his face flushed, shuffled away, and as he vanished from the doorway, a barely perceptible sigh escaped Dumbledore. Chapter 77. I have never harbored any illusions about you. When the announcement regarding the tragic fate of the puppy, Arnie, was posted on the bulletin board, Rila found herself amidst a group of discussing wizards, unable to suppress a frown. Pugnacious Pittman was the boy from the infirmary, the one whose bed was adjacent to hers after she had been struck by a ball. An inexplicable doubt enveloped her, beckoning her to ponder. Indeed, she found it difficult to believe that Pugnacious Pittman was responsible. The boy, who would shrink away if gazed upon for more than 3 seconds, possessed a timidity as fragile as the very oxygen content in the atmosphere. Could such an individual truly resort to such a cruel method to take a dog's life? Yet, she had no evidence to present. She herself could not convince her own mind that Pugnacious Pittman was the culprit, considering her interactions with him had been minimal. To be honest, she hardly knew him. Driven by an instinctive intuition, she felt certain he was not guilty and that there must be deeper circumstances at play. The disciplinary outcome was a probationary period and a month of confinement, but it was said that Pugnacious Pittman's attitude during questioning was commendable, transforming what was initially intended to be expulsion into mere probation. Rila distanced herself from the crowd and made her way toward the Black Lake. Once more, she gazed upon the surface of the lake. The ice was thick and unyielding, with Arnie's lifeless body frozen beneath the surface. Others, such as the house elf Kaka, had attempted to break through the ice to retrieve the body, but it was too formidable. Even spells conjured to summon fire from wands proved futile. They resolved to wait for spring, when the ice and snow would melt, to recover the remains. She unearthed an axe from a corner of the grass and relentlessly struck the ice. Passers-by paused to take notice, some displaying expressions of astonishment, while others were filled with curiosity. Rila remained resolute, white mist escaping her lips with every breath, sweat cascading down her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, ultimately soaking her garments. In all this, she seemed oblivious, silently continuing her assault on the ice, kicking the shattered fragments behind her. After classes concluded, she carefully timed her movements, cornering the weary Pugnacious Pittman at a narrow bend leading to the Gryffindor common room, the magically shifting staircase retreating behind him. Was that truly you? Rila inquired. Pugnacious Pittman's gaze darted away, and in a perfunctory manner, he replied, I have already told Professor Dumbledore everything. Rila inhaled deeply, disregarding his implied dismissal. I want to hear you say it. She spoke slowly. Pugnacious Pittman scrutinized her with an unnatural disdain, his gaze sweeping over her, though he seemed unaccustomed to the expression, rendering his demeanor overly deliberate and affected. Do you not find your current actions rather offensive? He frowned. We are not acquainted. I know, but that does not deter me, she asserted, extending a foot to press against the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, effectively blocking Pugnacious Pittman's passage. Without further ado, she declared, it was that so-called Walpurgis Nights, wasn't it? You are not responsible. Pugnacious Pittman ignored her, glancing back at the now-absent staircase, as if contemplating whether to wait a moment longer. Do you believe that by joining them, you will earn their approval? Do not be foolish. You are merely a pawn in their game, a tool that can be replaced and exploited at will. They will never genuinely respect you, nor will they regard you as an equal friend. Pugnacious Pittman suddenly tensed, as if she had struck a nerve. What are you saying? I do not understand. Literally, Rila replied. Pugnacious Pittman grew increasingly agitated, desperate to escape the conversation, and without regard, he attempted to force his way past her. Rila was taken aback by his abrupt action, losing her balance and crashing heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor. A sharp pain radiated from her arm, as if 1,000 needles were simultaneously piercing her skin. Clignasius Pittman observed her, hesitating as if he might help her up, but in the next instant, he resolutely stepped over her and hurried away. His actions undeniably confirmed all of Rila's suspicions. Leaning against the wall, Rila gingerly rose, wincing in pain, and stood in the deserted corridor for a moment before hastening to the library in search of Riddle. Failing to find him there, she proceeded to the Shrieking Shack. Though she was one of the few entrusted with its secret location, she could not enter at will. This was her first visit since that fateful day. She knocked heavily on the door for what felt like an eternity, and after at least 3 minutes, the rickety door creaked open. Riddle stood behind it, his face weary as he regarded Rila, his expression seemingly questioning why she was there. Rila ignored him and strode into the room, where the dusty red brick fireplace remained unlit. The interior as cold as the outside, save for the absence of howling winds. Rila roughly tore her scarf from her neck and tossed it onto the sofa, the sudden chill that enveloped her neck clearing her mind considerably. What is it? Riddle yawned, casting a casual glance in her direction before lazily sinking into another sofa and picking up a newspaper, choosing to ignore Rila's inexplicable anger. Do you know how the dormitory manager, Apollyon Pringle's dog, died? Rila inquired bluntly, casting all her suspicions directly at Riddle. A light laugh escaped Riddle as he responded. You traveled this far just to ask about that? Rila felt an overwhelming urge to punch Riddle. Yes, exactly for this, she thought, deliberately avoiding Riddle's condescending expression. Reminding herself to remain composed, anger would only lead to her own disarray. Does this have anything to do with you? Riddle remarked indifferently, not lifting his gaze from the newspaper. It's just a dog, and besides, hasn't the matter already been resolved? I do not know what you are implying. You know precisely what I am referring to. I do not believe you are unaware of anything, Rila stated in an unprecedentedly calm tone, crossing her arms and fixing her gaze on the languid youth sprawled on the sofa, enunciating each word deliberately. The theft of forbidden books, the creation of illicit magical items, secretly teaching other students dark magic, establishing the Walpurgis Nights. Riddle, I have never held any illusions about you. Rila gazed at Riddle's rigid form and wary eyes, letting out a soft laugh. What a pity time is of the essence. Otherwise, I would eventually expose all those unsavory deeds you've committed. Chapter 78. Let me share a secret with you. Riddle's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Rila, speaking with unhurried composure. You have no evidence. Do I truly not? Rila raised an eyebrow in retort. Then how do you suppose I came to know? I have no interest in how you acquired your knowledge. Riddle replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. The mere fact that you stand here, choosing to speak to me, indicates that you possess no concrete evidence against me. With a nonchalant shrug, he added, if you wish to know how that dog met its demise, you ought not to inquire of me. I was not involved. You, so adept at self-preservation, would naturally refrain from getting your hands dirty, yet that merely underscores your ignobility, Rila remarked, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, I lack explicit proof. Your actions are typically executed with such decisiveness, leaving no trace. A smirk lingered on Riddle's lips, as if to say, what can you possibly do to me? In the next instant, Rila's fist struck his face with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, the force seemingly intent on shattering the bones beneath his skin. Caught off guard by Rila's sudden aggression, Riddle turned his head just in time to evade the blow, yet he failed to anticipate that this was merely the beginning. Rila lunged at him like an enraged leopard, sending both him and the sofa tumbling to the ground, the room descending into chaos. Rila, thrown off balance, rolled aside, while Riddle seized the moment to retrieve his wand from his robes pocket. However, before he could react, 3 or 4 diminutive figures, each half a meter tall, surged toward him from all directions, enveloping him in a cloud of gray. In the briefest moment of Riddle's surprise, Rila swiftly kicked his wand away. Next, she mounted his abdomen, one knee pressing firmly on his wrist, adopting a commanding position akin to that of a rider. Her other hand grasped his remaining arm with the tenacity of an eagle's talon, rendering him immobile. Then, with a fist fueled by fury, she struck Riddle squarely in the face. He emitted a muffled grunt, his cheeks swelling instantaneously as he gasped in pain. During their days at the orphanage, they had quarreled, but it was the first time Rila had laid hands on Riddle. His eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to believe that the person atop him was the same Rila who had never easily succumbed to anger. Now that I've struck you, why not take your grievances to the headmaster and have me expelled? She taunted. However, her triumph was short-lived. No sooner had she spoken than an umbrella from the corner of the room levitated inexplicably, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. In a moment of desperation, Rila slid off Riddle, narrowly avoiding the attack. Riddle seized the opportunity, rolling on the ground, quickly crouching and lunging at Rila, elbow locking around her neck. Rila opened her mouth and bit down hard on Riddle's forearm. Once again, the gray cloud enveloped Riddle, but this time it proved ineffective. He still refused to release her. And Rila felt the air in her lungs being squeezed out, forcing her to loosen her grip, emitting a series of sharp coughs. In that moment, she sensed a slight relaxation in the pressure around her neck and retaliated by smashing her head back into Riddle's face. Once more, they tumbled to the ground. Both blinded by rage, rolling about the room, neither yielding. Tables, chairs, and filing cabinets toppled around them, crashing to the floor in a cacophony of sound. With a sudden push, Rila slammed Riddle's head against the window, shattering glass that scattered everywhere. The entire room descended into disarray. The aftermath of their brawl evident in every corner. The struggle persisted for an extended duration until both were utterly exhausted. The winter wind howled through the shattered window, chilling the already cold room even further. Both were now in a state of disarray. Rila's hair was a tangled mess, her face marred with bruises, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Riddle, too, was in no better condition. His clothes were torn and disheveled, buttons missing, and visible rips adorned his garments. Strands of hair were entangled with shards of glass, and blood trickled down his forehead, staining his handsome visage. Blood also dripped from the corner of his mouth, each drop echoing against the wooden floor. Exhausted, he leaned against the edge of the sofa, gasping for breath. Rila supported herself on the cold floor, the frigid air causing her breaths to quicken. After coughing a few times, she seized the moment before Riddle could speak. Her tone still laced with the ferocity from their earlier conflict. Let me share a secret with you. That rabbit has long since perished. Feeling the chill of the floor beneath him and hearing Rila's words, Riddle furrowed his brow, striving to steady his breath as he asked, "What do you mean?" Weary. Rila cast a glance at Riddle, slowly rising from the floor, unwilling to utter another word, and staggered toward the door. Chapter 79. It is his own inadequacy. Abraxas Malfoy stood before the mirror, vexed as he scrutinized the pink blemish on his cheek, just then noticing Tom entering the dormitory with an awkward gait. "Tom, what happened to you?" Riddle ignored him, his expression dark as he walked past Abraxas to his desk, opening the drawer and delving in for something. "Did you get into a fight with someone?" Abraxas inquired, inching closer without a hint of concern. "Who did you fight? Did you win or lose?" Only upon hearing the latter did Riddle raise his head, revealing a swollen cheek. Abraxas felt a chuckle rising but suppressed it at the sight of Riddle's ominous demeanor. Pursing his lips in resignation, "I encountered a foolish giant at the edge of the forbidden forest," Riddle recounted, retrieving ingredients such as frostgrass roots, feather beans, and dried mint leaves to concoct a potion at his desk. "But I subdued it." Abraxas, intrigued, leaned in for more details, only to be met with Riddle's fierce glare, which seemed to convey, "Do you not see what I am doing?" Riddle applied the potion, a viscous substance, to his face and scalp, the coolness providing immediate relief to his fiery wounds. He reclined on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his anger mounting with every contemplation, each thought exacerbating his frustration. His fists pounded against a nearby cushion in a fit of fury. Bang, bang, bang. Noticing Abraxas staring at him quizzically, he shot a glare that made the latter turn away like a frightened quail. After venting his rage, Riddle felt marginally better, yet he remained enshrouded in anger. One hand caressing his jaw, his teeth grinding together. The humiliation of being pinned down by Rila surged back, a sensation so familiar, reminiscent of being beaten by others in the orphanage. How dare they strike him? How dare they strike him with such ferocity? Riddle thought, every part of him aching. However, unlike his experiences in the orphanage, this time he felt no fear. Instead, a tempest of rage churned within him, stirring his very core. This confrontation, devoid of the need for a referee, had a clear victor, yet Riddle found himself indifferent to the outcome. All that consumed him was an overwhelming wrath. Riddle tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress the overwhelming urge to obliterate the entirety of Hogwarts School. His other hand rested at his side, already clenched into a tight fist. The immediate priority was to remain calm, to maintain composure. In his mind, he swiftly enumerated Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D, all aimed at retaliation come tomorrow. Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck him. He rose, approached his bed, then crouched down to retrieve an old suitcase stowed beneath it. From within, he extracted a transparent vial containing a knitted sock, placing it on the ground. Drawing his wand, he cast a fiendfire spell, and with a barely audible scream, both the glass vial and the sock were reduced to ashes. Riddle exhaled deeply, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. Seated in a chair, he began to contemplate his plan slowly. Abraxas stared at Riddle, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions that was difficult to articulate. He wondered if he truly ought to be there. By nightfall, Riddle's wounds had largely healed, his fury gradually subsiding, replaced by a murky, indescribable feeling lodged deep within his chest. I never harbored any illusions about you. What did that even mean? Moreover, why inform him that the rabbit was, in fact, dead? He could interpret it as her possessing the magic to resurrect, but why disclose that to him? And in the end, why did she regard him with such a look? Riddle felt utterly innocent. He had been inexplicably struck, still at a loss as to why Rila had suddenly attacked him. During the scuffle, there were several moments when he had no desire to continue fighting. Yet Rila relentlessly pursued him, seemingly in a frenzy. She needed to understand that he was free, and what was her issue? It was as if he had committed some grave error. Even if he had, how was it related to her? Who was she to him? His mother? Clearly not. So why did she possess the right to display such a profoundly disappointed and exhausted expression? She was attempting to encroach upon his life, and the mere thought of it filled him with resistance and discomfort. He was content. One person, dirty and fallen, scoffing at this grotesque world. If anyone were to extend a hand to him, he would merely consider that person to be deranged. What understanding, what sympathy, what warmth. He regarded them with disdain. Harboring no longing, he was devoted solely to himself, requiring no one else. In his world, being alone was already splendid, sufficient to savor all the joys and sorrows of existence. Riddle spent the night in sleepless turmoil, beset not only by a throbbing headache, but also by these indescribable thoughts swirling in his mind, preventing him from finding rest. The dormitory clock ticked steadily, time flowing through the silent night. As the long hours dragged on, he gradually felt the pull of drowsiness. In a haze, he could not help but ponder that Rila must surely be disappointed in him now. Disappointment was warranted, for he was precisely that kind of person. Do not harbor expectations of him. Rila likely would not speak to him again. Splendid. Truly. All those promises of never leaving, those sweet nothings, just empty words. Rila had handed over the resurrected puppy, Arnie, to Kaka. I don't know, perhaps it never truly died. Rila shrugged, speculating that it might have been under some rare spell, perhaps one that could freeze living beings. But in any case, I have broken the enchantment. Kaka regarded Rila cautiously as Arnie leaped into his arms, and only then did he regain his senses, softly uttering a thank you. Apollon Plinker wept bitterly at the return of his lost puppy, and the following day, he immediately tendered his resignation, impervious to the pleas of others. His lightning-fast resignation left Rila with the unsettling feeling that he might have already known who had killed his puppy. Clignicius Pittman opted to withdraw from school. On the day he was to leave, Rila found him and expressed her sorrow for not being able to help him amidst his misfortunes. No, Clignicius Pittman smiled at her, his expression one of relief. They told me that if I admitted to killing Arnie, they would accept me and befriend me. I had known all along they were deceiving me. At that moment, I simply wanted to avoid further bullying, so I believed their lies. Can you tell me who truly killed Arnie? Rila asked. After your departure, trouble 1T find you, right? Clignicius Pittman looked at her and softly replied. My father is a half-blood wizard, my mother a muggle. We reside in the wizarding world, which is quite small, really, with only a few ways of people coming and going. Clignicius Pittman paused, and Rila immediately reassured him. You need not worry. I swear I will never disclose it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered a series of names, most of which Rila did not recognize. She turned her face, curious, and asked, But what about Tom Riddle? He shook his head. No, he is quite busy. You see, he is not merely the top of his year. He is far too elevated for such base cruelty. So, she had struck the wrong person? Yet he surely knew. He allowed his Knight of Valpurgis to torment little Arnie without intervention. All right. She admitted that perhaps she had morally coerced Riddle. He need only refrain from evil deeds, and all would be well. Yet she had hoped he would prevent others from doing wrong. What a folly. Alas, the deed was done. The events had transpired. And should Riddle seek retribution, she would harbor no grievances. Rila now lived in a constant state of anxious dread. She understood that Riddle would inevitably retaliate. Yet she remained in the dark about when he would do so, which was immensely tormenting. For several days, she had not seen Riddle. She speculated that he must have taken leave, though she dared not confirm it, as he could very well be concocting some grand scheme. Of course, it was also possible that his facial wounds had not yet healed, rendering him unable to face others. Had she perhaps struck him too hard that day? Riddle did not appear to be the fragile type, and she hoped she had not caused him any grave injury. Riddle was taller than her, truth be told. In a real fight, who knew who would prevail? Yet, aside from her aching limbs, she felt fine the next day. His condition, however, was uncertain. Riddle had let her off too many times. Would he be saddened that an erstwhile friend had struck him so fiercely? Though Riddle appeared strong, he was, in truth, quite fragile. Soon enough, Christmas arrived, and Rila hastily packed her belongings to return home with Myrtle. She had given Riddle the opportunity for revenge. It was his own ineptitude that hindered him. Chapter 80. Surely, he can be found. Rila spent a relatively pleasant time at Myrtle's home. However, it was not entirely joyous, for Myrtle's parents had once again begun to quarrel. Yes, again, Mr. Warren, who had previously been perpetually busy, was now able to temporarily set aside work and spend time with family, bringing to light the issues that had previously gone unnoticed. Myrtle's mother, a tall, graceful housewife with a romantic temperament, was passionate about literature, art, and classical music. Mr. Warren, a short and rotund middle-aged man, Ms. Peach Blossom has unfortunately inherited all her father's shortcomings. His short stature, plumpness, flat nose, and small eyes is exceedingly pragmatic. However, Mrs. Warren holds this practicality in disdain, which perpetually generates friction between them. For instance, on the very first day of the Christmas holidays, when a pipe burst, Mr. Warren, in an attempt to save money, endeavored to repair it himself, resulting in a deluge throughout the house. Consequently, Mrs. Warren admonished him, leading to a heated argument. The following day, upon discovering that the hastily sketched painting hanging in the bathroom was an extravagant purchase made by Mrs. Warren to participate in an art salon, Mr. Warren furiously chastised her for squandering money, plunging them into yet another fierce dispute. Mrs. Warren, too, harbors grievances against Mr. Warren. She is perpetually vexed by his tendency to hoard bags of discounted salt, cabinets brimming with flour, and those horridly unattractive, cheap garments. Mr. Warren counters her complaints by highlighting that they are living in wartime, a period of scarcity, and that they cannot afford to be complacent simply because the conflict has yet to reach their doorstep. Of course, the Warrens never quarrel in front of the children. Yet the palpable tension between them is acutely sensed by the kids. Rila, an outsider, is uncertain of Peach Blossom's thoughts. Nevertheless, during such moments, she feels exceedingly uncomfortable, even wishing to dig a hole and bury herself, so as to escape the dissonance of the facade of harmony that conceals their underlying anger. After spending several days at Peach Blossom's home, Rila, the little one who had been bustling about outside, finally received some promising news. A middle-aged man bearing the same name and strikingly similar appearance to Riddle appeared in a village called Little Hangleton, situated in the Cotswolds near Norwich, Norfolk, England. Rila mused that Riddle would probably not wish to see her little one. Upon encountering her, he would likely squash it without hesitation. Thus, borrowing Peach Blossom's owl, Round, she penned a letter to Riddle at Hogwarts. Dear Riddle, I hope this letter finds you well. I trust it will bring a tremendous surprise. I wish to share with you a discovery that may exceed your imagination. First, I hope you can forgive my audacity. I know you dislike others meddling in your affairs. Yet my character compels me to act. Kindness, enthusiasm, and a desire to assist others weigh heavily on my conscience. Since my first year, I have been investigating your father. If you wish to know more about the process, I can tell you upon your arrival here, or perhaps now, as I have sifted through the Muggle phone directories and identified nearly 200 individuals sharing your name in England, sending my little ones to investigate. You can guess. My little ones are not as clever as I am. It took them quite some time to learn even the most basic task of finding their way, let alone recognizing your father. However, they have become more astute in the process, so you need not feel guilty. Rila filled a page with her thoughts before realizing she had been excessively verbose. Tapping her forehead, she recalled how she tended to become overly talkative in front of Riddle, resembling a love-struck admirer. Thus, she tore the letter apart and composed a more succinct, aloof note. Riddle, come to Little Hangleton village at once. Concerning your father. Rila. Once the envelope was completed, Rila tied it to Round's leg and gave the plump creature a gentle pat. Round took flight from the balcony, soaring into the distance. It was only when Round's figure vanished from sight that Rila suddenly remembered she had only written Little Hangleton village in the letter. Little Hangleton is a rather common name. As far as Rila knows, there are several places in England with that name. Would Riddle be able to find it? Yet, upon further reflection, Riddle did possess her little one, which could autonomously locate her. Once she arrived at the destination, that little one could guide him. Rila nodded, dismissing her unnecessary anxiety. Chapter 81, The Riddle Estate. The next day, Rila took a train and then transferred to a grain transport truck, enduring several trials over many hours until she finally reached Little Hangleton village. Upon disembarking, the acrid scent of exhaust filled the air, and Rila felt her stomach rumble with hunger. She promptly resolved to find a restaurant to eat, while also inquiring about Old Tom Riddle. The village was not particularly large, and the Riddle estate lay at the far end of the village, a bit further away. After locating the only restaurant in the village, she stepped inside. The establishment was desolate, with a thin layer of dust coating the tables and chairs. Rila roused the dozing woman behind the bar and explained her intentions. Who are you to him? The woman, older and dressed plainly, scrutinized Rila with a wary gaze, as if assessing the identity of this unfamiliar intruder in their small village. I am the daughter of a distant relative. My father has not seen him in over a decade, and I've come to inquire about his well-being, Rila replied. glancing at the menu and ordering a bacon sandwich and a plate of stew. Upon realizing Rila was not merely seeking free information, the woman's demeanor softened considerably, and she was willing to converse with her in a more cordial manner. After placing a large plate of stew before Rila, the woman sat down opposite her and began to speak at length, even divulging many lesser-known details. You wish to know about the Riddle family, correct? Allow me to enlighten you, though it's not a pleasant tale. You should know that the Riddles are not well regarded here, despite being among the wealthiest families in the village. The woman's expression turned contemplative as she spoke. Have they married off their son? Rila inquired, quickly rolling up some cabbage leaves and spearing them with her fork. Tom Riddle must be quite grown by now. He is the same age as I am, 34 years old. However, given what transpired, it is indeed unfortunate that he is not married. The woman unceremoniously took Rila's glass of corn juice and began drinking it, seemingly preparing for the next part of her narrative. Rila felt a pang of sorrow but hesitated to intervene. The Riddle estate was not originally situated there, but since that incident, they have been the subject of mockery and derision in the village. The townsfolk keep their distance from the Riddles, even refusing to sell them goods at the stores. They moved to the outskirts of the village. The woman spoke quickly and quietly, her eyes sparkling with a sense of excitement derived from discussing the misfortunes of others. What incident? Rila felt an ominous premonition. The woman cleared her throat and swallowed, continuing. When Tom Riddle was young, he became involved with a female vagabond living in the valley. However, after a few months, he returned, insisting he had been deceived. The female vagabond? Rila's face contorted with concern, instinctively sensing that this was Riddle's mother, yet hoping it was not the case. At this, the woman pointed to her head, her tone mysterious. That female vagabond was not just mentally unwell. There are rumors she practiced witchcraft. Rila prudently covered her mouth, feigning astonishment. Regardless of his explanations, his reputation is irreparably tarnished. The woman shrugged her shoulders, a face speckled with freckles exhibiting an exaggerated and feigned lamentation. Moreover, he had a fiancée at the time. What was her name? Cecilia? A wealthy young lady, quite lovely in appearance. It was said that when someone informed her of her betrothed's entanglement with that madwoman from the valley, she refused to believe it, insisting on seeing for herself. What transpired remains a mystery. All that is known is that upon her return, she bore an expression of utter desolation and, within 3 days, what a reclusive, limping widower who resided in the mountains. Rila emerged from the cafe, her hand pressed to her forehead, lost in a daze. If the woman's words held any truth, then indeed, Del was the product of unethical coercion imposed by his mother upon his father. A weight seemed to rest heavily upon her heart, rendering her breaths labored. This indescribable sensation left Rila uncertain if discomfort could aptly characterize her feelings. She fervently wished that all of this were mere fabrications. As she wandered towards the Riddle estate, her thoughts drifted to her father, whose image had nearly evaporated from her memory, diluted by the passage of time to the point of near non-existence. He was perpetually busy, often absent, and even in his presence, he habitually overlooked her. The orphanage's accounts of her father were largely constructs of her imagination, drawn from books and films. And in her reverie, those lies had deceived even herself. Rila walked along the path to the Riddle Manor, burdened with thoughts. A gust of cold wind brushed against her cheek, and she suddenly recalled a trivial memory, something so small she had never thought of before. Once, she had climbed a large tree behind her house, attempting to swing from a root, but slipped and fell. The pain in her right arm so intense she thought she might perish. Alone, she lay in the filthy, yellow soil, ants crawling over her hair and face, probing her wound with their antennae, retreating only to return. She observed the blood darkening under the sunlight, the emptiness surrounding her, with only her own company. When she finally acclimated to the excruciating pain and the bleeding ceased, she gingerly cradled her arm and cautiously traversed the yard, relieved her father had not discovered her plight, and quietly slipped back into her room. All of this was shrouded in suspicion, yet she seemed to have forgotten it all. Those memories flickered like shadows, hidden behind leaves. And even when she sought to unearth them, they eluded her grasp, only to resurface unexpectedly at times. Why had she not dared to cry for help? Why had she not confided in her father about her severe injury? Why had she felt relief that he remained oblivious? And what of her mother? Why had she never considered her? Shouldn't she have had a companion? Why did her past memories consist solely of solitude? Furthermore, did she truly plan to go to San Francisco with her father, or was that merely a figment of her imagination? Rila furrowed her brow. The sensation of being unreal returned, as though all her life experiences were fabrications, yet she could not find any tangible evidence of their authenticity. She did not possess a single photograph of her parents. An inexplicable rupture had severed all ties to her former existence, leaving her without a single object connected to her original timeline. Unconsciously, she touched her face, feeling as though even this body did not rightfully belong to her. This unfathomable sensation was maddening. Rila inhaled deeply, resolved to cease her musings. By that time, she had arrived at the Riddle estate. As dusk fell, a solitary moon hung low in the boundless sky. Rila stood at the grand entrance, a considerable distance from the house. From her vantage point, she could glimpse the interior through the windows. The room appeared reasonably tidy, a square table at its center, with a middle-aged man seated with his back to her, conversing with two others, a man and a woman, both elderly, who sat at either side, dining in silence. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, palpable even from afar. As Rila approached, the middle-aged man rose to fetch ketchup, allowing her a clearer view of his face. He bore a striking resemblance to Riddle, his hair disheveled, eyes sunken, and his visage worn and haggard. There would never be another so alike. She recalled the woman from the cafe mentioning that old Tom Riddle seldom appeared before others, and whenever villagers caught sight of him, he reeked of alcohol. On this December 31st, Rila had boarded the train with the cheerful thought that Riddle could celebrate his first birthday with his family since their reunion, though perhaps the circumstances were somewhat awkward. Surely they would extend a measure of goodwill for the child's sake. But now, observing the present situation, it seemed old Tom Riddle would inevitably be reminded of his shameful past upon seeing Riddle, given the significant impact of that incident on his life. Feeling utterly at a loss, Rila wished for someone to guide her on what to do next. She gradually began to comprehend that the prophecy might indeed hold truth. Although she suspected the woman's words were merely one-sided, she felt a rising apprehension at the thought of confronting old Tom Riddle regarding the matter. Just as she contemplated turning back to seek the house where the female vagabond had resided, she spotted Riddle standing at the foot of the hill, who, upon noticing her, hurried over. He wore only a brown overcoat over his sweater, his nose red from the cold, while his face appeared paler than snow. His dark, tousled hair was specked with snowflakes. Had he flown all the way from Hogwarts without concern for being seen by muggles? Riddle crouched, still catching his breath, and shook his head, remarking that the clouds were thick. He quickly looked up and asked, "You mentioned in your letter that you found him?" "Yes, I found your father." "How did you find him?" Riddle squinted, regarding her with suspicion. "Don't jest with me. Are you certain it's him?" Rila remained silent, gesturing toward the nearby house. She scooped a snowball from the ground and hurled it at the window. Shortly thereafter, old Tom Riddle emerged, wielding a shovel and muttering curses. Though their concealed position rendered them invisible to him, he vented his frustration into the air before slamming the door behind him. Rila's gaze remained fixed on Riddle's face, which transitioned from illumination to disbelief, admiration to a furrowed brow, before suddenly sensing something amiss. Riddle stiffly turned his head, inquiring cautiously, "A muggle?" "Yes." It was painfully evident. Wizards ought to wield wands, not shovels. Riddle's brow furrowed, disappointment etched across his face. He pressed a hand to his temple, mumbling to himself in a daze. "No wonder I could never find him before." Rila blinked, inexplicably wishing that upon discovering her father was merely a muggle, he would abandon the notion of recognition. Riddle stood in silence for a moment, seemingly lost in contemplation, before suddenly raising his head and striding towards the manor. "What are you doing?" Rila hastily grasped his arm. Riddle tilted his head slightly to the side, gazing at her with confusion. "Isn't he my father?" Rila's face stiffened. "Yes, he indeed is your father." "Then what are you doing?" Riddle replied, attempting to free his arm from her grip, only for her to clutch it tighter. "What's wrong?" Riddle asked. "Didn't you tell me before that wizards and muggles are the same?" "Of course not. That's not what I meant." Riddle looked at her, the flickering sparkles in his dark eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. It was as though a lonely fledgling had finally discovered its unique nest. Even if that nest was neither grand nor dazzling, it was his sanctuary, a place where he could shed all facades. But it was not his nest. Rila looked at his face, feeling a pang of sympathy, and with great difficulty uttered the words, "Your father, he may not wish to see you." Chapter 83, Riddle's 14th birthday. Riddle's deep-set eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing deeply as he took a step back. "What do you mean?" Rila opened her mouth, the weight in her stomach akin to swallowing a heavy stone, oppressive and stifling. "When I arrived in Little Hangleton, I first inquired about the Riddle family." She paused, taking a deep breath to compel herself to continue. "Your father was once involved with a woman, a witch. I believe she must be your mother. However, it was not of his own volition. Your mother may have used some form of enchantment or love potion to compel him to be with her." Riddle regarded her silently, without uttering a word. Rila felt as if the voice she used was not her own. "A few months later, he left your mother and lived in shame, unwilling to acknowledge the affair that had deeply wounded him. From that moment on, he became a pariah, and his fiancée fled. The Riddle estate had not always been here. They moved to this place after that incident. There was no need to elaborate further. Riddle was astute enough to grasp the implications. Rila squatted down, softly weeping. No matter how carefully she crafted her words, they could not conceal the fact that he was a child born of his father's utter disappointment. Yet, if old Tom Riddle did not wish to meet him, what fault was it of his? He was, after all, the victim, innocent and handsome, yet ruined by a woman he had always scorned. The true architect of this ruin had long since passed away, and not only that, but had left behind a child. A reminder that the humiliating past would never truly fade away. Heaven above, Riddle remained motionless, silent. The wind began to pick up, tousling his hair into a disheveled mess. His expression remained as impassive as ever, yet the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Snowflakes fell softly, blanketing the white expanse behind them, as if everything were a dream. Despite the thick accumulation of snow, the sky continued to pour down layer upon layer, ultimately forming a massive snowdrift that mercilessly buried the tender sprout that had yet to bud. The snow kept falling. On this day, Riddle turned 14. He stood in the biting wind, standing so straight and proud, not shedding a single tear. Rila sat beside him, wanting to comfort him but at a loss for words. The snow continued to descend, until the lights in that manner extinguished, leaving the snowy landscape devoid of any illumination. The two remained unaware of how long they had lingered there when another gust of cold air swept by, prompting Rila to cough uncontrollably, her tears soaking her scarf, leaving traces of water on her face like icy crystals. Riddle blinked as snowflakes fell from his dark lashes. In silence, he helped Rila to her feet and headed towards the village opposite the Riddle estate. Rila quietly followed behind him, both of them tacitly agreeing to remain silent. A few people? Earlier that day, when the woman at the inn spotted the unfamiliar tall boy behind Rila, she cast a curious glance, only for her to immediately block him with her body. 2 people, 2 rooms. Rila signaled the number 2 with her fingers and readily placed the money on the counter. When the woman offered to show them to their rooms, she politely declined. Once inside the room, Riddle sat on the edge of the bed, and Rila, filled with concern, closed the door and sat beside him. After a long silence, Rila cautiously spoke, her voice as light as a feather. "Do you need to talk?" Riddle lowered his head, his tone hoarse. "I'm a bit tired. Could I have some time alone?" Rila nodded in understanding. As she stood to leave, she hesitated, pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer, and wrote a short poem. "I am a child of the universe. I am a child of the earth. I am loved by the rivers, cherished by the mountains. I am beloved by all the beings of this world. I merely borrowed my parents' bodies to come to this world and perceive all that exists. I am entirely my own, existing in this world without the shackles of anyone. I revel in this wind, this rain, and I am intoxicated by it. How could the world give me nothing? It has indeed granted me the precious gift of freedom. And freedom, oh freedom, my friend, means that I can entirely decide who I wish to become." Rila placed the paper on the bedside table, tiptoeing to exit the room. As she turned to return to her own room, Riddle called out to her, "Thank you." Rila stood at the door, the words barely audible. "I said, thank you." Riddle averted his gaze, the dim light casting shadows across half of his face. "I don't know what you've done for me." Rila shook her head, offering a bittersweet smile. There was so little she could do. The two fell into silence for a moment, Rila's hand resting on the doorknob as she closed the door. The next morning, Rila awoke, her head heavy and her throat parched. She touched her forehead, alarmed by its feverish heat. Frowning, she slowly sat up, only to feel utterly drained. She had caught a cold, struggling to rise from the bed. She dressed and tidied herself in the inn's bathroom before intending to knock on Riddle's door, inviting him to breakfast. However, after knocking for a long time at the door, there was no response. A wave of unprecedented panic surged through Rila, and she hastily summoned a small figure to slip through the door and unlock it. The room was empty, everything neatly organized, save for his absence. Chapter 84. It seems I have hurt you. That same tall boy who checked in with her last night. Rila felt a surge of tears threatening to spill. If only she had left a small figure at his door last night. Him? The woman languidly stifled a yawn, making an effort to blink her eyes repeatedly in a bid to awaken herself. She had been walking for a while. The young man was quite amiable and had even engaged her in conversation yesterday. A pang of anxiety gripped Rila's heart as she turned and hurried toward the door, her inner turmoil intensifying with each passing moment. The little folk she had set free had returned, informing her that Riddle was making his way along the forest path leading out of the valley. Upon hearing this, Rila exhaled in relief and quickened her pace. However, her head spun, and she stumbled several times in the snow, disregarding the pain as she struggled to rise swiftly. The little folk gestured for her in midair, and Rila crawled and rolled until she caught sight of the dilapidated old mansion, obscured by weeds and shrubs, with Riddle standing just before it, poised to step inside. "Riddle! Riddle!" Rila cried out hoarsely, startling the birds from their slumber in the woods. Riddle heard her call, halted, and turned to face her. Driven by urgency, Rila dashed towards him, The woodland path was treacherous. She stumbled upon a protruding, smooth boulder and fell, her knee striking the ice-coated black stone, causing tears to spill from her eyes. Riddle had somehow arrived before her, helping her to her feet. "What is the hurry?" he inquired, furrowing his brow as he elegantly produced a pristine handkerchief to wipe the dirt and sweat from Rila's face. "Why didn't you call for me?" Rila gasped, leaning against Riddle, who guided her to sit upon an old wooden stump. She looked at him, her gaze inadvertently brimming with grievance. "It's too early. You might still be asleep," Riddle remarked, averting his eyes as if to conceal something. Rila saw through his deception, a surge of frustration flooding her mind. "Then why didn't you call for me? Did you even think of me?" Rila shouted passionately, rising to her feet, trembling, her neck flushed. "Do you know how worried I am about you?" Riddle turned his face away, softly asserting, "This is my affair. It does not concern you." "Doesn't he concern me?" "What does that even mean?" Rila retorted, standing defiantly as she grasped Riddle's collar. "So all those times we spent together in the orphanage were all a lie, weren't they? We never laughed together, never built ant mazes, never snuck out to play. Those were all just figments of my imagination, weren't they? All those joys, those smiles, were mere illusions, and I alone remember them, trapped in that time, am I not?" Rila fixed her gaze intently upon Riddle's face. His lips moved, yet he ultimately chose silence. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, as though she had struck a pillow with a punch, leaving her powerless. She released her grip on Riddle, exhaling a deep sigh as she returned to the wooden stump, resting her elbows on her knees and burying her fingers in her hair, succumbing to silence. She was unsure of her actions, feeling as though even a stone should have warmed by now. A heavy silence settled between them. "Yes, I am sorry," Riddle finally spoke, carefully choosing his words. "It seems I have caused you pain." Rila, filled with a sense of defeat, exhaled another heavy breath, irritably scratching her scalp while maintaining her previous posture. "Riddle, I understand that to you. I am merely a companion from your past in the orphanage. It seems you have been constantly reminding yourself of this fact. I do not know what transpired within you, for you have persistently rejected my attempts to comprehend you. Do you realize that your every effort to push me away fills me with profound sadness? In the orphanage, you were the only one willing to play and converse with me. I have always known that my voice is not melodious, my words lack elegance, and many times they can even be deemed laughable. I have always been aware of this, yet knowing and doing are two entirely different matters. Moreover, I am acutely aware that merely finding a friend who would accept my flaws is an arduous task. Yet, you appeared, and you could. I wish to convey that you possess numerous admirable qualities that set you apart from others, yet you seem blind to them, convincing yourself that only intelligence, academic prowess, and physical beauty are your virtues. Riddle, I never sought to gain anything from you. My kindness stems purely from my willingness and affection. You may twist the nature of our relationship as you wish, but could you not attempt to trust me? A person burdened with so much pain can be crushed. Why must you bear all the pressure alone?" Unbeknownst to her, Rila had spoken more than intended, realizing she had much more to articulate. The chilly wind rustled through the treetops, ushering in a brief silence that enveloped them both. "No one dares to strike me. It has been so long. Yet nothing has happened." After a prolonged pause, Riddle's voice emerged, seemingly justifying his long-standing aloofness. "You hit me like that, so of course I was furious. Yet, your words lingered in my mind, and soon I felt wronged, wondering why you seemed to distrust me. Do I truly come across as someone who lacks boundaries?" Riddle did not meet her gaze. Instead, he lowered his head, fixating on the scattered autumn leaves. "Sometimes, you frighten me," he continued. "You are unlike them, yet somehow, you are the same, but ultimately different." Riddle lifted his gaze to the sky, his dark eyes filled with confusion. "I'm sorry, Rila. I never intended to hurt you, nor did I think my actions would bring you sorrow. I simply was accustomed to that way of behaving. I apologize for the things I have done in the past." Rila listened attentively, her eyes fixed on Riddle without blinking. Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. "Many times, I intentionally overlook my own feelings, while you seem to embody the opposite." Rila placed her hands on her hips, waiting for Riddle to continue, but after a long silence, he remained mute. "Oh." The dilapidated house nestled deep within the dense woods lay hidden beneath vines and ancient trees, its wooden tiles already in disrepair, and its outer walls were overrun with wild, creeping plants. Rila instructed Riddle to stand behind her as she knocked on the rickety wooden door. "Hello, is anyone there?" There was no response. "Hello, is anyone there?" As Riddle grew impatient and began to retrieve his wand to cast a spell to unlock the door, Rila pressed his hand down. "Perhaps they didn't here. Let me call out a few more times." After several more knocks, a cacophony of clattering objects erupted from within, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Then, with a resounding thud, the door, burdened by its own weight, slammed down onto the floor before them. Chapter 85. Whoever can bring me benefits and advantages, I shall befriend. In the filthy room, a disheveled middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground, empty bottles strewn haphazardly nearby. The stench within the room was utterly unbearable. Rila frowned slightly, approached, and kicked the man, but he remained unresponsive. She turned to Riddle, who extended his wand and cast a spell upon the man. The incantation proved remarkably effective. In the next moment, the man awoke, uttering pitiful groans as he writhed in agony, struggling to rise. It was then that he belatedly noticed the presence of two living souls in the room. With a grotesque expression, he lunged toward Rila, the closest to him. Quick as a flash, Riddle cast another spell, sending the man crashing against the wall, pinned there with force. As he began to comprehend his predicament, his awareness gradually returned. Hissing, the man shook his head, dislodging the mud-matted hair from his face, his eyes flickering with a murky light as they fixed intently on Rila and Riddle. "Is that Parseltongue?" Rila inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Riddle nodded in affirmation, moving to stand beside her, his expression one of deep disdain as he conversed with the man in the snake language. Unable to comprehend their dialogue, Rila stood by, guessing from their expressions that the conversation was likely far from pleasant. Riddle's disgust became increasingly evident as the man erupted into manic laughter, followed by a loud proclamation. "What is he laughing about?" Rila sensed the words were anything but kind. Turning her face, she could not wait for Riddle to explain. Anxiously asking who the man was and what he had said, Riddle narrowed his eyes, coldly scrutinizing the man for a moment before explaining to Rila, "He is Morphin Gaunt, the brother of the woman who bore me." Riddle frowned slightly, mentioning that Mavalo was his father, now deceased. "Let us go, this man is insane." And there is nothing more to inquire. With that, he lifted his foot, prepared to leave. However, upon hearing the man's connection to him, Rila pressed. "Aren't we going to ask more? Don't we want to learn anything further?" Still rooted in place, she felt it was a rare opportunity to connect with a family member. Surely they should delve into the family history and matters of the past, instead of concluding their dialogue in less than 3 minutes. The next moment, Riddle grasped her arm and led her out of the house. "Are we leaving?" Rila persisted, while Riddle's brow furrowed in irritation. "Do you know what he called me? A bastard garbage." Rila's eyes widened in shock, her face paling as she registered his words. After a moment of realization, she hastily said to Riddle, "Wait a moment," and turned to grab a stick from the ground, storming back into the house with fierce determination. Not long after, several screams and clattering sounds echoed from within, and soon Rila emerged, flushed and breathless, her excitement radiating like a triumphant knight returning from battle. "Hey, I helped you beat him up." Riddle observed her still glowing face, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable joy, causing a gentle flutter in his heart. He nodded slowly. Rila, oblivious to Riddle's unusual expression, skipped ahead, her fists raised in the air, still riding the high of the skirmish. Upon returning to the inn, they found that breakfast had been prepared in the kitchen. Rila, famished, dug in without hesitation. However, after a few bites, she found herself unable to continue, her appetite waning, nearly forgotten in the haze of her fever. "What's wrong?" Riddle questioned, observing as Rila leaned her forehead against the wall, perplexed by her sudden shift from exuberance to lethargy. "I think I might have a fever," Rila replied, turning to him. "I had a terrible headache when I woke up this morning, and I feel so weak and unwell." Riddle glanced at her and continued eating. "You looked quite spirited when you rushed over." Rila rested her forehead on the table, feeling drained, ignoring his comment. After a moment of contemplation, Riddle suggested, "Let us head to the little cabin. I can brew you a potion there." "Just like that?" Rila raised her head to ask, receiving a glance from him that seemed to say, "What else?" "I thought you would care more about your heritage," she murmured, stirring her oatmeal. "The Gaunt family, if I recall correctly, is one of the 28 sacred pure-blood families in the wizarding world. Even if Morphin Gaunt has fallen to such disarray, they are still a pure-blood family, and perhaps there are other descendants of the Gaunt family. You could, in your eyes, is that who I am?" Riddle's voice carried an undercurrent of barely concealed displeasure. What kind of person?" Rila was momentarily taken aback, her fever-clouded mind struggling to keep pace. "Someone who associates only with those who can bring me benefits and advantages. The Gaunt family would be advantageous to me, so even if Morphin treats me poorly, and the so-called Gaunt family neglected me for years, I should still prioritize my own interests and seek their recognition, correct? Is that not the case?" Rila was stunned, gazing at Riddle, whose face bore a frosty expression, hinting at anger, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "And about that dog of Apollyon Pringle, I've already said it wasn't Timmy. I admit I was aware to some extent, but why then did you feel the need to unleash your wrath upon me?" Riddle clenched his jaw tightly, striving to articulate his thoughts in a calm tone. "In your eyes, it seems I have long been confined within a framework you've established. And within that framework, I am a person of little honor. You also seem to lack any guilt for your rashness and for wronging me, am I right? What need is there for guilt in punishing a wrongdoer? You, who accompanied me for so long in the orphanage, I thought you would understand me, yet you. Rila curled in on herself, weakly attempting to defend her actions as her head spun dizzily. I thought you would seek revenge, so I mentioned it before. I considered it on the first day, but I have not thought of it since. Besides, it has been so many days. Have I sought revenge? Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as Rayla's forehead struck the cold table, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 85. Are you still angry? When Rayla awoke, she discovered she was no longer in the inn. She found herself in an unfamiliar, warm room, a clean and tidy blanket covering her. Looking around, she noticed simple furnishings and a towering bookshelf against the wall, filled with a myriad of books. Though she felt much better physically, her throat was exceptionally dry and hoarse, accompanied by a strange, nauseating odor. She quickly rose to search for water. At that moment, Riddle entered, having heard the commotion. Water. Rayla urgently pointed to her throat, straining to speak. That's not possible, Riddle shook his head. After taking that potion, you cannot drink water for 5 hours. It would affect the potion's effectiveness. Feeling both distressed and indignant, Rayla shot Riddle a glance before finally taking a deep breath and resignedly lying back down in bed. All right then. Rayla wished to inquire about her surroundings, yet the pain in her throat rendered her speechless. Any attempt at vocalization only exacerbated her discomfort. She gestured to Riddle, requesting a piece of paper and a pen, upon which she inscribed, "Where is this place?" "In the secret chamber of the quaint wooden cabin," Riddle replied. "I often take respite here." "Oh, so I am currently slumbering in his bed?" Upon hearing this, an inexplicable joy surged within Rayla, accompanied by a tingling sensation coursing through her body. However, despite her confusion regarding this feeling, her modesty compelled her to suppress it swiftly. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she furtively glanced at the composed Riddle, unable to discern his emotions. She continued to scribble on the paper. "Are you still angry?" Observing her words, Riddle's facial muscles involuntarily twitched, and a hint of unnaturalness crept into his expression, his cheeks seemingly tinged with a faint blush. "Am I truly so petty?" he mumbled awkwardly before turning to exit the room. Upon his return, he held a spray bottle. "This is a device I devised for my experiments, designed to humidify the air without adding moisture," Riddle explained. "Open your mouth, and a spritz should alleviate your throat's discomfort considerably." Rayla complied, and with a satisfying hiss, her throat indeed felt much better. I can speak now. By the way, how did you manage to bring me back? Hogwarts is quite a distance from Hangleton, isn't it? Moreover, has it already been several days? I hope I am not due to return tomorrow. I have yet to inform Moaning Myrtle." She paused, noticing the absence of windows. "Is this secret chamber beneath the ground? Yet, it is so well lit. Where are the light bulbs? The candles? What kind of magic is this? I am certain we did not cover such spells in charms class. And how is this room warmer than the Hufflepuff dormitory, despite the lack of a fireplace?" Riddle suddenly regretted using the concoction he had painstakingly created, allowing her to prattle on. A simple disillusionment charm would have sufficed, he thought. "You have been unconscious for a full day and night," Riddle stated, pausing momentarily as the echoes of Rella's anguished cries in her dreams lingered in his mind. He resolved to tell her, "You were lost in a dream," fervently uttering phrases like "I was wrong, I will never do it again." Were those regarding your orphanage? Riddle assumed that her past must have been filled with happiness, given how she had once described it to him. Rila touched her forehead, now free of fever, and replied, "I suppose so, I cannot recall." Riddle nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Although he said nothing and did not dismiss her, Rila felt reluctant to overestimate her standing in his eyes, fearing that prolonged proximity might irritate him. That afternoon, she expressed her desire to return to Myrtle's abode. "Are you in such a hurry?" Riddle raised his gaze from his book, a barely perceptible frown crossing his features, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Indeed. It is rather dull and monotonous here compared to your dear friend Myrtle's lively home." Indeed. Her family comprises over 200 members, and their history stretches back to the Elizabethan era. Myrtle's middle name is Elizabeth, Rilla exclaimed with enthusiasm, oblivious to the deepening scowl on Riddle's face. "Their family boasts numerous traditions I've never encountered before." Myrtle mentioned that all the women gather on the first day of each year for a culinary exchange, resulting in a banquet filled with delectable dishes. "It seems my presence has caused you to miss out on a grand feast," Riddle remarked with a sardonic tone. Yet Rilla remained oblivious to the underlying tension. "Well, while that is true, you need not feel guilty," she reassured him, gently patting Riddle's shoulder to convey her indifference. "Myrtle is so kind. She will surely save the best for me." Riddle huffed softly, remaining silent, his expression suggesting, "Do as you wish. Besides, my belongings and homework are still at Myrtle's." Rilla muttered, recalling the dreadful homework she had yet to touch. likely the same for Myrtle as well. They both hoped the other would complete their assignments first for mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, Riddle's expression softened slightly. In a gesture of goodwill, he used the disillusionment charm to transport her near Myrtle's home, watching her enter through the modern-style door before departing. As Rila indulged in the various treats Myrtle had left for her, she felt elated, wishing she could grow 10 stomachs. Upon her return, however, she noticed a shift in the atmosphere between Myrtle's parents. During breakfast, Mrs. Warren affectionately embraced Mr. Warren, planting a kiss on his plump cheek, addressing him with endearing terms, her gaze brimming with sticky affection. Mr. Warren, in turn, appeared rejuvenated, his features radiating with concealed pride. Rila's curiosity was piqued by this transformation, and she felt a pang of regret for having missed the subtle changes. Unable to contain herself, she turned to Myrtle, who had been present the entire time. Communication possesses immense power, Myrtle began, lifting her gaze from her salad. However, mere words are insufficient. Actions must accompany them. Did you not notice that the painting in the restroom has vanished? The stockpile of food supplies in the kitchen has been relocated, along with a magnificent bouquet of roses in the living room. Chapter 87. The Resurrection Stone. 2 weeks later, within the Gunter estate, a strikingly handsome, golden-haired middle-aged wizard was accompanied by a stunningly alluring witch. Has someone been here? Gellert Grindelwald squinted, cautiously surveying the surroundings, sensing recent activity. Behind him, Vidorozil drew her wand, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Let us investigate, Grindelwald suggested, glancing sideways at her. There are no evident signs of a struggle. The Resurrection Stone should still be here. After casting several spells to confirm the absence of danger, Vidorozil used a charm to swing open the wooden door. Suddenly, a man's voice erupted from within. Who is it? Who is so fond of banging on doors? Yet, the next moment, upon seeing the woman and the imposing man behind her, he fell silent. Who are you? Morfin Gunter stammered, brandishing his wand and a dagger at the unexpected visitors. After exchanging glances, Grindelwald directed his cold gaze towards the trembling man huddled in the corner, disdainfully remarking, "You need not concern yourself with our identities." Grindelwald cast a contemptuous glance at Morfin, noting the emptiness of his hands. "Where is the ancestral ring of the Gunter family?" What ring?" Morfin exclaimed in confusion. "I have no idea." Grindelwald's eyes narrowed dangerously as he suddenly lost his patience, pointing the Elder Wand at Morfin. In an instant, a piercing curse shot from the wand's tip, striking Morfin. The next moment, he crumpled to the floor, pale and frothing at the mouth, his body racked with uncontrollable tremors. "I truly don't know," Morfin cried out, rolling in agony on the ground and grasping at the man's pant leg, only to be kicked away instantly. "I really do not know." Gellert Grindelwald crouched down and nudged Morfin Gaunt's head with the tip of his polished shoe, taunting, "I could make you suffer even more." Morfin Gaunt's eyes widened in terror, his head shaking like a broken drum. I know, he stammered. "I'll tell you everything." Gellert Grindelwald let out a soft chuckle before lifting the enchantment from Morfin Gaunt. Fearful of experiencing that torment again, Morfin hurriedly spoke. Trembling, he crawled up from the filthy floor, wiping the cold sweat that had emerged from his forehead due to pain, cautiously organizing his words. "When I was a child, I heard my father mention a ring that is said to have been passed down from our maternal family, the Peverills. However, it is rumored that it was stolen by a woman long before my father's time." He added, "But that was a long time ago. I'm not sure if I remember it correctly. My father was very angry when he spoke of it, insisting that if he had still possessed that ring, he would never have lost it." After finishing, Morfin cast a fearful glance at the man, swallowing hard and curling back into a ball on the ground. "Let us check his memory to see if it's true," Gellert Grindelwald instructed to his companion, Vidorozil, who approached Morfin with his wand, casting several spells before nodding to Grindelwald, confirming its authenticity. "Oh, then there's nothing to be done," Gellert Grindelwald lamented, pressing his hand against his temple and shaking his head in apparent frustration, believing that after searching for so long, the Resurrection Stone was indeed the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, now finally within reach. With that, he stepped out of the Gaunt manor, disappointment etched on his face. Behind him, Vidorozil cast a spell on the still kneeling Morfin Gaunt, a blinding green light flashing as Morfin was instantly transformed into a cold, lifeless corpse. The entire Christmas holiday swiftly passed. Rila had gained several pounds and, alongside Myrtle, completed all her assignments the night before returning to Hogwarts. "Have you heard?" Mizuna exclaimed excitedly, entering with news that this year, wizards in their 3rd year and above would be allowed to visit Hogsmeade. "Didn't they say that to prevent Grindelwald's attacks, it had been cancelled for 2 years?" Rila questioned, while Aragog grew a little larger, having not seen her for quite some time, affectionately playing with her fingers. "Perhaps it was due to Grindelwald's recent silence," Rila recalled the last news she had seen about the Dark Lord, which involved him leading a band of saints in an assault on Gringotts' underground vaults. Are you planning to visit Hogsmeade? Myrtle inquired. I heard you need a Guardianess signature. That sounds rather daunting. Do we need a waiver for potential mishaps? I suppose so, Rila replied, pondering whom she could ask for a signature. Perhaps Mrs. Cole? I haven't seen her in ages, and I wouldn't want to disturb her over a simple signature, especially given her cautious nature. I'd likely need to write a lengthy explanation in my letter. Just the thought of it felt cumbersome to Rila. Do you want to go? Rila did not answer directly, but instead countered Myrtle's question. If Myrtle wished to go, she would accompany her despite any inconveniences. Me? Myrtle squinted, scratching her head in confusion. They mentioned that saints are roaming Hogsmeade, and the ministry hasn't caught them yet. To be honest, I would love to go. But I'm a bit frightened. After all, you know I'm just a muggle-born witch, and if something happened, my parents could only fret. Then let's go? Aren't there staff members from Hogwarts escorting us? What is there to fear? Rila encouraged. The Hogsmeade travel permission form had been stuck in Rila's history book for a day, and she ultimately decided to seek assistance from Riddle. You'll be going to Hogsmeade, right? Could you also help me sort out this form? Rila asked, intercepting Riddle after class on Muggle studies. Why do you think I need that to visit Hogsmeade? Riddle scoffed at the form in Rila's hands. You don't need it. I do. Rila clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Please, oh omnipotent Lord Riddle. Riddle raised an eyebrow, a pleased smile crossing his face as he accepted her form. Very well, the omnipotent Lord Riddle will assist you this time. Hooray. Chapter 88, The House Elf Rights Advocacy Society. Following the incident involving Apollyon Pringle, Rila successfully persuaded the House Elf Kaka. If it weren't for Apollyon, I would never have divulged my past to satisfy the curiosity of a little girl. I understand, and I truly appreciate it. Rila replied, as the two settled on a secluded staircase. The wizarding world appeared remarkably idyllic on the surface, with its inhabitants seemingly living in harmony. Far removed from the harsh realities of survival of the fittest, deceit, and the relentless pursuit of fame and fortune. Wizards appeared to believe that the oppressed in the Muggle world were not mirrored in their own, yet the wizarding world operated beyond the ministry's oversight, which seemed to take little interest in their affairs. Frequently, Rila found herself questioning whether the Ministry of Magic was merely a decorative figurehead. In the wizarding realm, their market economy and societal operations exhibited an extreme simplicity and efficiency, creating an illusion of a utopian ideal. Yet Rila pondered, where did their daily sustenance originate? Who constructed this grand castle? Who mined the gold galleons that served as currency? As a witch from the Muggle world, she was deeply intrigued by the unseen corners of the wizarding realm. Once, she had considered exploring the wizarding world during the holidays, but its exclusivity and secrecy were so pronounced that she could only ever glimpse a small fraction of wizards. What of the rest? Invisible to her. Rest assured. I won't disclose this, Rila assured, nibbling on the pencil tip. You could easily cast a secrecy charm on me. Kaka scrutinized Rila for a moment with his swollen eyes before gently shaking his head. No, that won't be necessary. I trust you won't speak of it. Moreover, my past isn't of great significance. Rila flipped to the latest page in her notebook resting on her knee. How can it not be significant? The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that you had a story. You were involved in the house elf strike at the Austrian mines 3 years ago, weren't you? Or at least you know something about it. Please, tell me. Kaka lowered his head, contemplating for a while before articulating his narrative. Those who enslave us are not merely the traitorous goblins of Gringotts. Rather, they are but the minions of the true powers that lie above. I am not one of the rebellious elves. I am merely one who escaped from the mines. Life in the mines is worse than death. Every morning, we house elves are awakened like slaves driven by whips, trudging toward the dark caverns. In that darkness, we endure the assaults of dampness and cold. While our basic needs for food and water remain woefully unfulfilled, our living conditions are horrendous, immersed day after day in exhaustion and cold. Within the confines of the mine, accidents are all too frequent. Injuries, disabilities, and, at times, even tragic fatalities befall the workers. What is even more disheartening is the indifference displayed by the wizards towards our suffering. They regard us as mere slaves, devoid of respect or gratitude. They wield us like puppets, exploiting our labor without remorse. When we fail to extract a sufficient quantity of, or, they punish us mercilessly, sometimes even taking our lives. In this harsh realm, the existence of us little elves has become utterly valueless. Day and night, we toil tirelessly upon the barren land, braving the elements to unearth precious minerals. Yet, the wizards view us as inferior beings, subjecting us to relentless torment and abuse. The crack of whips can often be heard slicing through the air as we are forced to endure both physical and psychological anguish. In such dire circumstances, an increasing number of elves perish. Some choose to rebel, while others, like myself, opt for flight. I consider myself fortunate. The majority of my kin are discovered and met with a fatal end at the hands of their guards. Rila diligently records these observations in her notebook. Pausing to pose a question to Kaka, what are your thoughts on the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group? In Germany, the neighboring nation of Austria, there exists an association known as the House Elf Rights Advocacy Group, reportedly founded by a student from Durmstrang Institute of Magical Arts, an institution that only admits pure-blood wizards. At this, Kaka emitted a scornful laugh, shaking her head in a manner that accentuated her disdain. Rila raised an eyebrow, anticipating an unconsidered approval. A group of elitists, merely engaging in self-indulgent entertainment. Kaka's gaze turned to her, her tone shifting to one of anger, her large ears standing upright. Do you realize? They are utterly ignorant of what house elves consume, naively believing we subsist solely on bread. Oh, in their imagination. The most abject existence entails nothing more than meals of several days old, moldy bread. For heaven's sake, it is infuriating. Rila recalled an article published in the Daily Prophet last year, which had garnered considerable attention, though the fervor had waned quickly, leaving no trace. Have you been to North America? It is said that there, job opportunities are available for house elves. Kaka let out a strange laugh. Of course I've been. But are you jesting? Do you have any idea how the highbrow wizards perceive us? Employ us? Ha! Even if some kind-hearted shops or families were to hire us, they would still face scorn from others. And yet, they wonder why no elves apply for jobs. Rila raised an eyebrow and transcribed Kaka's words verbatim into her notebook. If this world were, as I imagined, a virtual construct, then why did the creator not design it to be more benevolent? The two conversed for quite some time until Kaka was obliged to return to her labor. If possible, I may publish this. Rila stood up, straightening her trousers. But rest assured, I shall not mention your name, and any names within will be altered for anonymity. Kaka shrugged. Do as you wish. Upon returning home, Rila tirelessly revised her article, striving to present the truth from the most perfect perspective. Chapter 89. Inadequacy is futile, futility breeds inadequacy. It must be said that Riddle's efficiency is remarkable. Within a few days, the document was signed. Did you truly inquire with Mrs. Cole? Rila asked curiously. Riddle did not respond, leaning against the table, his knuckles tapping rhythmically on his handsome visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if to convey, is there anything I cannot manage? Rila's eyes lit up as she caught sight of Riddle's scattered homework, her fingers itching to reach out. Her voice, sweetened by her excitement, said, Lord Riddle is so generous, having already solved such a troublesome issue for me. I am certain he would not mind making another small concession by allowing me to reference his homework. Without hesitation, Rila brazenly stowed away his assignments from Muggle studies, potions, defense against the dark arts, and arithmetic divination, which he had taken from Miss Luna, into her bag right under his nose. The smile on Riddle's face gradually faded. What? Pray tell, do you do at Hogwarts day in and day out? I am experiencing life, savoring existence. Surely, you do not believe I am here solely for academics? She laughed. As she spoke, Rila reached for the divination homework, only to be swiftly restrained by Riddle. Let's forego the divination assignment. Why ever not? Rila feigned disappointment, immediately recalling the month's divination homework, which involved recording daily dreams. Definitely suspicious. Ah, you are not, by any chance, dreaming of unspeakable things daily, are you? She chuckled mischievously. During her time as a typist at the magazine, she had come across a plethora of manuscripts reeking of mildew, encompassing topics on hygiene education for the healthy development of young adults. Were it not for her sense of propriety and the consideration of familial business, she would have likely printed those materials herself to sell at Hogwarts. She recalled a thin manuscript that stated every boy entering puberty experiences certain indescribable dreams. And after such dreams, they would gaze at their sticky hands feeling shy, embarrassed, confused, and afraid. What was that period called again? What are you thinking about? Riddle asked, casting her a curious glance. You do remember that the divination assignment is only due at the end of the term, don't you, you foolish pig? Besides, do you really believe your dreams consist solely of pink cotton candy? It is merely a recording of dreams. Is it so simple that you must copy? Rila observed Riddle, searching for any signs of emotion, but he merely furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining an impassive expression, disdainfully glancing at her. Once you are done copying those assignments, return them to me promptly. Goodness, judging by Riddle's demeanor, he surely could not be oblivious to what she was implying. Riddle does not seem like the type to seek out such reading material. However, Rila mused that Riddle must possess some knowledge on the subject. Tess Catch had mentioned in the dormitory that the recent Care of Magical Creatures class covered the mating habits of the Niffler. Moreover, Rila reasoned that even if Riddle lacked common sense, he would not document such dreams in his homework. After all, he is a person of intellect. With that thought, Rila suddenly found herself disinterested, losing the urge to clandestinely pilfer Riddle's assignments. The date for their trip to Hogsmeade, was set for February 21st, coinciding with the season of spring's awakening. Everyone shed their heavy winter garments, donning lighter attire suitable for the springtime. While others fretted over what to wear for the Hogsmeade excursion, Rila faced no such dilemma, for she possessed but 2 outfits year-round. Having worn the same thin clothing for 3 years, on warmer days, she wore the lighter ensemble, and when the temperature dropped, she simply layered both, an uncomplicated choice. She, of course, harbored insecurities. Yet, such feelings proved futile, and despite their futility, they persisted. She found herself unable to embrace complete openness, which was one of the reasons she was reluctant to travel to Hogsmeade. However, had Myrtle not abandoned her midway, opting instead to join other witches and wizards, her awkward sense of inferiority might have diminished significantly, perhaps even vanishing entirely amidst their shared laughter and joy. Mrs. Warren seemed to possess an intuitive understanding. Upon learning of their impending trip to Hogsmeade, she foresaw the potential discomfort that Rila might encounter and thoughtfully sent each of them a lovely spring outfit. Rila felt an unprecedented wave of gratitude towards her. At Myrtle's insistence, she donned the dress, a delicate blue frock adorned with intricate floral patterns, exuding a fresh and charming allure. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, enveloping her in the essence of spring. Gazing into the mirror, Rila scrutinized her reflection. Her face, though not conventionally beautiful and somewhat ordinary, seemed unworthy of the exquisite garment. "What's the matter? Do you not like it?" Myrtle inquired. "Not at all. I merely feel a bit out of place," Rila replied. On February 21st, in Hogsmeade, the snow on either side had begun to melt, revealing vibrant green grass teeming with life, while the treetops unfurled tender buds, and birds chirped merrily from the branches. Along the streets, shops were densely packed, bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, the specter of financial constraint loomed large. There was no money. Without funds, she was relegated to mere observation. Clad in the beautiful dress, Rila felt anything but comfortable. She sensed the gaze of others upon her, and the stunning attire only magnified her feelings of inadequacy within the crowd. From a distance, she observed Riddle, surrounded by several boys, his demeanor relaxed, movements graceful, and his laughter resonating with ease, in stark contrast to her own feelings of being an ungraceful pauper. After a jovial exploration, Professor Bill gathered the young witches and wizards to inform them that they would convene for a meal at the Three Broomsticks. The establishment was divided into 2 levels, with tables filled to capacity, with children chattering animatedly. Rila nibbled delicately at her plate, when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the table across from her. "Hey, George, don't just bury your head in your food. Look at the beauty across the way. Ha ha, our chubby George. A Slytherin wizard can eat more than even a Hufflepuff. How are those intestinal worms treating you, George? Who do you think polished off all that food? Ha ha, it's our chubby George." Rila glanced over and noticed that Riddle was indeed seated at that very table, his gaze resting upon her, calm and serene, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding raucousness. Perhaps it was the warmth from the food that flushed her cheeks. Her heart racing slightly, she quickly turned away. George, stop eating." The boy's voice persisted, seemingly undeterred, as he tugged at George's ear. "There's a girl with quite the ample bosom looking at you. Lift your head and don't keep her waiting." Laughter erupted among the boys around them. Rila's mind went blank for several seconds, as she processed the implications of the boy's words, uncertainly piecing together various factors, ultimately deducing that the girl with quite the ample bosom must refer to her. Like many girls who first encounter verbal harassment, Rila felt a profound uncertainty regarding this label. Was this indeed harassment, an insult? Was she perhaps being overly sensitive? Did her chest truly appear large? It didn't seem so. Perhaps it was merely the undergarment she wore today that accentuated her figure, of normal size, really. Wait a moment. Why should the size of my chest concern anyone else?